Chapter 714. She has departed. By Moxuan finally succumbed to fury. He unleashed his astonishing speed, carving a blood-stained path through the crowd, vanishing without a trace amidst the astonished expressions of onlookers. After shaking off the throngs of reporters, a profound sense of exhilaration surged within him. He was on his way to a place where his transformed self would confront everything anew. Standing outside Shangguan Chuqing's apartment, excitement coursed through by Moxuan's veins. Once he composed himself, he rang the doorbell. The hurried footsteps from within struck him as peculiar. She was never one to exhibit such impatience. When the door swung open, he was met by an entirely unfamiliar face. Upon seeing by Moxuan, the woman let out an incredulous shriek that pierced his eardrums, prompting him to furrow his brows. Is Shangguan Chuqing not here? She has moved away, the woman replied, and as soon as her words fell, Bai Moxuan swiftly turned to leave. The woman called out behind him, You are Bai Moxuan, aren't you? You must be Bai Moxuan. A wave of irritation washed over him as he dashed into the elevator, a foreboding feeling intensifying within. By the time he reached the apartment management office, his face was pale. Why had she suddenly left? Under Bai Moxuan's piercing gaze, the staff member hurriedly rifled through the records, hands trembling. With arms crossed, Bai Moxuan regarded him coldly until the staff member finally ventured, May I ask your relation to Miss Shangguan? Bai Moxuan feigned ignorance of the answer, merely responding coldly, Thank you for checking for me. Yet, he was unaware of her new whereabouts. She had departed 2 days prior. The staff member explained, since it was a rental and the landlord had been informed. With no disputes over rent, her departure was quite swift. She only took her belongings. You could try calling her, he added. Bai Moxuan's heart sank. The phone, he had already called, only to find it disconnected. This situation diverged drastically from his expectations. For the first time in his life, he yearned to confess his feelings to a woman he admired. Throughout his journey, he had envisioned various outcomes, whether rejection or a sweet response. But now, he was left with a potent force of emotion, unsure of where to direct it. The sudden disappearance of Shangguan Chuqing rendered him utterly paralyzed. In disappointment, Bai Moxuan felt lost and bewildered. The words of Fu Yu echoed in his mind, reminding him that he was merely a 16-year-old boy, emotionally immature and incapable of expressing his affections at the right moments, instead opting to disguise his feelings. He had finally mustered the courage and resolve to confess, only to find Shangguan Chuqing had vanished. She never truly belonged to this city. From which city did she hail? In the time she spent here, she must not have lived in isolation, for how else could she have become a renowned stylist? Bai Moxuan suddenly realized how little he knew of her, a bitter sensation enveloping his heart. Exiting the apartment, he sighed, Shangguan Chuqing, where are you? Bai Moxuan stood in the newly organized office, his expression far from pleasant. His brows were knitted tightly, and his demeanor was somber. Cui Ying, noticing this, gave him a gentle pat. Inviting you to witness our labor's fruits seems to have been a misguided decision. Your arrival feels like a bucket of cold water poured over us. What displeases you? Everything is splendid. Which room shall I occupy? Baimoxuan suddenly inquired. You wish to reside here? Cui Ying exchanged a glance with Yue Qing. What is this? The sun must be rising in the west today. I paid the penalty for breaking the lease. Funds are tight, Baimoxuan replied. As a member of the investigative team, one cannot expect to gain without effort, can one? Living with you all would facilitate easier communication. Baimoxuan abruptly turned to Ying Ning, lunging towards her and inhaling deeply. Ying Ning, somewhat flustered, asked, Brother Moxuan, what's wrong? Have you encountered anything strange lately? Baimoxuan lightly tapped her on the head. Haven't you noticed that peculiar scent lingering on you? Ying Ning, confused, responded, What scent? Baimoxuan furrowed his brows. It's not a human scent. Have you met any odd individuals recently? Well, there was one. Ying Ning recalled an incident by the swimming pool. Her cheeks flushing. He was quite peculiar, always speaking of something being fragrant, right in the sky garden. Oh, it seems he is also a resident of this building. No need to rush. There will surely be an opportunity to meet again, Baimoxuan remarked. Are you able to contact Shangguan Chuqing? Yue Qing replied nonchalantly, Finally. We've come to the crux of the matter. Baimoxuan crossed his arms, noting how Yue Qing was increasingly resembling Cui Ying. She has moved. The contract has been fulfilled. Why pursue her? Cui Ying said playfully. Opportunities are fleeting. Failing to act while emotions are ripe leads only to regret later, although the penalty is indeed substantial. Baimoxuan grunted in acknowledgement. What can be done? The company's cash cow does not come without cost. What a way to embellish one's own reputation. Suddenly, Subo appeared on the sofa, materializing as he clapped his hands on the cushions. Good choice, Baimoxuan. The gossip magazines will be in a frenzy over this hefty penalty. To pay it without hesitation is quite impressive. I suspect your ancestors' history will be unearthed. They've already dug into it when I debuted. Baimoxuan shrugged. Let us satisfy their curiosity this time and promote the company in the process. Seeing Baimoxuan so carefree, Subo adopted a serious tone. All right, enough of that. Yue Qing, how may I assist you? It turned out Subo had been summoned by Ying Ning. Yue Qing relayed the situation in the building, and the presence of the spirit changed Baimoxuan's expression. Subo realized, you want me to locate that security guard as spirit? Indeed. Gao Mingyuan is not responsible for this case, and information is currently sealed off. We must approach it from the spiritual angle. This incident just occurred 2 days ago. The spirit must still be present, Yue Qing stated. I am most familiar with the events that transpired. His name is Zhou Hong, 27 years old. And here is his photograph. The photograph was torn from Zhou Hong's work ID by the captain of the security team, marking the final act before his departure. The individual in the picture, sporting a neat crew cut, appeared quite spirited, yet he no longer belonged to the realm of the living. Now that this fellow had entered my domain, I shall ensure he divulges the entire truth. Subai noted the features in the photograph and confidently declared, then it shall be entrusted to you. Yue Qing replied, the spirit organization has commenced communication with the building's owner and will recommend us in a most natural manner. Elated, Subai responded, young man, it seems we are beginning to enter a favorable phase. Without further ado, I shall return to seek out this Zhou Hong. Upon arriving in the realm of the dead, Subai immediately perused the records. This Zhou Hong had recently arrived in the underworld and was currently undergoing interrogation in the front hall. Subai, accompanied by the ghostly emissary, negotiated on his behalf and brought him forth to the king of Hell's chamber. Zhou Hong's appearance post-mortem was distressing and unsightly. Clearing his throat, Subai inquired, who kneels before us? Zhou Hong, he replied, lifting his gaze. Subai sought to confirm his identity, and upon seeing Zhou Hong's deformed skull, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Enough, he said. What led to your demise in the mortal realm? Zhou Hong's expression shifted to one of confusion, and he stammered, Your Majesty, I cannot recall clearly. Subai's tone turned icy. You have already visited the mirror of retribution. The events of your life are crystal clear. Do you require another visit? Daring to lie before the king of hell was a grave mistake. Subai's voice grew ominous. It seems you have yet to be dispatched to the lower realms for punishment, still unaware of the severity of our underworld. Very well, emissary. Take him away for his due punishment. The ghostly emissary entered promptly, causing Zhou Hong to tremble in fear, his spectral form flickering as if on the verge of dissolution. Your Majesty, I shall not dare again. I shall not dare again. I consider it suicide, but I was also wronged by others. Elaborate further. Subai commanded, striking the wooden gavel upon the table with a resounding clap. This gavel, known as the shock gavel, also bore names such as Jiefeng and Fuqi. It was a rectangular piece of hardwood with sharp edges, wielded by the user with the fingers, raised gently, paused briefly in the air, and then brought down forcefully. Serving as an ancient tool of county officials to instill fear in offenders and sometimes to restore silence in the courtroom. Chapter 715. Ethereal spirits. The gavel in Subai's hand was unlike any in the mortal realm. It was carved in the shape of a dragon, with a prominent head, stout neck, and ornate claws, featuring horns atop its head. When struck, it produced a thunderous sound, followed by a resonant dragon's roar that penetrated Zhou Hong's ears, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. The ghostly form quivered once more. Your Majesty, do not strike again. I shall speak in detail. With a wave of his hand, Subo dismissed the ghostly envoy. Zhou Hong spoke. I have previously recounted my transgressions to Yan Luo. I succumbed to greed, long indulging in pilfering from the building. On one occasion, I witnessed a company relocating a batch of computers to the basement. It seemed uninhabited, a place where no one dared to venture. I resolved to take a risk and clandestinely obtained a spare key to access the basement. Zhou Hong's ghostly shadow trembled as the memories of that fateful day resurfaced. The basement was chillingly cool, an environment where air conditioning felt unnecessary. A cold breeze swept over me, and finding no one within, I searched for the room where the computers were stored. Suddenly, I heard a peculiar sound, akin to the anguished cries of someone being mercilessly beaten. I should have left at that moment, yet I was unable to restrain myself. When I opened that door, I fainted unexpectedly. Su Bo internally chastised him, recognizing this as a quintessential case of betrayal by a guardian. The very individual entrusted with the building's safety had turned into a traitor. He cleared his throat. Did you not succeed? As I had heard from the elder predecessors, the basement is an ominous place. After losing consciousness, I actually regained awareness once, but my body was devoid of strength, reminiscent of the phenomenon known as sleep paralysis. However, unlike the typical sleep paralysis, I was fully awake, cognizant of my surroundings and my intentions to rise and flee, yet utterly powerless. I heard a sinister laughter echoing, and I feared I had been discovered, thoughts of imprisonment flooding my mind. Poor fellow, Su Bo suddenly felt a visceral empathy. In that eerily silent basement, where even footsteps reverberated, the sensation of wanting to escape but being utterly helpless was strikingly vivid. And then, he inquired. That laughter was terrifying, its source unknown. Zhou Hong replied, I cannot say how much time passed, but I eventually managed to stand. By then, the computers held no allure for me. My sole desire was to escape. I stealthily returned the key to its original place. I dared not disclose this incident to anyone. Yet, from that day forth, I sensed something was amiss. I frequently lost consciousness, often roused by colleagues who questioned my apparent stupor. Su Bo recalled what Yue Qing had mentioned regarding the ethereal spirit. It seemed that upon Zhou Hong's departure from the basement, the spirit began to manifest, influencing him, rendering him distracted in his daily life. Whenever I see something left behind in the hall, I find myself unable to resist the urge to reach out and take it, Zhou Hong confessed. I acknowledge my hands are not clean, yet I do not wish for my deeds to be exposed. With so many eyes upon me in the hall, I would normally never dare to act. Yet, I feel as though a voice compels me, urging me to seize it. Hurry, take it. This voice incessantly echoes in my mind, and I can no longer restrain myself. I am on the brink of madness. The greed had surged forth, and control was no longer feasible. Su Bo inquired, How many times have you taken something during this period? I have taken 4 times. On 3 occasions, I abruptly awakened and surrendered the items to the captain, who relayed them to the management. Zhou Hong remarked, That was during the first 3 occasions. I lost control during the last one. Upon returning home and seeing the items in my pocket, I realized that I could no longer continue down this path. Thus, I resolved to resign the very next day and return to my hometown, leaving that wretched place behind. His final day of work coincided with the day that Yue Qing and the others ventured to the building in search of Cui Ying. By a cruel twist of fate, Miss Tian from the newspaper encountered an incident, instigating Yue Qing's suspicions, prompting him to linger in the lobby, where he subsequently discovered that Zhou Hong was also afflicted by a phantasm. Had he departed a day earlier, the current predicament might have been averted. After resigning and returning home, my condition deteriorated significantly. In moments of unconsciousness, I realized I had engaged in erratic behaviors. The toothpaste in the bathroom had been tampered with, splattering the walls, and the kitchen fire had been inexplicably ignited, none of which I was aware of. Upon regaining consciousness, I was consumed by fear and promptly purchased a ticket, preparing to return to my hometown, hoping that perhaps these circumstances would improve. Zhou Hong's ghostly shadow stirred once more while buying the ticket. I lost control and reached into the bag of a girl standing in front of me, discovering a substantial amount of cash. How unjustly I met my end. This final act of greed only served to nourish the phantasm, ultimately sealing my fate. Upon returning home after purchasing the ticket, I was completely oblivious to what transpired next. Zhou Hong continued, When I felt pain, my head was already thrashing against the wall, blood splattering forth, even entering my mouth. I did not wish to die. My parents are advanced in age, awaiting my care in their twilight years. Su Bo shuddered, fully aware that he was orchestrating his own demise, yet unable to halt the relentless cycle, effectively crashing himself to death, a rather peculiar method of dying. Can one discern whether the laughter emanating from the basement belongs to a man or a woman? It is not a solitary soul, Zhou Hong stated. I sense more than one presence. Su Bo pondered thoughtfully. It seems the basement indeed harbors some anomalies. Ghostly messengers, come forth. 2 ghostly messengers promptly entered. Ever since Su Bo had wielded power in the underworld and reclaimed the 2 treasures, his standing had risen dramatically, and the ghostly messengers now treated him with utmost deference. Su Bo instructed, Take him to the viewing platform of longing, allow him to see his loved ones, and then proceed as you see fit. You are aware of the protocol. The 2 ghostly messengers replied obediently, understood. Once the messengers departed, Su Bo, lost in thought, rose to seek out Judge Zhong. The Book of Life and Death was under Judge Zhong's jurisdiction. If he wished to consult it, he needed to request it from him. Judge Zhong presented the book, remarking, "What does Lord Yama wish to inquire about?" "I am at your service." "Oh, that is simple. I wish to investigate the individuals who have perished within the same building." Su Bo stated the name of the edifice, pondering whether the Book of Life and Death could be searched. Judge Zhong's pen glided across the pages, and 4 characters hovered above, sparkling as they descended into the book, which then began to flip through its pages autonomously, revealing all individuals who met the criteria. Judge Zhong respectfully announced, "All those who died within this building are listed herein." Oddly enough, why does it seem concentrated within these recent years? Su Bo noted, since 2010. This building has witnessed fatalities, and this year marks 3 years. It appears 2010 is a pivotal year. What purpose does His Majesty the King of Hell find in this inquiry? Inquired Judge Zhong. Have you heard of the concept of Su Ling? He continued, Su signifies emptiness, Ling denotes intelligence. Su Ling is a state of haziness, chaos, and primitivity. Each individual harbors a trace of Su Ling, reflecting their innermost essence. Judge Zhong lamented, regrettably, it has become increasingly rare to witness. Thus, Su Ling embodies not merely a negative aspect. If a person possesses sufficient purity, the Su Ling that emerges can also be benevolent. Su Bai remarked, otherwise, would the situation be reversed? Indeed, that is precisely my belief, Judge Zhong affirmed. Su Ling is intrinsically linked to the heart. Su Bai smiled at Judge Zhong. Having such a clear-sighted and just judge in the netherworld is indeed a blessing. Judge Zhong lowered his head. I am unworthy of such praise. Those with capability should not shy away from recognition, he stated. Su Bai expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Judge Zhong, you have been of immense assistance today. It is my duty to serve His Majesty the King of Hell, Judge Zhong replied, hesitating momentarily. Noticing his reluctance, Su Bai urged, please, speak your mind. What progress has been made regarding the matters of the punishment department? Judge Zhong remained preoccupied with the mistakes of his subordinate. Although they had been utterly obliterated, their transgressions could not be overlooked. What prompted the alteration of Ji Yao's death register remains a mystery I am determined to unravel. Chapter 716. The burning of silk and suspended money. Su Bai too yearned for clarity. It has now been ascertained that Ji Yao is not the name of his grandfather, but merely a moniker for this life. His earliest known identity was that of a general during the Tang dynasty. Prior to that, his true identity remains elusive. The deletion of Ji Yao's records renders his prior reincarnations inscrutable, severing this line of inquiry entirely. Even if he reappears in the Book of the Netherworld, it would only reflect the alteration of his life trajectory, with the past remaining a blank slate. I have a thought, Su Bai proposed. Since Ji Yao recalls events from his previous life, much like Wu Xian, he must possess a profound understanding of the netherworld. Might he not secretly bribe the ghostly officials during reincarnation? Judge Zhong acknowledged, I have considered this possibility as well. However, what would the punishment department use as a bribe? Your Majesty, while you have requested King Qin Guang to investigate this matter, may I take the initiative? Certainly. You share a close rapport with the punishment department, making your inquiry more expedient, Judge Zhong replied. Su Bai, eager to return to his office, urged, please proceed with your investigation. Upon exiting the netherworld, Su Bai relayed the events in their entirety to the others. After organizing the information, Yue Qing identified several key points. Firstly, the building began experiencing supernatural occurrences in 2010, establishing a timeline for the emergence of Su Ling. Secondly, all individuals exhibiting Su Ling had previously ventured into the basement. Thirdly, that location was once a vegetable market. And according to the customary practice of executing inquiries post-autumn, the timeline coincides with the individuals involved, all of whom began to exhibit Su Ling only after the onset of autumn. We can reasonably conclude that certain events in 2010 awakened the malevolent spirits lying dormant beneath the vegetable market. However, their range of activity is limited to the basement, and as they perished in the autumn, their power is most potent during this season, which accounts for the frequency of incidents, Yue Qing articulated. Indeed. Where is my elder sister? She had arranged an interview with Cui Ying today, and she also intended to inquire about Miss Tian's situation. Yue Qing remarked, I just received a message. Miss Tian has left out of fear. Baimoxuan leisurely responded, she has already fallen prey to the ethereal spirit. The outcome is dire. As evidenced by Zhou Hong. Yue Qing replied, exactly, which is why Cui Ying is trying to ascertain her whereabouts, hoping for her safety. At that moment, the doorbell rang suddenly. Su Bai exclaimed with excitement, "I wonder who it is. I shall answer the door." Baimoxuan sneered, "Are you capable of opening the door? It would be quite terrifying." Su Bai stuck out his tongue, and Ying Ning went to open the door in his stead. Standing outside were the Bu brothers and an unfamiliar middle-aged man, whose elegant attire suggested a refined status. Ying Ning, sensing the situation, inquired, "Bu brothers, may I ask who this gentleman is?" Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan replied in unison, "He is, of course, the patron we have brought for you." Cui Ying then appeared behind the trio, and upon seeing the guests, her excitement surged. "Gentlemen Bu, have you come to congratulate us on our opening?" Spotting Cui Ying, Bu Yifan smiled, "You are also a guest?" Fully aware of Bu Yifan's playful teasing, Cui Ying dismissed it and stepped inside, standing cheerfully beside Yue Qing. The middle-aged man, observing the young individuals in the room, hesitated inwardly. "Are you two Bu gentlemen jesting with me? Are these young people truly as remarkable as you claim? Why not test it and see?" Cui Ying looked at Yue Qing. "What method can confirm your abilities for this gentleman?" "The quickest one, if you please." Yue Qing calmly extended his hand. "Please, let us converse inside." The Bu brothers ushered the middle-aged man into the room. "Indeed, let us discuss this further. You will know the outcome shortly." The middle-aged man sat on the sofa. His face darkened as though the Bu brothers had brought him to an inappropriate place. Bu Yibin exchanged glances with Yue Qing, who smiled. "How would you like to assess me, sir? Have you heard of the suspended coins trick?" The middle-aged man seemed somewhat familiar with this concept. "Can you perform it?" Yue Qing's smile did not wane. Rather, it intensified. "I cannot." The Bu brothers' mouths fell slightly agape. While Cui Ying pinched Yue Qing's back, whispering through gritted teeth, "Yue Qing, what are you doing?" Su Bai, equally incensed, rushed to Yue Qing's side, blowing a frustrated breath, while Baimoxuan sat quietly, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama with an air of amusement. A mocking smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he turned to the Bu brothers. "Is it not a matter of taking a single strand of silk, soaking it in brine for 2 to 3 days, and then drying it? During the performance, one would suspend 1 or 2 copper coins from this thread, and upon igniting the thread, although it turns to ashes, the coins remain suspended. Spectators would be left in disbelief. However, as preparations must be made 3 days in advance, I cannot perform it." Yue Qing remained unfazed, showing little regard for the middle-aged man's demeanor. The so-called suspended coins trick is merely a ruse employed by charlatans to deceive the gullible. Beyond this trick, there are numerous others, such as the floating needle on water or the unquenchable flame, all of which harbor their own secrets. The middle-aged man gently swallowed a small mouthful of saliva. "A charlatan? Perhaps. The method I mentioned cannot be verified in time, but there are other matters I can attend to now." Yue Qing turned to Cui Ying. "Prepare a needle and a bowl of water for me." Cui Ying smiled at Ying Ning, grateful that the girls from Qingqiu were still learning needlework. Ying Ning had a sewing kit, and she went to fetch it from the room. Cui Ying had poured the water and placed the bowl on the tea table. They had everything ready. Yue Qing scratched his head, surprisingly dislodging some dandruff. Cui Ying's face turned pale, her eyes glaring fiercely at Yue Qing. He was in no hurry to explain, instead filling the needle's eye with the flakes. As he gently laid the needle on the water's surface, Cui Ying's heart raced. The moment Yue Qing released his fingers, she felt her heart begin to sink. With a soft release, the needle began to float and drift on the water. Cui Ying gazed at Yue Qing in disbelief. "You nearly scared me to death." "It's merely a simple trick," Yue Qing replied with a slight smile. "There exists a convincing method involving a ghost-capturing jar. The sorcerer uses a jar with a red cloth at the bottom, blows into it, and then fills it with water, which does not leak. The sorcerer claims that the spirits cannot be captured, yet the water eventually spills out. At that moment, the sorcerer tells the client that the spirit's power was too strong, allowing it to escape." The middle-aged man's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. "How is that achieved?" The Bu brothers exchanged glances, their expressions finally relaxing. Yue Qing chuckled. "It's quite simple. Just as performing magic requires props, the red cloth jar is first coated with alum. When the air is blown in, the mouth already contains powdered rhizoma, allowing the water to stay in temporarily. Later, the water spills due to a swift motion of the fingers. As long as one takes advantage of the client's distraction to dab some sesame powder, the entire illusion is created. Because it appears mysterious, this trick is frequently employed and earns trust." The middle-aged man's expression softened completely. "I see." The Bu brothers seized the opportunity. "Yue Qing, Without any tools, can you demonstrate a trick? Yue Qing smiled slightly, shaking the jade in his hand. Old handsome man, I would appreciate your assistance with your specialty. Wei Jie lazily emerged from the jade, invisible to the Bu brothers and the middle-aged man. Naturally, Wei Jie had possessed himself, glancing at the three individuals before suddenly lunging toward Bu Yifan with a strange laugh. Bu Yifan felt a chill sweep over him, causing him to stiffen. Wei Yifan and Bu Yifan were twins, their senses finely attuned to one another. He immediately turned his head, asking, Bu Yifan, what's wrong with you? Chapter 717. The basement. Yue Qing smiled slightly. Old handsome man, speak. I'm fine, came the response, but the four words caused Bu Yifan to freeze. That was not his voice. He nudged Bu Yifan. What is wrong with you? Your voice sounds odd. He has been possessed, Cui Ying remarked. I know what we need to use. Tears of a cow, Cui Ying brought forth, allowing the middle-aged man and Bu Yifan to each drop 2 tears. Upon reopening his eyes, the middle-aged man abruptly recoiled, startled by the sudden appearance of an enigmatic figure standing between him and Bu Yifan. This strikingly handsome individual was clad in ancient attire. When had he materialized? This was no mere act of illusion. Cui Ying chuckled. Let me introduce you, our charming friend. I am Wei Jian. A pleasure to meet you, he said, blinking his eyes. Stretching lazily, Wei Jian declared, all right, I must return to Yuli. In an instant, he vanished without a trace into the depths of Yuli. The middle-aged man, placing a hand upon his chest, remarked, incredible, Mr. Bu, did you witness that as well? Bu Yifan glared fiercely at Yue Qing. Of course I saw it. Whether I can sleep tonight is now in jeopardy. This is all you're doing. Cui Ying replied with a grin. Isn't this precisely what you wish to verify? What could be more effective than witnessing a ghost firsthand? Rest assured, Wei Jian is no malevolent spirit. He is merely a lazy one, albeit quite handsome. Wei Jian's voice echoed, not merely handsome, but exceedingly so. The middle-aged man's face twitched, yet he failed to muster a smile. Bu Yifan shook slightly, regaining his composure. What is happening? What is wrong? As members of the Ying organization, they had encountered all manner of peculiar beings. Thus they quickly adapted to the extraordinary occurrence before them. However, for the middle-aged man, this was the first encounter with a genuine ghost, particularly an ancient and alluring one. It took him a while to regain his breath, and his first thought was, how long does the effect of this cow's tears last? The mere anticipation of what lay beyond was enough to send shivers down his spine. Yue Qing stated, it will dissipate in half an hour. This is not the tears of a yellow cow. The effect is brief. Bu Yifan remarked, Old Yuan. Do you now believe? The middle-aged man, whose surname was Yuan, gulped down the water from the table in one breath. I am 8 parts convinced. After all this commotion, he was only 8 parts convinced. Bu Yifan continued, you know about Wang Deli, don't you? He has passed away, correct? His wife has taken over the Wang group. You are aware of this, yes? Bu Yifan added, with Mrs. Wang's testimony, the remaining 2 parts should be enough for your belief. Wouldn't you say? Wang Deli was hospitalized due to an unexplained attack and narrowly escaped death. Thanks to Yue Qing's intervention, Mrs. Wang witnessed the entire ordeal. Mrs. Wang was none other than Lan Haitang. Although the Wang family had lost its former vigor, their reputation remained intact. Yuan exhaled deeply. It seems we have found the right person. Bu Yifan thumped his chest, exclaiming, good heavens, old Yuan, you have truly put us through the ringer. It took a ghost possessing me for you to believe. Mr. Yuan inquired, have you heard of the Hongji building? Yue Qing immediately exchanged a glance with Cui Ying. That very building housed the Cui Ying newspaper and was a site of spectral occurrences. Finally, this case had arrived. Yue Qing, unable to contain himself, interjected, since 2010. Every autumn, strange events have transpired within that building, with inexplicable deaths occurring. Even those who leave the building meet untimely fates. All these individuals had visited the same basement. Mr. Yuan's lips were tightly sealed. How did you come to know? The security guard Zhou Hong's lifeless body was discovered by none other than me, Yue Qing replied. Mr. Yuan sighed deeply. It appears to be fate. Since you are already aware of the details, I shall refrain from elaborating further. It is autumn now, and strange occurrences have once again begun to unfold within the building. Despite the sheer volume of incidents, the rumors are alarming. Zhou Hong's death has spread throughout the premises, instilling fear among the residents. For 3 consecutive years, calamities have befallen us, and I have engaged numerous individuals to address the situation, yet to no avail. He acknowledged the spiritual disturbances, clearly having consulted sorcerers. Yue Qing nodded. That is a manifestation of the ethereal, distinct from ordinary specters. We must eradicate the source to ensure safety in that vicinity. Suddenly, Mr. Yuan produced a check, writing down an amount. This is the sum I have expended over the past 3 years on those quacks. Now, consider it a deposit. Though previously cautious, he was now remarkably forthright. Cui Ying glanced at the figure on the check, somewhat taken aback. While she hoped for a prosperous endeavor, the amount was staggering. Mr. Yuan remarked, upon seeing this figure, you can gauge how many deceivers have preyed upon me. These charlatans have taken from me such a fortune, while you are genuine. This is merely half of what I am willing to offer. The larger the sum, the more daunting the situation appeared. Yue Qing stated solemnly, what I wish to ascertain is whether anything extraordinary transpired at the Hongji building in 2010, particularly in the basement. Specifically, the basement, Mr. Yuan realized his words sounded somewhat abrupt and clarified. The building originally had a basement, but it remained unused until tenants voiced their concerns. Subsequently, the basement was transformed into several small rooms utilized as storage spaces, totaling 18 rooms, which any company could rent. Yue Qing's interest was piqued. Did anything peculiar surface during the renovations? There was a monument. Mr. Yuan's words ignited Yue Qing's excitement. Upon reflection, that stone tablet resembling a tortoise, I had my reservations at the time. When the workers inquired about its fate, I was indecisive and instructed them to leave it there for me to reconsider later. However, the workers, eager to proceed, had already moved it. The ancient tortoise. Yue Qing shook his head. That tablet should be a suppressive stone. What was the original purpose of the Hongji building? In the past, it was repurposed as a school, and after numerous transformations, it became the current Hongji building. Do you know the origins of that ancient tortoise stone tablet? Mr. Yuan inquired. At present, I am concerned about where we might locate that stone tablet, Yue Qing replied with a hint of resignation. It has been 3 years. The prospects seem bleak, Mr. Yuan said. However, I have heard from the workers that the stone tablet was carried on the back of a stone tortoise, hence its name, the ancient tortoise stone tablet. In antiquity, tortoises were revered as spiritual creatures, symbolizing longevity. This is of little consequence. What matters is that in ancient lore, the 4 sacred creatures referred to are the dragon, phoenix, qilin, and tortoise. The ancient tortoise stone tablet must hold profound significance. If inscribed with scriptures or symbols, it could very well serve as a suppressive stone for the malevolent spirits beneath. Yue Qing asked, is it possible to trace the original construction team? Mr. Yuan drew in a sharp breath. I shall make an attempt. Yue Qing remarked, leave the search for the stone tablet to you. We have another request. Please grant us an identity that allows us unrestricted access to the building, particularly the basement. That is easily arranged. I shall provide the work credentials by tomorrow, Mr. Yuan responded briskly, revealing his decisive nature. May I inquire about your plans? Yue Qing replied, there are individuals within the building who seem suspicious. I can temporarily contain the situation, so we will remain at the entrance and gather information, seeking out everyone who has visited the basement. We hope your company will cooperate. Mr. Yuan nodded repeatedly. It is best to contain the situation for now, to prevent rampant rumors. Already, several have expressed their intent not to renew their contracts. The Bu brothers, being shrewd businessmen, understood Mr. Yuan's anxiety and quickly reassured him, it is not a significant issue. Those choosing not to renew are but a minority. Moreover, if we cease operations in the basement, that should suffice. This only serves to confirm their guilt, Mr. Yuan sighed. Thus, we are left with no choice but to endure this predicament. Yue Qing interjected, since we have officially accepted the commission, we shall proceed to your company today. And the work credentials can be discussed tomorrow. Excellent. That would be ideal, Mr. Yuan said, eager to comply. He personally guided the group to the building's grand hall, where Manager Li from the management office promptly approached. Mr. Yuan, who are these individuals? Mr. Yuan cleared his throat. I have brought them to familiarize themselves with the building, including the basement. Allow them entry. Manager Li's face paled at the mention of the basement, and upon meeting Mr. Yuan's gaze, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Understood. Please rest assured, Mr. Yuan. Manager Li escorted the 3 through the various floors of the building. Baimoxuan did not appear. He was currently a figure of considerable attention, and his presence would be too conspicuous. As Yue Qing, Cui Ying, and Ying Ning traversed the building's many levels, they encountered a plethora of companies, some of which were well known within their industries. Manager Li whispered, please keep a low profile and avoid causing any disturbances. We are already quite overwhelmed. Cui Ying, feeling slighted by the implication that they were mere charlatans, retorted, "There is nothing of interest here. Let us proceed to the basement." Yue Qing's step slowed as he glanced toward an office where a receptionist was dozing. Behind her, a shadow loomed ominously. Chanting softly, Yue Qing conjured forth the lurking spirit, which dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Turning back, he declared, "I require information on that woman." Cui Ying understood that Yue Qing had identified a target, and Manager Li, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced, urging, "Let us descend." Wei Ji, feeling disgruntled, emerged from the jade and transformed into a white mist that coiled around Manager Li's neck. Li felt a sudden constriction in his throat, as if gripped by an unseen force. He instinctively reached for his neck, awkwardly twisting his head. While Wei Ji tightened his grip, Li gasped, nearly choking, and glanced around suspiciously. "What on earth? You are indeed seeing ghosts." Yue Qing leisurely approached Manager Li and remarked, "Cease your games. Grant him a reprieve." Only then did Wei Jie descend at a languid pace, returning to his original demeanor, stating, "Such a pretentious individual deserves a thorough lesson." Suddenly, Manager Li felt a loosening around his neck, his hair standing on end. What is happening?" Yue Qing's earlier words sent chills down his spine. He seemed unable to move his legs. As Yue Qing reached the elevator doors, he chuckled, "Manager Li, are you not urging us to descend?" With great effort, Manager Li dragged his weary legs forward. Once inside the elevator, he scrutinized Yue Qing anxiously, asking, "What was that all about?" "Nothing of significance. You need not dwell on it." "Manager Li," Yue Qing replied nonchalantly, "we are heading to the basement shortly, and it would be prudent for you not to accompany us. It will be far more daunting than before." Regaining his composure, Manager Li recognized the young man before him was no ordinary individual. He shed his earlier impatience, saying, "I did not intend any offense. Rumors abound, and we must exercise caution. I bear no ill will toward you all. I beg your forgiveness. Humans are truly fickle beings. And it is precisely this trait that gives rise to the 7 deadly sins," Yue Qing mused. Entering the basement would prove a trial for the three of them. He felt an impulse to refrain from such reckless intrusion. Upon reaching the basement entrance, Manager Li indeed halted. "I shall heed your advice and refrain from entering. Here is the key. Take it well. I shall take my leave." Watching Manager Li's retreating figure, Cui Ying scoffed, "Coward. Social climber." Yue Qing remained silent, retrieving 3 talismans, upon which he inscribed the Zhenyang symbol with vermilion. Feeling it insufficient, he bit his tongue, letting his blood drip onto them. Before affixing one to each of them, the malevolent energy within is formidable. Take these for protection. Also, should you experience any discomfort, alert me immediately. Do not allow yourselves to be ensnared. Focus on joyful and positive thoughts, casting aside any negative notions. Cui Ying confidently declared, "In all my years, I have never known how to write the word negativity." Ying Ning nodded in agreement, and Yue Qing led the way, opening the basement door. The moment he pushed it open, a musty odor assaulted their senses, accompanied by an inexplicable chill. Yue Qing produced a compass, yet its needle spun erratically. With a sharp crack, Yue Qing's brows furrowed deeply. The compass needle had snapped. What a formidable malevolent spirit! Yue Qing swallowed hard, positioning himself protectively in front of the 2 young women. Exercise caution. The basement was merely divided into 18 small storage rooms, each secured by iron doors, many of which bore rust. The small rooms were lined on either side of the expansive corridor, each side containing 9 compartments, while the corridor itself was quite spacious. As they walked through the basement, the sound of their footsteps echoed clearly. Yue Qing frowned. A cold wind surged from below, causing the Zhenyang talisman on his chest to flutter. Ying Ning attempted to secure her talisman, but it was too late. The paper suddenly flew away. Cui Ying widened her eyes and quickly approached Ying Ning, only to see Ying Ning's eyes suddenly grow large, her body stiffening in place, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. "Ying Ning, are you all right?" Ying Ning did not respond. Yue Qing shouted in alarm, biting her finger to draw blood. Then pressing the crimson drop onto Ying Ning's forehead, "The Northern Emperor grants me this paper, inscribing a talisman to repel evil spirits. Should any defy, return them to Fengdu City, as per the decree." Ying Ning's body trembled slightly, and she finally regained her senses. Cui Ying retrieved the Zhenyang talisman and reapplied it to Ying Ning. "You nearly scared me to death. You were as still as a log just now." "They are not one," Ying Ning said. "Zhou Hong's spirit spoke truly. Numerous voices converged, conversing with me. Yet, I felt no fear. They were gentle, devoid of malice. Yue Qing was taken aback. Gentle, you say? Indeed. There was no mocking laughter, but rather a sense of curiosity towards me, Ying Ning replied. I could hear them discussing me, remarking on my peculiarity, eager to understand who I am. I hadn't the chance to respond before I awakened. Yue Qing expressed regret. Had I known they meant you no harm, I would have delayed my actions. It was a most peculiar sensation, Ying Ning remarked, gazing at the talisman before suddenly tearing it off. I wish to attempt communication with them. I can converse with them. With that, Ying Ning closed her eyes. Cui Ying noticed a pink glow emanating from Ying Ning's eyelids and remarked, I almost forgot that Ying Ning possesses cultivation as well. Yue Qing, why is it that Ying Ning has not developed into an ethereal spirit like those others? Perhaps it is due to her inherent purity, Yue Qing mused. Her kindness and innocence have always been her strengths. The concept of the 7 sins is a Western notion. In the East, the 7 emotions and 6 desires would be more accurate. The 6 desires refer to sight, sound, scent, taste, touch, and thought, while the 7 emotions pertain to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, aversion, and desire. Cui Ying remarked, to survive, one must eat. The mouth must taste, the eyes observe, the ears listen. The nose smell, these are innate from the womb. The desires for sight, sound, fragrance, flavor, touch, and intention are human instincts, inescapably mundane. If the 7 emotions are to be considered, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, aversion, and desire are all intertwined with the 6 desires. The relationship between the 7 emotions and 6 desires is inherently reciprocal. If these malevolent spirits were to use them to ensnare individuals, it would make no sense whatsoever. They have their own standards, Yue Qing replied. They are malevolent spirits, incapable of rational thought. Those who perish in the marketplace are either great villains or victims of injustice. None are innocuous. The aftermath of their executions leaves behind a lingering resentment, intertwining to affect those who enter, breeding ethereal spirits. That ancient tortoise stone tablet was likely placed here to suppress the malevolent spirits, but alas, it was removed by the uninformed, leading to all the chaos we face today. Chapter 719. Infatuation 2. At this moment, Ying Ning suddenly let out a soft whimper and collapsed weakly. Cui Ying quickly caught her. Girl, are you all right? Yue Qing hurriedly reapplied the Zhengyang talisman to her. Let us exit first. As Yue Qing was about to step outside, he heard a chilling scream emanating from beneath the ground, sending shivers down his spine. He turned back, affixing 2 Yang talismans on either side of the door. The dreadful cries diminished, yet the wind intensified. Yue Qing drew forth the bloodlight blade, placing 7 on each side, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper. Both the Yang talismans and the 14 bloodlight blades were concealed in a discreet manner, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. He employed an illusionary technique to obscure the true nature of the arrangements from anyone entering. Only then did he exit the basement, where Ying Ning finally regained consciousness. Cui Ying wiped the sweat from her forehead, asking, Are you all right? Why are you sweating so profusely? Yue Qing began to discuss the matter of the beheading after autumn. However, disregarding her own condition, Ying Ning immediately interjected, It's peculiar. I can communicate with them, and they do not seem to exert any influence over me. They are the souls of those executed after autumn. Due to their incomplete spirits, they cannot enter the netherworld, thus remaining in the place of their demise. The longer they linger, the more souls accumulate here. But wait, this doesn't make sense. Even if their souls are incomplete, they could still move elsewhere. They wouldn't lose their ability to relocate. Yet, these souls are concentrated here. There must be some hidden reason behind it. Yue Qing remarked. Who placed the ancient turtle stone tablet here is of utmost importance. The individual responsible may possess vital knowledge. Once we locate the ancient turtle tablet, everything will become clear. Cui Ying added, Mr. Yuan has already contacted the previous construction team. Our next task is to reach out to Miss Tian and the girl from upstairs. I have obtained Miss Tian's contact information and will verify her current situation. The girl upstairs is a manifestation of laziness. Yue Qing stated, thus, her affliction stems from her laziness, which has birthed this specter, a consequence of being influenced by the malevolent spirit in the basement. To assist her, we must first ascertain her identity. The specter has yet to fully manifest, so we still have time. Let us seek out managerly. If he proves uncooperative, we can always summon the handsome American again, right? Handsome American? Cui Ying responded cheerfully, you did splendidly today. Wei Jia, brimming with pride, declared, of course. Who dares to underestimate us? The three soon found Manager Li, and upon meeting, they inquired, have you found the information on the young lady from earlier? Manager Li, who had been quite flustered by the earlier encounter, now displayed enhanced efficiency. I just inquired. Her name is Fang Yi, a receptionist at Rongfeng Company, 23 years old, and she has only been with the company for a month. Here is her home address. Sigh, I think she assumed I was pursuing her, hence my inquiry. My integrity has certainly taken a hit. Well, it's not like you had much integrity to begin with, Cui Ying whispered. What did you say? Manager Li asked. Unable to hear. Nothing. I was just saying you have it tough too, Cui Ying replied. I won't disturb your work. You all carry on. Returning to the main hall, they found it was working hours. Aside from visitors seated in the lobby waiting, there was no one else present. Ying Ning asked, how do we help her now? She is bound to think Yue Qing is a charlatan. Before, Zhou Hong had suffered misfortune due to the overwhelming power of the void spirit, compounded by his inability to control himself, which led to the backlash from the spirit. I believe that as long as she is willing to leave the building, the influence of the void spirit on her will significantly diminish. After all, the spirit is a result of the lingering souls in the basement, currently suppressed by the Bloodlight Blade and the Xingyang Talisman, rendering it incapable of affecting the outside world. Yue Qing remarked, the pressing matter is to ensure she vacates this company. I'm afraid we will need your assistance, handsome American. What can I do? The handsome American inquired. Astonished, I have seldom been in a position to act. Intimidate her. Our intervention in persuading her would be futile, but if she is frightened, she may hastily depart. Yue Qing proposed. You spirits can manifest your presence based on your will, correct? That Miss Fang appears to be fresh out of school. She should be relatively easy to scare. Wei Jie immediately rubbed his hands together. All right, I shall give it a try. I will certainly compel her to leave the company. Wei Jie arrived at the earlier mentioned company, where the young lady named Fang Yi was dozing off at her workstation. He couldn't help but mutter. She's truly a spirit of laziness, sleeping during work hours. How slothful. An idea struck him. He floated into the air and then inverted his form, allowing his long hair to cascade onto Fang Yi's head. She trembled, looking up in suspicion, yet saw nothing and returned to her magazine, which lay on the desk. Wei Jie was at a loss for words. This girl seemed utterly oblivious to her surroundings. It appeared he needed to employ more drastic measures to ensure she directly perceived him. Once this thought crossed his mind, he pressed closer. His face mere inches from Fang Yi's. This time, he was determined to frighten her into a state of panic. Fang Yi finally sensed something amiss, turning her head. Her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly parted. Wei Jie felt a surge of pride. This time, would she not be terrified? So handsome, Wei Jie thought in exasperation. What a trivial response to the appearance of something impossible in broad daylight. Resolute, he extended his tongue, vividly crimson. Surely this would be sufficient to instill fear. Fang Yi's eyes indeed widened even more. Is this a prop? Hey, you oblivious young lady. Take a glance at your colleagues. With such a large ghost appearing, and they remain unfazed, do you truly think it's a prop? Wei Jie could no longer contain himself. I am a ghost. How cool. Fang Yi's voice rose, drawing the attention of her surrounding colleagues. It was then she realized a startling truth, lowering her voice. Am I the only one who can see you? How wonderful. How wonderful. Outside, Cui Ying, eavesdropping, was nearly astounded, exclaiming, what kind of girl is this? The handsome American has truly stumbled into a pitfall this time. Yue Qing replied calmly. He has fallen into pitfalls before. Ying Ning remarked, what should we do? It seems scaring her away is not an option. Handsome American, you must devise another plan. At this moment, Fang Yi's voice emerged. When did you become a ghost? You're so handsome. Have I heard of you before? Please, do tell me quickly. Cui Ying sighed, remarking on the girl's infatuation. There are benefits to being lovesick, Yue Qing commented. He resolved to have Wei Jie persuade her. With determination, he moved his lips, and Wei Jie listened intently, knowing he had to exercise patience while dealing with the girl named Fang Yi. You should not come to work tomorrow, he stated impatiently. Fang Yi perked up, asking why not. If you remain here, you may meet a tragic fate. Wei Jie decided to be severe. It could be a gruesome end, leaving no trace behind, and it would be excruciating. Such impoverished language, Cui Ying thought. What has become of this handsome man? Wasn't he a paragon of talent and beauty, destined for greatness? How did he fall to such depths? Once Wei Jie finished speaking, he scrutinized Fang Yi's face. Confused, she asked, so, you are concerned for my well-being, which is why you chose to warn me. I will heed your advice. Cui Ying exchanged glances with Ying Ning, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What is happening? Wei Jie was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The girl actually accepted his counsel. Are you serious? If so, the sooner you leave, the better. Fang Yi's eyes darted, and she grabbed the unfinished water from the table, rushing inside. Just as Wei Jie was bewildered, a man's furious voice erupted from within. Fang Yi, are you out of your mind? Within a minute, Fang Yi emerged, clutching her bag. That has settled. I can leave now. Wei Jie, curious, inquired. What did you just do? I poured the water over the manager's head. Fang Yi replied with a smile. This job was dreadfully dull. I had long wished to quit. Thanks to your intervention, I have finally made up my mind. Where I am not wanted, I shall find a place that welcomes me. Wei Jie's expression froze. It seemed her reluctance to work stemmed from her inherent laziness. Fang Yi continued her monologue, garnering the attention of her colleagues, who began to murmur behind her. As she prepared to leave, Wei Jie asked, What about your salary? I've barely been here a month. I'll let it go. Fang Yi responded, Moreover, after splashing the manager, do you think he would pay me? She added, All right, let us go. Will you accompany me? Accompany you? Wei Jie replied, I can only escort you to the lobby. It's bright and sunny outside. Am I mad? That is true, Fang Yi suddenly said. Will I see you again? If the opportunity arises, certainly. Wei Jie's vanity swelled with satisfaction, so he left the door open. First, depart from this perilous place, if fate allows. I shall seek you out. Gazing at Wei Jie's handsome visage, Fang Yi cheerfully exclaimed, All right, then lead me to the lobby. As Wei Jie passed by Cui Ying and the others, he waved triumphantly. Fang Yi, unable to contain herself, danced towards the elevator, accompanied by the specter of a handsome man. How cool. Observing Wei Jie's smug demeanor, Cui Ying could only laugh helplessly. This handsome man still holds advantages. The girl is clearly enamored with looks, not even sparing spirits. What is a beauty obsession? Ying Ning inquired curiously. Those who place an extreme emphasis on appearance, believing that beauty is a divine truth, are often merely enamored with the looks of others. Such individuals, captivated by those who are strikingly attractive, have a tendency to gravitate toward them, which is a concept distinct from love. These people consider the discovery of handsome and beautiful individuals as their mission, aiming to unearth the aesthetically pleasing. Cui Ying remarked that a girl named Fang Yi is a quintessential example of such an aesthetic connoisseur, as she is drawn to those who are beautiful or handsome, regardless of their character, making her quite an oddity. After Wei Jie bid farewell to Fang Yi, he promptly returned, eager for the approval of his peers. So, would you say I have accomplished something significant today? Indeed, came the reply. And it is a feat achieved through your looks. Cui Ying chuckled. As expected, your strengths do not lie in your character, but rather in your appearance. Wei Jie, missing the playful jab, earnestly responded, regardless of the nature of one's strengths, having them is commendable. A beautiful face is indeed one of my assets. And as long as it serves a purpose, that is what matters, right? Yes, yes. Today we have unearthed your new talent for aesthetics. Cui Ying laughed heartily, drawing the attention of passing staff members. She quickly composed herself, playfully sticking out her tongue. All right then, I shall record this great achievement for you, and upon your return, I will procure the finest incense. It's a promise. Wei Jie exclaimed with excitement. Now, let us hurry back to Yuli. If we linger here any longer, someone may well call the mental health clinic. Yue Qing urged Wei Jie back to Yuli. Reluctantly, Wei Jie entered Yuli after a successful day. Sister Cui Ying, do you have contact with Miss Tian? Ying Ning inquired. I will call her now, Cui Ying replied. We have been out long enough. It is time to return. On the other end of the line, Miss Tian's voice was calm. After leaving the bustling metropolis, she had returned to a simpler life, and her mental state had evidently improved. Following Cui Ying's repeated inquiries about her health and assuring her well-being, Yue Qing remained concerned. After discussing with Mr. Yuan, they summoned the Bu brothers to synchronize the surveillance of Hongji building to the office. Yue Qing settled in to monitor the situation, ensuring no one exhibited signs of distress. Even dining at the computer desk, Baimoxuan also sat at the computer, a rare sight for him. Ying Ning, intrigued, asked, Brother Moxuan, what are you doing? Her sharp eyes caught the names he was searching, and she widened her eyes. Why are you searching for Shangguan Chuqing's name? She has disappeared, leaving the company and her residence, Baimoxuan stated. No wonder you seem distracted. With such a significant event as exiting the entertainment industry, a press conference has been spared. Cui Ying remarked. These past few days, whether online or in tabloids, your name has been ubiquitous. It is an understatement to say it has been overwhelming. Baimoxuan was unfazed. The name Shengwan Chuqing was rare, yet there were few search results online. He closed the search engine, clasping his hands behind his head, pondering the sudden appearance and disappearance of this woman. Cui Ying tossed a newspaper in front of Baimoxuan. Take a look. Your hefty compensation for breach of contract has sparked public speculation, with many guessing you are a wealthy heir. This newspaper has indeed uncovered the truth about Boss Bai. On the newspaper, there is a photograph of Bai Yi, and astonishingly, a picture of Fu Yu is also present, depicting him during class. These journalists are truly relentless. Yue Qing took the newspaper. The media and fans have completely escalated this situation. Did you not disclose your family background when you entered the industry? In order to cultivate an air of mystery, coupled with my personal circumstances, I opted for a low-profile debut, Baimoxuan responded. The company was quite pleased with this approach. Your father is a successful businessman, and your mother is a renowned academic professor. Baimoxuan, you are the quintessential affluent and handsome figure. The fans have gone wild. Cui Ying exclaimed. Your family has even been bestowed with the title of the strongest genetic family. Baimoxuan appeared unperturbed. Good genes are a reality that cannot be denied. Furthermore, aside from your former agency expressing their willingness to welcome you back at any time, several major companies have also stated that as long as you are willing to sign with them, they will grant you any terms you desire. Baimoxuan, should you wish to return to the entertainment industry, all it takes is a nod from you. Cui Ying provocatively asked, so, are you tempted? After your withdrawal from the entertainment circle, your fan base has actually surged, which is quite rare. Becoming a quality idol is far more intriguing than running this small company. Spare me. Baimoxuan replied coldly. I have no interest. Indeed, your current focus is entirely on finding Shengwan Chuqing. Why did you not act sooner? Only now do you realize her absence, Cui Ying remarked with irritation. Baimoxuan closed his eyes. I acknowledge my shortcomings. Enough jesting with him. Yue Qing interjected. Come take a look at this. Have you discovered something else? Cui Ying immediately approached the computer, where a man could be seen laboriously bending over as he made his way toward the door. His unusual state had drawn the attention of those around him. Yue Qing noted, the arrogance has manifested into a wraith. His condition has evidently worsened. Cui Ying, keep an eye on this. I need to head over immediately. All right, let us stay in touch. Cui Ying sat before the computer, intently observing the screen. Baimoxuan stated, I will accompany you. The two exited together. While Cui Ying and Ying Ning remained fixated on the computer screen, oblivious to the arrival of Su Bo cleared his throat. I bring significant news. Does no one wish to hear it? Ying Ning turned around. What brings you here? I found the stone tablet of the eternal turtle at the Wanxiang Terrace. Su Bo replied. Today was fortuitous. I was patrolling the Wanxiang Terrace and happened upon a deceased monk's stone tablet from his former temple, which bears an almost identical description to that of Mr. Yuan. I wanted to inform you, but why are only the two of you here? They have gone out on errands, Cui Ying replied without turning back. What is the name of that temple? Nan Yuan Temple, Su Bo responded. It is located near Badaling. You should visit when you have the time. You all are busy. I must return to the underworld now. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from the living room. Ying Ning noticed a box of pastries on the coffee table, realizing it was brought by Su Bo, and felt a warmth in her heart. Chapter 721. Stagnation in the footage. Everyone had already left the office building. After work hours, the entire building fell quiet. Cui Ying stretched lazily. We cannot see the wraiths, so we can only discern the state of people. There should have been no anomalies just now, right? My dear? In the hands of Ying Ning lay a snack. None. Truly a careless child, commented Cui Ying. It was evening when Yue Qing and Baimoxuan returned, both starved and clamoring for food. Ying Ning and Cui Ying had prepared a lavish feast, and as they observed the two devouring their meal with fervor, Cui Ying couldn't help but exclaim, Yue Qing is one thing, but Baimoxuan, how can you two exhibit such behavior? Having trailed from the city center to the suburbs, can one not feel weary? Baimoxuan replied. It was a rare opportunity to act. That fellow was indeed relentless, thinking of work even as he faced his demise, fearing the loss of his livelihood. It is thanks to his tenacity that we discovered him. The ephemeral threat had been momentarily quelled. Yue Qing interjected. If he continues working at Hongji Building, he will inevitably resurface. Clearing his throat gently, he nudged Baimoxuan. You say? I administered a mild sedative. He likely won't awaken for 3 days, Baimoxuan stated. When it comes to life and work, life holds paramount importance. Cui Ying recounted the discovery of the monument by Su Bo, which stirred Yue Qing's excitement. Splendid. If the monument was originally intended to pacify those spirits, it likely serves the same purpose now. Tomorrow, we shall visit Nanyuan Temple. Nestled in the mountains, Nanyuan Temple thrived with devout worshippers, renowned for its effective guanyin of childbirth. The day they planned to visit coincided with the 15th, when the temple would be bustling with devotees. Subo had merely informed them that the ancient tortoise monument resided there, but had not revealed that it had been enshrined as the temple's treasure. Exchanging glances, Yue Qing and Baimoxuan shared a knowing look, and Yue Qing sighed wryly. Let us first seek out the abbot. The abbot greeted visitors warmly, yet upon hearing their purpose, hesitated. The monument does not belong to Nanyuan Temple. It cannot be relinquished without its owner's consent. Owner of the monument? Baimoxuan furrowed his brow slightly. The monument was relocated from a building 10 years ago. How can there be an owner? As far as I know, this monument appeared at Nanyuan Temple 15 years ago, the abbot replied. It cannot be the one you refer to. Yue Qing and Baimoxuan exchanged looks. Could there be two identical monuments? Indeed, the abbot confirmed. The monument was originally a pair. The individual who delivered it mentioned that it would be of use 15 years later, but it must be taken with his permission. Who exactly is this individual? Baimoxuan could no longer contain his curiosity. Abbot, our need for the monument is for the safety of those within a building, not for personal gain. We implore you to speak candidly. The abbot regarded the young pair before him and sighed deeply. As practitioners of Buddhism and Taoism, we must not speak falsely nor break our word. You may take the monument, but only with his consent. Baimoxuan, growing anxious, pressed, we can obtain his consent, but you must first tell us who he is. Xuanxu Taoist, the abbot replied. He has journeyed here and entrusted the monument to this place. As a wandering Taoist, where might one seek him? This truly poses a dilemma. The two exchanged glances, smiles gracing their lips, and Yue Qing remarked, it must be the Xuanxu Taoist we know. The world is vast, yet it often seems that fate weaves a remarkable tapestry. After bidding farewell to the abbot, the two individuals sought the Taoist priest. Upon entering the priest's courtyard, they were momentarily struck dumb. Was this truly the same courtyard from before? It was autumn, and the garden was resplendent with chrysanthemums, each blossom poised to unfurl. The previous desolation had vanished, replaced by vibrant splendor. Hearing the commotion outside, the Taoist priest emerged, shedding his Taoist robe, leaving the two astonished. His ethereal aura remained intact, yet he had returned to secular life, now presenting as a spirited middle-aged man. When Bairong stepped out from behind the priest, the two understood the reason for his current appearance. Bairong expressed her surprise at their arrival. What brings you here? We seldom visit without good reason. Yue Qing replied with a smile. Grandmother, we've encountered a bit of trouble. Come in and speak, the Taoist priest gestured. Once seated, Yue Qing scratched his head and whispered. How shall we address you appropriately? You may still call me Taoist, the priest replied. Titles are merely labels and do not denote significance. Taoist Xuanxu continued. I have grown accustomed to it, easing any discomfort among you. Now, what is it that you seek from me? Yue Qing promptly recounted the tale of the spirit haunting the building and the stone tablet. Eager to ascertain whether the Taoist priest was indeed the Xuanxu Taoist mentioned by the abbot, the priest glanced at Bairong and said calmly, I once traveled extensively and visited that building. At that time, it was not yet known as Hongji Building, although there were malevolent spirits beneath. It was fortunate that a millennia-old tortoise stone tablet was there to suppress them. The owner of the building clearly understood this art and had taken considerable efforts. So I departed. Later, while wandering, I stumbled upon another millennia-old tortoise stone tablet. Upon calculation, I realized it would be of use in the future. Yet the time was not ripe. After much contemplation, I entrusted it to a temple. Why a temple and not a Taoist monastery? Yue Qing pointed out sharply. After all, your practice is rooted in Taoism. However, the tablet bears the inscription of the Diamond Sutra, the Taoist priest explained. The Diamond Sutra is a Buddhist scripture, imbued with spiritual essence, likely inscribed by an enlightened monk. To ascertain its rightful affiliation, it must belong to a Buddhist temple. Diamond signifies strength and the ability to sever. Baimoxuan interjected. It is said that the Diamond Sutra can help one dispel worries and attain wisdom. Indeed, the Taoist priest concurred. Yet the tablet only bears half of the sutra. The other half resides at the original building. You must be curious why I did not return this tablet there. He continued. I did attempt to do so, but alas, Presenting a Buddhist tablet as a Taoist was met with suspicion, and I was promptly dismissed. Baimoxuan couldn't help but exclaim, "How embarrassing." The Taoist priest smiled at her. "I find no embarrassment in this. Rather, I feel pity for them. No wonder that temple regards the tablet as a treasure of the temple," Yue Qing remarked. "Now that the spirits are stirring and the malevolent entities below are restless, we hope the Taoist priest can assist us in this matter." "Certainly," the priest replied, rising immediately. "Spirits still possess emotions. We must sever their roots. Otherwise, even if you vigilantly watch over that building, it will be challenging to manage comprehensively. I shall accompany you to retrieve the tablet at once." "I will join as well," Baimoxuan declared. The four individuals returned to the Nanyuan temple, where the abbot, indeed a man of his word, recognized the Taoist upon his arrival. 15 years prior, the abbot was not yet in his esteemed position, but he had witnessed the arrival of the stone tablet at the temple. At that time, the pilgrims offering incense were descending the mountain. The abbot instructed that the temple gates be closed, and after a series of rituals, he permitted the pilgrims to carry the stone tablet away. The tablet was quite heavy, and the young monks of the temple assisted in transporting it down the mountain. Without any delay, the four delivered the stone tablet directly to the Hongji building and simultaneously notified Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan had not seen the stone tablet in person back then, and now, upon witnessing it, he was filled with regret. "If only I had been more meticulous back then, perhaps I would not have encountered so many troubles." As he spoke, he took a photograph of the tablet with his mobile device. The other tablet should correspond with this one. Knowing its physical form will aid in locating others. This stone tablet could temporarily suppress the malevolent spirit below, the Taoist assured them. "You need not worry excessively." By this time it was evening, and most companies had locked their doors and departed. The group worked together to move the stone tablet into the basement. At the moment the ancient turtle stone tablet was set down, its eyes suddenly glowed briefly, a fleeting flash that made Yue Qing doubt his vision. When he focused again, the stone turtle was still. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed in his ears, but it faded away, leaving no trace. Chapter 722, Prayer Beads with the Stone Tablet in Place. Yue Qing felt a sense of relief. He sheathed the bloodlight blade and retrieved the Zhengyang talisman he had previously set. In that instant, the dust on the ground began to swirl and, after a brief period, settled once again. The Taoist observed keenly and then spoke with gravity. "The malevolent spirit is restless. This matter requires prompt attention." Mr. Yuan sighed, and the Taoist continued. "The previous owners of the building were aware of the underlying issues here. Otherwise, they would not have sought out the stone tablet for suppression. Was this not emphasized when you took over?" "No," Mr. Yuan replied. "The property prices in this area have skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. The price of this office building is extraordinary. Typically, one would be frustrated by the lack of offers to buy. Under normal circumstances, unless one is facing financial difficulties, they would not easily relinquish such a golden opportunity. I was overjoyed when I took over," Mr. Yuan lamented. "Who would have thought it would turn into a hot potato? The original owners of the building? You know them as well?" "Wangdeli," Mr. Yuan said. "For a wealthy magnate to sell off his property is a clear indication of his need for funds. I purchased it at a reasonable price, thinking I had secured a bargain." "Wangdeli, no wonder he was eager to sell." Yue Qing suddenly felt an intuition that Wangdeli was quite aware of the subterranean circumstances. His urgency to divest must stem from a realization that the power of the stone tablet was waning and would eventually fail to contain the malevolent spirit. Thus, he had passed this burdensome responsibility onto another, cunningly orchestrating the entire situation. Noticing the somber expressions on the faces of the four, Mr. Yuan could not help but inquire with concern, "What troubles you?" "Nothing," Baimoxuan replied. "It's merely a reflection on Wangdeli." Indeed, Wangdeli was a commercial prodigy. Alas, his demise was too abrupt. Now, only orphans and widows remain, and the management of the group has fallen into other hands. "I had thought that Mrs. One would take over." Mr. Yuan realized that the conversation had strayed off course and promptly redirected it. "Thank you all for your assistance. I will reach out once more to locate another steal as swiftly as possible. Please, feel free to carry on." After seeing Mr. Yuan off, the Taoist remarked, "Wangdeli truly possesses remarkable acumen." Bai Hong interjected, "All right, let us depart from this place. I still feel a chill coursing through me." As the four exited the building, Yue Qing spotted Fong Yi sitting across the street, gazing up at the structure. The cheerful girl appeared sorrowful today, as if transformed. How strange. Why does she look this way? It seems she regrets resigning due to you. Handsome. The handsome man, observing the scene from within the building, felt a pang of sadness upon seeing Fang Yi's desolate expression. Impulsiveness is a devil. I cannot be blamed. It is you who incited this. Fang Yi finally lowered her head, fixating on her toes, her demeanor utterly forlorn. As darkness enveloped the sky, she eventually rose and departed, boarding a bus shortly thereafter. A familiar voice called out from behind. "Oh, what brings you here?" Yue Qing turned to see Cui Ying. "Did you finish work this late?" "Those of us in this line of work do not adhere to a 9-to-5 schedule. We have no idea when we might finish," Cui Ying replied with a resigned smile. "By the way, thank you for accommodating my work. Miss Cui Ying is quite amiable." Suddenly, Cui Ying's eyes widened. "Is that not Baimoxuan?" Baimoxuan swiftly replied. "We have matters to attend to. Let us hurry back." Before Cui Ying could react, the group nodded at her and hastily left, boarding the vehicle. Baimoxuan remarked, "The mere mention of reporters gives me a headache." Yue Qing burst into laughter. "You are currently a sought-after figure in the city. Unfortunately, it is exceedingly difficult for them to catch a glimpse of you." Cui Ying's reaction is hardly surprising. She hadn't even spoken yet, and you fled faster than a rabbit. "Your tongue is beginning to resemble Cui Ying's," Baimoxuan retorted without hesitation. "Once familiarity sets in, unreasonable demands will arise, such as human nature, ever increasingly greedy. Therefore, I wish to remain unacquainted with her and avoid any entanglements." "What a heartless person," Yue Qing commented. "Have you changed your license plate?" "No, you did not drive before." "Post-retirement is a different matter," Baimoxuan replied. "No one recognizes my license plate, so it is of no consequence." "Taoist, I shall escort you both up the mountain now. My apologies for the trouble." The Taoist said, "Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to contact me." After dropping off the Taoist and Bai Hong, the two returned to the office. To Yue Qing's astonishment, Fang Yi appeared once more across from the Hongji building, still seated in the same spot, utterly motionless. Yue Qing remarked, "What could this girl possibly be plotting?" The handsome man said, "I will inquire with her. Be cautious, and remember to return on time," Yue Qing advised. "If you go missing, we won't come looking for you." Having learned from past experiences, the handsome man understood and resentfully replied, "I see. You will not seek me out. You are quite ruthless." The handsome American emerged from the jade-like setting, effortlessly gliding past the car window to settle beside Fang Yi. He adjusted his attire, cleared his throat gently, and finally caught Fang Yi's attention. Her eyes were slightly reddened, indicative of recent tears. "Why have you been crying?" Upon seeing the handsome American, a smile flickered across Fang Yi's face. "Oh, it's you. We meet again. Are you waiting for someone here?" A single phrase from the handsome American caused Fang Yi's expression to darken once more. "Did I say something wrong?" "Yes, I am waiting. Waiting for someone who will never arrive." Fang Yi replied, "In any case, it's fine. I'll just sit here to pass the time. By the way, how did you come here? Look at you. A specter wandering around this grand building, are you not? Did you perish here, or are you merely a wandering spirit, drifting about?" The handsome American could no longer contain himself. "I came over because I noticed you were unhappy. Can you not think of me as a bit kinder? Though I am a spirit, I possess compassion. When you sat here, then left only to return, I thought surely you must have something weighing on your heart." Fang Yi's expression became peculiar. "You saw me twice? Otherwise, why would I be sitting here?" The handsome American replied gloomily, "Unfortunately, the ones who ought to see me do not." Fang Yi expressed her disappointment. One remark plunged the handsome American into despair. "So, I am the one who should not be seen, yet I am? You, my dear girl, are quite cruel to a ghost. I shall take my leave." Without uttering a word of persuasion, Fang Yi watched as the handsome American sat back down. "Very well. I am of an age where I cannot quarrel with a young girl. I will keep you company a little longer. You know, seeing you brings me joy," Fang Yi suddenly remarked. "Knowing that ghosts exist is a joyous revelation for me. Ah, especially an old ghost." The handsome American responded, "You seem utterly unafraid. Did you once believe in ghosts?" "I believe in my heart," Fang Yi replied. "I would say I am willing to believe in the existence of spirits." The handsome American said, "Beyond spirits, there are many extraordinary phenomena beyond ordinary comprehension. Just because you cannot see them does not mean they do not exist." Fang Yi's eyes sparkled with interest. "I believe." The handsome American chuckled. "You are indeed a most peculiar girl." At that moment, most of the lights in the Hongji building had been extinguished, with only a few still aglow, where some remained toiling away at work. The handsome American continued, "People in modern society are truly weary. Pastoral life has become a luxury. By the way, How do you sustain yourself if you don't work? I have some savings. Fang Yi replied. Do you not find me familiar? Not at all. I usually dwell in the jade-like realm, he answered. I am not well informed about the outside world. Then that settles it. Suddenly, Fang Yi stood up. I must take my leave. Chapter 723. The intruder 1. This girl always makes sudden decisions. And the handsome American could only respond helplessly. Then please be careful. The handsome American stood there, gazing at Fang Yi's retreating silhouette, feeling inexplicably perplexed. Ultimately, he drifted through the air, hastily making his way to the office building. He leaped onto the balcony and then passed through the glass door, lazily floating in midair. Yue Qing and Cui Ying were engrossed in assisting Baimoxuan in gathering all information about Shangguan Chuqing, paying him no heed. The handsome American sighed mournfully, lamenting. To exist as a ghost and feel so insignificant is truly a dire predicament. Cui Ying finally responded, We are aware of your presence. Why not report it proactively? Fang Yi had asked if I found her familiar, questioning if she was a celebrity. The handsome American remarked, She seems rather peculiar today. Cui Ying then typed Fang Yi into the search engine. The name was quite common, resulting in a plethora of results. However, the third entry featured a photograph of the very Fang Yi they had encountered. Upon clicking it, Cui Ying exclaimed, No wonder she quit her job so readily. She is the sole daughter of the renowned cake magnate of the capital. Yue Qing added, Strange, this says she once won a world dessert competition. She must possess considerable talent. Why then is she working as a mere receptionist in Hongji Building? Perhaps it is a rebellious act against her father, Cui Ying suggested. Anyway, let's not dwell on that. Baimoxuan, I think we should hire a private investigator to find Shangguan Chuqing. Our current method is not effective. Very well. It seems we have no other choice, Baimoxuan replied, closing his eyes. Cui Ying, I ask you to assist me. Understanding Baimoxian's predicament, Cui Ying readily agreed. No problem. It's rare to find a woman who captivates you so deeply. I will do my utmost to help you locate her. Mr. Yuan's search finally yielded some progress. However, upon encountering the stone tablet, Yue Qing and the others felt somewhat disheartened. At a carving shop, they discovered the stone tablet trapped beneath some stone material, with the stone turtle beneath it already cracked. It was said that the tablet had been brought to this shop to be broken open for its materials, but after just one strike, the worker's hand had been injured by the shock. The shop owner, a devout Buddhist, sensed that the tablet was extraordinary and thus refrained from further attempts to break it. Since someone was now interested in purchasing it, the shop owner naturally seized this lucrative opportunity. Mr. Yuan spent 100,000 to acquire the tablet. Though it was a significant expenditure, he was not overly concerned. His greater worry was the crack in the tablet and whether it would still serve its purpose. Yue Qing was unperturbed by this matter, stating, Let us first bring it back to the basement. The two tablets were placed side by side in the basement. Yue Qing remarked, In addition to suppression, we must also dispel the resentment of the malevolent spirits below. As Taoists, our methods of exorcism differ from those of Buddhism. Merely repairing the cracked tablet will not suffice. I wish to invite the master abbot to perform the exorcism. The Taoist priest should be able to arrange this. Baimoxuan asserted, I will ascend the mountain to seek him out. You stay here for now. Yue Qing nodded. As the tablet took its place, the malevolent spirits below began to stir uneasily. He could distinctly hear their anguished cries and furious roars. Ying Ning and Cui Ying exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of trepidation. Ying Ning inquired, Will the exorcism harm them? No, Yue Qing reassured her. Do you remember the child with the spirit of a young boy? Once the malignance within him is purified, he will attain peace. What is the matter? They were all individuals who had previously been beheaded. Though remnants of resentment lingered, there was an overwhelming sense of pity for them, as Ying Ning expressed. Rest assured, for them, the ritual of liberation is a form of release, Yue Qing reassured her. The two spirit monuments will ensure peace here in the future. The Taoist priest summoned the abbot of Nanyuan Temple. Upon entering the basement, the abbot intoned clearly, Ba. The prayer beads in his hands began to rotate swiftly as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Reciting the Ksitigarbha Sutra, we respectfully beseech the compassionate protection of the great compassionate Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, bowing to the inherently pure heart, the boundless treasure of the Buddha. A solemn atmosphere pervaded the basement. Yue Qing observed the abbot's prayer beads, known as Nianzhu, which come in three forms: holding beads, wearing beads, and hanging beads. The abbot held the holding beads. Another meaning of prayer beads is not to kill, signifying the prohibition against taking life. In Buddhism, The foremost precept is the vow against killing. None of us wish to lose our lives. Considering others, every sentient being feels the same. It is said that heaven possesses a virtue of cherishing life. Wearing or holding prayer beads serves as a constant reminder to value life. Each strand of prayer beads consists of a main bead, several other beads, and a string. The main bead represents the Buddha, the string symbolizes the Dharma, and the various other beads represent the Sangha. Thus, the three jewels of Buddhism, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, are encapsulated within a single strand of prayer beads. The abbot's holding bead, crafted from blood agate among the 7 treasures, has been regarded by the Huaxiao people since ancient times as a color of auspiciousness. It was believed that blood agate could serve as a guardian, possessing absolute power. As the abbot's recitation intensified, the speed of his bead rotation quickened. Suddenly, Yue Qing froze. As dark energy surged from below, swirling anxiously in the air, ultimately coalescing into a circle that surrounded the abbot. His demeanor remained solemn, unaffected by the encroaching dark energy. However, Yue Qing's heart raced. Under the suppression of the stone monuments and the sutra, these malevolent spirits could no longer contain themselves. Attempting a final desperate struggle from beneath the earth, a sharp crack resonated as the prayer beads in the abbot's hands suddenly split open, revealing a fissure. The Taoist priest and Yue Qing exchanged a glance. The so-called counterattack from dire straits emanated from a sudden burst of power. The two immediately settled into a cross-legged position and chanted in unison. The first breath stands firm, the second breath flows harmoniously, the third manifests myriad phenomena. The fourth brings forth light. 36 above, 36 below, the great mystery knows no bounds. Marvelous is the Great Cave Sutra. We take refuge in the Supreme One, who can absolve all sins. Though Mr. Yuan could not see, his mental state transformed accordingly. Moments ago, he had felt an urgent chill, but now he was enveloped in a profound sense of calm. The harmonious chanting of the three instilled a reassuring tranquility in him. Mr. Yuan remarked to Cui Ying, "These three are indeed extraordinary individuals." Baimoxuan added, "The combined forces of Taoism and Buddhism leave these malevolent spirits with no avenue of retreat. Mr. Yuan, you may now prepare for payment." Mr. Yuan nodded repeatedly, "Indeed, indeed." As the trio continued their recitation, the dark energy gradually dispersed, fading away bit by bit. Ying Ning closed her eyes and, feeling the absence of that tragic ambience, opened them to declare, "It is all over." Yue Qing opened his eyes, still bearing some remnants, yet insufficient to stir up trouble. With these 2 stone statues present, peace could be assured for the future. Cui Ying suddenly noticed that the stone statue, which had originally been cracked, was now restored to its pristine condition. She nearly lost her words, stammering, You all look. The statue has returned to normal." Mr. Yuan observed this clearly, feeling an immense admiration for these extraordinary individuals. Incredible, truly incredible. Once the three concluded their chanting, noticing the beads in the abbot's hands were damaged, Baimoxuan remarked, "There are antique beads from the Qing dynasty in the antique shop. I shall send them to Nanyuan Temple another day." The abbot merely smiled faintly, saying, "I shall take my leave first." The Taoist priest added, "I will deliver them one day." The abbot would not accept such trifles from you youngsters. Baimoxuan turned to Mr. Yuan, asking, "Is this matter resolved?" Of course, Mr. Yuan replied. "Let us settle the accounts now. Should similar incidents arise in the future, do remember to recommend us." Seizing the moment, Cui Ying handed them their business card, which bore only a phone number and address, devoid of any name. As the group returned, Su Bo was already reclining on the office sofa, his corporeal form lying with hands crossed over his chest, eyes half closed, as if merely resting. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he remained still until an unexpected exclamation prompted him to sit up triumphantly. "Surprised, aren't you?" Chapter 724. "The intruder too. There's nothing surprising about your arrival," Baimoxuan replied coldly. Su Bo felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Lying speechlessly on the sofa, "Baimoxuan, have you ever had Boss Tang calculate your fate? Are you perhaps a star of misfortune? With your temperament unchanged, when will you ever conclude your bachelor days?" This struck a chord with Baimoxuan, who, with a grim countenance, moved to a distance. Cui Ying, with irritation, playfully tapped Su Bo on the head. "Fortunately, you can materialize and still have your head knocked. Su Bo, do you know what it means to bring up matters that are best left untouched?" Sticking out his tongue, Su Bo retorted, "Congratulations, you've just brought it up too." Momentarily speechless, Cui Ying hastily shifted the subject. Isn't Yue Ming busy right now? Yue Ming has both work hours and leisure time, Su Bo explained. Currently, it's leisure time. I came to inquire about the woman named Cui Ying. What are we planning to do about her? I just conducted an interview with her. She spoke quite normally, without any peculiarities. The medicine from Senior Xianjing is very effective, Cui Ying noted. She does not remember her past at all. Yue Qing added. There is still one method, to consult the Moxuan texts and the chronicles of Qingqiu to see if there is a remedy that could be useful. If she cannot recall her past life, she will not remember Ziyuan. Unfortunately, there has been no progress. Su Bo, does Yue Ming have any leads? Judge Zhong has begun investigating the incident involving the Punishment Division to uncover why he assisted Ji Yao in erasing records from the Book of Life and Death. It is now confirmed that the Punishment Division was acquainted with Ji Yao, or rather, Ji Yao's previous incarnation, Su Bo elucidated. The Punishment Division deleted his own records from the Book of Life and Death as well. Previously, the former King of Hell had overlooked this detail. Now, Judge Zhong aims to uncover the truth. Even while serving in the realm of Yue Ming, are the records still maintained in the Book of Life and Death? Ying Ning inquired. Indeed, it exists solely on the other side of the ledger of life and death, reminiscent of the black and white pages in the annals of Qingqiu. Su Bo remarked. Typically, no one pays heed to the black pages. Hence, when Ji Yao's records were expunged, neither Yan Wang nor the Yue Qing intervened. It must be said that this Judge Zhong is remarkably astute to have contemplated such a matter. Yue Qing added. The malevolent punishment department's deliberate erasure of its records from the ledger appears rather self-deceptive. Indeed, a needless endeavor. Ying Ning tilted her head and mused. What do we call this again? Ah yes, an exercise in futility. Unfortunately, the punishment department has been a presence in the underworld longer than Judge Zhong. Su Bo continued. Few peers accompany him. The punishment department is not particularly conspicuous in the underworld, and astonishingly, no one knows who he was in life. Not even the Yue Qing can say. Can you not find this utterly detestable? No wonder they rushed over. Your leads had run dry, prompting us to seek out Cui Ying. Cui Ying remarked with a click of her tongue. Having assumed the mantle of acting Yan Wang, your intellect seems to have sharpened. Sister, what are you implying? My faculties were not enhanced merely by becoming the acting Yan Wang. Previously, I was merely appearing wise while allowing you all room to flourish. Now, however, in a position of authority, one must project wisdom and cleverness, Su Bo replied. Yet I concede, it is indeed my leads that have faltered, compelling me to urge you. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Who could have anticipated that Cui Ying had encountered such events before? This is what we term the butterfly effect, Cui Ying asserted. A minuscule change in initial conditions can trigger a vast and enduring chain reaction throughout the entire system. This principle is not confined to the realm of dynamics. The circumstances we face now epitomize the butterfly effect. The boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. Why the haste? Baimoxuan interjected. Have we made arrangements for the private investigator? An order has been placed online, and I have sent over a photograph of Shangguan Chuqing, Cui Ying responded. Patience is key. Baimoxuan, you shift topics too rapidly. Ying Ning, what would you like to eat? A smile graced Yue Qing's lips. For Cui Ying had noted Baimoxuan's swift topic transitions, while she herself was even swifter. Su Bo, resigned, reclined on the sofa and lamented, Oh, divine powers. Grant us respite. When shall we arrive at the bridge? Cui Ying tossed a cushion at Su Bo's head and exclaimed, Here's some good news. We have concluded our dealings at Hongji Building. The first transaction was flawlessly resolved. The malevolent spirits have ceased to proliferate. And wickedness has been exorcised. Not entirely exorcised. Some remnants remain, Yue Qing stated earnestly. However, with the steel restored to its place, we can undoubtedly suppress them. Why so serious? Cui Ying chuckled wryly. Our Yue Qing is truly a... She struggled to find the right word, prompting Ying Ning to smile and say, A reliable man. Unable to endure further, Su Bo declared, I shall take my leave. He gestured toward the cake on the table. Ying Ning, this is for you. But do not overindulge, lest you lament the consequences. Wait, where did you acquire the funds? Cui Ying inquired. Could it be purchased with ghostly currency? Su Bo cleared his throat. I took it from your safe. Consider it your consultation fee for the interrogation of Zhou Hong's soul. How much did you take? I need to keep a record, Cui Ying asked. Merely 500, he replied. Su Bai wore an expression of wounded surprise. Sister, are you serious? Do I seem to be joking? Cui Ying replied. What we are engaged in now is business. Every transaction must be meticulously accounted for. How about this? From now on, you can withdraw a monthly allowance from us in a straightforward manner. I shall keep the records as part of your daily expenses. After all, we will need to seek assistance from Agent Yin Wang frequently. Su Bai clasped his shoulders. Women are truly terrifying. Let us go, he said. Cui Ying added. Make sure to come by on the 1st of every month to collect your money. And please, refrain from tampering with the safe on your own. Agent Yin Wang is formidable. Isn't. After receiving a thorough admonishment, Su Bai departed with a sense of compliance. Before leaving, he approached Ying Ning, planted a fervent kiss on her lips, and swiftly vanished from the living room. Ying Ning, blushing and covering her face, was too shy to lift her head. Cui Ying laughed heartily. This fellow has become bolder after his demise. And you, dear girl, have become increasingly bashful. Weren't you the one who once secretly said, I am hungry? Suddenly, Ying Ning exclaimed, I'm hungry. The image of covertly kissing Su Bai flashed through her mind, causing her to flush with heat. Cui Ying chuckled mischievously. All right, let us see what we have in the fridge. Ying Ning's culinary skills surpassed Cui Ying's expectations. How is it that you cook so well? Cui Ying inquired. During my time in Qingqiu, apart from Xiao Bai, I had few close companions. To pass the time, eating became the most delightful activity. With no one to cook for me, I had to rely on myself, Ying Ning explained. Another reason is hereditary. My mother is an excellent cook, and I believe I inherited that talent from her. Cui Ying felt a pang of sympathy. You, dear girl, have endured quite a bit of hardship. She had always assumed Ying Ning's love for food was simply a matter of nature, not realizing it stemmed from a deeper need to cultivate that habit to fill her days, transforming herself into a true gourmand. Once Ying Ning had her fill, she promptly washed up and went to bed, lying on the soft, expansive mattress, quickly succumbing to slumber. As the full moon ascended to its zenith, a figure appeared outside her window. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the window opened silently, and he gracefully entered Ying Ning's room. Watching her sleep peacefully, he smirked, placing a finger on her lips. Ying Ning, sensing an unusual presence, swiftly opened her eyes. Who? She gasped, before she could grasp the situation. Cool lips pressed against hers, an irresistible force rendering her unable to resist. The man pinned her hands down, murmuring, so fragrant. The icy kiss descended once more, causing her heart to race. The man straightened up, exclaiming, Damn, I can barely control myself now. Seizing the moment, Ying Ning swiftly sat up, flicked on the bedside lamp, and upon recognizing the man before her, she was left speechless. It's you, the one who brazenly entwined with a woman in the night, and later appeared at the pool. Chapter 725. Thank you for your concern, Ying Ning. How are you? Baimoxuan's voice suddenly cut through the tension. Just as Ying Ning was about to respond, the man leaped out the window. This was the 18th floor. Ying Ning jumped off the bed and leaned out the window, searching for any trace of him. Ying Ning. Did someone come in? The sensation of Baimo's blade was extraordinarily acute. That peculiar feeling earlier convinced him that an intruder had entered the room. Recalling that fleeting kiss, Ying Ning found it difficult to articulate. He has already departed. It was not Su Bo. Baimoxuan remained remarkably composed. Girl, you must tell me everything. What sort of person was he? A man, Ying Ning finally managed to say as she opened the door. Baimoxuan stood before her clad in casual attire. Seeing him dressed this way for the first time elicited an involuntary laugh from Ying Ning. Brother Moxian, you look good in anything. Baimoxuan, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, This is not the time to critique my wardrobe. Why is there a man in your room? He is a rather strange man. This is not our first encounter. Ying Ning recounted the earlier events, noting Baimoxian's furrowed brow. What is it, Brother Moxian? It's an odd sensation. I cannot ascertain to which category he belongs. Not everyone can leap from the 18th floor, Baimoxuan stated resolutely. I can only say he is not of our kind, girl. Be cautious, if he appears again. You must inform me, or Yue Qing. By the way, he did not take advantage of you, did he? Baimoxian's gaze upon Ying Ning's face revealed the answer. Damn it, Su Bo will go mad. Suddenly, tears streamed down Ying Ning's cheeks. Where did he kiss you? Baimoxian inquired, taking on a paternal tone. Ying Ning, transitioning from tears to laughter, pointed to her lips. Baimoxian felt a chill. That rascal. If I catch him again, I will surely bring him down. That night's interlude faded quietly. The following morning, Cui Ying heard the sound of a new email arriving on her computer. Approaching to take a glance, a photograph gradually unfolded within the message, and upon recognition, her limbs turned cold. Baimoxian. Baimoxuan sauntered over, and upon seeing the photograph, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over his face. The image of Shangguan Yue Qing, dressed in white silk, with a warm smile, was a visage he had longed for. Cui Ying, concerned, turned to Baimoxuan. I did not expect their actions to be so swift, nor did I foresee Shangguan Yue Qing marrying so soon. Baimoxuan's faint smile caused a tremor of anxiety in Cui Ying. Baimoxuan, are you all right? As long as she is happy, Baimoxuan replied. Please prepare a congratulatory gift for me. Rest assured, I will not demand funds from the safe like Su Bo. This will be out of my own pocket. This is the last thing I can do for her. When the door opened, the person behind it was not her, and an unsettling premonition washed over him. His mother had been right. He lacked the capacity to navigate emotions. This deficiency ultimately led to his loss of her, and he had yet to express his feelings. This sensation was rather disheartening, yet a faint delight lingered in his heart, for her smile, serene in white silk, reflected her contentment. She seemed to be in good spirits, suggesting her partner was indeed a commendable individual. His heart was a tumult of joy and sorrow, struggling to find equilibrium. Are you not planning to seek her out? Cui Ying inquired, surprised. I shall personally deliver the gift, Baimoxuan replied, and I shall seek an answer in return. Cui Ying had never witnessed the expression on Baimoxuan's face at that moment. He was smiling, yet there was an undeniable sadness in his eyes. The impact of missed opportunities was something she had experienced before, missing her grandfather's funeral, failing to see him one last time while he was alive. Such pain was etched deeply within her. Though love and familial affection differ in nature, the anguish they bring is strikingly similar. Baimoxuan was not adept at selecting gifts for girls, yet Cui Ying had her own thoughts. Baimoxuan, what significance does Shangguan Yue Qing hold for you? The first blush of pink in my life, Baimoxuan replied. With her, I first felt the desire to love, and for the first time, my heart was filled with conflicting thoughts. I am not skilled at navigating such contradictions, and I have no words for the current outcome. Baimoxuan's self-justification elicited a sigh from Cui Ying. What a pity. What gift do you plan to help me choose? Baimoxuan turned around to see three individuals on the sofa. Indeed, three. Yue Qing, Ying Ning, and Su Bo, who was seated between the two. What brings you here at such a time? What's so remarkable about the surname Bai? Isn't it better to end things before they begin? Su Bo remarked. There is no sense of betrayal between you. What you have is a relationship that faltered in its infancy due to mismanagement, leading to the current state. You, old witch, will live a long time, so fret not. Cui Ying retorted. Are you attempting to comfort me? Baimoxuan coldly interjected. Disregard his so-called comfort. Do you have any ideas? Pink diamond, Cui Ying suggested. Since she represents the essence of pink in your life, her significance must also be that of eternal pink. I believe you will never forget her, and nothing could be more fitting than a pink diamond. Cui Ying's words struck a chord, prompting Baimoxuan to respond. You truly resemble my mother, always so insightful. That's hardly a compliment, Cui Ying quipped. We must attend to Boss Luo's business. Luo Tian personally welcomed the two, and upon seeing the pair of pink diamond earrings, Baimoxuan resolved firmly, just like custom-made earrings for her, this is the one. Luo Tian praised. You truly have an eye for beauty. Diamonds appear pink due to structural changes. They form deep underground, whether in cliffs or dry riverbeds. Mining is exceptionally challenging, requiring workers to delve deep to extract diamond organ. There are insufficient pink diamonds anywhere in the world, hence this pair of earrings contains only 2 small pink diamonds. Yet their price reflects great discernment. Cui Ying couldn't help but laugh. Boss Luo, your introduction is quite amusing. Do you work part-time at a jewelry store? Luo Tian responded. Rest assured, I will offer you the most reasonable price, as I have never seen this lad wear such an expression before. Cui Ying gazed at Baimoxuan, astonished to find that the sorrow in his eyes had completely vanished, replaced by an uncanny sense of tranquility. The journey from her home to the jewelry store had taken merely half an hour, suggesting that the healing prowess of the Qingqiu people was remarkable. Luo Tian remarked. You weren't like this when we entered the store. Although I am unaware of what transpired, you, my young friend, are indeed an extraordinary individual. It is no surprise that you are Bai Yi's son, unperturbed by material gain or personal loss, a rare quality to possess. Shall we apply a discount? Baimoxuan inquired. Observing the elegantly wrapped earrings, he turned to Cui Ying and declared, I must head to that city immediately, with utmost haste. The helicopter from the Bu group is the quickest means, Cui Ying responded. Baimoxuan's decisiveness left Luo Tian astounded. It seemed he had pressing matters to attend to, so he refrained from accompanying him. By the way, I heard you have established an investigative agency focusing on paranormal events. I have a business opportunity to introduce to you, and I hope they will reach out soon. Boss Luo, it seems a lack of discount earlier was acceptable, Cui Ying exclaimed cheerfully. As their conversation unfolded, Baimoxuan had already vanished from the jewelry store, a fact Luo Tian noticed first. This child runs incredibly fast. Baimoxuan hurried to the city where Shangwan Chuqing resided. Passing by a photography studio, he recognized the source of a particular photograph, which had been chosen for its beauty and was prominently displayed in the studio's window. Even from a distance, he could see her. With little effort, Baimoxuan arrived at Shangwan Chuqing's location, where she was preparing for her wedding at a hotel. At that moment, she stood alone on the rooftop, gazing down at the city below, less bustling than the imperial capital, yet imbued with a sense of calm and stability. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Shangwan Chuqing turned, saying, "I will be down shortly." Chapter 726. By Moxuan's speculation, a smile graced her lips. "You have arrived." She showed no surprise at his presence, as if it were a natural occurrence. Baimoxuan presented her with a gift, given our acquaintance. "Do we not deserve an invitation to your wedding?" "He is but an ordinary man," Shangwan Chuqing replied. "Such esteemed guests may overwhelm him." Baimoxuan looked at her resolutely and said, "Had we met at a different time, the outcome might have been altered. Chuqing, from the moment you first appeared before me, I found myself drawn to you, longing to be closer. Had there been no contract, I would have regretted losing you due to my emotional inadequacies. Yet now, seeing you, I find this outcome rather pleasing. I must be quite a contradiction to you." Shangwan Chuqing approached Baimoxuan. "Not at all, not in the slightest. I, too, have experienced contradictions. I perceived a spark in your eyes, which I interpreted as affection, causing my own heart to waver. However, that naive feeling has faded, as you have not made any further advances, and I have contemplated our future. I may live for another 1,000 years. While though you possess the bloodline of a sand fox, you remain akin to an ordinary person, with a lifespan only slightly prolonged." Baimoxuan remarked, "Thus, as I grow old, I shall remain as I am now, and it is imperative that I personally bid you farewell. I cherish beauty, and I would not wish to appear before you with gray hair and wrinkled skin." Shangwan Chuqing replied, "It is not entirely your fault. I have been timid. However, should I encounter someone who meets my affections in the future, I shall muster the courage to confess. Thank you for your gift." Baimoxuan felt a profound sense of relief. A perceptive woman is indeed formidable. You resemble Aunt Xuefan, yet you possess a clarity greater than hers. True happiness lies in the simplicity of the ordinary. Shangwan Chuqing gazed at Baimoxuan with a smile. "I now feel fortunate that you did not confess your feelings to me. I have made the right choice. He is a genuine man, considerate and steadfast. Moxuan, I shall live a tranquil life. Thank you." Suddenly, Baimoxuan stepped forward and embraced Shangwan Chuqing. "This is what I have longed to do. Thank you." He turned and walked away. Shangwan Chuqing opened the box in her hands, and the pink diamond within made her smile even more brightly. "Eternal pink, Baimoxuan, I understand." Baimoxuan swiftly returned. Upon entering the elevator, he noticed a dapper gentleman in formal attire, holding a shawl, presumably concerned that Shangwan Chuqing might feel cold, hastening his steps toward the rooftop. As Baimoxuan pressed the elevator button, his heart unexpectedly returned to its rightful place. In just half a day, Baimoxuan had settled all matters and returned. Subo had ventured back from the underworld only to return, taking a detour to the antique shop to procure the newly brewed wine from the fox spirit. Thus, upon entering, Baimoxuan was greeted by that alluring fragrance, which he had actually sensed in the elevator. He noticed a neighbor curiously peeking out, sniffing the air. Was Subo truly so eager to draw attention to himself? "Baimoxuan, this is for you," Subo declared, presenting the wine with a flourish. Baimoxuan frowned. What is the meaning of this? As the saying goes, a good drink can alleviate 1,000 worries, Subo chuckled. "If you down it in one go, I assure you, you won't awaken for a month, and by then, you will feel nothing. How splendid is that? Why not just slice my throat and grant me immediate relief?" Baimoxuan retorted irritably, "Isn't that faster?" "Ah, my kindness is met with ingratitude," Subo said with mock indignation. "If you want tea drink, so be it. I'm perfectly fine. In fact, I'm quite joyful." Baimoxuan replied, "It is indeed a wonderful thing that the first person I fancied has met a commendable man. Thank you for your concern." Subo stepped back several paces, still cradling the wine. "Wait a moment. Why do you respond this way? The lofty Baimoxuan has been cast aside, and it ended before it even began. Aren't you at all disheartened? It seems I have let you down. Baimoxuan let out a muffled grunt. To tend to one's own burning courtyard while still caring for others is no easy feat. Burning courtyard? Subo set down the wine. What do you mean? Ying Ning, still puzzled by the phrase, turned to Cui Ying. What does burning courtyard mean? It is an idiom. Simply put, it refers to one's partner being preoccupied with their own troubles. Ying Ning remained confused, but Su Bo's expression darkened. Hey, Baimoxuan, do not speak carelessly. I am well aware of the kind of girl Ying Ning is. Pray tell, what manner of girl is she? Baimoxuan seated himself with a thud, casually lifting the wine to his nose for a whiff. The wine is exquisite, yet alas, I shan't indulge in it today, despite the so-called sorrow. My Ying Ning is undoubtedly a girl of innocence, kindness, and purity, Su Bai proclaimed with a hint of pride. In this society, such girls are indeed a rarity. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, that is precisely why she draws the attention of other men, particularly those of high caliber. Baimoxuan cast a cold glance at Su Bai. It seems another soul has succumbed to Ying Ning's charm since Chu Yin, sneaking in at such an hour to steal a kiss. That lad has quite the audacity. Huh. Su Bai's ears perked up. What did you just say? Brother Moxuan. Ying Ning cried out, but it was too late. She exchanged a bewildered glance with Yue Qing. Astonishment etched upon their faces. Is that true? When did this transpire? Ying Ning blushed, cautiously hiding behind Cui Ying. It happened last night, you know? The blonde man we encountered before. I have no idea who he is. Su Bai emitted a peculiar sound, cradling his face in his hands as he crouched down. Baimoxuan relished the moment, jesting. This wine seems more suited for you. I wonder if the deputy king of hell can remain lucid after partaking of it. What say you? Shall you give it a try? Oh, Baimoxuan, you truly are a devil, Su Bai retorted, exasperated as he rose to his feet. What sort of man is he? I cannot say. I only sensed a strange energy about him, yet he bears no resemblance to a ghost, Baimoxuan replied. To intrude and vanish so swiftly, he must be no ordinary individual. I am exceedingly disappointed in both of you. Yue Qing, you are a paragon among the Moxuan sorcerers. And Baimoxuan, you are the chieftain of the Qingqiu clan. How could you allow someone to enter so easily? Is there not a protective array in the antique shop? Surely, you can erect a barrier here as well. Why do you both remain idle? Hurry and take action. Cui Ying and Yue Qing exchanged incredulous glances. While Baimoxuan coldly declared, we shall not. Yue Qing and Cui Ying retreated with Ying Ning to a distance, and the two began to engage in a contest of wills. Su Bai was left dumbfounded. I shall not return to the underworld today. Do as you wish. Let chaos reign in the underworld, Baimoxuan replied. Let your freshly established authority plummet to the abyss. Baimoxuan, you are doing this on purpose, Su Bai fumed, floating towards the ceiling. Indeed, I am quite intentional about it, Baimoxuan unabashedly stated. I find great pleasure in it. Enough of this childishness, both of you, Cui Ying interjected. One is a chieftain, the other a deputy king of hell. Should word of this spread, it would be the subject of great mockery. Cui Ying finally sought to alleviate the tension. What matters most now is to awaken Chu Ying's memories of Yang Yuhuan. Su Bai, do not be angry, Ying Ning implored, finally approaching the still floating Su Bai. That fellow is indeed peculiar, and he did not appear again today. I shall completely disregard him henceforth. Su Bai finally descended to the ground. That fellow is unlike Chu Yin. Chu Yin is at least a gentleman, whereas this lad's character is questionable. How can one sneak into another's home at midnight to steal a kiss? Such behavior lacks integrity and virtue. Associating with someone like that is simply inadvisable. Chapter 727. Emperor Tang Ming. Yes, I understand, Ying Ning remarked. Did you uncover anything during your visit today? Su Bo returned to the matter at hand. No, presently. Judge Zhong is endeavoring to rectify the records of the Department of Punishments in the Book of Life and Death, seeking to discern his true identity in life. This process is arduous and requires additional time. However, given Judge Zhong's tenacity, he will not relent until he achieves a conclusion. I suddenly feel a sense of reassurance, knowing I have both Judge Zhong and King of Wheel at my side. Therefore, your priority remains the resolution of the Chu Ying issue. Senior Xianjing and Senior Jianshen are temporarily still at the antique shop, Baimoxuan stated. This matter pertains to Senior Xianjing. His continued presence here is vital. When you have the opportunity, gather some rare flora from Mount Luofu for them to brew wine, ensuring their stay. Su Bo retorted, do I require your reminder? I already visited the antique shop before coming here. Thanks to my previous display of skill at Mount Luofu. Du Ziren is quite pleased to have me tackle some unruly spirit beasts. However, your progress appears to be alarmingly slow. Understood, we will expedite our efforts. Tomorrow, I shall fabricate an excuse to visit the newspaper office and seek out Cui Ying, asserted. Strengthening relationships should suffice, correct? Su Bo felt his irritation gradually dissipate. Very well, I shall return to the underworld. Young lady, I am aware. Ying Ning sighed. Who else besides you can accompany me for another 600 years? Finally satisfied, Su Bo departed, leaving Cui Ying looking helplessly at Baimoxuan. Why didn't you inform us of such occurrences? That intruder is not human? There is no trace of a living being, Baimoxuan replied. Leaping from the 18th floor is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. I have a theory, having heard he possesses golden hair and blue eyes. What theory? Cui Ying inquired. You grew up in the West, so you should be familiar with a certain existence akin to a zombie, yet possessing greater intellect. Baimoxuan gazed at the others. Vampires. Cui Ying's expression brightened with excitement. Vampires have an enigmatic identity, neither divine, demonic, nor truly human or ghostly. In your terms, they exist beyond the 6 realms. In Europe, vampires refer to corpses capable of rising from their graves to feed on blood, under conditions of inadequate medical knowledge. Some individuals who were merely in a state of shock were buried alive, only to awaken or move again, perceived as undead. It is said that during the Black Death's rampant spread in Europe, vampires thrived and even became prominent among various families. Ying Ning had never heard of vampires and expressed her skepticism. Brother Moxuan, does such a being truly exist? There are indeed astonishing entities in both the East and West. If we can enter this world, so too can other races, Baimoxuan asserted. Didn't that fellow speak peculiar words to you? He kept saying you smelled delightful. Ying Ning recalled, last night, he mentioned something about being unable to control himself. He remarked that you are truly fragrant. Ying Ning, you never wear perfume. So I suspect he was referring to your blood, Baimoxuan conjectured. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. If he dares to return, I shall ensure he reveals his true form. Cui Ying remarked, I have indeed heard a tale regarding the origin of vampires, suggesting that their ancestor is Cain. Adam and his wife Eve bore 2 sons, Cain and Abel. Abel was a shepherd, while Cain was a tiller of the soil. When the time came to offer sacrifices to God, Cain presented his agricultural produce, while Abel offered the choicest lambs. God favored Abel's offering but rejected Cain's, inciting Cain's wrath. He then lured his brother Abel into the wilderness, where he took Abel's life. Thus, the story commences with fratricidal conflict. Baimoxuan, with a tightly pressed mouth, remarked, it sounds rather intriguing. Later, upon discovering the deed, God was filled with fury and condemned Cain to a life of wandering, destined to survive by drinking blood. Fearing that his transgressions would lead others to slay him, God bestowed upon him a mark to ensure his safety from being killed at first sight. Consequently, Cain's progeny evolved into the modern vampire lineage. Cui Ying continued, I have also penned tales of vampires in my earlier works, but alas, I have never witnessed one firsthand. All is born of imagination. Yue Qing, maintaining a stern demeanor while listening to their discourse on vampires, finally interjected, if that individual is indeed a vampire, he could scale the exterior of an 18th floor window. It seems they possess extraordinary abilities. Cui Ying responded, they possess long, sharp fangs, which they use to penetrate the necks of their victims to draw forth blood, concealing such traits in their daily lives. Vampires are characterized by their cold, pallid skin. Ying Ning gulped hard. His skin is indeed frigid, akin to ice, and remarkably pale. I encountered him twice, once during the night, and once in the rooftop garden swimming pool. Vampires from different clans exhibit unique powers. Cui Ying elaborated. In the West, some believe they can move with incredible speed and even possess the power of clairvoyance. They are thought to shun sunlight. Ying Ning, in both your encounters, he was not exposed to the sun, which aligns perfectly. Su Bo concurred, indeed. I believe it is prudent to establish a barrier. Yue Qing added, though I am uncertain if he subscribes to such notions. Baimoxuan pondered. If that creature were to drain Ying Ning's blood, would she not also transform into a vampire? Cui Ying replied, if all of this is true, then indeed she would. Baimoxuan, having shed his hesitation, joined Yue Qing as they approached the balcony and window, reciting incantations in unison, their fingers tracing the air. Both Cui Ying and Ying Ning felt the air shift irregularly around them. Upon closer inspection, the atmosphere appeared unchanged, leaving Cui Ying perplexed. Where is the barrier? Yue Qing pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood touch the air before them. With a whoosh, the air shimmered like a flowing curtain, revealing a peculiar golden symbol at its center. This is the barrier. The sight exhilarated them, particularly Ying Ning, who exclaimed, "Incredible! Barriers are typically employed by Onmyoji to safeguard what they deem sacred realms, preventing outsiders from intruding. This technique can be applied to land and structures, remaining immovable and invisible to the naked eye." As Yue Qing withdrew his hand, the aqueous veil before them vanished instantaneously. See, it has disappeared. As Sun Wukong prepared to depart, his concern for Tang Seng's safety led him to encircle the monk with his magical powers. This protective barrier, known as a boundary, ensured that as long as Tang Seng remained within it, no monster could harm him. Cui Ying humorously remarked, "This room is akin to the magical circle you created, and Ying Ning is like the encircled Tang Seng, while outside lurks a monstrous beast with a ravenous desire for her." Flushed with embarrassment, Ying Ning responded, "I am utterly terrified right now. What if it had bitten me before?" The thought sent shivers down her spine. Cui Ying comforted her, advising thus, "It is prudent to avoid being alone in the future." With the barrier in place, Ying Ning enjoyed a restful night, free from intrusions. The following morning, as everyone gathered for breakfast, the doorbell rang, accompanied by voices from outside. Cui Ying quickly drank her soy milk, exclaiming, "It seems to be Boss Luo." Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Boss Luo and a young woman. Recognizing her, Cui Ying's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "Fong Yi, you know me?" Fong Yi inquired, visibly shocked. No, it's not quite that. Rather, I am aware of you," Cui Ying uttered, silently chiding herself for her slip. Their previous encounter had only involved the handsome foreigner. They were the clandestine figures lurking in the shadows. The daughter of the Bread King, no less. She is indeed a formidable individual. Alas, we have too many food enthusiasts here. Chapter 728. Emperor Tang Ming Tu Luo Tian chuckled, saying, "Since you are acquainted, it should be easy to converse. May we come in?" As they entered, Luo Tian unabashedly stated, "See, I told you I would introduce business associates. Today, I have brought this client with me. Fong Yi, I have other matters to attend to, so you may converse at your leisure. Take care, Boss Luo." Fong Yi appeared eager for his departure, which puzzled Cui Ying. The handsome foreigner emerged from the jade room, ensuring Fong Yi did not see him. Curiously, he remarked, "Boss Luo is well aware of our company's nature. Her visit must be due to some extraordinary circumstances, as her previous demeanor was rather peculiar." No one paid heed to the handsome foreigner. Cui Ying invited Fong Yi to sit down, stating, "You are aware of our company's focus, correct? We specialize in matters ordinary individuals cannot resolve." Contrary to her previous infatuated persona, Fong Yi now exuded a composed demeanor. "After hearing about your firm from Boss Luo, I hesitated for many days before deciding to come, as I truly find myself at a loss." Ying Ning poured tea for her, encouraging, "Please, take your time." Fong Yi appeared increasingly anxious. Even before she spoke, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She lifted the teacup, only to place it back down on the table, stating, "Do you believe in the concept of past lives?" Yue Qing and Baimoxuan exchanged glances, affirming, "We do." Yue Qing added, "We have encountered individuals who vaguely remember their past lives, and such memories can be quite burdensome. These past events are indeed real. Have you encountered such experiences?" Fong Yi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "That is wonderful. I, too, have recollections." The handsome foreigner floated beside Fong Yi, who looked at him with suspicion, instinctively shrinking away. "You surely won't believe me when I say this, but in my past life, I was a man. That is not extraordinary." Baimoxuan remarked, "In the cycle of reincarnation, one may become a human or an animal. In the last life, one could have been a man, and in the next, a woman. It is not unusual to say that in this life you are a woman, while in the previous life you were a man." Fong Yi was immensely inspired. She excitedly lifted her teacup and drank it in one go, exclaiming, "In my past life, not only was I a man, but a man of extraordinary status. His life has been swirling in my mind, and these two identities are merging into one. Extraordinary status? It seems he must be a historically significant figure," Cui Ying inquired. Fong Yi's lips quivered slightly. It appeared that revealing this name required considerable courage. She lowered her voice, "Emperor Tang Ming." A gasp filled the air, originating from Cui Ying, as the others remained silent. Only her reaction was pronounced, Typically cheerful, she now seemed flustered. I apologize, but this answer exceeds my expectations. I will regain my composure. Are you certain you were truly Emperor Tangming in your previous life? From the moment I gained consciousness, I have known who I was in my last life. Fang Yi replied. Yue Qing suddenly exchanged a knowing glance with Cui Ying, pulling her aside. What she says may indeed be true. The esteemed Xinjing once mentioned that during his time as a sorcerer in the palace, he discovered that both Emperor Tangming and Yang Yuhuan had consumed a particular elixir, one of which could influence the effects of Mengpo's soup. Yang Yuhuan had ingested it more frequently, leading Xinjing to conclude that both would likely manifest in their later lives. Yet only Cui Ying appeared, deeply troubled, while the emperor's subsequent existence was absent. The elder further explained that the effects were not entirely the same. Hence, only Cui Ying exhibited symptoms. So, in truth, symptoms had emerged long ago. It is merely that this girl did not take action. Cui Ying finally reconciled. However, to have been a man in the past and to become a woman in this life, if she were to discover that Cui Ying is the reincarnation of Yang Yuhuan, I cannot even fathom such a scene. Fang Yi inquired curiously, what are you discussing? Nothing, just some thoughts. Cui Ying replied hastily, returning to the group. So, your purpose in seeking us is to help you eliminate memories of your past life? Eliminate? Why would I wish to do that? Fang Yi exclaimed. I am grateful for these memories. Indeed, the two have markedly different reactions. While Cui Ying is profoundly troubled and eager for release, Fang Yi seems delighted to retain her memories. What, then, is her true intention? Ying Ning, forthright as ever, asked, so, what is it that you seek? I am searching for someone, Fang Yi declared, the one I have longed for. A chill coursed from her feet to the crown of her head. Cui Ying turned to Yue Qing, who spoke. So, the person you seek is the reincarnation of Yang Yuhuan? My expression was misleading, Fang Yi clarified. The situation has reversed once more. I have already found her. But she has no recollection of her past life. Fang Yi continued. I came to you, hoping you could assist her in recovering those memories. The handsome man suddenly sprang to life. No wonder she has been sitting at the entrance of Hongji building. No wonder such a wealthy young lady would work as a receptionist in a small company. She is not idle. She is here for Cui Ying. Cui Ying cast a sharp glance at the handsome American. The current situation was not conducive to conversation. The handsome American could only sit down in dejection, muttering, it makes no sense. She was so excited to see me that day, with her unparalleled infatuation. How can I explain that? Cui Ying stamped her foot, admonishing herself that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Everyone was aware it was Cui Ying, yet no one spoke up. Instead, choosing to listen as Fang Yi continued her tale. Isn't it strange? In this lifetime, I still bear the birthmark of a jade ring on my arm. And there is that feeling of reunion. She is the one I've been searching for, yet she remembers nothing of me. To be close to her, I specifically took a job at Hongji building, but to my dismay, the place is so crowded that my chances of encountering her are exceedingly rare. In a month, I've only managed to see her from afar once, with no opportunity to speak to her at all. No wonder she was willing to resign, Cui Ying remarked softly, glancing at the handsome American, who was now profoundly disheartened, his earlier confidence shattered by this unexpected revelation. I must tell you, I have seen a ghost, Fang Yi declared, and it was quite a handsome ghost. It was a peculiar sensation, yet I felt a strange happiness. The appearance of a ghost suggests that my situation might also be possible, not mere delusion, nor a psychological disorder. Miss Fang, Cui Ying interjected cautiously, though it may be somewhat presumptuous. Do you believe that recalling past life memories might also include admiration for a very handsome ghost? This question was posed on behalf of the handsome American. Even if I remember my past life, am I not a woman in this one? Fang Yi pondered aloud, her thoughts becoming tangled. Oh dear, how should I describe this? When I saw him, I still felt a rush of excitement, especially since he was such a handsome spirit. My first encounter with a ghost left a remarkably positive impression, as long as it doesn't lead to lifelong regrets. Cui Ying interjected with a light cough. That ghost would surely be comforted to hear such a response. The handsome American expressed his gratitude. Cui Ying, you truly are a good friend. Of course, I'm a good friend, Cui Ying retorted playfully, but upon noticing Fang Yi's gaze upon her, she cleared her throat. I accidentally let that slip. So, you are now certain of who Yang Yuhuan is in this life, yet you wish for her to regain her memories of the past? Yes, that is precisely my desire. Fang Yi replied. The love from a past life is hard to sever. How wonderful it would be if we could continue it in this one. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces around her, Fang Yi added, I understand you may not grasp this, but I am grateful to live in this era where we can travel to Europe, a place of enlightenment, where we can begin anew. Would you accept this commission? Cui Ying felt a pang of anxiety, glancing back at Yue Qing and Baimoxuan, whose expressions were nuanced. Gritting her teeth, Cui Ying said, Miss Fang, please leave your contact information. This request is unprecedented, and we must discuss it further. Fang Yi lowered her head in disappointment. Do we really need to discuss it? Chapter 729. The Jade Pipe. Cui Ying responded, we must deliberate before providing you with an answer, Miss Fang. Fang Yi lifted her head. Very well, I agree. But I can only wait for one day. If I do not receive a response by then, I shall seek others. Furthermore, regardless of the cost, I am determined to see this matter through. After bidding farewell to Fang Yi, Cui Ying turned around and murmured, she truly embodies the essence of a wealthy young lady. Did you hear that? No matter the cost, she insists on pursuing this matter, though the difficulty is immense. Many things in this world cannot be accomplished merely with money. Baimoxuan glanced at the others. What are your thoughts? Even if it proves impossible, we must still accept this task. Yue Qing interjected, it is not solely about money. We must retrieve Cui Ying's memories. Cui Ying sighed, what is the plan? We must attempt to persuade her to undergo hypnosis, Baimoxuan replied. At present, this is our only option. Suddenly, an unsettling chill crept down Baimoxuan's spine. Ying Ning remarked, even if she recalls her past life, she is still a woman. In this life, both individuals are women. Child, you are indeed naive, Cui Ying laughed. As she said, while Huaxiao may not accept them, there are places beyond that can. Alas, there lies a crucial condition. She does not love her. We shall respond to her by tomorrow. For now, let us begin investigating Cui Ying's circumstances. Upon turning around, Baimoxuan noticed Su Bai floating in midair, wearing a contemplative expression. Why did you not announce your arrival? I lacked the breath to do so. Hence, there was no sound, Su Bai replied, landing gracefully before materializing. I possess an odd premonition, which compelled my return. Was she not the Tang Ming emperor in her previous life? I shall return swiftly with the answers once I delve into the underworld. Su Bai promptly returned to the underworld. Upon entering, she found the Yue Qing awaiting her, arms crossed. The Yue Qing is expecting me? Let us converse inside. The Yue Qing glanced at the gatekeeper ghost, gesturing for Su Bai to enter the grand hall, his mysterious demeanor piquing her curiosity. Once inside, the Yue Qing produced an object, saying, take a look at this. What he revealed was a jade tube, and upon seeing it, Su Bai froze, recognition dawning upon her. Is this from Yue Qing? She inquired, feigning ignorance. The Yue Qing wore an expression of resignation. It was discovered in the punishment department's chamber. Is it not identical to the jade tube left by your grandfather? Su Bai examined the tube's interior, noting the meticulous details, and replied with a wry smile. It is indeed the same. Both held identical objects. The Yue Qing remarked, it seems the fact of their acquaintance is indisputable, yet what purpose does this jade tube serve? The jade itself is ancient, yet its form does not correspond to any known jade artifact. Su Bai mused, the structure within is quite peculiar. I have long suspected that the jade tube may be a key. A key? The Yue Qing inquired, what sort of key? Recall Xiao Yue, Su Bai began. Xiao Yue possessed the body of a young girl and approached us under the guise of Cha Qianma. Ultimately, we discovered the chitin treasure, but alas, those treasures vanished without a trace. Do you suspect that those treasures were transferred by your grandfather? The Yue Qing questioned. We have largely concluded that he is involved. Observing many matters with indifference, Su Bai replied. In some instances, he employs subtle tactics, all for the sake of a final scheme, the dragon coffin. He is a renowned invisible magnate abroad. How does he acquire his wealth? I desire for my endeavors to transcend mere antique dealings. Beyond the treasures of the chitin, he may have unearthed numerous other riches, and it is these treasures that constitute his most vital source. Perhaps these two jade tubes serve as the key. Your conjecture is rather audacious, remarked the Yue Qing. Where shall we seek the chitin treasures? Hand the jade tubes over to me for safekeeping, suggested Su Bai. One for each of us feels somewhat akin to a token. However, considering his cunning and selfish nature, how could he possibly relinquish the other half of the key to another? I remained somewhat perplexed. Su Bai began to pace within the room, causing the Yue Qing to grow agitated. Do not walk about so, it makes my head spin. Indeed, we could take both jade tubes for examination, Su Bai proposed, to ascertain whether they are identical. I shall refrain from going out today, Frequent comings and goings would tarnish my reputation as the deputy king of hell. You are quite aware, remarked the Yue Qing. It is fortunate that you discovered the two treasures of the underworld. Now all the lords of hell are genuinely compliant. Otherwise, with your current disposition, they would have long wished to expel you. By the way, how fares the situation outside? A man's existence is defined by a woman. Subo chuckled. I shall now seek out Judge Zhong to verify the veracity of this claim. Come along, dear friend Yue Qing. The Yue Qing shuddered several times. Silence. Do not speak in such a manner. It is rather distasteful. Even during his rest, Judge Zhong maintained a serious demeanor, his chamber filled with an array of ancient tomes. As the two entered, Judge Zhong immediately rose, presenting a stern visage. Subo said, It is rest time, Judge Zhong. Do not be so formal. Very well. Subo, with a hint of exasperation, continued, Judge Zhong, I have a personal request. Please investigate a woman named Fong Yi, aged 23, the daughter of the bread magnate Fong Tong, and ascertain whether her past life was that of Emperor Ming of Tang. Judge Zhong promptly seized a pen, writing in midair. Subo could clearly see that he was inscribing Fong Yi's name. The book of life and death fluttered open as if conducting a search, ultimately settling down. After a glance, Judge Zhong replied, Indeed, Fong Yi's previous incarnation was that of Emperor Ming of Tang. Subo appeared as though he had swallowed a raw egg. How could he have become a woman? The Emperor's former life was that of a usurper's wife, which is indeed karmic retribution. Past life causes yield present life effects, explained Judge Zhong. Is it possible for two successive lives to produce identical outcomes? Subo inquired. It may or may not be, Judge Zhong replied. Some karmas must be repaid, and the affairs of this life depend entirely upon their personal destinies. Subo, bewildered, shook his head. And what of Cui Ying? She may have encountered my grandfather's past life. She previously retained memories of being Yang Guifei, yet unfortunately, those memories were erased. Please investigate whether she is indeed the present incarnation of Yang Guifei. Moments later, Judge Zhong's expression grew solemn. Indeed, she is. Deputy King of Hell, may I inquire further? Will these two individuals reunite in this life? Without a doubt, Subo affirmed. Not only that, but the present incarnation of Emperor Ming also recalls events from his past life and is desperately seeking Yang Guifei's current existence, such as the entanglement of karmic ties. Remarked the Yue Qing. If that is the case, all related parties should inevitably appear. The individuals in question refer to those surrounding them during that year. Subo instinctively tapped his forehead. Thus, these souls will once again entangle in this lifetime, each reaping the consequences of their actions. Why do I feel that things are about to become chaotic? Regardless of the disorder, events will unfold as they are meant to. However, Cui Ying recalls your grandfather's words, which bode well for us. How this fellow exploited the punishment department remains a mystery, and the jade tube is difficult to explain. What a pity. The Yue Qing remarked. Mengpo's soup has experienced several mishaps. Her specialty is erasure of memory, yet forgetting is often a clumsy affair, and in the underworld, no one possesses the ability to evoke memories. Subo sighed. Let us observe how Yue Qing and the others will manage this. Yue Qing and his companions were quite troubled. Despite their dismay, they still called Fong Yi to inform her they had accepted the case. On the other end of the line, Fong Yi was overjoyed and immediately expressed her intention to transfer funds. Cui Ying, however, could not share in the mirth. This money felt unsettling to earn. The phone rang. It was Cui Ying. Cui Ying answered. Reporter Chu? Yes, it is I. Oh, has this issue of the newspaper been published? Very well, Reporter Chu. Is it convenient for me to come see you? Yes, right now. Chapter 730, The Quadrilateral Relationship. Hanging up the phone, Cui Ying said, Allow me to scout the way today. I will go alone. Upon re-entering the Hongji building, Cui Ying's emotions were somewhat complex. When she saw Cui Ying, she immediately adjusted her facial expression, smiling as she said, Reporter Chu, it appears I have become entangled with you. Cui Ying hurriedly rose from her seat. It is my honor. The outside world claims that novelist Cui Ying is not in the country. It turns out she has come to the imperial capital. How fortunate I am to encounter you. Please, have a seat. Look, this is the cultural section interview. The photographs turned out quite well, don't you think? Miss Cui, you are so beautiful and in such excellent shape, you could easily be a model. Cui Ying did not hear. She gazed blankly at Cui Ying's profile. They say Yang Yuhuan is celebrated for her voluptuous beauty, yet in this lifetime, Cui Ying possesses the slender figure envied by white-collar workers. Miss Cui. Noticing Cui Ying lost in thought, Cui Ying raised her voice. What are you pondering? Nothing. Nothing at all. Miss Chu, you are so accomplished. You must have a boyfriend, right? Cui Ying inquired. Cui Ying displayed a bashful demeanor. We have not been together long. I suppose you could call us colleagues. He works at a magazine, and we met by chance at an event. Observing Miss Chu's expression, one could tell she was quite happy. Cui Ying smiled. Actually, I have been contemplating writing a new book about the cycles of human existence. Cycles of existence? Cui Ying remarked. You have never written in this genre before. Recent experiences have led me to believe in the existence of past and present lives, Cui Ying explained. There have been reports abroad of individuals recalling their past lives. Some have claimed to be the reincarnation of Marilyn Monroe and indeed possess knowledge of her life. I have heard of such accounts, Cui Ying acknowledged. It is said that details were confirmed post-hypnosis. Finally, the conversation turned to hypnosis. Cui Ying swiftly changed the subject. Miss Chu, do you have any knowledge of hypnosis? Yes, it is quite peculiar. I have no recollection of undergoing hypnosis. Yet I possess a discount card for a renowned psychological clinic in the imperial capital. Cui Ying shook her head, stating, I called to inquire, and indeed, my personal information is contained within. It is truly astonishing. It is not a case of identity theft, for the card is in my own home. Yet, I have no recollection of it, nor do I have any pressing matters that necessitate a visit to a psychologist. Of course, you cannot remember, at that time. You were preoccupied with the memories of your past life. To unravel the mystery, you sought the counsel of a psychologist. Now, however, you have forgotten entirely. Just as Cui Ying was about to speak, the voice of Cui Ying's colleague resonated. Cui Ying, look who has arrived. Indeed, as if summoned by name, a fair-skinned, refined gentleman stood before them, smiling warmly at Cui Ying. I just finished an interview and happened to pass by here at lunchtime. I thought I might join you for a meal. And who is this? If it's convenient, I would be delighted to treat both of you. Cui Ying immediately interjected. Let us consider it a celebration of our successful collaboration, as long as neither of you mind my being a third wheel. How could that be? It is our honor to dine in your company, is it not, Li Lu? It turned out his name was Li Lu, as Cui Ying treated the two to lunch. Her cheerful and lively demeanor fostered a pleasant atmosphere at the table. During the conversation, Cui Ying learned that the pair had only been dating for 3 months. Yet their rapport suggested a remarkably swift progression. She made every effort to discuss matters of past lives, which piqued their interest. Li Lu remarked, in truth, I feel that my meeting with Cui Ying was predestined. In our previous lives, we must have had an affinity that remains unfulfilled, and in this life, we are destined to continue it. Such sentiments were typical of lovers, and Cui Ying merely smiled faintly, perhaps. Unbeknownst to her, Li Lu's words held a kernel of truth. After concluding her lunch, she returned to the office with a sense of disappointment, only to find everyone gathered together. Subai was scribbling something on paper. Why have you returned again? He inquired. You can't hold it against me. I slipped out during my lunch break and didn't even use the front door. Subai remarked. I heard you want to see Cui Ying. Indeed, I fortuitously encountered her boyfriend, Li Lu, today. Subai lifted his head. The Yue Qing was correct. Those involved will inevitably appear. What do you mean? The Yue Qing alerted me, prompting me to investigate the individuals surrounding Cui Ying and Fang Yi, resulting in some intriguing discoveries. Subai raised the paper in his hand. Cui Ying is the reincarnation of Yang Yuhuan, and she has a boyfriend named Li Lu. Coincidentally, Fang Yi is the reincarnation of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, and she, too, is not without a partner. Her family has arranged her engagement to a fiancé named Shani. She has a fiancé? Cui Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. She never mentioned a word about it. If she had, it would have been peculiar, Subai replied. That is not the crux of the matter. The key lies in what I subsequently discovered in the Book of Life and Death. Do you know who Li Lu's previous incarnation was? Do not keep me in suspense. Share it all at once, Cui Ying urged. Are we still astonished by anything? Subai declared, Li Lu's previous incarnation was Prince Li Mao, the first husband of Yang Yuhuan. He continued. In the 23rd year of the Kaiyuan era, the not yet 17-year-old Yang Yuhuan was selected as a concubine for Prince Li Mao, due to her mother, the favored Wu Huifei. The couple lived in harmony for approximately 5 years before Yang Yuhuan was taken by Emperor Xuanzong. Li Mao, in profound grievance and helplessness, waited in solitude for 4.5 years. Cui Ying gazed at Yue Qing, her astonishment palpable. Subai, brimming with pride, remarked, indeed, the elders of the underworld possess great wisdom. Upon hearing of this matter, Judge Zhong and King of the Wheel proclaimed that the relevant parties would soon appear, and their words have proven true. Baimoxuan added, after losing Yang Yuhuan for 4.5 years, Li Zhao has finally remarried a princess under his father's arrangement. However, the most ludicrous aspect is that immediately after his son took a wife, Emperor Xuanzong conferred upon Yang Yuhuan the title of noble consort, a title that had not been used since the reign of Taizong. This is an immense humiliation for Li Zhao. They say the Tang dynasty was enlightened. Yet a father seizing his son's wife is truly unprecedented. Ying Ning shook her head in confusion. How terrifying. But more terrifying events lie ahead. Su Bai interjected. Now we must discuss Feng Yi's fiancé. What else could possibly shock me at this point? Just tell me everything, Cui Ying exclaimed, tossing her bag onto the sofa. What a jumble of nonsense. Although Shun Yi was a product of an arranged marriage, he is undeniably a talented young man. What complicates matters is that in his past life, he was a woman. Su Bai continued, for individuals are entangled, with two of them having reversed genders. Shen Yi's previous incarnation was Jiang Kaiping, the illustrious Mei Fei. Oh my heavens, Cui Ying cried, burying her face in Yue Qing's embrace. I feel utterly overwhelmed. Clearly, this is an opportunity for mischief, Su Bai teased. But Mei Fei is indeed renowned. Prior to Yang Yuhuan's entrance into the palace, she was the favored concubine. Born into a family of medicine, her father was a well-educated scholar and a skilled physician, well-respected in his field. Jiang Kaiping was celebrated as a court dancer during the Tang dynasty, excelling in song and dance, a true talent. During the reign of Emperor Xuanzong, she was chosen for the palace due to her exceptional dancing skills, particularly her mastery of the flying swallow dance, which captivated the emperor. Her fondness for plum blossoms led Xuanzong to bestow upon her the title of Mei Fei. After Yang Yuhuan entered the palace and became the emperor's sole favorite, Mei Fei fell into neglect. One winter's day, while admiring the snow, the emperor, reminded of Mei Fei by the blooming plum trees, sent her a generous gift of pearls, which she resolutely declined. With unplucked brows and smeared rouge, why should pearls soothe my solitude? Cui Ying recounted. Not only did she refuse, but she also composed a poem. Upon reading it, the emperor felt guilt and ordered a melody to accompany her words, resulting in the famous song A Jar of Pearls. I have always been intrigued by Mei Fei. Did she truly love Emperor Xuanzong? She had the chance to vie for his affection again after Yang Yuhuan's arrival, yet she willingly relinquished it. How should one interpret such actions? Was it a lack of love or a display of superiority? Ying Ning, lost in thought, found the era particularly significant, murmuring, what became of her in the end? During the Lushan rebellion, Emperor Xuanzong fled with Yang Yuhuan, who later hanged herself on Mount Moe. After reclaiming Chang'an, the emperor returned to the palace, reminiscing about Mei Fei and commanded a search for her, but to no avail. One day, a painting of Mei Fei dancing was presented to him, capturing the essence of her flying swallow dance, and he was filled with deep sorrow. It is said that after Lushan's forces invaded Chang'an, Mei Fei perished under a flurry of swords. However, another account suggests she escaped the palace and lived the remainder of her life in seclusion. Cui Ying remarked, I would indeed prefer the latter. Su Bai interjected. Let us summarize the situation. Feng Yi represents the present incarnation of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, and her fiancé conveniently embodies the present incarnation of concubine Mei. Cui Ying is the current manifestation of Yang Yuhuan, while Li Lu is the present-day counterpart of Li Zhao. Observe how the dynamics become intriguing. These two pairs are, after all, original partners, albeit with Feng Yi and Shun Yi's genders reversed. Moreover, Feng Yi is now aware of her past life and is determined to pursue Cui Ying, which complicates matters significantly. The intertwining of these four individuals will undoubtedly lead to a chemical reaction. Baimoxuan stated, we must hasten our steps. Yue Qing, please investigate the text of Moxuan for any clues. Ying Ning, accompany me back to Qingqiu to consult with the local physician. Baimoxuan then turned to Cui Ying. Cui Ying, keep a close watch on Cui Ying to prevent Feng Yi from taking any rash actions. She is not unlike a madwoman at present. Cui Ying nodded, understood. It is imperative that Cui Ying learns of her previous life soon. The resolution of this dilemma rests in her hands. With that, the group dispersed. Baimoxuan leading Ying Ning back to Qingqiu. Ying Ning felt a flutter of trepidation. She had previously been prohibited from re-entering Qingqiu, but thankfully, the current clan leader had intervened on her behalf. As she stepped onto the familiar soil of Qingqiu, she inhaled deeply. Brother Moxuan, this is the scent of Qingqiu. It was, after all, the land of her youth, imbued with indelible emotions. Baimoxuan reassured her, "You need not hide behind me. The amnesty has been granted, and your past transgressions are forgiven. The prohibition against re-entering Qingqiu is no longer valid." Ying Ning peeked out from behind him, and indeed, the past clansman displayed calmness at her presence, which eased her heart. She joyfully leaped into the nearby thicket, where small shrubs bore clusters of red fruit. Plucking a handful, she eagerly devoured them, the sweet juice flooding her mouth. She exclaimed, "The fruits of Qingqiu are the most delectable, the finest delicacies." Baimoxuan shook his head in exasperation. Some habits are hard to change. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the bushes. It was Xiao Bai, who leaped into Baimoxuan's embrace, nuzzling against his chest with a pitiful whine. "You finally arrived. I have waited so long, and you did not come to see me." If not for the sudden realization that Xiao Bai was no longer the same as before, Baimoxuan would have felt transported back to their first meeting. He gently patted the little one's head, speaking softly, "Well hidden, little one." Xiao Bai blinked. "We must not speak carelessly here, right, handsome clan leader?" Casting a glance at Ying Ning, who was lost in the sweetness of Qingqiu's fruits, Baimoxuan shook his head. "Come, we must go." Reluctantly, Ying Ning released the fruit in her hand and hurried to catch up. "Brother Moxuan, what shall we do now? Shall we research? Should we consult the chronicles of Qingqiu?" "The chronicles of Qingqiu merely chronicles the past of the Qingqiu clan members," Baimoxuan replied. "It will not aid us significantly. First, we must seek out the physician of Qingqiu, the esteemed Yizhu, who ranks as the foremost healer in the land. The medical clinic of Yizhu is situated at the very heart of Qingqiu, a location chosen with meticulous consideration. This central position ensures that the distance from any point within Qingqiu is minimized, facilitating the swift arrival of its inhabitants, embodying the principle of fairness. The clinic is remarkably tranquil, which is hardly surprising, as the people of Qingqiu seldom fall ill. Should they do so, it is invariably an extraordinary circumstance, necessitating Yizhu's expertise. Just as three individuals were about to push the door open, a resounding bang echoed from within, followed by a thick plume of smoke billowing through the half-open window, accompanied by a pungent odor. Baimoxuan furrowed his brow, wondering what experiment was underway. Chapter 731. First encounter. Coughing, Yizhu suddenly flung open the door, rushed out, and crouched on the ground, beginning to cough violently, oblivious to the arrival of others. After an indeterminate period, he stood up, dejectedly exclaiming, "Damn it, how could this fail?" It was unexpected to discover a scientific enthusiast in Qingqiu. Ying Ning, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Moxuan, why have I never encountered him before?" "It's quite normal not to have seen a recluse from the Qingqiu clan," Baimoxuan replied, clearing his throat. "Yizhu, what are you busy with today?" "Oh, isn't this the esteemed clan leader?" Yizhu's hair cascaded to his shoulders. Though in Qingqiu, few sported such long hair. Others may have done so for style, but his was purely due to laziness. "What brings you here today? Do you have an agenda? Is this the manner of speaking to the clan leader?" Baimoxuan and Yizhu appeared to be quite familiar, engaging in playful banter. Baimoxuan remarked, "Uncle Yizhu, do you know what the most perplexing thing in the world is?" "What?" Yizhu, evidently a tech enthusiast, was immediately intrigued by the question. "I won't invite you in. The odor inside is unbearable. Let's find another place to talk." "Let's south go to my place," Xiao Bai suggested. The four relocated to Xiao Bai's abode, which was also quite secluded, making it a suitable venue for discussion. Only then did Baimoxuan continue. "I once believed the most difficult riddle was the mangpa soup, which, when consumed, causes one to forget their past life. Yet, someone has unraveled its mystery." Yizhu's interest was piqued. "Who is this person?" "A figure known as Wu Xian," Baimoxuan replied. "Uncle Yizhu must have heard of him. He is regarded as the leader of all witches. He concocted 3 pills, and those who consumed them retain memories of every existence they have lived. Since all 3 pills were ingested, the components remain unknown. Thus, mangpa soup can indeed be deciphered. Someone has outpaced Uncle Yizhu in this regard. It turns out that Yizhu is a renowned doctor and herbal researcher in Qingqiu, deeply engrossed in his studies. Such occurrences are not uncommon in Qingqiu. But his usual ruckus was deemed too disruptive, prompting Jiayin to suggest he relocate further away. Now, upon hearing that someone had already deciphered the mangpa soup, Yizhu could not help but exclaim repeatedly, "How can this be? Someone has beaten me to it. It's truly infuriating." Ying Ning quickly grasped Baimoxuan's intention and chimed in. "However, there are other situations arising. Some individuals consumed elixirs, and remembered their past lives. Yet after ingesting the ashes of the Tianshan divine wood, they forgot. We hope to help her regain her memories, but we are uncertain of the method to achieve this. And we do not know what the Tianshan divine wood truly is. The Tianshan divine wood is but one of the many rare plants found upon the Tianshan mountains. Yizhu remarked, fritillaria, purple root, celestial flower, yellow essence, schizope, motherwort, sheep fescue, early grass, drooping spike grass. Who knows precisely what the Tianshan divine wood refers to? Prior to my arrival, I had already sought the wisdom of the esteemed Xianjing. Baimoxuan lamented, regrettably, he can no longer recall its components, and he is disinclined to engage with the matter, preferring instead the company of fine wine and a leisurely life. Are you suggesting that the individual utilizing this divine wood has forgotten its very ingredients? Yizhu found Xuanjing's behavior utterly incomprehensible. How could such a thing occur? I shall take it upon myself. I am setting forth for the Tianshan immediately. By the way, I am unaware of the ingredients of Mengpa soup. Although it is intended to evoke memories of past lives, knowing its composition would facilitate matters. Thanks to Yue Qing's reminder, prior to departure, Ying Ning ventured to the underworld and, under Su Bai's cover, discreetly procured a small quantity of Mengpa soup. Merely a smidgen. Yizhu held it to his nose and shook his head. There are two ingredients whose identities elude me. However, it is inconsequential, merely a point of reference. I shall now prepare my belongings. Chapter 732. Embryo 1. Yizhu is the epitome of an action-oriented individual, promptly departing from Qingqiu for the Tianshan. His absence is uncertain, and Baimoxuan commented, we must await his findings, yet we cannot place our entire hope upon him. Let us return and check on Yue Qing's progress. Little White immediately tugged at Baimoxuan's trousers. Are we leaving at this moment? Indeed. The clan leader has pressing matters to attend to and will return to seek you post-haste, Baimoxuan replied softly. Have there been any unusual occurrences in Qingqiu lately? Since the return of the fox relic, everyone has placed their trust in you, Little White responded. The old clan leader's wife is once again in the cold wall, and the clan has been unusually tranquil. Rest assured, I have concealed myself well, and no one has discovered my presence. Baimoxuan chuckled in exasperation. If you truly have concealed yourself well, such words ought not to be spoken. You are still but a child. By the way, we need not return to the agency anymore. I have terminated the contract with you. Only then did Ying Ning realize that Baimoxuan had dissolved both his and Little White's contracts, prompting a look of regret from Little White. Have we come to an end so soon? I have not yet had my fill of enjoyment. Fear not. Opportunities such as these will abound in the future, Baimoxuan reassured with a smile. We shall take our leave. Upon exiting Qingqiu, Ying Ning suddenly mused. How many more things remain unknown to me? Qingqiu is a land of remarkable talents, each possessing a unique character. There are ambitious souls like Ernyang, technical experts like Jiu Hu and Yizhu, and traditionalists like my father and the elders. Baimoxuan observed, residing here does not equate to understanding it. I feel no sense of belonging. I was born in the Tianshan and raised in the outside world. This place is merely the homeland of my biological father, holding little relevance to me. Brother Moxuan, Ying Ning interjected, is that why you wish for Little White to become the clan leader? He possesses both the capability and the interest, making him quite suitable. Are you aware of who Little White's parents are? Baimoxuan inquired. I do not know. Ying Ning replied. Is it not mentioned in the historical texts of Qingqiu? Baimoxuan came to a halt. Indeed, I have never inquired about Xiaobai's parents. After resolving the matter with Cui Ying, I shall seek clarity. Let us return for now. Upon arriving back at the office building, both were taken aback by the sheer volume of books inside. Yue Qing had moved all the Taoist texts from the Moxuan sect to his home. In his words, with his parents gone forever, he felt uneasy leaving such items in an empty house, so he called a moving company to transport them. Sitting on the floor, they began to peruse one book after another. Upon their return, Cui Ying immediately patted the space beside her. Just in time, come and help out. The four of them sat on the floor, examining the books, yet yielding no results. Exhausted, they sprawled out on the ground. Suddenly, Cui Ying spoke up. I have already discussed with Feng Yi. We have accepted this commission. She wishes to meet Cui Ying first. Ying Ning sat up abruptly. She wants to meet now? I have arranged dinner with Cui Ying for tomorrow, and Feng Yi will feign a chance encounter. Cui Ying set her book down. Don't you feel excited? I hope nothing goes awry. Baimoxuan remarked. Cui Ying had arranged to meet Cui Ying at a casual dining establishment, known for her wit and generosity. Cui Ying created an atmosphere of lightness that Cui Ying had not felt for a long time amidst the seriousness of her office life. Conversations that she could not share with colleagues found a willing ear in Cui Ying, and their dinner felt reminiscent of a gathering among close friends. Your boyfriend, Li Lu, seems quite admirable. Even if work brings discomfort, it pales in comparison to a perfect relationship, Cui Ying observed. In the future, you can confide your work-related troubles to me. I hope you can focus on happier thoughts. Li Lu. A fleeting sadness crossed Cui Ying's eyes. He is indeed a good man, but I sense something missing in him. Missing what? Cui Ying's heart began to sink. History should not repeat itself, should it? Ambition. In this city, one cannot afford to lack drive. Cui Ying replied. He is content with his current situation, while I am not willing to settle. Am I destined to be a journalist for life? Cui Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. The current Cui Ying bore an uncanny resemblance to the historical figure Yang Yuan. Just as the straw in her drink slipped from her grasp, Fang Yi appeared at an opportune moment. Cui Ying, what brings you here? Cui Ying regretted the timing. It was rather delicate. Fang Yi had already taken a seat. May I sit here? Haven't you already sat down? Cui Ying replied curtly. Fang Yi looked at Cui Ying in surprise. Though slightly awkward, she quickly turned her gaze to Cui Ying. The atmosphere among the three women grew peculiar. Not far away, Baimoxuan set down his newspaper. How utterly tedious. I had advised against coming. Ying Ning rested her chin on her hand. What are they silently plotting over there? Finally, Cui Ying broke the silence. Cui Ying, this is Fang Yi, the daughter of the bread king. She is also an exceptionally talented pastry chef. And a baker, Fang Yi added, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Cui Ying's face, causing Cui Ying to feel somewhat uncomfortable. She lowered her head to sip her drink. I have heard of you. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fang Yi immediately felt a surge of excitement. Just as she was about to approach, Cui Ying kicked her under the table and shot her a fierce glance, prompting Fang Yi to halt her movement. You should come visit my shop sometime. I have recently taken over a bakery that also offers desserts, which I manage entirely, she said. Cui Ying suddenly looked up. Sure. Is it open any time? Any time, Cui Ying replied. Yes, and bring your boyfriend along. Fang Yi's expression stiffened slightly. Cui Ying continued, we might as well become friends. How about this? Next time, we three couples can go out together at your shop. You can invite your fiancé, and I will definitely come with you, Qing. Cui Ying, is Li Lu available? He usually listens to me. If I want to go, he'll find a way, Cui Ying said. Can we do this weekend? Fang Yi agreed. And as Cui Ying's work hours approached, she hurried away. Fang Yi's demeanor suddenly shifted. What were you just doing? Cui Ying leisurely set down her cup. What? Are you unhappy? Why did you bring up my fiancé and the idea of three couples on a date? Fang Yi replied. That wasn't my intention. I have my own plans. You should have consulted me first. Fang Yi's temper, characteristic of a wealthy young lady, finally flared. Cui Ying crossed her arms. Are you angry at me now? I am not angry. Fang Yi attempted to argue, but realizing she could only rely on Cui Ying and the others, she swallowed her frustration. I was discussing with you. I just want to be alone with Cui Ying. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I invited her to my bakery. Of course, I would also invite you, and then you could find some excuse not to show up, allowing me to have some private time with her. You seem to only remember her unilaterally. Do not forget, in this lifetime, you are both women. You may wish for this, but she might not necessarily feel the same. If you do not keep this in mind, you might scare her away. Cui Ying retorted. The way you looked at her earlier, she probably wanted to disappear into a hole. How do you expect to be alone with her? Just now, Cui Ying had been unable to meet Fang Yi's gaze. It was entirely due to Fang Yi's intense stare, which would have made any woman feel uncomfortable. Fang Yi finally ceased her rebuttal, exclaiming helplessly, I have never been this close to her in all my time at Hongji Building. I truly lost control just now. My mind was flooded with past memories, as if all of Fang Yi's recollections had vanished. The memories of a past life had overtaken her present. And the disparity between mind and body is the most difficult to control. Cui Ying said solemnly, the more this happens, the more cautious you must be, right? Which day is convenient this weekend? How about Saturday? Fang Yi replied, feeling utterly deflated. Let's meet up then. After sending Fang Yi off, Cui Ying sat down in front of the other two with a huff. Did you all hear that? I am utterly perplexed now. Ying Ning asked. What is Fang Yi's current situation? Is this a form of spiritual love? She stuck out her tongue, unable to continue. Yue Qing said, let's see how things go on Saturday. Cui Ying was left speechless by Fang Yi's choice of bakery location. This woman had opened her shop near Cui Ying's home. The walk takes merely 10 minutes, and it is the route one must traverse to work. Unexpectedly, Fang Yi's fiancé, Shen Yi, made an appearance. This surprised everyone, as Cui Ying assumed she would find her fiancé a nuisance. Cui Ying and Li Lu were curiously exploring the operation area when Cui Ying softly addressed Fang Yi. "Have you come to terms with it?" "I do not wish to frighten her away," Fang Yi replied. Shen Yi was a remarkably refined gentleman, deeply engaged in conversation with Yue Qing. However, Yue Qing's mind was elsewhere. Upon entering the bakery, he sensed something amiss. His gaze frequently darted towards the operation area, prompting Shen Yi to adjust his glasses. "Mr. Yu, would you like to take a look at the operation area?" This was precisely Yue Qing's intention. "I apologize, I genuinely wish to see." Upon entering the operation area, the chefs were busily engaged in the baking process, while Cui Ying and Li Lu were sampling the goods. As Yue Qing stepped in, he was met with an eerie burst of laughter, causing his expression to darken. There were 6 chefs in total, all diligently occupied, devoid of laughter. Especially since the unsettling occurrence at Hongji Building, Yue Qing discovered he could hear the voices of spirits, and this laughter was not human. He stood there, and soon another wave of laughter echoed, this time far clearer. Noticing a door in the operation area leading to the back alley, he was about to approach when Fang Yi entered, carrying a basket. Strangely, upon her arrival, the sinister laughter ceased. However, Fang Yi's complexion had paled considerably, her fingers trembling slightly. Yue Qing inquired, "What transpired in the back alley?" "Nothing," Fang Yi replied. "Have you been feeling unwell lately?" Shen Yi hurried towards Fang Yi. Concern etched on his face. "Indeed, look at you. You went out for a moment and are drenched in sweat." Fang Yi wiped her forehead. Her palm instantly dampened. "How peculiar. Perhaps the operation area is excessively warm. Let us step outside." As Fang Yi quickly exited, Yue Qing noticed something unusual on her neck, an embryo. The tiny embryo clung to her neck, and just as Yue Qing attempted to observe it closely, it vanished. A sudden realization struck him. He understood what it was. The laughter had originated from him. "Yue Qing, what are you pondering?" "Let us also exit," he heard. The 6 of them sat at 2 makeshift tables, enveloped in silence. Shen Yi broke the quietude. Wrapping his arm around Fang Yi's waist, "Fang Yi and I became engaged a year ago, and our families have been urging us to marry. We hope you can attend our wedding when the time comes. Fang Yi has a rather peculiar temperament and lacks friends. Thank you all for being here, as she has been much happier lately." Fang Yi frowned slightly. "Why are you saying all this?" Yue Qing gazed at her thoughtfully. "You both seem quite well matched." "Indeed. It was originally a family arrangement. We had some resistance, but upon meeting a year ago, it felt entirely different, as if it were a destined bond." Shen Yi chuckled. "We could say it was love at first sight, couldn't we?" Cui Ying then turned to Fang Yi, noticing a flicker of panic on her face, and asked, "You met through an arranged introduction, didn't you?" "Yes, it was arranged by our families," Fang Yi confirmed. Shen Yi remarked, "If it hadn't happened, let's not dwell on it any longer." Fang Yi replied, "Why do we keep bringing up past events? We should focus more on the future, shouldn't we? I simply feel a sense of loss for that child." Shen Yi offered a bittersweet smile, acknowledging her words. "You are right. We are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities ahead." Cui Ying looked at Fang Yi with a knowing gaze. "So you have had a child before?" Fang Yi's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. "It was a past incident. Due to an unfortunate event, I lost the child, and as a result, we postponed our wedding, which remains uncelebrated to this day." Shen Yi gently patted Fang Yi's shoulder, believing she was sorrowful, but Cui Ying discerned only a sense of guilt. Firmly convinced that the loss of the child was not merely an accident, and that this woman was fabricating her story, Cui Ying and Li Lu had maintained their silence. When Cui Ying cheerfully turned to them, "What about you two? When do you plan to marry?" "Not for a while yet," Cui Ying replied. "For the next 2 years. I want to focus on my career." Li Lu, wishing to speak, found himself interrupted by Cui Ying, his expression somewhat melancholic. Cui Ying laughed and said, "All right, let us not discuss such matters anymore. I have something intriguing to share. Have you ever heard of the concept of past lives?" Fang Yi immediately chimed in, "Of course. I've heard of it." Cui Ying added, "I have also come across similar reports. In Rome, a couple lost their daughter 3 years ago. 3 years later, the wife became pregnant again, and during a lucid moment, she saw her deceased daughter from 3 years prior. Overjoyed, she informed her mother that her child was on her way back. After saying this, the apparition vanished. The husband believed that his wife was merely exhausted and missing their first daughter, leading to her hallucination. However, something unexpected occurred. Fang Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What happened next? 6 months later, the wife gave birth to another daughter. The couple was astonished. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to their first daughter. Relatives proclaimed it a miracle, yet they remained skeptical until the child grew older. One day, the child lay in bed singing a French lullaby, a song that had been sung to her by the Swiss nurse who cared for the first daughter. No one else could sing it, and the newborn had never been exposed to French music. It was then that the couple finally believed that their second daughter was indeed the reincarnation of their first. Li Lu interjected, so, both daughters belonged to the same couple, which can be seen as a fulfillment of their previous bond. I, too, have heard a story about past lives, Fang Yi said. A little girl repeatedly spoke of her previous life as a Canadian soldier, even naming her past self. Upon investigation, it was proven that these were not mere fantasies of a child. There are countless verified stories like this. Fang Yi concluded, so, what reason do we have not to believe in the existence of past lives? Shun Yi observed his fiancée, lost in thought, while Li Lu remarked, I didn't expect to hear so many fascinating tales today. It seems my visit was worthwhile. Wouldn't you agree? Cui Ying? Cui Ying responded. The newspaper once intended to conduct a similar investigation, but unfortunately, the proposal was not approved. Cui Ying did not express any aversion to the topic, which excited Fang Yi. Cui Ying cleared her throat and remarked, people in our country are likely to believe in such matters more than those abroad, especially the notion of Meng Po's soup. Do you believe in it? Li Lu inquired. Drinking Meng Po's soup makes one forget everything, Cui Ying thought to herself, resigned. How could she not believe when there was an agent of the underworld beside her? She smiled faintly, recalling how, in her youth, she often felt a shiver while walking down certain streets, memories of the past surfacing as if she had been there before. Brushing past someone and feeling an inexplicable urge to turn back, as if she had encountered that person long ago. Such instances were more frequent in her childhood. But as she matured, that sensation gradually faded away. It was akin to the familiarity she felt upon seeing Cui Ying in the restaurant. Fang Yi decisively interjected. It's as if we were acquainted in a past life, and in this life, we meet again. How sentimental, Cui Ying silently scoffed. At that moment, Li Lu's phone rang, interrupting Fang Yi. The latter appeared somewhat displeased, while Shun Yi regarded her with a neutral expression. Li Lu returned to the conversation. Cui Ying, the magazine office has an urgent matter. I fear I must take my leave. I shall accompany you, Cui Ying replied, standing up. We have intruded long enough. It is time to depart. Disappointment crossed Fang Yi's face. Must you leave so soon? Work is important. Do visit often. Shun Yi smiled. The timing is tight, but it coincides perfectly with my schedule. Cui Ying glanced at Shun Yi, an inexplicable feeling surging within her, which she forcefully suppressed as she took Li Lu's hand and exited. However, Cui Ying showed no intent to leave, gazing at Fang Yi. Miss Fang, I wish to converse with you privately. Shun Yi, ever the gentleman, promptly stated, then I shall take my leave. Fang Yi, you appear unwell. Do take care of yourself. Please enjoy your conversation. Cui Ying watched Shun Yi depart, pondering, having encountered such a gentleman, does it truly matter who he was in a past life? If I had no recollection of those events, I would perhaps be much happier. I concede this point. Fang Yi responded. He is perceived as the ideal gentleman, well-born, handsome, capable, and most importantly, his character is beyond reproach. Thus, I have not felt the impulse to fully recall our past love and marriage, which led to having a child. Cui Ying's words sent a chill down Fang Yi's spine. The matters between men and women are rather simple, Cui Ying stated. Pregnancy should be your turning point, Miss Fang. You have not shared the complete truth with us, or rather, we have not delved into the details. At that moment, a guest entered, prompting Fang Yi to say, let us continue upstairs. Upon entering Fang Yi's office, she remained turned away from the two. Indeed, I do not possess memories of my past life from birth. I do not recall being Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, nor do I remember a beloved from a previous existence. It was only in adulthood that fragmented recollections began to surface. As you mentioned, encountering someone on the street can evoke a sudden sense of familiarity, as if I had known her before. Certain places evoke a sense of nostalgia. Like Chang'an, the capital of the Tang dynasty was, in fact, Chang'an. Fang Yi turned to face them. While traveling in that city, a multitude of memories surged forth. It was there that Shun Yi and I shared our first intimate moment, resulting in my first child. Yue Qing turned away momentarily, and upon returning to face them, he had gained clarity. This time, the embryonic presence was no longer elusive, but rather visibly manifesting upon Fang Yi's neck, gradually growing. Cui Ying remained oblivious to Yue Qing's transformation, while Fang Yi continued to dwell in her reminiscences. If only I had never visited that city. If only I had not become pregnant. Despite the plethora of peculiar memories, I could not restrain myself, for at that time, I was undeniably joyful. Having encountered such a wonderful partner, one of equal standing, Cui Ying inquired, "So, since arriving in the capital, all of your memories have returned?" "Yes, everything. I cannot ascertain whether it is the pregnancy that has altered my body, but I have recollected everything." It was then that regret began to creep in. The memories of my past life threatened to consume this current existence. My desire to locate Yuhuan in this world has intensified. I cannot allow the child within me to obstruct my quest. Fang Yi confessed, my loss of the child was no accident. I feigned a fall and bribed a doctor to perform an abortion. Yue Qing comprehended fully. "So, you have become entangled with a spirit of the unborn." "A spirit?" Fang Yi queried. Yue Qing remained reticent, producing a small bagua mirror from his bag and directing it towards Fang Yi. As she gazed into the mirror, her countenance drained of color, and she gradually twisted her body. The embryonic form on her neck became painfully clear, shrouded in a veil of blood, resembling a gory shroud. With tiny hands and feet barely visible, fists clenched, Fang Yi let out a harrowing scream, desperately pushing the mirror away. "Remove it. I do not wish to see. I do not wish to see," she gasped, retreating into a corner, while Cui Ying remained unaware of what she had witnessed. Her curiosity directed towards Yue Qing. "What is happening?" "The child she aborted has now transformed into a spirit, clinging to her," Yue Qing explained. "When we last met, it had not yet manifested, but today it has fully emerged." Fang Yi's eyes reddened, the horrifying vision she had just encountered sending chills through her. She clasped her body tightly, summoning all her strength to curl into a ball. "Impossible, impossible." Cui Ying, disregarding the need to comfort her, said, "Let me see." Stealing a glance at Fang Yi, Yue Qing cautiously held up the bagua mirror from a distance, only to swiftly retract it. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Cui Ying was nonetheless struck with astonishment. "What is this?" Every individual shares a unique bond with their offspring. I recall, during my childhood, when my mother was pained by my ailments, she would often utter a particular phrase. "In our past lives, we owed you. You have come to seek vengeance. This life, we must endure." There is truth in her words. The connection between parents and children can manifest in two forms: gratitude or grievance. Should a child meant to express gratitude be aborted, one risks losing blessings. Conversely, terminating a child born of grievance does not resolve past enmities, but instead engenders new animosities with the spirit of the unborn. Yue Qing remarked that Fang Yi encountered the latter, a child intended to collect a debt, now lost, thus resulting in the spirit attaching itself to her. At this moment, Fang Yi felt a chill creeping up her nape. She dared not glance back. Yet she heard Yue Qing continue. "The sin of terminating a fetus ranks alongside the murder of one's parents and the spilling of Buddha's blood. Categorized as one of the 5 cardinal sins, the spirit of the unborn is neither human, nor ghost, nor deity, nor demon. It exists suspended between realms, unable to traverse the netherworld, yet possessing a grievance more potent than that of a ghost. They can only wait, biding their time until their mother's earthly existence wanes, allowing them to ascend to true spiritual form and enter the cycle of reincarnation." Cui Ying felt a shiver run down her spine. The spirit of the unborn exists simultaneously with the mother in this realm. Fang Yi could no longer withstand the weight of it all. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Cui Ying supported her, laying her on the office sofa. But upon recalling the entity around Fang Yi's neck, she recoiled. "Can you resolve this?" The spirit's resentment runs deep, and it is still in a phase of growth. Presently merely an embryo, it will ultimately become an infant, with its malice intensifying as it matures. "Do you know what fuels their growth?" Yue Qing inquired. Cui Ying thought of the embryo clinging to Fang Yi's neck and felt a spark of insight. Could it be that it feeds on Fang Yi's life force? Indeed, one might say it feeds on her vital energy, Yue Qing confirmed. For the spirit to survive, it requires the mother's life essence. Over time, the mother's health will deteriorate, potentially leading to madness. Once weakened and lacking energy, sustaining the spirit becomes increasingly difficult. "Will it die then?" Cui Ying asked, concerned. Yue Qing shook her head. "No. If the mother cannot provide sufficient energy, the spirit will seek sustenance elsewhere, expanding its range and inevitably encountering other mountain deities and malevolent spirits. The outcome of such encounters is unpredictable. What should we do now? Cui Ying said with a hint of irritation. Here we are, floundering, already entangled with this spirit. Yue Qing replied, with my abilities, this is not the first time I've seen Feng Yi, yet I failed to perceive anything amiss before, which perplexes me. Observing the spirit's condition, it has clearly grown considerably, suggesting it began absorbing Feng Yi's energy quite some time ago. Now, however, it has matured to a point where it cannot be concealed any longer. Cui Ying, this situation is rather peculiar. Is someone in your profession deliberately concealing this? Cui Ying inquired. First, we must resolve this matter. Then we can question her further, Yue Qing instructed. We must act swiftly. We need to find a way to awaken her. Cui Ying smiled with confidence. Leave it to me. She rushed to the bathroom and filled a cup with water, which she suddenly splashed on Feng Yi's face. Startled, Feng Yi awoke with a jolt. Just as she was about to express her anger, the memory of the recent events subdued her fury. She looked at the two with a pitiful gaze, pleading, I implore you, let it not cling to me. The mere thought of what transpired renders me utterly immobile. Chapter 735. The Black Talisman. I ask you, do you recall the time of the abortion procedure? Yue Qing inquired. I can assist you in resolving this matter, but your cooperation is essential. To dispel the lingering resentment, you must bestow a name upon it. Inform me of the abortion's timing, and I shall craft a protective talisman for you. It will temporarily shield you from its disturbances. Have you recently felt an unusual weakness, an inclination to startle easily, and a propensity for irritability? As Cui Ying reflected on Feng Yi's emotional fluctuations over the past few days and recalled her previous demeanor, the realization dawned upon her. This woman had been affected by the spirit of the unborn child, which explained her volatile temperament. Indeed, I have felt an incessant unease. The day of the miscarriage was December 26th of last year. Calculating the time, it should be just about ready to be born, Yue Qing remarked. Do you have a name in mind for it? I do, Feng Yi replied. If I had not reclaimed all my past memories, I would have certainly brought him into this world. I merely fear his influence over me. If he is a boy, I shall name him Shen Yang. If a girl, Shen Wei. But is he a boy or a girl? It is a boy. The shape can be discerned within the embryo, Yue Qing stated. I have another question for you. Do you have any adversaries who are aware of your miscarriage and harbor resentment towards you? Aside from Shen Yi, only my aunt knows. Feng Yi answered, puzzled. Why do you ask? Both of them know of your miscarriage and harbor grievances against you? Certainly not Shen Yi. He loves me dearly. The animosity lies with my aunt, Feng Yi clarified. There was a precedent of conflict over inheritance between my aunt and my father. After being suppressed by him, she has nursed a grudge, especially upon hearing that my father intends to pass the family business to me, which she vehemently opposes, claiming I am too young to take on such a responsibility. Your father has only you as his sole offspring, correct? Cui Ying questioned. What if you were to die? Feng Yi shuddered at the thought. If I were to die, my father would have only my aunt as his sister. Feng Yi finally grasped the implication. Are you suggesting she intends to harm me? That she is manipulating my miscarriage to create this malevolent entity? Cui Ying retorted sharply. It is not merely an entity. It is your child, the one you so ruthlessly discarded. Yes, he is my child, but he is neither a ghost nor a demon. He poses a threat to my life, Feng Yi protested. If it truly is my aunt, she will undoubtedly seek further means to harm me. Calm yourself. This is merely speculation, Cui Ying advised. This matter was not part of our original plan, but rest assured, we possess the virtue of compassion and will not allow you to perish. Our immediate priority is to address the spirit of the unborn child. Yue Qing possessed his own methods for dealing with the infant spirit. He first prepared 2 protective talismans, one intended to safeguard Feng Yun's vitality, and the other to shield the child. Once the malevolent energy of the infant spirit dissipated, it would naturally depart. However, its unique form would attract the attention of numerous evil entities, which weighed heavily on Yue Qing's conscience. In addition to these 2 talismans, he also crafted a sealing talisman, inscribed with a protective array corresponding to the child's date of demise. Once everything was prepared, he presented them to Feng Yi, marking their first visit to her residence. Feng Yi lived with her aunt and father. It was said that her aunt had previously been married but returned home following a failed marriage, now serving as a senior executive in a company. As Yue Qing meticulously explained the functions of the 3 talismans, Feng Yi accepted the one she required, while he incinerated the other, reducing it to ash. The sealing talisman was the most crucial element for dispelling the infant spirit's resentment, and Yue Qing advised Fang Yi to place it in a tranquil corner of her room. After some contemplation, she tucked the sealing talisman beneath her bed. Once all preparations were complete, Fang Yi inquired, "When will we see results?" "Patience, the time has not yet come," Yue Qing replied. "Is it permissible for us to remain here until evening?" "I would welcome that," Fang Yi responded. "Seeing my aunt makes me uneasy. My heart feels restless. Your presence is just what I need for reassurance. It's not as if we are undertaking something extraordinary," Cui Ying scoffed, having grown weary of Fang Yi, who, in a past life, had stolen the wife of her own son. "I too wish to ascertain whether this aunt harbors any suspicions," Yue Qing remarked. The aunt, in her 50s, was not young but appeared well preserved. She engaged in polite conversation with her guests before settling into the living room with a magazine as they ascended the stairs. Upon their return, the aunt announced, "I have matters to attend to. Please make yourselves comfortable." In her haste, she forgot her phone, which Fang Yi noticed but chose not to mention. As soon as the aunt departed, she promptly examined the device, noting that it had recently been used for communication. She memorized the details and returned the phone to its exact position. "We should also take our leave," she suggested. As the three approached the door, the aunt reappeared, evidently having returned for her phone. Upon noticing their impending departure, she exchanged a few more pleasantries. A thought crossed Yue Qing's mind, and he leaned toward Cui Ying, whispering, "Shall we follow her?" Cui Ying nodded in agreement. "That sounds prudent." Unaware of their intentions, Fang Yi insisted, "I want to accompany you." The mere thought of the infant spirit lingering at her nape left her disquieted. She felt compelled to stay close to Cui Ying and Yue Qing for solace. Consequently, the trio began to trail the aunt. To avoid attracting her attention, they first departed and concealed themselves at a nearby corner, waiting until her vehicle passed before discreetly following. Yue Qing was driving the Baimoxuan vehicle, which the aunt would not recognize, and their pursuit proceeded smoothly. Aunt Fang Yi's vehicle made its way toward the heart of the city, eventually halting at an underground parking facility where they transitioned to foot. The three of them closely followed her, witnessing her enter an ascending elevator. Unable to accompany her inside, they could only take note of the floors at which the elevator halted. Unfortunately, the building was quite tall, and the elevator stopped a total of 7 times, at the 3rd, 7th, 9th, 11th, 15th, 16th, and 21st floors. Cui Ying remarked with a wry smile, "It seems we are fishing for a needle in the ocean." As they searched through the 7 floors, they remained oblivious to the target they sought. Aunt Fang Yi could be here for a social visit or a business discussion. The trio, akin to ants on a hot pan, aimlessly circled through the 7 floors. Eventually, on the 21st floor, they spotted their target, and Yue Qing quickly concluded that Aunt Fang was inside. At the entrance of the room hung a bagua mirror. Yue Qing exchanged glances with Cui Ying, and together they turned to Fang Yi, whose complexion shifted dramatically. Suddenly, she retrieved her phone, activated the recording function, and slipped it beneath the door. The two, taken aback by her audacity, quickly positioned themselves behind her for cover. Shortly thereafter, footsteps resonated from within, prompting Fang Yi to retract her phone. The three of them hastily slipped into the stairwell as Aunt Fang Yi emerged. A voice from inside rasped, "At the price I mentioned, I will resolve this immediately. Let me consider it." Aunt Fang Yi retorted, "You originally said that girl would encounter trouble in the next few days, yet she remains unharmed. Why should I trust you?" The voice insisted, "This time, I assure you, I will not miss." The recording in Fang Yi's hand remained active, capturing the exchange while they held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Once Aunt Fang Yi departed, Yue Qing expressed, "I would like to meet the person inside." Cui Ying grasped Yue Qing's arm, cautioning, "This is not our business." Fang Yi, being astute, promptly declared, "I will pay for the service." "Now that sounds reasonable," Cui Ying replied. "Business is business." Only then did Yue Qing proceed to knock on the door. A wind chime tinkled from within, known as a turning fortune bell, particularly effective when blessed. Yue Qing sensed that the individual inside was a seasoned expert. Otherwise, they would not have eluded his scrutiny. The door swung open, revealing a figure that startled Yue Qing. Su Liang? Chapter 736. The medicine for regret. Cui Ying, bewildered, inquired, "What is going on? Do you know each other?" Su Liang, slightly older than Yue Qing and as thin as a reed, with notably dark skin, was taken aback upon seeing Yue Qing, his mouth agape in surprise. "How did you find me? Wait, how do you remember my name?" "You weren't supposed to. I will explain my circumstances to you later," Yue Qing interjected. "For now, I can match your name to your face, and I must ask, what are you doing now? What are you two discussing? I don't understand a word. Old acquaintances? Let us talk inside, Yue Qing urged as he squeezed through the door. Immediately, he spotted a scarecrow adorned with several yellow talismans. He swiftly peeled one off, revealing a birth date. He presented it to Fang Yi, asking, "Is this your birthday?" "Yes, it is." Fang Yi could not suppress her fury. Her aunt truly wished to harm her. If she were to die from an accident, her father would never suspect her, allowing her aunt to reap the benefits when her father grew old and departed this world. There was also a talisman, the reverse inscribed with the date of Fang Yi's miscarriage, the very birth date of the infant spirit. Su Liang appeared visibly distressed, especially in the presence of Yue Qing. Upon noticing a black talisman affixed to the straw doll, Yue Qing suddenly comprehended. No wonder I hadn't seen the infant spirit before. You had concealed it with the black talisman, likely fearing that others in the same field would discern it. However, as the infant spirit continued to grow stronger, the black talisman could no longer hide it. Su Liang and Cui Ying could no longer contain themselves, erupting in unison. When did the two of you become acquainted? It's a long story. I will explain it to you when we return. Yue Qing turned to Su Liang and stated, I cannot ignore this matter. Fang Yi is also my client. Su Liang's expression twitched. The infant spirit had not yet had a chance to exert its influence. It turns out it was you who acted first. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do? Yue Qing replied, Are you suggesting a fight to the death? Why didn't you seek me out upon arriving in the capital? Why have you taken up this line of work? We study the art of Moxuan not to harm others. Do you not realize that the infant spirit can be deadly? Su Liang murmured, My father is ill, and I must raise a sum of money in a short time. Fang Yi interjected, I will provide the money, from this moment forth. You must vanish from the capital immediately. Yue Qing looked at Su Liang. What do you think of this proposal? If money can be obtained without harming anyone, that would indeed be preferable. Su Liang dashed to the straw doll, tearing off all the talismans affixed to it. I will handle this doll as well. What astonished Fang Yi the most was that the doll was of the same height as herself, and it even had long hair. Yue Qing remarked, That must be your hair. Considerable effort was expended to ensure that the spirit of your lost child would be anchored to you. I initially believed it to be an automatic connection, but it seems someone acted as a bridge, allowing the spirit to thrive so effortlessly. Su Liang explained, Upon arriving in the capital, I heard that the locals believed in such matters, so I rented this apartment with the intention of opening an office. My encounter with Ms. Fang was purely coincidental. I believe you are aware of the subsequent events, Yue Qing. Yue Qing nodded, producing a business card. Once this matter is resolved, feel free to reach out to me for assistance. Very well, thank you. At that moment, Fang Yi inquired, How much did she pay you? 500,000, Su Liang replied. Fang Yi promptly produced a check. Here is 1 million. Leave immediately. With Yue Qing's assurance, you ought to trust me, correct? Very well, I believe you. Su Liang entered to pack his belongings, which consisted of merely a small suitcase. Yet he possessed numerous talismans, filling an entire bag. He turned to Yue Qing and said, Today, I will choose to remain oblivious to these events. I will not mention them in the future when we meet again. Yue Qing responded, I will reiterate this once. We study Moxuan not to harm others. Money earned through malice will never bring peace of mind. I do not oppose leveraging our knowledge for gain, but I insist on one condition. We must never harm others. Your previous actions amounted to murder. Do you understand? Su Liang's expression was complex, and after a lengthy hesitation, he stammered, Just this once. Very well, I believe in you. Yue Qing remarked, In the past, I could hardly remember your name, believing I would never see you again. It is quite astonishing that fate has arranged for our paths to cross once more. Su Liang, slightly embarrassed, smiled and replied, Yes. I will definitely come to find you after my father recovers. Well, I must take my leave now. I still need to speak with the landlord. I need to lock the door. Cui Ying interjected, Really? We have brought you such good fortune, and now you wish to send us away? Do not tease him. He is a sincere individual, lacking in the art of jest, Yue Qing stated. Let us depart. As they exited, Fang Yi suddenly grasped Yue Qing's hand, asking, Do I still have it around my neck? Yue Qing observed that the embryo remained, yet it had not begun to detach, and with the aid of the talisman, it was unharmed. I will take you to a place, Yue Qing declared. He led Fang Yi to a Taoist temple, where a minor malevolent spirit had previously been resolved. Cui Ying, puzzled, inquired, Yue Qing, why bring her here? To facilitate the departure of the infant spirit from her body, Yue Qing explained. It must leave completely. Will it vanish after departing? The child spirit inquired. No, once it is separated, I will keep it in the temple, awaiting the opportunity for reincarnation, Yue Qing clarified. Each infant spirit can only reincarnate after the mother leaves this world. So I must die? Fang Yi felt a shiver run through her body, closing her eyes in trepidation, unwilling to glance back. Though she had seen it only once, the image of that crimson embryo lingered in her memory. She recalled the day of the surgery when a nurse had presented it to her, and she had tightly bitten her lip, vehemently shaking her head, signaling the nurse to remove it. Throughout the ordeal, she had not cast a single glance at it. Now, she finally beheld it in a profoundly different form. Fear not. Such matters are dictated by fate. Each individual has their own destiny, and there is no need for concern. Once it has departed your body, you shall return to your true self, Yue Qing reassured her. We have arrived. The trio returned to the temple, where the most delighted was the young Taoist, who eagerly rushed out to greet them. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Fang Yi, he suddenly shivered. Yue Qing understood that the young Taoist's constitution was distinct from that of ordinary folk, rendering him far more sensitive. Yue Qing approached the elder Taoist to express his intentions, and the elder promptly led him to his chamber, saying, "This will suffice." Yue Qing nodded. The elder's room was modestly adorned. The elder believed his abilities insufficient to perceive the infant spirit residing within Fang Yi, yet the moment she entered the space, a gentle whirlwind stirred. The elder was taken aback. Yue Qing instructed Fang Yi to sit cross-legged on the ground. Then he joined her in the same posture. First, establish the primordial qi. Second, allow the qi to flow. Third, manifest myriad laws. Fourth, give rise to illumination. 36 above, 36 below. The vastness of the great mystery is boundless. Marvelous is the great void scripture. I pledge allegiance to the Supreme One, who can absolve all sins. Fang Yi felt a chilling sensation at the nape of her neck, faintly hearing a cacophony of laughter intertwined with mournful cries. Her eyes widened in alarm as she attempted to rise, only to be pressed down by Cui Ying. Do not rush. Heed Yue Qing's guidance. Do you not wish to be free from it? Fang Yi's heart raced uncontrollably. To avoid distraction, she decisively closed her eyes, her hands gripping her clothing tightly. The recitation by Yue Qing grew fainter and fainter, yet the chill at the nape of her neck intensified. The laughter transformed into a whispering sound, mingled with cries that distinctly reached Fang Yi's ears, becoming increasingly clear. Mom, you can't abandon me. You can't abandon me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Cui Ying observed two streams of tears cascading from the corners of Fang Yi's eyes. She exchanged a glance with Ying Ning, as Fang Yi's lips began to tremble, her entire body shivering uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Yi was face to face with her child, who had crawled out from the embryo. When she lost him, he was not yet 4 months old. But having absorbed nourishment from her, he had already formed, with limbs intact, yet his heart was exceedingly fragile. He was so close to Fang Yi that she could see his heart beating beneath the thin membrane, unaware that what she beheld was an illusion. She reached out to touch the crinkled face of her child. Mom didn't mean to. I was just too selfish. Please don't hate me. Rest in peace. Once you leave, you will be liberated. After I die, I will take you with me to be reborn, and in our next life, we shall be mother and child again, all right? Chapter 737. Twisted Fate 1. The child opened his mouth and let out a cry. Fang Yi was consumed by anguish as the child was suddenly enveloped in golden light, his form gradually vanishing. When he had completely disappeared, Fang Yi's body leaned back, her consciousness abruptly returning. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the dilapidated ceiling and immediately steadied herself. Where is the child? Where is the child? Yue Qing held a jar, not previously prepared, but procured by the old Taoist on a whim. It had a lid and a yellow talisman affixed to it. Yue Qing gestured to the jar and reassured her. Do not worry, he is contained within. He will no longer manifest in your life, nor will he require nourishment. Awaiting the day of rebirth. Miss Fang, every little life has the right to exist. Indeed, before their birth, they have no autonomy, unable to reject the choices of adults. Yet I hope you will be mindful in the future. What is sown will be reaped, and consequences will surely follow. As Fang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart. The whims of fate were cruel. Had she not suddenly recalled her past life, her current situation would have been entirely different. She leaned against Cui Ying for support as she stood, her voice weak. This matter is extra. I will compensate you separately. Her immediate mention of money left Ying Ning somewhat disappointed. Don't you wish to see your child? Fang Yi regained her composure. I have already seen him. I can clearly recall the fine hairs on his body. I promised him that after I die, I will be reborn alongside him, and in our next life, we shall continue our bond. Having resolved this matter, Fang Yi held greater esteem for Yue Qing's abilities, urging him to hasten the process of helping Cui Ying recollect her past. Yue Qing readily agreed, yet the day's tribulations left him exhausted. Upon returning, he was pursued by Cui Ying and Ying Ning with inquiries about a person named Su Liang. At the tender age of 16, I was sent by my father to a Taoist temple for a period of quiet contemplation, as he wished for me to experience the tranquility of Taoism. It was there that I encountered Su Liang, 2 years my senior, a person of remarkable simplicity. His father was also a practitioner of the Moxuan tradition, residing in the nearby countryside. Yue Qing remarked that at that time, I was unable to associate names with faces and was not fond of socializing. In the entire temple, he was the only one who patiently remained by my side, engaging me in conversation. When I chose to ignore him, he would sit beside me, speaking to himself. Upon my departure, he was absent from the temple, and I left my phone number for someone to relay to him, yet I never received a call in return. The friendships of youth are profoundly enchanting, particularly during Yue Qing's darkest days, where Su Liang's innocent demeanor infused his recollections with beauty. This also motivated his earnest desire to persuade Su Liang. Fortunately, Su Liang still retained his original purity. How touching, Su Bo's voice suddenly interjected, having approached unnoticed as Yue Qing became engrossed in his narrative. When did you arrive? Since you began recounting the tale of innocent friendship, Su Bo replied, resting his hands beneath his head, his body leisurely suspended in the air. I heard that you all have been quite lively recently, even involving infant spirits. You must be curious about who Fang Yi's child is, right? If past entanglements extend into the present, they are closely tied to Emperor Tang Ming. Is it someone who was harmed by Emperor Tang Ming? Ying Ning inquired. Not directly, rather indirectly, Su Bo clarified. Thus, this is Fang Yi's fate. This individual reincarnated here to settle debts. How unfortunate for them, especially since Fang Yi has chosen to forsake the child. How ironic, isn't it? If you keep us in suspense, we might just throw you out, Cui Ying quipped. Being a proxy for the king of hell is quite something. If you make us anxious, we won't allow you to come back. With a hint of grievance, Su Bo replied, I personally brought you this news, and yet you still scorn me. Let me ask you, did Emperor Tang Ming ever obsess over any other woman aside from Yang Yuhuan? Wu Huifei? Cui Ying suggested. There has long been a tale that after her death, Emperor Tang Ming was heartbroken, only to discover that Yang Yuhuan bore a striking resemblance to her, being equally talented in song and dance. This led to his prolonged infatuation, making Wu Huifei a matchmaker of sorts for them. The twist, however, is that Wu Huifei was also the mother of Li Mao, the Prince of Shou, and thus Yang Yuhuan's mother-in-law, which is truly astonishing. So is this fetus Wu Huifei's? Ying Ning inquired. Of course not, Su Bo replied. After all, Emperor Tang Ming favored her above all others. Cui Ying was now perplexed. Then who exactly is this person? If they are here to settle a score, they must harbor a grudge. Baimoxuan cleared his throat, prompting Su Bo to continue. Otherwise, one must pity the women of the ancient imperial harem. Those who were not favored are forgotten even in death. She was the empress who was harmed by Wu Huifei. Emperor Tang Ming initially had an empress, yet she was not favored and bore no sons. Her brother, deeply concerned, invited a monk to his home for a heavenly petition, and from a piece of thunderwood, he carved the characters for heaven and earth along with the emperor's name, which he carried with him in hopes of begetting a child. Wang Shuyi, believing he had discovered a secret, hurried to the palace to inform Empress Wang. The empress, eager for offspring and lacking discernment, complied with his every word. Cui Ying remarked that ancient emperors despised the use of witchcraft and curses within the inner palace. Indeed, Empress Wang had long been targeted by consort Wu Hui. From the beginning, Wu Hui's confidant was aware of the situation and swiftly reported it to the emperor. Consequently, the discovery of the thunderwood led to Wang being unjustly accused of casting curses in the harem and subsequently deposed. Su Bai noted that even after her deposition, the ordeal was far from over. She was demoted to a commoner, and her brother was executed. Filled with regret and sorrow, Empress Wang fell into a deep depression in the cold palace, ultimately succumbing to her illness in October of that year. Cui Ying expressed her disbelief at how a woman could be so foolish, suggesting that she was oblivious to the circumstances of her demise. Su Bai countered that if she were truly unaware, she would not have spent her life in complaint. Instead, she directed her animosity towards Emperor Tang Ming, blaming him for his moral ambiguity that led to the wrongful deaths of both herself and her brother. In truth, Empress Wang was a commendable individual after her death. Her memory was cherished within the palace, and even Emperor Xuanzong felt a tinge of regret, ordering her burial with the highest honors at the Wuxiang Temple in Chang'an. It was not until more than 30 years later, with the ascension of Emperor Tang Daizong Liu, that her case was vindicated, and she was posthumously reinstated as empress. Su Bai lamented the absence of a remedy for regret in this world. Though her quest for vengeance had failed, she became a vengeful spirit, destined to experience retribution. Su Bai anticipated that a captivating drama would soon unfold. Cui Ying, intrigued, inquired if he had glimpsed the Book of Life and Death. Su Bai clarified that the book is not immutable. Changes in one's fate can alter its records. He cautioned against placing too much faith in such predictions, citing his own life as an example. His originally destined lifespan had been altered, yet he was unable to escape an untimely death. Cui Ying expressed skepticism, admitting she lacked evidence but believed he had surmised something. Su Bai merely smiled, suggesting they allow events to unfold naturally. For every action within this intricate scheme would influence the ultimate outcome. Preferring not to engage in further banter, Cui Ying impatiently urged him to leave. Su Bai sighed, reflecting that life and death are commonplace occurrences. His current hope was for Cui Ying to swiftly recall the matters of her past life. He offered his assistance in their affairs, should it be needed. Suddenly, Ying Ning timidly voiced her unease regarding Fang Yi, remarking that she seemed entirely transformed from her formerly innocent self, as though she had become somewhat obsessed. Others echoed her sentiments, noting that when they first encountered her in the office, she appeared naïve, yet now seemed increasingly calculating. The influence of vengeful spirits was one factor, while Yue Qing suggested that a shift in her mindset was another. Previously, she could only admire Cui Ying from afar, filled with longing. But now that he was a tangible part of her life, her desires had expanded. Chapter 738. The confusion of fate. Tu Yizhu's return was uncertain, yet I held some faith in him. My immediate concern was to maintain stability with Fang Yi and avoid causing any disturbances. Baimoxuan remarked coolly. Cui Ying inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Ying Ning, we have work to do." Su Bai remarked, "You are 4, and they too are 4. One pairs with one. What do you think?" Baimoxuan stated, "I will pair with Shen Yi." "How astute of you. Among us, the most conventional pairing is undoubtedly between 2 men," Cui Ying responded. "That Shen Yi is indeed the most graceful one. He should be the least troublesome. Well, it seems I must follow Cui Ying. Little girl, you shall accompany Fang Yi. Your swift footwork will ensure you keep up. I will entrust Li Lu to Yue Qing." "No, that is incorrect. Fang Yi is the most unpredictable and should be assigned to Yue Qing. Ying Ning, you will go with Li Lu." Su Bai commented. "Li Lu appears to be the least threatening. It seems you from Qingxiu and Yu Ming have conspired to deceive us, ordinary folk," Yue Qing remarked. "The 2 most formidable individuals have fallen into the hands of Cui Ying and me," Su Bai added. "Are you bullying us?" "What of it?" Cui Ying retorted, hands on her hips, laughing. "Is that brat coming again?" Su Bai suddenly inquired. His question caught everyone off guard. Once they processed it, they all turned to Ying Ning, who quickly shook her head. Su Bai then said, "That fellow is truly peculiar. He appears unexpectedly and vanishes just as swiftly. What nonsense is this?" The time to ponder that had not yet arrived. The following day, the 4 individuals set out on their respective tasks, each assigned to one. Baimoxuan followed Shen Yi, finding it remarkably easygoing. Shen Yi led a highly structured life, rising at 7 each morning, jogging for half an hour, and then driving to the company after breakfast. His life was well ordered. Observing his adherence to traffic regulations while driving revealed his disciplined nature, which endeared him further to Baimoxuan. As anticipated, the day unfolded rather uneventfully. He was indeed the safest individual. As Shen Yi's workday neared its end, Baimoxuan stifled a yawn, preparing to depart when a figure appeared before him. Spotting Cui Ying behind that person, Baimoxuan exclaimed, "What is happening?" Recognizing Baimoxuan's vehicle, Cui Ying seized the opportunity to evade Cui Ying's gaze and slipped into the car, saying, "What a coincidence." Whether it was genuine serendipity or mere happenstance, Baimoxuan inquired. "What is she doing here?" "She is a reporter. Her schedule is relatively free, and going out for interviews is quite routine," Cui Ying answered, taking a sip from the water in the car. "I am parched. This investigative work is no easy task. My legs are about to give out." Cui Ying then glanced ahead, her expression turning to one of shock. What on earth is this? Cui Ying and Shun Yi emerged side by side, appearing to engage in light-hearted conversation. Noticing the expression on Cui Ying's face, Cui Ying felt an ominous premonition. Baimoxuan, how do we explain this situation? An interview? Baimoxuan replied with a knowing smile. It seems the entanglements among several individuals have begun. That makes no sense. In a past life, Shun Yi was Mei Fei, and Cui Ying was Yang Yuan. These two are adversaries, Cui Ying remarked, extending her thumb and pinky. How could these two possibly become involved? Cui Ying and Shun Yi entered a restaurant, clearly intending to dine together. Cui Ying called Yue Qing, discovering that Fong Yi was still waiting at the bakery for Cui Ying, unaware that at that moment, Cui Ying was face-to-face with her fiancé. Cui Ying sat across from Shun Yi, increasingly struck by his courteous demeanor and exceptional poise. A fleeting thought of Li Lu crossed her mind, casting a shadow over her heart. How splendid it would be if he possessed even half of Shun Yi's qualities. At merely 30 years of age, Shun Yi had already ascended to a high executive position in a publicly listed company, and intriguingly, his family also boasted their own enterprise. A sudden notion took root in Cui Ying's mind, one so powerful that it made her toes curl. Her visit today was ostensibly to finalize arrangements for an interview scheduled for tomorrow, something that could have easily been resolved with a simple phone call. Yet here she was, reflecting on her impulsiveness. This man embodied every criterion she had longed for, causing her heart to race unexpectedly. Shun Yi, noticing her, apologized. I truly regret having troubled you with this visit. Not at all. I felt it prudent to confirm matters in person, Cui Ying replied. You are far too courteous. I fear I may be intruding upon your time. Last time, you left in such haste that I intended to invite you and your boyfriend to dinner. Shun Yi inquired with genuine concern. Is there any food you cannot consume, Miss Chu? Li Lu had never posed such a question. He would merely say, whatever you decide is fine, or it doesn't matter. A pang of sorrow struck Cui Ying as she replied, no. Outside. Cui Ying and Baimoxuan observed the polite exchange and felt a sense of relief. Baimoxuan remarked, it appears to be merely a casual dinner. Cui Ying shook her head. While Shun Yi may be innocuous, Cui Ying's expression is quite telling. There is excitement mingled with a hint of disappointment and anticipation. Baimoxuan, do not underestimate a woman's intuition. I sense that Cui Ying harbors feelings for Shun Yi. Things are getting complicated, Baimoxuan chuckled. How amusing. I wonder how Fong Yi would react if she witnessed this scene. At that moment, Fong Yi stood outside a bakery, scanning the area. Typically, Cui Ying would have returned by now, yet she was delayed by 40 minutes. Fong Yi felt a twinge of concern. Would she need to work late again? Resigned, she returned to the shop, listlessly retrieved a bottle of water, and had taken only a few sips when an agitated figure stormed in. Slamming a bag down before Fong Yi. You insolent girl. From a distance, Yue Qing was taken aback. The visitor was Fong Yi's aunt, who glared at Fong Yi in fury. Fong Yi's lips curled into a slight smirk. Aunt, you certainly have time on your hands to come see me today. What did you say to your father? Fong Yi's aunt abruptly seized her wrist, drawing the attention of the staff. Fong Yi swiftly wrenched her arm free. What? Has your scheme been unveiled? You refuse to admit your faults and yet dare to confront me? I have tolerated you for too long. Do you take advantage of my youth? Allow me to demonstrate that if I decide to play hardball, you are no match for me. Moreover, I shall not resort to underhanded tactics. We are not of the same caliber, do you understand? Fong Yi had merely delivered a recording of their previous conversation to her father. This morning, as she departed, he informed her that her aunt would be stripped of all positions within the company. Furthermore, all sympathies extended toward her would be rescinded, signifying her imminent expulsion. As her father's biological sister, she would not have been treated in such a manner had it not been for her aunt's relentless cruelty. Aunt Fong Yi glared at Fong Yi. You've pretended to be obedient and adorable since childhood. You may deceive others, but not me. You clever little girl, I assure you. I will not let this slide. My refraining from sending you to prison is already an act of mercy. If you continue to entangle yourself in this, I will ensure your suffering. Fong Yi's gaze grew fierce. I have already backed up the recording on my phone. Aunt Fong Yi cursed venomously. You wicked girl. May you meet a miserable end. I do not yet know my fate, but I am certain your days of misery are about to commence. Fong Yi retorted with a cold smile. If you wish to continue this charade, then stay. Otherwise, leave. Aunt Fong Yi stumbled as she grabbed her bag and exited. Yue Qing, observing from a distance, though unaware of their conversation, was struck by Fang Yi's ruthless expression. What manner of character is she really? After sending her aunt away, Fang Yi sighed deeply. The tiger does not show its might. Do you take me for a sickly cat? Merely expelling you is insufficient. I shall ensure you possess nothing. Awaiting Cui Ying's arrival, Fang Yi proceeded to the company's headquarters. The door to her father's office was ajar, and upon entering, she collapsed onto the sofa, weeping. Fang Yi's father, though seemingly stern, was most concerned for his daughter. Noticing her sobs, he spoke anxiously. Are you still worried about your aunt's intentions? Do not fret. I have expelled her from the company and evicted her from our home. With that recording in your possession, she will think twice before acting recklessly. After all, she is my sister. Is that so? She just stormed into the bakery seeking me, declaring she would not let me off easily. Tears streamed down Fang Yi's face. Dad, I am truly frightened. If such a person holds wealth and power, what heinous acts might she not commit? Fang Yi's father's face twitched slightly. This self-made tycoon felt somewhat powerless in the face of familial strife. She is your biological aunt, he reminded her. She is my aunt. Yet she employs underhanded tactics to harm me. Fang Yi raised her head, her eyes reddened. Dad, do you not believe me? If I did not believe you, why would I have expelled her from the company and our home? However, one should not be too extreme. Why push her to the brink? Fang Yi's father replied. I am your only daughter, Fang Yi stated coldly. Since you say that, let it be. As long as she possesses money, she can continue to hire assassins. Will her next target merely be me, or will it extend to both of us? Fang Yi's father's eyelids twitched, unease gripped him. He was well aware of his sister's temperament, and Fang Yi's words filled him with dread. No longer hesitating, he pressed the button on the desk. Please send the chief financial officer in. Upon the CFO's arrival, he stood upright. Fang Yi's father inquired. You previously informed me that Fang Ying had embezzled funds from the company. Yes, but did you not advise against making this public? The CFO appeared perplexed. Why bring this up now? Is the evidence still in your possession? Fang Yi's father asked. Given that, Fang Ying shall forfeit her share of the company's profits. And you are well aware of the rationale behind this. I trust that the other shareholders will understand this decision. The financial director was elated. He had long disapproved of Fang Ying's arrogant demeanor. He promptly nodded. I shall attend to it at once. Fang Yi's father turned to his daughter. Are you at ease now? Dad, life is of utmost importance, Fang Yi replied. You've been working at the shop below lately. Gaining experience on the front lines is beneficial. Learn well there and take on more managerial responsibilities. This company will ultimately be yours. Fang Yi smiled. Rest assured. Dad, I am diligently learning. By the way, I need to check on the shop. I must take my leave. Eager to return to the bakery and await Cui Ying, Fang Yi was fortunate this time. Within 10 minutes of her return, Cui Ying passed by the bakery. However, today, Cui Ying seemed peculiar. She typically glanced inside and would greet Fang Yi if she saw her, but today she hurried along, her head down. Unable to contain herself, Fang Yi pushed the door open. Cui Ying, are you off work? Cui Ying, feeling somewhat guilty, halted, appearing awkward. As she had harbored some inappropriate thoughts about Fang Yi's fiancé. What are you still doing here? I was waiting for you. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Why not join me? Fang Yi suggested. I am quite famished. No need. I've already eaten. It's better for you to dine with your fiancé, Cui Ying replied. Her tone tinged with disappointment. Perhaps next time then, Fang Yi said. Cui Ying smiled, her gaze fixated on the bakery behind Fang Yi. It was the largest bakery on the street, bustling with patrons every morning. This woman hailed from a privileged background, had a flourishing career, and was engaged to such a splendid partner. In contrast, Cui Ying found herself toiling at the newspaper, seeing no glimmer of hope, while Li Lu, her partner, lacked ambition. A pang of bitterness filled her heart, prompting her to turn away from Fang Yi. I shall take my leave. Watching Cui Ying's retreating figure, Fang Yi felt a sense of loss. She sensed Cui Ying's coldness today. Returning to the shop, she wore a sullen expression. Yue Qing glanced at the time. Her stomach growled. Just then, her phone rang. It was Cui Ying, informing her that she could go home, as the day had concluded. Upon returning to the company, the four of them summarized the day's events. Ying Ning, accompanied by Li Lu, remained the most uneventful. He had spent the entire day at the magazine office, even ordering takeout for lunch. Su Bai's cunning ensured Ying Ning had a smooth day. Cui Ying rolled her eyes. There's simply no reasoning with the agent Yin Wang. The other three were far more tumultuous. Yue Qing held a reserved view of Fang Yi, observing her dealings with her aunt. She was indeed a clever girl. Her previous innocence seemed a mere fade. having even deceived the handsome man. A woman capable of fooling even ghosts was truly formidable. The handsome man, in a gloomy tone, remarked, "I now even suspect that was not her first encounter with a ghost." Cui Ying added, "Cui Ying's reluctance to greet Fong Yi as she passed the bakery only confirms my suspicions. She has designs on Shun Yi. No wonder, as Shun Yi is a quintessential young talent, exuding considerable allure towards women." Setting aside past lives, Cui Ying's choice aligns with the values held by many women. Yet, thinking of past lives makes one feel dizzy. Ying Ning remarked, "The situation has completely unraveled for the four of them, and the most tragic of all is Li Lu. In his previous life, his father usurped his wife, and in this lifetime, his girlfriend has shifted her affections. Over the course of 2 lives, it is evident that Yang Yuhuan owes the greatest debt to Li Zhao. The one who ought to pay the price is undoubtedly Cui Ying." Cui Ying voiced her indignation on behalf of Li Lu, exclaiming, "What nonsense! She already has a boyfriend, but still ponders other possibilities. I see that Shun Yi remains remarkably composed and evidently has not been swayed. His loyalty to Fong Yi appears steadfast, even though Fong Yi interrupted their child." Baimoxuan suggested, "We should expedite arrangements for Cui Ying to undergo hypnosis with Dr. Xie." Cui Ying nodded vigorously, "We cannot afford any delays." The following day, Cui Ying hurried to the newspaper office. Her frequent interactions with Cui Ying began to sow seeds of doubt in Cui Ying's mind. As she poured water, she furtively glanced back at Cui Ying, who cheerfully inquired, "Are you displeased with my presence?" "Not at all, but does Miss Cui reside long-term in the capital?" Cui Ying responded. Cui Ying confirmed, "Yes, it seems like it was 2 months ago when I last returned home. I will be staying here from now on." Cui Ying continued, "By the way, do you recall the topic we discussed in the restaurant about our past lives?" "Of course," Cui Ying replied. "What of it?" "I wish to undergo hypnosis," Cui Ying stated. "I am eager to discover if I can recall events from my past life. I would like to invite you to accompany me as a witness. Are you free at noon?" "If it's just at noon, that works for me," Cui Ying said. Suddenly intrigued, it would be wonderful to see it firsthand. Cui Ying had already coordinated with Dr. Xie to stage a performance for Cui Ying. When they arrived at the psychological clinic, Dr. Xie was already dressed and ready, right on time. Cui Ying was somewhat taken aback by Dr. Xie's appearance and stature, but Cui Ying did not allow her much time for further reactions. "Dr. Xie is quite expensive. We must make the most of our time. Cui Ying, pay close attention." Cui Ying reclined on a comfortable sofa as Dr. Xie placed a clock before her. With the rhythmic ticking of the second hand and Dr. Xie's suggestive words, Cui Ying truly fell into a hypnotic state. In that moment, a fleeting clarity struck her. Isn't this supposed to be a mere act? Why is it turning real? Cui Ying watched in astonishment, holding her breath as an observer. Dr. Xie's hand waved several times before he asked, "Where are you now?" "It's dark. I am on a very long staircase. Descending," Cui Ying responded. "I cannot see the end. I must continue going down, down," she continued. Dr. Xie prompted, "Daylight has arrived. Have you noticed? The sunlight is streaming in, warmly enveloping you without any heat, quite comfortable. Can you now see everything around you? Do you see where you are?" "By the river. I am by the river." Cui Ying's voice seemed to carry a hint of trepidation. "I am wearing a wedding gown." Chapter 740, Their Past Lives. The wedding gown stirred something within Cui Ying. Was Cui Ying on her way to marry? Dr. Xie cast a glance at Cui Ying and continued to guide. "How do you feel now? Are you happy? Wearing a wedding gown and about to wed. Your mood must surely be joyous, correct?" Cui Ying suddenly sniffed, her eyes reddening. "No, it shouldn't be this way. It's so disheartening." Her emotions surged, causing her body to tremble. Observing the escalating situation, Dr. Xie snapped his fingers. "It's over." When Cui Ying opened her eyes and found her face awash with tears, she was taken aback. She looked at Dr. Xie with a hint of reproach. "What did I just say?" "You can listen to the recording later. Rest assured, we maintain absolute confidentiality regarding the recordings," Dr. Xie replied. Anxiously, Cui Ying listened to the playback, her expression gradually darkening. She turned to Dr. Xie. "Strange, it doesn't make sense. You were contemplating your past life, yearning to know, which subconsciously triggered some memories," Dr. Xie explained. "However, they are merely fragments, painful memories, the most profound ones, allowing you to recall a little." Draped in a wedding gown, Cui Ying, "You must have been a woman in your previous life." Cui Ying resolved that upon meeting Su Bo again, she would insist he examine her life and death ledger to uncover who she had been in her past life and the reasons behind such sorrowful memories. She also contemplated her entanglement with Yue Qing, pondering how their past life connection had led to their current inescapable encounter. Cui Ying, witnessing Cui Ying's awakening memories of her past life, felt a surge of excitement. Cui Ying turned to her and asked, "How about you? Would you like to try?" "Doctor." Xia pondered briefly. "Very well. I have no appointments today. A buy one get one free offer. Would you like to give it a go?" Cui Ying's palms began to sweat. "Okay." Cui Ying silently rejoiced, finally persuading her friend to undergo hypnosis. Once Cui Ying was fully hypnotized, Dr. Xie glanced at Cui Ying, who nodded, signaling him to proceed. "What do you see? What do you hear?" Cui Ying remained silent, causing Cui Ying's heart to sink. Suddenly, Cui Ying's face twitched, the sound of wind, cries, many people outside shouting to kill her, kill her. If hypnosis could invoke memories of past lives, those recollections would undoubtedly be unforgettable. Astonishingly, the most vivid memory for Cui Ying was the moment before her execution, a critical juncture between life and death. As the hypnosis concluded, Cui Ying eagerly requested to hear the recording. After listening, she sat there in shock. "What does this mean? Someone wants to kill my past self. And not just one person. Is that all?" "That is all. If you are interested, you may return for more in the future," Dr. Xie said, letting out a sigh. "However, I doubt there will be significant progress. Your memories are quite limited, very limited." Unlike Cui Ying, who was overwhelmed with emotion, I had to conclude her session. You, on the other hand, displayed no further reaction after recalling these memories. This served as an answer for Cui Ying. Relying solely on hypnosis would not yield the results they desired. Understanding this, Cui Ying smiled at Cui Ying. "It's all right. Today was merely an experiment." Cui Ying shook her head. "What a marvelous sensation." Dr. Xie chuckled. "Cui Ying, should I still send the bill to Boss Bai?" "No need. We are independent now. Please send it to the new address." Cui Ying pinned down the company address for Dr. Xie, remarking that young individuals inevitably face moments of independence. Dr. Xie tucked it away, mentioning a discount of 5. Although it was merely a modest discount, Cui Ying felt quite flattered. After parting ways with Cui Ying, she noticed her contemplative demeanor and decided to delve deeper into the conversation. With so many people clamoring to harm you, they must not be ordinary individuals. A little investigation should unveil some clues. I am also quite curious about the significance of my bridal attire. It feels rather distressing to think about whom I am to marry. Through her dialogue with Cui Ying learned that she was to interview Shun Yi that afternoon. Their meeting the previous day was indeed a prelude to this interview. Nonetheless, Cui Ying sensed that Cui Ying's appearance yesterday was peculiar and deliberately remarked, "Mr. Shun is a promising young talent, certainly worth interviewing." Indeed, in comparison to Li Lu, the two were worlds apart. Cui Ying expressed her irritation, saying, "When I mentioned future prospects to Li Lu yesterday, he was solely engrossed in his video games. I am struggling to communicate with him. And the thought of spending my life with such a man terrifies me. When one fixates on another's flaws, their virtues seem to vanish." This was precisely Cui Ying's predicament. Shun Yi and Fong Yi appeared to be a well-matched couple. After uttering this, Cui Ying felt a pang of regret as Cui Ying's expression shifted immediately. "Indeed, they seem well-suited, but I fail to see how fond Fong Yi is of Shun Yi. She remains rather aloof towards him." "Ah, Cui Ying, you are not entirely mistaken. Yet this is largely due to you. Were it not for you, Fong Yi and Shun Yi would make a splendid pair. Allow me to treat you to a meal. I have delayed you for an hour. Shall we dine near the company?" Cui Ying suggested. "No, that won't be necessary. I have arranged to meet Shun Yi shortly, and we will dine while I conduct the interview." "Thank you for today," Cui Ying replied as she prepared to leave. Watching the time, Cui Ying hailed a taxi. And as the vehicle drove away, Cui Ying took out her phone. "Baimoxuan, you will be keeping an eye on things again today. I will head back now." Upon returning to the office, she found Su Bai engrossed in the television, and his irritation was palpable as he remarked, "You all are perpetually busy and unreachable. I have news, but no means to inform you." "Hey, Su Bai, let me ask you, as the temporary king of hell, you must have checked our records in the book of life and death, especially regarding myself and Yue Qing. What was our relationship in the last life?" Cui Ying inquired. "I cannot divulge that," Su Bai replied, fully aware of the records. His curiosity from life had not diminished in death. After suppressing other realms' kings, he found leisure in the underworld and had long perused the book of life and death. He had always been intrigued as to why two individuals separated by several years remained inseparable and behaved like an old married couple. Cui Ying shared her experience of undergoing hypnosis, leading her to genuine interactions, which captivated Su Bai, revealing a glint of something different in his gaze. Cui Ying grew increasingly curious. You only hint at past events without disclosing the outcomes of this life. Is that not permissible? You are correct. I must not reveal the fates of those in this life. Su Bo spoke with a serious tone. Since you have taken on the role of there are rules that must be followed. Regarding matters from your previous life, I can indeed reveal some details. Sister, I have always felt that in your relationship with Yue Qing, you were the one in control while he was somewhat passive. At the beginning of your love, you suffered more profoundly, and there is a reason for that. You were merely repaying a debt. Cui Ying's heart was pierced with pain. At the inception of their love, she had indeed invested more, and she had once grappled with this realization. Fortunately, Yue Qing's subsequent gestures had somewhat compensated for this imbalance. Now, listening to Su Bo, she was certain that in her previous life, she had owed Yue Qing. In your last life, you were the renowned courtesan Cui Qiao of the Ming dynasty. Although you were deemed an artist, you mingled extensively with prominent political and military figures, two of whom were Su Hai and Luo Longwan. Su Hai, initially a rogue monk, later became a wealthy magnate. The three of them quickly formed a bond, leading to a convoluted tale. Su Hai rose to become a notorious pirate, having developed feelings for Cui Qiao, yet he struggled to express them. After becoming a pirate, he abducted Cui Qiao to be his consort. They initially faced considerable friction, but over time, their affection deepened into a passionate love. Luo Longwan, a friend to both, unfortunately, sought personal gain by recommending Su Hai to the imperial court for surrender. Aware that Su Hai's greatest concern was Cui Qiao, he cunningly exploited this by suggesting that if Su Hai continued his life of piracy, he would have no future with her. Su Bo observed Cui Ying, remarking, he manipulated her emotions. As Cui Ying listened to Cui Qiao's story, a peculiar sensation enveloped her. The name was unfamiliar, yet emotionally, she felt an inexplicable connection, becoming increasingly engrossed in the narrative. Cui Qiao's profound love for Su Hai was indeed manipulated by Luo Longwan, who successfully persuaded Su Hai to submit to the court. However, as Su Hai lowered his guard, the court dispatched Hu Zongxian to attack, leading to Su Hai's capture and execution. Luo Longwan betrayed his friend for the sake of power, and tragically, after Cui Qiao was captured, Hu Zongxian gifted her to another defector. To placate Cui Qiao, a lavish wedding was arranged, an uncommon occurrence at the time. Given Cui Qiao's status, she was not permitted to don the traditional crimson bridal gown. Dressed in bridal finery, Cui Qiao was overcome with sorrow, regretting her blind trust in Luo Longwan. Ultimately, on her wedding day, she leapt from the sedan chair into the water, choosing to end her life in devotion. Cui Ying murmured, Yue Qing is indeed Su Hai. It was true. Although Su Hai met a premature demise, his reincarnation was delayed due to the bloodshed he caused in his previous life, remaining in the underworld for an extended period. Su Bo remarked, this explains why the relationship from your past life has transformed into a distinctly different one in this life. Sister, you owe Yue Qing from your previous life, and thus in this life, you are destined to be bound to him. Cui Ying responded, the guilt and pain before death are the most unforgettable, which is why those moments can be recalled during hypnosis. It's simply the nature of things. Su Bo inquired, will you tell Yue Qing? No need, Cui Ying replied. Does it truly matter who owes whom from the past? We loved each other in our previous life, and now we have encountered love anew in this life. Heaven has shown us great favor, and I will cherish the remaining time spent by his side. Su Bo inhaled deeply, yet no breath filled his lungs. Truly, my elder sister embodies maturity, elegance, and grace. Did you just realize this? Cui Ying exclaimed, her heart unburdened and brimming with excitement. Why are you staying home alone, watching television? Why not following Ning? It's all because of the punishment department, Su Bo replied. I am now preparing to cast a wide net, inquiring of anyone who has lingered in the underworld for over 500 years, to ascertain whether they know who the punishment department was in life. I will be unable to come for the next few days, so you must take good care of Ying Ning. By the way, this hypnosis can evoke fragments of past lives, albeit only snippets. It is insufficient. It seems I must ask Meng Pei to increase the dosage. As Su Bo murmured to himself, the Wheel King suddenly appeared in the living room. Deputy King Yan. Trouble looms. There are restless spirits wreaking havoc, having overturned Meng Po's soup. We are now without the elixir, and the spirits are congested at the Naiha Bridge. Please return promptly to address this matter. In an instant, Su Bo vanished from the living room. Indeed, today in the underworld was extraordinary. Operations in the major halls had ceased, and all spirits were temporarily detained. The various Yinluo had already proceeded to the Naiha Bridge. Su Bo felt a twinge of unease. His absence during such a critical moment might provoke bias. As expected, the moment Su Bo reappeared, the expression on the urban king's face shifted. Might I inquire where the deputy king Yin had ventured? This matter is of no consequence, Su Bo replied. Surveying the scene, he noted that the spirits responsible for disturbing Meng Po's soup had been subdued, while those awaiting their turn to drink the soup were quietly detained to the side. Sounds of bubbling emanated from Meng Po's chamber. Su Bo strode in, observing Meng Po, aided by several ghostly messengers, pouring herbs into a cauldron. Unfortunately, the fire was reluctant to blaze brightly. Upon seeing Su Bo enter, Meng Po lamented, "This will delay us for several days." Su Bo fixed his gaze upon the flames and suggested, "Wouldn't a larger flame hasten the process?" "Indeed, it would," Meng Po replied. "Regrettably, this fire is not of the outside world. It cannot be stoked with mere firewood." An idea sparked in Su Bo's mind as he extended his hand and waved it inside. The flames indeed flared up, but their vigor was short-lived. Stepping back outside, Su Bo declared, "The immediate priority is to strengthen the flames. Shall we all join forces to invigorate the fire?" The Yue Qing responded, "If it is feasible to amplify it, we certainly shall." The other Yinluo silently nodded in agreement. Thus, the 10 Yinluo formed a circle, each placing their palms inward. Under the combined efforts of the 10 halls Yinluo, the flames grew increasingly robust, ultimately sustaining their fervor. Meng Po, with her ghostly aids, methodically added the materials, causing the concoction to boil and bubble, replenishing it with new ingredients. The Yue Qing observed Su Bo's focused profile, silently thinking, "Brother, your vision is indeed astute." After sufficient soup was prepared for 3 days, the gathered spirits withdrew their spiritual energy. Su Bo remarked, "In the future, Naiha Bridge must dispatch more ghostly messengers. We cannot allow such an incident to recur." The Yue Qing nodded in agreement. "And one more matter. Is Judge Zhong present?" Judge Zhong stepped forward. "I am here. Please compile a list of those who have resided in the underworld for over 500 years. I wish to conduct interviews," Su Bo instructed. The Yue Qing was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what scheme is this lad concocting? For over 5 centuries, the number of ghost messengers has been substantial. Su Bai engaged in solitary discussions, beginning with Meng Po. The soup was already prepared, and she was able to spare some time. Standing in the hall of Yama, Meng Po felt a peculiar sensation. Seated above her was Bai Wei, her grandson, who had now assumed the commanding presence of the acting king of hell. "Bring a chair for Meng Po," Su Bai commanded with a resonant voice. Immediately, a ghost messenger approached with a chair, bowing respectfully as he said, "Meng Po, please sit." Meng Po was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. She was merely an old woman who brewed soup, and had rarely received any favors from these ghost messengers, leading them to treat her with indifference. Yet now, with just a word from Su Bai, she felt elevated like an ancestral figure. What a lamentable irony. Once the ghost messengers withdrew, Su Bai found their distance insufficient and cleared his throat. The messengers promptly retreated even further. Meng Po inquired softly, "Is there something you wish to ask, my lord Yama?" "Meng Po, you are aware of the matters concerning the punishment division, correct? In the realm of the underworld, even the smallest event can quickly become widespread," Su Bai replied. "It is highly probable that he was acquainted with my grandfather, Jiao. Therefore, I surmise that during his lifetime, he knew my grandfather, which is why after becoming a ghost messenger, he aided Jiao by erasing Jiao's record from the Book of Life and Death, while simultaneously erasing his own." Meng Po was aware of the punishment division's disintegration, yet she had not contemplated the connections to Jiao. Thus, understanding who the punishment division was in life might reveal Jiao's past life, clarifying the source of his immense power. Alas, this punishment division has remained as elusive as a specter in the underworld, she mused. "What do you mean?" Su Bai inquired. "It seems he deliberately refrains from mentioning his past," Meng Po replied. "He must have joined the underworld before me. By the time I arrived, he was already present. However, he definitely came after the Taoist was Yama, for during that period, the Taoist was unaware of his existence. After several transitions of Yama, only when the last one departed did the underworld achieve stability. If the recently departed Yama was unaware, it is highly likely he was recruited by one of the intervening Yamas personally, which would explain why no one knows of this person's background." Su Bai was surprised by Meng Po's clarity of thought and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems having Meng Pa merely brew soup is a waste. You might as well assist me in the future. Meng Pa hastily waved her hands. That cannot be. That cannot be. I knew you would refuse. So I merely spoke in jest, Su Bai sighed. If what you say is true, the situation becomes intricate. The previous Yamas could be traced. Yet they too have no recollection of prior events. After reincarnation, they become ordinary people, do they not? Su Bai's observation struck true, and Meng Pa fell silent, merely sighing. My impression of the punishment division is that he was exceedingly polite, yet spoke not a word more than necessary. After Zhong Guanshi arrived in the underworld, he seemed to resonate more with him, sharing a few more words. I suspect that Zhong Guanshi might know more. Su Bai shook his head. Zhong Guanshi has provided no clues. Although he speaks more freely, he has never mentioned anything about his life prior. Chapter 742, The Art of Wall Crossing 1. Indeed, it was flawlessly inconspicuous. Meng Pa remarked, however, the approximate timeline can indeed be deduced. I joined the underworld during the Western Han Dynasty, while the King of Hell ascended to his throne in the early Ming period. Thus the Department of Punishments must have integrated into the underworld during that interval. This revelation sparked a sudden enlightenment in Su Bai, who leaped to his feet and rushed to Meng Pa, embracing her fervently. Meng Pa, you are truly remarkable. I now know how to pinpoint the era. How so? Meng Pa asked, gently pushing him away. Are you not concerned about being seen in such an undignified manner? They have already departed far away. What is there to fear? Su Bai replied, you and my grandmother were close friends, a senior I hold in high esteem. It has dawned on me that the ghostly messengers of the underworld came from various epochs. By employing the process of elimination, I can ascertain precisely which era the Department of Punishments became established as ghostly messengers, ultimately locking down the timeline. Meng Pa felt a surge of joy for Su Bai's breakthrough. Indeed, that is the correct logic. Meng Pa, you may return now. I must maintain my momentum. Su Bai's determination surged. Today, I shall definitively establish the fundamental timeline, from the Western Han to the early Ming, encompassing the Xia, Shang, Zhou, Qin, Eastern Han, the three kingdoms, the two Jin, the southern and northern dynasties, the Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties, and 10 kingdoms, along with the Song, Liao, Xia, Jin, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. Between the Western Han and the Ming lies the Eastern Han, the three kingdoms, the two Jin, the southern and northern dynasties, the Sui, Tang, 5 dynasties, and 10 kingdoms, as well as the Song, Liao, Xia, Jin, and Yuan. Su Bai calculated, his mind beginning to feel overwhelmed. After Meng Pa's departure, Su Bai immediately summoned the next individual, primarily inquiring about their entry into the underworld. By the time of their induction, the Department of Punishments was already established there. With each discussion, Su Bai diligently recorded his conclusions. Although he could not complete all inquiries in a single day due to the ongoing court sessions, he pressed on, disregarding any thoughts of visiting Ying Ning, solely focused on swiftly reaching a conclusion. For 3 consecutive days, Su Bai had not rested properly. Now, having interviewed all the eligible candidates, he gazed at the densely filled pages of notes. It was time to begin organizing his findings. The Yue Qing entered, casting a glance at the content-laden papers and exclaimed, this is quite the cerebral endeavor. Do we even have brains left? Su Bai quipped, we've long since experienced cerebral death. The Yue Qing retorted, you are a rather pragmatic individual. At times, I feel that aside from lacking warmth and a heartbeat, I am just a living being. Once we take on physical form, we can walk under the sun. Life is life, and death is death. What is there to contest? Hey, come over and help me organize this. By the way, have the other Yama Kings commented on my interviews? Not at all. On the contrary, they are astonished and impressed by your efforts. Such a method has not been witnessed in the underworld before, especially in a one-on-one setting. The Yue Qing noted, in the underworld, the 10 kings of hell are exalted, accustomed to being revered. It has been a long time since they have been so approachable. Furthermore, when the 10 kings collaborated to assist Meng Pa in brewing her soup, that sensation was quite subtle, creating a sense of unity among all. Brother, do you not feel it? Su Bai absorbed not a single word, engrossed in organizing his notes. The Yue Qing, with a sense of helplessness, also assisted in tidying up. After considerable effort, they managed to narrow their focus to the 3 kingdoms and the Jin dynasty, deducing that the punishment department must have arrived in the underworld during this period to become a ghostly emissary. Su Bai mused, the 3 kingdoms and the Jin dynasty. Could my grandfather also have belonged to this era? It seems I have made significant progress. The Yue Qing, equally excited, interjected. By the way, isn't there also a Cui Ying in the mortal realm? If she could recover her past life's memories, perhaps we could pinpoint our target. Waiting for her? That might take quite some time, Subai replied. I wonder how their progress is faring. Oh, Yue Qing. Keep an eye on things here while I step out for a moment. Rest assured, the Yue Qing replied, just don't go too far. Subai shot him an incredulous glance. Do I seem like the kind of person who oversteps? Upon returning home, Subai was surprised to find the house still empty, providing him with an opportunity to solidify his thoughts. He booted up Cui Ying's computer to search for historical materials regarding the Three Kingdoms and the Jin dynasty. Understanding magic, Ji Yao must be no ordinary person, prompting Subai to focus on the practitioners of that era. To his astonishment, he found that practitioners held considerable status during the Three Kingdoms and Jin periods, leading to a diverse array of categories among them. For instance, there were the scholarly types, adept in the study of fate, who authored texts to pass down their techniques. Then there were the reclusive hermits, possessing profound skills yet unwilling to serve the powerful, valuing righteousness over wealth, often retreating to the mountains for a life of freedom. Notably, Zhuge Kongming initially fell into this hermit category. Additionally, there existed practitioners who lived as monks or Taoists, as well as those who served as retainers, especially prevalent during the tripartite division of the Three Kingdoms. Moreover, there were business-oriented practitioners who utilized their skills as a means of livelihood, setting up stalls to read faces and palms, while the itinerant types wandered without a fixed domain, earning a living through their talents while traveling extensively. Given the vast number of practitioners, Subai found it nearly impossible to select a name that could potentially represent Ji Yao's past life. With a resigned sigh, he compiled a list of these names and prepared to print it. Just as the printer was whirring to life, Baimoxuan and the others returned. Ying Ning leaped to Subai's side, exclaiming, "Big guy, what are you working on?" "A roster of practitioners from the Three Kingdoms and Jin periods. I'm now fairly certain that the punishment department was likely a living person during this time, and if he knew my grandfather, then my grandfather must also belong to this era," Subai explained. Unfortunately, during this period, practitioners thrived, resulting in numerous renowned figures. It's like sifting through sand. One cannot speak of the Three Kingdoms and Jin without mentioning Zhuge Kongming, Yue Qing remarked. He is undoubtedly the most famous practitioner, renowned not only for his skills in magic, but also for his military prowess, calligraphy, tai chi, and formations, truly a polymath. Subai remarked, "You have mentioned it before. His skills are sufficient to employ the nailhead 7 arrows technique. However, I doubt he could be the one. A person's integrity in life is evident, and after death, it cannot deteriorate significantly. It certainly cannot be him." Baimoxuan shrugged, then contemplate this list carefully. "Perhaps one day, inspiration will strike, and you shall identify the target, freeing us from continually circling around these 4 individuals. How are your matters progressing?" Subai inquired, puzzled. "You returned quite early today." "It's chaotic," Cui Ying replied irritably. "Today, the 4 of them converged unexpectedly. Guess what? Cui Ying has taken a liking to Shen Yi, and she is desperately trying to get close to him. Her boyfriend, Li Lu, who is rather sensitive, has begun to suspect her and is, in fact, tailing her. As for Fong Yi, she has also noticed that Cui Ying is reluctant to engage with her, causing her distress. Thus she decided to follow Cui Ying as well. In a turn of events, Cui Ying and Shen Yi ran into each other at the restaurant. You cannot imagine the chaos that ensued. Fong Yi fainted on the spot, and Shen Yi was frantically trying to explain that he and Cui Ying were merely acquaintances. Little did he know, Fong Yi had fainted out of concern for Cui Ying. Li Lu, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded, sitting there in silence. In truth, the situation was far more intricate than Cui Ying described. Each of the 4 had been discreetly trailing different targets, and inevitably, they all converged at once. Initially, they intended to observe from the sidelines, but once Fong Yi fainted, the scene spiraled into complete disarray. Yue Qing and Cui Ying hurried to revive Fong Yi, while Baimoxuan, arms crossed, watched with amusement. Ying Ning kindly approached Li Lu to offer comfort. As throughout the entire ordeal, Li Lu emerged as the most innocent party. Li Lu's masculine pride had suffered a severe blow, and whispers filled the restaurant. He could not absorb a single word of Ying Ning's attempts at consolation. His mind was a blank slate. Finally, he stood up and silently walked away. Cui Ying, seething with anger, shouted at Li Lu's retreating figure, "Li Lu, you are a coward, a useless coward." Chapter 743. The art of wall passing 2. Li Lu halted and turned around, declaring, I am but a coward in love with you. You are right, I am indeed a coward. Congratulations, you shall no longer have to live with a coward. You have been dumped. Li Lu sneered, I have no regrets. I have occupied a year of your youth. However, being a coward, I cannot offer you compensation for lost youth, only that you have enjoyed free companionship. Farewell. Li Lu's response surpassed everyone's expectations, causing Baimoxuan to lower his hands, intrigued by the turn of events. He whistled appreciatively, but Cui Ying shot him an irritated glare. Thinking this was not the time to add fuel to the fire, Cui Ying stood frozen, her previously dominant demeanor evaporating as she watched Li Lu walk away. Turning, she spotted Shun Yi anxiously tending to Fong Yi. In that moment, it felt as though she had plummeted from a precipice. Cui Ying stood up. I will escort you back. No need. I can manage myself, Cui Ying replied. Cui Ying refrained from pursuing further, and Cui Ying vanished from the restaurant. Upon returning home, the events between her and Li Lu remained shrouded in mystery. What is known is that upon awakening, Fong Yi gazed at Shun Yi and uttered 4 words, annul the engagement. Shun Yi's reaction was equally astonishing. Good, it's better that you propose it. Su Bai, taken aback, exclaimed, what on earth is happening? Just because Cui Ying and Shun Yi dined together a second time in the restaurant, it has led to a couple's breakup and an engagement termination? I suspect Cui Ying aims to break free from Li Lu, allowing her to pursue Shun Yi openly, without the need to conceal her feelings from Fong Yi. She has indeed set her sights on Shun Yi, which may also serve to disrupt the relationship between Fong Yi and Shun Yi. Cui Ying remarked, this woman's scheming is not inferior to that of Fong Yi. Li Lu's counterattack was truly remarkable. Baimoxuan's assertion was not unfounded. Su Bai mused, strangely enough, I find myself lacking any fondness for these 2 women. It is because you have yet to encounter such formidable women, Cui Ying replied. Be it Gong Su Su or Ying Ning, you are indeed fortunate. I am indifferent to the dynamics among the 4. My sole desire is for Cui Ying to swiftly recall her past life. Baimoxuan interjected. Yizhu. Oh Yizhu. A child's wail echoed from next door, piercing the air as if someone were tormenting him, the cries heart-wrenching. Ying Ning commented, it has begun again. Is the child perpetually crying? Su Bai inquired. You have not been here these past few days. Nearly every night, he cries. Starting at dusk and continuing intermittently throughout the night, only to cease during the day, Ying Ning explained. Yue Qing stated, this cannot continue. I shall go take a look. Cui Ying grasped his arm. What do you intend to do? Approach them and say, hello, I am a Taoist priest. I can calm your child? What else can I do? This child's incessant noise poses a danger, and it makes it difficult for us to sleep, Yue Qing replied. The issue must be resolved, but we need a discreet approach. We can go quietly, Cui Ying suggested, turning to Su Bai. As the agent of the King of Hell, devise a plan to ensure their family gets some rest. Su Bai approached the wall. Cui Ying nodded. Just behind the wall lay the household in question. Su Bai's form passed through, revealing a young couple, their faces etched with worry beside the crib. The infant within was wailing desperately, his small face flushed with exertion, flailing his arms and legs not in joy, but as if struggling against some unseen torment. His eyes, resembling grapes, remained fixed upwards, devoid of the lively curiosity typical of infants. The young parents were at a loss for how to confront this scene. Exchanging glances, the young mother said, what should we do? He won't stop crying. Should we take him to the hospital? Haven't we already been to the hospital? The doctor merely stated the usual possibilities, claiming that a child's cries are normal. The father murmured in distress, I have work tomorrow. The young girl immediately adopted a wounded expression, ready to retort, but Su Bai, wishing to avoid their pointless quarrel, waved his hand, causing them to collapse in unison. His voice transcended the wall. Yue Qing, you may come in now. Yue Qing listened intently and immediately stood up. Cui Ying remarked, there are cameras in the corridor outside. What if we are misunderstood? We have no choice but to employ the wall-piercing technique, Yue Qing replied. This technique requires the practitioner's mental energy, enabling them to traverse through any object. Approaching the wall, Yue Qing focused, and a flicker of red light flashed between his brows. Tentatively, he extended a hand, effortlessly penetrating the wall before the astonished eyes of the others. As Yue Qing's arm disappeared into the wall, Cui Ying gasped. How is this possible? Afterward, Su Bo analyzed the principle behind this phenomenon, likening it to placing a small stone in a large bowl. The stone would remain inside unless its energy surpassed that of the bowl's walls, allowing it to leap out. However, in quantum physics, there exists a peculiar effect. When the bowl's walls are sufficiently low and thin, even if the bowl's energy exceeds that of the stone may inexplicably escape. The mechanism behind its emergence remains a mystery. What is unattainable through mundane strength can be accomplished through Taoist techniques, due to Yue Qing's energy being fundamentally different from that of an ordinary person. As Yue Qing traversed the wall, it understandably startled Su Bo on the other side. Imagine a hand suddenly emerging from a wall, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Su Bo trembled, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" "Do not be afraid, Su Bo. It is me," Yue Qing called out. Upon hearing Yue Qing's voice, Su Bo felt a wave of frustration. How could this fellow pass through walls? By the time Yue Qing fully emerged, Su Bo had composed himself, reminding himself that he was the emissary of the King of Hell, and it would be a laughingstock if word got out that he had been frightened. The child continued to wail, with a heart-wrenching cry that furrowed Yue Qing's brow. What kind of fright must this child have experienced to cry like this? Su Bo remarked. "Young man, you need to resolve this quickly. It is deafening." "We cannot leave behind any talismans," Yue Qing said, placing his hand on the infant's forehead. "Wandering souls, where do you linger? Terrifying phantoms in tombs and forests. I implore the mountain god and the 5 roads generals, as well as the local earth deity and kitchen god, to retrieve the true soul." A dark mist emerged from the infant's forehead, accompanied by a hissing sound. The child's cries weakened, and their eyes began to show signs of life, with their eyelids fluttering. Eventually, lulled by the hissing, the child fell into a deep slumber. Yue Qing then ceased his incantation. "It has taken effect. Su Bo, let us return." "Youth, what has happened to this child?" Su Bo inquired. "He must have seen something unclean during the day, judging by his vacant gaze. It seems to be something with a heavy malevolent energy," Yue Qing explained. "I will now dispel it. Everything should be fine. Let us go." Yue Qing again passed through the wall, and Su Bo felt a rush of excitement. There is a fundamental distinction between physically traversing a wall and passing through as a spiritual entity. Upon returning to the living room, Baimoxuan appeared relaxed. "Finally, no more crying. Youth, with such abilities, why not rob a bank?" Su Bo jested. "Ensure my sister's future is carefree." "That is illegal," Bai Ning replied seriously. Cui Ying pinched Bai Ning's cheek. "At least Bai Ning is sensible. It is commendable that you have not been influenced by Su Bo's intellect. Are you not leaving yet?" Baimoxuan coldly inquired. Su Bo, in a rather irritable manner, picked up the list on the table. "I will continue my research, Ying Ning. You should rest early." That same night, Su Bo returned to his studies, poring over the list of alchemists from the 3 kingdoms, while Ying Ning and others retired for the night, as usual, each absorbed in their own lives as darkness enveloped the world. At that moment, Cui Ying sat on the sofa in the living room, watching coldly as Li Lu packed his belongings. He laid everything out on the floor, stating, "These are my possessions. Take a good look. Do as you please." Cui Ying replied, removing the ring from her finger. "Here, take it back. I do not wish for my future partner to wear something you have used." Li Lu responded, "Just throw it away." Chapter 744. The exchange of souls. As Li Lu pulled up his suitcase to leave, Cui Ying suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. "What does this mean? Are you abandoning me? Isn't this precisely what you desired? If I leave, you can pursue Shun Yi without restraint," Li Lu coldly remarked. "But let me remind you, what goes around comes around. Disrupting someone else's happiness will not yield favorable outcomes for you." With that, he departed, the door slamming shut behind him. Frustrated, Cui Ying hurled the cushion in her hands across the room. Events had taken an unexpected turn. Shun Yi had been excessively polite, showing no signs of affection, and Li Lu had followed her, undermining her plans. The doorbell rang, and with irritation, Cui Ying opened the door. "Aren't you supposed to be gone? What brings you back?" Standing outside was Fong Yi, her face alight with a smile. "Aren't you going to invite me in? Are you here to settle the score?" Cui Ying sneered as she opened the door wider. Fong Yi stepped into the living room without hesitation, producing a document and thrusting it into Cui Ying's hands. "This is for you. A property deed?" Cui Ying pushed her hand away. "Is this supposed to bribe me into abandoning thoughts of your fiancé? We are formally presenting our families with the dissolution of our engagement tomorrow." Fong Yi suddenly grasped Cui Ying's hand. "Cui Ying, I am not angry that you pursue him, not at all. I care not for him. The one I truly care about is you." Cui Ying immediately wrenched her hand away, her expression akin to swallowing a raw egg. "You are insane. I am not mad." "Cui Ying, do you believe in past lives?" Fong Yi exclaimed passionately. "In our previous life, We were a couple. I came into this world for you. Do you understand? In the last life, I was Emperor Tang Ming, and you were Yang Guifei. During a coup, I had no choice but to have Gao Lishur kill you. But I have never been able to forget you. Cui Ying. I remember everything from our past life vividly. The roar echoed in Cui Ying's ears. Kill her, kill her. The world spun, and Cui Ying's body weakened, collapsing. Fang Yi rushed forward, calling Yu Huan. When Cui Ying opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in Dr. Xie's clinic. A night had passed, and Cui Ying, arms crossed, looked at her helplessly. Cui Ying propped herself up. How did I end up here? I need to go to the company. Dr. Xie replied. You were brought here by the hospital. Earlier, while you were conscious, you spoke as Yang Yuhuan. The hospital insisted on sending you to a psychiatric facility, but Miss Fang persuaded them to bring you here. It seems you do not recall the recent events. How is that possible? I lost consciousness last night. Cui Ying cradled her head in her hands, pondering, was I not in a state of unconsciousness all this time? Cui Ying turned to Fang Yi. That question is best directed at Miss Fang. When Cui Ying received the phone call, Cui Ying was already lying there. She was utterly unaware of the events that transpired that evening. Dr. Xie exchanged a glance with Cui Ying, prompting her to say, I need to consult with Dr. Xie about whether we should proceed with psychological treatment for Cui Ying. The two entered Dr. Xie's office, where he cautiously remarked, Cui Ying has been administered a sedative. The incidents at the hospital were fabricated by that Miss Fang. She attempted to deceive me, but it was futile. A sedative? Cui Ying exclaimed, that woman is truly deranged. Cui Ying's current condition precludes the possibility of hypnosis, Dr. Xie stated. I have already informed you that her situation is not suitable for such treatment. Perhaps you should advise Miss Fang to refrain from becoming overly obsessed. Cui Ying hurried outside to assist Cui Ying, declaring, I will take you home. Fang Yi grasped Cui Ying's hand, pleading, I beg you, let us attempt hypnosis just this once. Cui Ying's gaze was sharp, as if it could slice through Fang Yi's very being, and a peculiar smile crept across her lips. I do not require hypnosis. Wouldn't it be better for you to divulge the truth bit by bit? Fang Yi, astonished, could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? I do not wish to repeat this. Cui Ying's expression darkened. I shall only speak once. We will meet tonight. Cui Ying felt an unsettling premonition. Cui Ying's behavior was perplexing, and she began to worry for Fang Yi's safety. Suddenly, she seized Cui Ying's wrist, warning, do not act recklessly. If Miss Fang suffers any harm, your life will be irrevocably altered. What nonsense are you spouting, Cui Ying? Am I truly that kind of person? Cui Ying laughed. I simply wish to uncover the events of my past life. After all, someone knows. Why not have her tell me? Cui Ying gradually released her grip. Recognizing that Cui Ying spoke no falsehood, at that moment, her desire to learn about her past was genuine, reflected in her authentic expression. As Cui Ying withdrew her hand, Fang Yi promptly stepped forward to grasp Cui Ying's hand, leading her out of the clinic. Dr. Xie stood with his arms crossed, observing Cui Ying with a sense of resignation. Now I understand the significance of Meng Po's soup. It is indeed chaotic. Cui Ying managed a bitter smile, indeed. Fang Yi escorted Cui Ying to her car, eagerly anticipating their time alone together. I will take you to my home, she said, the one where I live alone. Fang Yi owned several properties, but this particular residence was her favorite. As the door swung open, Cui Ying's eyes widened in awe. The opulence within was reminiscent of a Tang Dynasty palace. Even the bed was a typical Tang-style screen bed, featuring 4 tall screens at the back, unadorned and sleek. Tang Dynasty furniture celebrated grandeur and luxury, adorned with intricate carvings and colorful paintings, creating the impression of a time-traveling experience back to the Tang era within a modern building. Fang Yi stepped inside, a flicker of sadness passing over her face. Cui Ying, after I recalled the events of my past life, I purchased this place and had it decorated thus. I often come here to sit alone, but I have never stayed overnight. She continued, once, it was my solitary sanctuary. Now it belongs to you. Consider it a gift to commemorate our reunion. The two individuals eventually settled beside the elegantly curved incense table, its ends gracefully arched, and the 2 flat legs forming a fluid curve. At the lower extremity of the legs, there were crossbars at both the front and back, resembling supports for clay, thus reinforcing the legs. Seated cross-legged, as they settled, a subtle ache began to throb in Cui Ying's head, as if the echoes of music reverberated in her ears. Are you all right? Fang Yi inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine. You may begin your tale now, Cui Ying replied, her expression revealing no discernible anomaly. though a hint of awkwardness lingered. Fang Yi understood this discomfort, for she now embodied a man's heart in a woman's form. As Fang Yi recounted her story, Cui Ying gradually regained her composure, yet her mind was preoccupied with the cacophony of thoughts about her impending demise. He ultimately resolved to take her life, did he not? Why was it necessary to kill her? Or rather, to kill me? Cui Ying regarded Fang Yi coldly. In your past life as an emperor, your greatest concern was still yourself. Was it not? No, that was merely due to circumstances. You did not perish, after all, but rather journeyed across the seas to the east, Fang Yi replied. I intended to seek you out afterward, but my efforts were in vain. I recall none of this. It is all at your discretion, Cui Ying stated. Suddenly, Fang Yi lifted Cui Ying's sleeve. Look, this birthmark is indeed natural. It resembles the mark of Yang Yuan. In this life, you still bear it, signifying that our fates are not yet intertwined. Cui Ying pushed Fang Yi's hand away. Rest assured, I am certain I am Yang Yuan. During hypnosis, I recalled everything that transpired at Maui Inn. That is good to hear, Cui Ying. I will make amends for my past shortcomings towards you. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Fang Yi asserted. Of course, the affection we once shared cannot be rekindled in our current forms, so I will devise a means. Devise a means? What could you possibly do? Cui Ying retorted. Undergo surgery, perhaps? No, the abilities of Yue Qing and the others far exceed your imagination. You cannot fathom the myriad peculiarities that exist in this world. Do you not admire Shini? Fang Yi proposed. What if I were to become Shini? Chapter 745. The antidote. What on earth are you babbling about? Cui Ying felt a tinge of fear, attempting to rise, only to be firmly grasped by Fang Yi. Listen to me. Have you ever heard of soul swapping? If my soul were to exchange with Shen Yi's, I would possess his body and his achievements, yet my memories and essence would remain my own, alongside the spirit of Emperor Ming of Tang. At that point, you could be with Shen Yi as you wished, and the bonds of our past lives would continue. Yue Qing, that individual could undoubtedly accomplish this. Cui Ying struggled to swallow. Are you serious? The concept of soul swapping is utterly ludicrous. Fang Yi opened her bag, revealing a magazine. Not at all absurd. Look, this is a report. In the East, scientists have conducted relevant experiments with successful outcomes. Although they attempt to explain this phenomenon through science, I believe that souls do indeed exist, and if one were to embody a soul, it is entirely feasible. The article in the magazine vividly chronicles the successful body-swapping experiment conducted by cognitive neuroscientists at a medical university in a certain European country. Despite the participants differing in appearance and gender, they ultimately experienced the profound sensation of inhabiting each other's bodies. This method proved effective regardless of whether the volunteers were in a state of stillness or actively engaging their bodies. However, the researchers found that they could not induce a belief in the volunteers that they were non-human entities, such as chairs or large stones. A year prior, scientists had utilized virtual reality technology to allow volunteers to experience the illusion of an out-of-body experience. The latest study advanced the control over the brain, enabling volunteer souls to depart their own bodies and enter those of others. The illusion of body swapping emerged when researchers touched the abdomen of the volunteers and a human model with two small sticks. Upon witnessing the model's abdomen being touched, volunteers reported similar sensations in their own. Consequently, a powerful conviction arose within the volunteers that the model's body was indeed their own, leading scientists to conclude that the body swap was successful. After reading this report, Cui Ying swallowed hard. Is it truly possible? Can I seek them out right now? Fang Yi remarked. Cui Ying, this is for you. It was a co-branded credit card. Fang Yi continued. From now on, you can purchase whatever you desire. I will cover all expenses. I will first escort you home, and then we shall find Yue Qing. Fang Yi accompanied Cui Ying back home, and it was only then that Cui Ying realized she had neglected to report to the office. Her phone was inundated with missed calls from the editor-in-chief. Upon entering her home and gazing at the card in her hand, Cui Ying dialed the newspaper office. Before the editor's furious voice could be heard, she coldly declared, I quit. Meanwhile, Fang Yi arrived at Yue Qing's company, where Cui Ying was recounting the events that transpired at the psychological clinic to the group. Shortly after she finished speaking, Fang Yi barged in, and Cui Ying felt a wave of apprehension, unsure of how soundproof the door was. Fang Yi wasted no time and approached Yue Qing directly. Can souls be swapped? Due to a foreboding feeling, Yue Qing refrained from answering directly and countered her inquiry. What do you intend to do? I wish to exchange souls with Shen Yi, Fang Yi replied. Given your remarkable abilities, such a feat should be trivial for you, no? You're out of your mind. I won't do it. Yue Qing's response ignited excitement in Fang Yi, who grasped Yue Qing tightly. You said you wouldn't do it, which implies that it is indeed feasible, correct? How much do you require? I can provide any amount. Fang Yi, please calm down, urged Cui Ying. Swapping souls with Shen Yi means you will have to live as Shen Yi, which entails abandoning your father. Furthermore, if you become Shen Yi, will Cui Ying love you? Besides, I do not believe Cui Ying loves Shen Yi. Rather, she is enamored with the conditions he represents. I possess those conditions as well, but my current existence as a woman creates a barrier between us. Fang Yi was eager to hear Yue Qing's response. Tell me, how much would it take? I will not do it for any amount, Yue Qing stated. This defies the natural order and is fundamentally irrational. You should abandon this notion. Fang Yi stepped back. Money can make even the most impossible tasks achievable. If you refuse, there will undoubtedly be others willing to comply. Fang Yi merely scoffed before turning on her heel to leave. Yue Qing hurriedly pursued her, grasping her arm. The soul cannot be entirely exchanged. The spell can only extract a portion of the soul, and in such a case, if death occurs, the incomplete souls will prevent rebirth. It matters little for you. But what about Shen Yi? He is innocent. How can you bring such harm upon him? I do not care. All I desire is to live openly with Cui Ying. Since she favors Shen Yi, I shall fulfill her wish. I will become Shen Yi and live alongside her. Yue Qing, feeling helpless, replied. Allow me some time to ponder this. Fang Yi exhaled in relief. Very well, but do so swiftly. As Fang Yi departed, Cui Ying questioned, Yue Qing, do you truly intend to consider their soul exchange? Is it even feasible to switch souls? By employing the soul separation spell to extract portions of their souls for exchange. One soul and two souls will inevitably be lost in the process. What I conveyed to Fang Yi was the truth. Once exchanged, they may inhabit each other's bodies while retaining their original thoughts and consciousness. Yue Qing remarked, yet, while their desires may be fulfilled in life, they will face the injustice of being unable to reincarnate due to incomplete souls after death. This is profoundly unfair to Shen Yi. For now, I merely engage with her to buy time. Cui Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. Baimoxuan commented. Even if Uncle Iju returns with the antidote and restores Cui Ying's memory, this young lady of fortune will still insist on the soul exchange. Has her mind been struck by lightning? Shen Yi is truly pitiful. Fang Yi does not love him at all. Ying Ning stated, we must assist him. We must protect him. Yue Qing replied, I will speak with Shen Yi and suggest he leave the capital soon. In doing so, Fang Yi will be left with no recourse. Yue Qing understood that approaching Shen Yi recklessly would require considerable persuasion. Yet, despite his skepticism regarding the soul exchange, Shen Yi believed one thing. Fang Yi harbored unusual feelings for Cui Ying, a notion he accepted. However, he had not anticipated that it would intertwine with their past lives. Mr. Shen, trust his words. Su Bo appeared at an opportune moment, acting as the proxy for the King of Hell. He possessed a means to reveal his existence to Shen Yi, materializing suddenly in Shen Yi's office, startling him enough to rise from his chair. Fortunately, he merely stood, managing to maintain his composure. When did you arrive? The manner of my arrival is inconsequential. This building poses no barrier to me, Su Bo replied, vanishing from Shen Yi's sight only to reappear moments later. I hear Yue Qing intends to persuade you. I suspect you may not believe him. Society's elite, the rising talents, have been indoctrinated with materialism since childhood. Thus, I must personally intervene. Su Bo had hurried from the office building, holding little faith in the handsome man, who was currently sulking in the Jade Room, feeling unjustly thwarted. He had anticipated this day as an opportunity to showcase his prowess, only to find the proxy King of Hell had beaten him to it, leaving him both reluctant and aggrieved. Was it merely because he was the proxy King of Hell? Shen Yi's complexion paled. What I have witnessed cannot be dismissed. I hope you will consider leaving the capital, Yue Qing urged. I wish for Miss Fang to cease her mistakes, and even more, I do not want you to be unjustly implicated. I shall give it serious consideration, Shen Yi replied. Shen Yi pondered for a moment before pressing the telephone on the desk. Please book me the earliest flight to France. No need for hotel arrangements. I can handle that myself. Yue Qing immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your trust in us. So, Fang Yi is resolutely determined to be with Cui Ying? Shen Yi replied. To be honest with you both, we have already approached our parents about dissolving the engagement. Since we brought it up simultaneously, they cannot protest. I no longer have any ties with Fong Yi, yet I did not anticipate that she would. Chapter 746. Grievances and Affections. Shun Yi's gaze dimmed. The child is gone, and her heart has changed. I must learn to live anew. For now, preserving my life and returning to my former existence is paramount. Su Bo nodded. Indeed, it is surprising that such events would recur. Yue Qing shot a disapproving glance at Su Bo, who realized his words had been ill-timed. Fortunately, Shun Yi remained oblivious to the deeper implications of his statement. Su Bo's reflection was that in a past life, Emperor Tang Ming had been captivated by Yang Yuhuan, neglecting Mei Fei. In this life, as Fong Yi, the reincarnation of the emperor, was entangled with Yang Yuhuan once more. She has again betrayed Shin Yi, the reincarnation of Mei Fei. Though their genders had shifted, the tragic bond remained unchanged. He had forsaken her twice for the same woman. Shun Yi closed his eyes, feeling an unbearable ache in his heart. His hands trembled slightly. Noticing this, Yue Qing stood up. We should take our leave. I hope you can depart for France soon. Su Bo followed closely behind Yue Qing, glancing back as they reached the door, witnessing a tear cascade down Shun Yi's right cheek. He did not reach out to wipe it away, allowing it to fall freely. Shun Yi did not disappoint them, departing from the capital the following day, much to Fong Yi's frantic dismay. Being an astute woman, she hurried over. Her eyes red-rimmed as she glared fiercely at Yue Qing, exuding an aura of wanting to devour him alive. Su Bo, present at the scene, felt a twinge of discomfort at her predatory demeanor. With a wave of his hand, a chilling gust swept through, and having previously experienced the essence of an infant spirit, Fong Yi felt a sudden chill envelop her, causing her to shrink back, losing her earlier bravado. Cui Ying then gave Su Bo a thumbs up, softly saying, "Well done." Su Bo floated in midair, basking in his triumph. "Thank you for the compliment." The room fell into an unexpected silence, with no one daring to speak. Suddenly, Baimoxuan strode toward the door, which swung open to reveal Yizhu, appearing weary and stumbling as he entered, collapsing onto the sofa. Fong Yi, seated there, instinctively moved to avoid him, but was suddenly enveloped by a captivating fragrance emanating from this handsome uncle. Curiously, she inquired of those nearby, "What smells so delightful?" "Uncle Yizhu, have you prepared the antidote? How do we counteract the effects of the Tianshan divine wood?" Baimoxuan, feeling irritable, found Fong Yi's presence exasperating. Akin to crumbs stuck at the corner of his mouth, he yearned to brush her aside. Yizhu murmured, "Water." Immediately, Ying Ning poured a glass of water, which Yizhu swiftly downed, then requested more. Yizhu gulped down 7 cups of water in one breath, finally regaining her composure. From her pocket, she retrieved a small box containing a solitary black pill. "This is it, a single pill. Will this truly help Cui Ying recall her past?" Fong Yi exclaimed with excitement. "Dissolve it in the water. Rest assured, the quality of the water will remain unchanged. Simply let that person drink it," Yizhu declared before collapsing onto the sofa. "Tribe leader, I have fulfilled my task." Fong Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Tribe leader?" Yizhu appeared utterly exhausted, lying there, already asleep. Holding the pill, Fong Yi exuded an air of exhilaration. "I shall return immediately and have Cui Ying take it." "Return?" Cui Ying asked. "Are you two living together now?" "She has already resigned," Fong Yi replied. "Now, she assists me in managing the bakery." Ying Ning tugged at Cui Ying. "Is this advisable?" "I believe it is not. But this matter does not concern us. It is akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, one willing to strike, the other to endure." Cui Ying watched as Fong Yi hurriedly exited, exclaiming, "Girl, how do you feel?" Ying Ning remarked, "I find it difficult to grasp Ying's intentions. What does she truly desire? Is she willingly staying with Fong Yi without recalling her past? Let us speak of Li LV. He was among the first to depart. Reality has proven his choice to be correct. He is now in a relationship with a colleague from the magazine, leading a life that is both simple and blissful. I initially thought he might regret and seek out Cui Ying, but to my surprise, he has not. I followed him for a day and observed his complete immersion in work and his new romance, showing no signs of wanting to return to the past." Upon hearing the phrase "return to the past" from Ying Ning, Cui Ying couldn't help but chuckle. A good horse does not return to graze where it has fed. I support him. A chorus of snores emanated from the sofa. Baimoxuan glanced over to find Yizhu sprawled across the couch, deep in slumber. With a resigned look, he exchanged glances with Yue Qing and decided to carry Yizhu to his room for a more comfortable rest. However, as soon as they laid him down, he rolled over and fell to the floor with a thud, face down, completely undisturbed in his sleep. Yue Qing questioned, is he truly asleep or merely pretending? Let him be. He is accustomed to sleeping on the ground in Qingxiu, Baimoxuan replied. Shall we step outside? Meanwhile, Fang Yi returned to the bakery, where Cui Ying was attending to customers. Fang Yi rushed into the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and watched as the black pill sank into the liquid, dissolving instantly and releasing a fragrant aroma. Carrying the glass, she hurried to the front, where Cui Ying had already caught a whiff of the enticing scent. What is this? Cui Ying asked. A medicine, our antidote, Fang Yi insisted, leaving no room for refusal. Drink it. Cui Ying hesitated slightly. It was merely a cup of fragrant water. She reached out to take it and drank it down in one gulp. Feeling no unusual sensation, she smiled at Fang Yi and said, what antidote? You are simply deceiving me. Suddenly, her heart felt as if it had exploded, and her face turned pale as she feared attracting others' attention. Fang Yi hurriedly pulled her into the upstairs office. Cui Ying's entire visage transformed into a hue reminiscent of parchment, her hand pressed against her heart, as memories surged like a tide. Miss, today is Princess Xianyi's wedding, and I must adorn you beautifully. Zi Yuan inserted a jade hairpin into her coiffure, exclaiming, Our Lady is truly exquisite. Tonight, she may overshadow the princess. Do not speak so recklessly. Cui Ying heard her own voice and added, It is the princess's grand wedding. She is the sole protagonist. Do not let others hear your words. Amidst the grandeur of the wedding, a man smiled at her, adorned in splendid attire, standing quietly while many approached him to converse. Zi Yuan chuckled softly. Miss, that is Prince Shou, the younger brother of Princess Xianying. Feeling a stir within her heart, she returned his smile, witnessing a radiant expression bloom on Prince Shou's face. Miss, the palace has sent a decree to bestow upon you the title of Princess Consort of Shou. It is said that the request came from the prince's mother, Consort Wu, to the emperor. You are now a princess consort. Hurry to receive the decree. Zi Yuan appeared more anxious than herself. Oh dear, miss. I must help you change your attire. Quick, quick. On the wedding night, Prince Shou grasped her hand, declaring, Yuan, we shall grow old together, I assure you. Prince Shou's words were credible. She must not disappoint him, for Yuan entrusted everything to him. As time passed, in the imperial garden, Gao Lisher guided her forward. The emperor has awaited you for long. Since consort Hui's passing, the emperor has been melancholy. You must provide him comfort. Do not reveal today's events to anyone, including Prince Shou. Amidst a flurry of plum blossoms, the man clad in a dragon robe was her husband's father, yet his authority was beyond description. Power inspired respect. And this man, 34 years her senior, though not as youthful as Prince Shou, commanded a dominion that was overwhelming. Yuan, I will come for you. Await me, he proclaimed. A decree transformed her into a female Taoist priest, bearing the name Taijin. This was merely a means to an end. With Zi Yuan's company, she awaited the 4th year of the Tianbao era. It was said that Prince Shou remained unmarried, living in sorrow, which once pained her heart. Yet, the thought of a brighter future made that pain fleeting. With Prince Shou marrying a new consort, she finally beheld the light after the clouds parted, transforming into the emperor's favored concubine, known to the world as Yang Guifei. Chapter 747. The fruit of karma, everything has returned. Cui Ying looked up at Fang Yi and said, You have expelled me from the palace twice. Crown Prince Li Hong believes that I was originally the princess of Shou. Hence he would replace Shou Wang with him as compensation. He set a trap, deliberately luring me out of the palace to meet Shou Wang. You expelled me without questioning the circumstances. This was the first time. The second time was when you favored my sister, Lady Guo of the state of Guo. In the blink of an eye, you had a new love, and it was my sister. I merely expressed some mild objections, and you cast me out of the palace once more. Yet, on both occasions, I promptly brought you back, which proves that my heart has always belonged to you. Fang Yi responded, During the Ungshi rebellion, I abandoned all my concubines and fled with you. Yet you soon discarded me, and under the soldiers' coercion, you condemned me to death for your own safety. Cui Ying shook her head. Fortunately, I survived the calamity and escaped to the Eastern Isles. At that time, the situation was dire. I had no choice. Fang Yi continued, Am I not compensating you now? In this life, whatever you desire, I will endeavor to fulfill. I want the entire Fang family enterprise. Is that permissible? Cui Ying asked through gritted teeth. Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback, and the hesitation on her face made Cui Ying burst into laughter. See? In your heart, whether in a past life or this one, your sole concern is to preserve your power and wealth. You may go on living with your riches. As Cui Ying descended the stairs, she unexpectedly collided with Yue Qing and others. Upon seeing Cui Ying's expression, Yue Qing realized she had recalled everything and grasped her hand. We have matters to discuss. I do not wish to speak at present. If you have inquiries, let us wait until my thoughts have settled. Cui Ying went to retrieve her bag. My mind is in turmoil. Baimoxuan impatiently blocked her path. Speak before you leave. Cui Ying retorted, I have already stated, I am not in the mood. I am going. She forcefully pushed Baimoxuan aside, and footsteps approached from behind. Fong Yi. Ying Ning immediately asked her, have you remembered everything? If not, you wouldn't be leaving. Fong Yi, sounding disappointed, replied, it is entirely different from what I imagined. Cui Ying's thoughts were a tangled mess, the memories of 2 lifetimes intertwining painfully. For reasons unknown, she found herself walking towards Li Lu's magazine office, standing across the street, staring blankly at the building before her, yet lacking the courage to enter. She took out her phone, but could not bring herself to dial Li Lu's number. She stood there until the end of the workday, amidst the crowd. She spotted Li Lu, hand in hand with a girl, laughing and chatting. A pang of bitterness surged within her, and before he could see her, she hurriedly fled. At that moment, she was uncertain of her destination. She acknowledged that her compliance with Fong Yi was driven by material desires. How could 2 women remain together, only to part ways after reaping their benefits? The recollections from her past life left her in chaos. Shou Wang and Emperor Ming of Tang. Whom did she truly love? Perhaps she cherished Shou Wang's youth and lineage, while being more enamored with Emperor Ming's power and dominion. And in this life, among Li Lu, Fong Yi, and Shen Yi, who was truly her greatest love? As Cui Ying walked, a smile graced her lips, completely indifferent to the peculiar glances cast her way by passers-by. Unconsciously, she found herself wandering to the small haven she once shared with Li Lucy, now occupied by others, forever inaccessible to her. A bitter smile escaped her. Her only refuge was Fong Yi, having severed all other ties by her own hand. Fong Yi had been waiting at home, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, you have finally returned. You mentioned the possibility of a soul exchange, did you not? Without preamble, Cui Ying inquired, why has it not yet transpired? I cannot be with a woman, for I must consider the judgment of society and our future. In our circumstances, I can never become a member of the Fong family. Indeed, but Shen Yi has gone abroad. Do not worry. Once he returns, I will immediately arrange for it. If Yue Qing refuses, I shall employ someone else. Everything will turn out well, Fong Yi reassured her. This plan is unfeasible. We must contemplate other solutions. Cui Ying, your return is what matters most, Fong Yi insisted. Gently, Cui Ying pushed past Fong Yi, declaring, I am fatigued. I shall take a shower. The following dawn, the 2 women finally reconciled and ventured to the bakery together. As they entered, they were greeted by the astonished expression of a staff member, who promptly clasped their hands behind their back. Fong Yi, ever astute, swiftly seized the item the employee had been holding. It was a freshly published gossip magazine, prominently featuring their likeness on the cover. Accompanied by the sensational headline, Heiress of the Fong Group, falls for a woman. I must get to work. The staff member hastily retreated to the kitchen. Cui Ying took the magazine, aghast. How could this happen? Yet, Fong Yi's gaze was tinged with suspicion. Is this your doing? You vanished for half a day yesterday. Could this be your method of revenge against me? Taken aback, Cui Ying stepped back. You suspect me? I am compelled to. Fong Yi replied. This photograph was taken at the entrance of that apartment complex. Aside from you and me, no one else has been there. Fong Yi hurled the magazine to the ground. This will ruin me. I have only just managed to rid myself of my aunt. And now you will plunge me into despair. The shareholders will never agree to let someone who loves the same sex manage the company. Cui Ying, I truly overestimated you. You are jeopardizing my existence. Do you understand? If I lose everything, you will receive not a penny. Furious, Cui Ying retorted, yes, I approached you for your wealth. Regardless of whether your previous words were truthful, I chose to believe in your affluence. Why should I not take advantage of it? But I did not orchestrate this. Fong Yi advanced menacingly. Even recalling past lives, you still returned for my money, did you not? In your previous life, you wielded power. In this one, you possess wealth. Cui Ying scoffed softly. You can only rely on these 2 attributes to retain connections. Attend to this matter at the company. Otherwise, you will truly find yourself devoid of any leverage. You vile creature, you were indeed behind this. Fong Yi spat. I have exerted myself for your sake. And this is how you repay me? Think as you wish, Cui Ying replied coolly. I have stated it was not me. If you are convinced it is, I have nothing further to say. Fang Yi gazed at Cui Ying, knowing she must return to the company to address the situation. Her father would undoubtedly be furious. Concern finally crept into Cui Ying's heart. If she could not clear her name, she would lose everything she had invested. She hurried to catch up, declaring, I will accompany you. I shall do my utmost to prove our innocence. It is true that we live together, but our relationship is not as they suggest. Do you come with me out of love or out of fear of losing everything? Fang Yi's hand gripped the steering wheel as she coldly inquired. That question is inconsequential. Cui Ying retorted fiercely. Let us resolve this swiftly. Fang Yi's father had already seen the magazine. News travels rapidly. The timing of their arrival was impeccable. En route, they had rehearsed their lines. Merely good friends sharing a residence, a malicious effort to undermine the Fang Corporation. If one were truly fond of women, would they have previously cohabited with a man and become pregnant? Fang Yi's father finally gestured for them to leave. You two should sever all ties and refrain from associating in the future to avoid giving others leverage against you. Do you comprehend how much the stock price will plummet today? Fang Yi nodded immediately. I understand. Cui Ying felt abandoned as Fang Yi arranged alternative accommodations for her, facilitating her move. As she departed with her belongings from that luxurious residence, Fang Yi did not appear. She had decisively drawn a line between them. Uncertain if this boundary had an expiration, Cui Ying resolved that she could not afford to be left with no escape route. She intended to seek out Li Lu. What she did not anticipate was that Fang Yi was with Li Lu. The two engaged in conversation at a park bench. Fang Yi produced an envelope for Li Lu. Fully aware of its contents, Li Lu pushed it away, stating, I cannot accept this. You must take it. If any reporters approach you, you know what to say. Fang Yi's expression grew impatient. Stop pretending to be morally superior. What you people lack the most is money. Cui Ying strode forward, delivering a sharp slap across Fang Yi's face. What you people truly lack is sincerity. Fang Yi covered her face, astonished, as a knowing smile crept across her lips. She glanced from Cui Ying to Li Lu. Ah, I see. You two have conspired together. You exploit me, while he reaps the benefits. Li Lu lunged at Fang Yi, exclaiming, do not slander her. Cui Ying's heart ached as she witnessed their scuffle, stepping in to intervene. Please, stop this. Do not act like this. Three individuals were entangled as they made their way from a small park by the roadside to the edge of the street. Suddenly, a car veered towards them, careening dangerously. Fang Yi, with her sharp eyes, quickly recognized the driver to be her aunt. Without hesitation, she leaped forward. The vehicle was heading straight for Li Lu, who stood facing it. In a moment of instinct, Cui Ying dashed forward and pushed Li Lu aside. Her body soared high, landing upon the car's roof. And as the vehicle sped away, she fell heavily to the ground, rolling aside, motionless. Blood spread beneath her like a blooming flower. Li Lu rushed to her side, cradling Cui Ying in his arms. Cui Ying, you must hold on. I'll call for an ambulance right away. Cui Ying opened her eyes and reached out to touch Li Lu's face. I've been so foolish. In this life and the last, only true love brings pain. Why did it take me so long to understand? Do not speak anymore, Li Lu urged, turning to the stunned Fang Yi. Haven't you called yet? Outside the emergency room, Li Lu squatted on the ground, hands clasped atop his head, while Fang Yi appeared lost in despair. This was a criminal case. The driver had fled. And that driver was her own aunt. She must despise her, wishing her harm, yet it was Cui Ying who lay in the operating room fighting for her life. When Cui Ying and the others arrived at the hospital, the operating room lights still shone brightly. The traffic police had already arrived, and Cui Ying was inside. Her fate uncertain. Neither Fang Yi nor Li Lu felt inclined to provide statements, leaving the officers waiting patiently. As Ying Ning settled into place, a chill swept past her. And turning around, she found Su Bai standing nearby, accompanied by a ghostly figure draped in black chains. Startled, Ying Ning gasped, but Su Bai quickly silenced her. Hush! Do not speak. Yue Qing and Baimoxuan understood then that the black chains were soul-binding chains, utilized by the ghostly officials from the underworld to capture spirits. Should a soul resist the journey to the netherworld, the chains would be employed to forcibly take them away. Su Bai, bringing the soul-catching official with him, was clearly not there by mere coincidence. Cui Ying's time was running short. Baimoxuan shot a glare at Su Bai, realizing he must have known of Cui Ying's impending doom all along, yet had chosen to remain silent, merely spectating while they floundered in their efforts, ultimately leading to her fate resting in Su Bai's hands. Seemingly aware of Baimoxuan's unspoken thoughts, Subai spoke for himself. Revealing the life and death of the living is a grave taboo in the underworld. As the agent of Yama, I cannot disrupt the rules. Moreover, they have paid for this service, and it is our duty to fulfill it, is it not? Though others could not hear Subai's words. Baimoxuan and his companions listened intently, yet felt constrained to respond with others present. Suddenly, Li Lu slammed his head against the wall, the sound echoing loudly. It's all my fault. If I had stopped her or not left immediately, she wouldn't be in this state. It's me, I'm a coward. I've harmed Cui Ying. Unable to bear it any longer, Ying Ning, drawing unexpected courage, struck Li Lu across the face. Only someone who thinks like that is a coward. Subai felt as though her slap had landed upon his own face, dumbfounded by Ying Ning's boldness. You finally realized who you truly love, haven't you? Given this, one should have resolutely kept her by their side from the very beginning, regardless of the temptations she faced. If you had steadfastly stood together, the ultimate victor would have been you. It is your own relinquishment that has led to this outcome. The vehicle was on the verge of colliding with me when Cui Ying pushed me aside. At that moment, I finally comprehended that she harbored feelings for me. Li Lu wept uncontrollably, lamenting, "Why am I only realizing this now?" "An eye for an eye," Yue Qing murmured. In her previous life, Yang Yuhuan had betrayed the crown prince, and in this life, she was destined to repay that debt, which she did with her own life. Just then, the lights above the operating room extinguished. The ghostly attendant beside Subai quietly entered the surgical chamber. Subai shrugged and shook his head, stating, "The person is gone." The doctor removed his mask, shaking his head in resignation. "We have done all we could. I am truly sorry. Will we still get to see her one last time?" Fang Yi suddenly inquired. "She has already departed," the doctor replied. "You may go in and see her." Fang Yi stepped back, colliding forcefully with the wall. Yet feeling no pain, she lacked the courage to enter. Li Lu rushed into the operating room first, witnessing Cui Ying on the operating table, and his emotions shattered once more. A soft white light began to emanate from Cui Ying, initially forming a small orb before completely detaching from her body. As she first manifested as a soul, she struggled to control her form, momentarily floating into the air. Subai gestured, and she promptly descended to the ground, stabilizing her form. She gazed at Subai, confusion etched upon her face. "Who are you?" "That is of little consequence. You should first observe the current situation," Subai replied. Cui Ying looked at her own form on the operating table, her body misshapen and reeking of blood. Meanwhile, Li Lu wept uncontrollably, disregarding everything else, while Fang Yi stood silently aside, lacking even the courage to glance. Cui Ying felt a pang of sorrow, witnessing Li Lu's tears, yet feeling unable to cry herself. She turned to Subai. "Am I dead?" "Yes, just as you see," Subai affirmed. "You are now conversing with me in the form of a soul. Is there truly such a thing as ghosts?" Cui Ying mused, gazing down at herself, feeling light as a feather, teetering on the brink of levitation. Yet everything before her remained profoundly real. Li Lu's weeping, Fang Yi's silence, and the anguish of Yue Qing and others. Amidst it all, her deepest concern remained Li Lu, a realization that came too late in death. "Time is up. We must take her," Subai commanded the ghostly attendant. The attendant extended a hand. "Please. Or else the soul-locking chain awaits." The ominous chain emanated dark mist, and Cui Ying felt a surge of fear. She did not wish to face the consequences of her actions. Complying, she followed the attendant out, turning back one last time to gaze at Li Lu. "Li Lu. I am sorry." Li Lu, still in the throes of grief, lifted his head as if he had just heard Cui Ying's voice. Yue Qing, witnessing Subai escorting Cui Ying's soul away, felt a measure of peace in her heart, though it concluded in such a manner. It could be seen as a fitting closure. The group exchanged glances and silently retreated. Meanwhile, the ghostly attendant led Cui Ying towards the underworld, with Subai walking ahead. Several times, Cui Ying faltered, attempting to surge forward, only to be firmly pulled back by the attendant, who admonished her. "How dare you attempt to precede the King of Hell?" "The King of Hell?" Cui Ying stared in astonishment. "So young? Do you imagine that the King of Hell is always an old man or a monstrous creature?" Subai responded with a smile. The eerie atmosphere of the netherworld caused Cui Ying's ghostly figure to tremble incessantly. Rather than having her stand in line, Subai escorted her to his Yama palace, where the Wheel King awaited eagerly. Upon seeing Cui Ying, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected you to meet such a demise in this lifetime." Clearing his throat, Su Bai instructed all the ghostly attendants to withdraw. Should I call you Cui Ying, or would it be more fitting to address you as Yang Guifei? Cui Ying looked up in disbelief. What do you mean? A person possesses the memories of 2 lifetimes, Su Bai chuckled. There's no need for you to be anxious. Although you are in my realm, the current situation necessitates that I treat you well, for your recollections hold great significance to me. Should I find your memories to be of use, I shall alleviate some of your suffering, and you may be spared from several of the 16 hells of the netherworld. Chapter 749. The Key to the Treasure Hell? Cui Ying exclaimed in shock. Is it true that one can be sent to the Mountain of Blades, or the Cauldron of Oil? And much more, the Yue Qing added. There are grinding wheels, dismemberment, stone mills, and countless other tortures. In the netherworld, no one escapes punishment. The only variation lies in the degree of suffering. Fear enveloped Cui Ying, her body quivering slightly. What memories does the King of Hell require from me? Let me ask you, do you remember Ziyuan? Su Bai inquired. Of course, she was one of my closest maids. Later, when I entered the Prince of Longevity's residence and was bestowed the title of Guifei, I found her a suitable place, elevating her to the status of a 5th-rank noblewoman as a reward for her loyalty over the years. Cui Ying replied. It is unfortunate that she vanished at such a young age, never enjoying her fortune. And what of General Qin Xuanli? Do you recall him? Su Bai pressed further. Oh, him? I certainly remember. Ziyuan was always shrewd and cautious, yet after her elevation to a 5th-rank noblewoman, she suddenly entered the palace seeking my assistance for this man. At the time, I suspected her affections for Qin Xuanli and warned her that being a 5th-rank noblewoman was a tremendous stroke of luck. She must not jeopardize her future for a man, Cui Ying recounted. Not long after Qin Xuanli's promotion, Ziyuan mysteriously disappeared. The esteemed 5th-rank noblewoman vanishing would surely prompt an investigation, Su Bai remarked. What were the results? She seemed to have vanished without a trace. As if she had evaporated from the realm, Cui Ying lamented. Even before my death, I remained unaware of her fate. My intuition suggested that she had met with misfortune. Her intuition was not mistaken. Ziyuan had indeed encountered a mishap. Su Bai shifted the conversation. What impression do you have of General Qin Xuanli? Oh, he should be considered my benefactor, Cui Ying replied. You may not know this, but in my previous life, I endured a tumultuous past. Betrayed by a man I believed to be deeply in love with me. However, I narrowly escaped death and fled to the eastern lands. This tale is already known to us, thanks to Boss Tang, Su Bai mentioned, invoking Tang's Sancheng, to which Cui Ying fully understood. So you are acquainted with Boss Tang. I need not elaborate further. You are aware of my quest for the gestation tree in the Nightlang ancient kingdom. Let me recount the dealings between Qin Xuanli and myself. Cui Ying, acutely aware of the pros and cons, realized that the formidable King of Hell could alleviate her suffering. Shall we strike a bargain, my lord? She suggested. Su Bai, having anticipated her move, replied nonchalantly. In the realm of the underworld, no one can negotiate with me. If you choose silence, I possess methods to compel your speech. Why must you make this difficult? Cui Ying shivered in her ghostly form, prompting the Yue Qing to grunt in acknowledgement. You are indeed remarkable. The King of Hell speaks the truth. There are myriad ways in the underworld to extract your words. Do not humiliate yourself. Cui Ying dared not continue on that topic and instead recounted, at the Maowei post. It was Qin Xianshi and the Crown Prince who orchestrated the demise of Yang Guozhong, demanding that Emperor Xuanzong execute me by hanging. The soldiers were invigorated, chanting for my death. I believed I was doomed, and my maid urged me to flee. Yet, with so many people outside, how could I escape? Just then, Gao Lisher entered with Qin Xianshi. Gao Lisher? Su Bai inquired. He should be one of your allies. He has never belonged to anyone, Cui Ying responded. Though a eunuch, Gao Lisher's political insight and decisive character surpass even that of Xuanzong. He excels in archery, hitting his mark with precision, commanding the respect of the entire army. Cui Ying continued. He possessed the demeanor of a great general, always cautious in his dealings. I suspected he would sacrifice me for his own safety, which indeed transpired, as he aligned with the Crown Prince to persuade Emperor Xuanzong to hang me. What I failed to anticipate was that he had his own plans in mind. Indeed, the tale twists and turns, Su Bai remarked. Recognizing that Yang Yuhuan's escape from Maowei Post was no simple feat, he was aware of certain historical accounts, which suggested that upon the order for Yang Yuhuan's demise, Commander Qin Xianshi, moved by her beauty, conspired with Gao Lisher to substitute a maid in her place. Gao Lisher transported the supposed corpse of the beloved concubine, verified by Qin Xianshi, while Yang Yuhuan was escorted to safety by Chun Xuancher's trusted confidant, setting sail near modern-day Shanghai, ultimately reaching Waiguchi in Japan. Subai commented, "It is said that Gao Lisher and Chun Xianshi played a clever ruse, allowing you to evade a dire fate." "There is no such thing as a free lunch," Cui Ying retorted coldly. "During my years in the harem, I had Gao Lisher assist me in amassing a treasure trove hidden beyond the palace walls. Gao Lisher brought Chun Xianshi in precisely for this cache." The mention of treasure piqued Subai's interest, and he paused. "You speak of treasure?" "Indeed, treasure," Cui Ying affirmed. "In the harem, mere favoritism is insufficient. As I age and lose my allure, the emperor may take new favorites, leaving me with no place. I was merely preparing for the inevitable." "Your motivations are of no concern to me," Subai replied. "Please, continue with your account of the transaction." When Chun Xianshi and Ziyuan spoke on his behalf, I realized he was no ordinary man, Cui Ying recounted. "The circumstances left me no choice but to relinquish the key to them." Exchanging glances with the Yue Qing, Subai inquired, "Is the key shaped like a jade tube?" "How could you possibly know?" Cui Ying asked, astonished. "Indeed, the key is a specially crafted jade tube. It must be inserted into a groove to unlock the passage." "Is there but a single key?" the Yue Qing interjected. "Naturally, there can only be one," Cui Ying stated. "Gao Lisher advised me that wealth can be accumulated again, but life is singular and precious, urging me to prioritize my survival. He has always been correct. Hence I consented to the transaction and handed the key to Chun Xuanli. I inquired about the method he would employ to ensure my safe departure, and he had already devised a plan. He prepared a mask." Cui Ying continued, "He murdered my maid and transformed her into my likeness, allowing me to masquerade as her. To allay the soldiers' concerns, Chun Xuanli paraded my corpse around, which quelled the soldiers' unrest. Even Xuanzong was oblivious to the ruse. Once the soldiers were pacified, he instructed a trusted confidant to escort me away from the eastern Japan. Before departing, I asked him how he had anticipated today's events so precisely. Subai gently shook his head, remarking, "It was merely a matter of foresight. He possesses the skill of prediction." He did not answer me at that moment, but I surmised it could only be prediction. Cui Ying continued, "You are aware of what transpired thereafter. I fled to eastern Japan and became acquainted with the reigning Empress Keikan. Under her protection, I lived quite well in eastern Japan. In my twilight years, I returned to the ancient kingdom of Yalong, leaving my ashes there, thus returning to my homeland. You are familiar with the events of this life. I erased the memories of my past life only to be sought out by Feng Yi again. Twice, I wronged Prince Shou, and death was deserved. I am grateful, however, that in this life, I have finally discerned who truly loves me." Subai asserted, "This time, I assure you, Mengpo's soup will not fail. In the next life, live clearly. You perished in this life for Li Lu, as atonement for the transgressions against Prince Shou in your previous existence, a tit for tat. What else do you know about Chun Xuanli?" Subai inquired. With the combination of prediction and the jade pipe's key, Subai had already concluded that Chun Xuanli was the reincarnation of Ji Yao. He simply hoped to extract more information. The corpses within the wall from the Tang era indirectly indicated that the previous life of Tang was of utmost significance, serving as the root of all events. "I have divulged everything I know," Cui Ying stated. "What I accumulated in the palace was taken by him. I am unaware of its purpose. During my time in eastern Japan, I inquired about him, and he remained loyal to Xuanzong, eventually succumbing to illness in the Ganlu Hall." Subai asked lastly, "Where is your treasure concealed?" "In the depths of Mount Hua," Cui Ying pondered briefly. "I can sketch a map, though I cannot guarantee its current discoverability." Just as Cui Ying had recently become a spirit, her hand trembled as she held the brush. The Yue Qing assisted her at that moment, and in that instant, Cui Ying fully regained all memories of Yang Yuhuan, including her artistic proficiency. Holding the map she had drawn, Subai exhaled in relief. With only one key in existence, he harbored his own thoughts. Now, it was time to send this female ghost away. Chapter 750, The Soul Returns. "Yue Qing, I entrust her to you. This time, Mengpo's soup must be increased. After her reincarnation, she must be monitored regularly to prevent a recurrence of similar incidents." The Yue Qing took Cui Ying out. While Subai meticulously reflected on her words, it was evident that she was unaware of the matters concerning Ziyuan and Chun Xuanli within the depths of the palace. However, the final transaction indicated the existence of a secret place that served as the original accumulation for Chun Xuanli. If, during the Tang dynasty, Her grandfather had memories of a past life. Then this original accumulation commenced from that very existence. Yang Yuhuan's secret hoard constituted his initial capital, with the jade pipe as the key. Subai was completely convinced, yet there was only one key, which added an intriguing twist to the matter. Clearing his throat, Subai declared, commenced the court session. Upon concluding the court, he intended to seek out Yue Qing and the others, but the Yue Qing hurriedly followed suit. Subai placed his hands on his hips and inquired, "What is it? Do you wish to join the fray as well?" The Yue Qing responded, "Isn't the underworld rather stable now? In the past, I stayed out of concern for the situation's volatility, but you appear to be quite secure now. Let me accompany you for a leisurely stroll. Besides, I am well versed in the affairs of the underworld. My experience speaks for itself." Acknowledging his reasoning, Subai nodded. "Very well, you may join. It is quite peculiar. Others basking in the sun may not be as dark as you. What sort of person were you in life? A pitch-black figure? Surely not, for a pitch-black figure is also a ruler of the underworld. Yue Qing, who were you in your previous life?" The Yue Qing shot Subai a glare. "I shan't divulge that. Even if you refuse to tell me, I can still investigate," Subai replied. "Judge Zhong would not dare deny me." The Yue Qing retorted with annoyance, "Then go ahead and investigate." The two rulers arrived at the office building, where they found several individuals languidly sprawled on the sofa. Upon seeing Subai, they remained motionless, only adjusting their postures when the Yue Qing appeared. Cui Ying asked, "How is Cui Ying's condition?" "Everything that could be said has been said," Subai replied, unable to contain his frustration. "What are you all doing? Is it simply the death of Cui Ying? I knew she was destined to die. It is not as if I cannot disclose it. Why are you all giving me such looks?" "It is not that we are giving you looks. We genuinely lack energy," Ying Ning interjected. "It has been nothing but a farce." After Cui Ying's tragic accident, Fang Yi and Li Lu actually fought over her corpse, both eager to arrange her funeral. Fang Yi, who fled when the incident occurred, now pretends to be a paragon of virtue, truly despicable. Thus, we lent our assistance to Li Lu. "It is quite difficult to keep you from meddling," Subai remarked. "That woman Fang Yi is truly odious. Just because we aided Li Lu, she now refuses to pay the remaining fee," Cui Ying lamented. "Oh, I cannot swallow this grievance. Handsome, starting tonight, you should harass her daily." "Enough. Fang Yi has already paid a substantial advance. I do not wish to see her again," the handsome man replied, surprisingly declining. "In my heart, she is no longer the infatuated girl she once was. I never anticipated her to be so scheming. Indeed, I no longer have any interest in Fang Yi either. Nor do I wish to attend Cui Ying's funeral," Cui Ying said, feeling dejected. "Why can't there be simpler assignments in the future, like catching a ghost or something? This whole past life and present life is utterly chaotic." Baimoxuan remarked nonchalantly, "Do you not wish to know who took those photographs and sent them to the media?" Upon mentioning this, Cui Ying and Ying Ning straightened their postures simultaneously, for women are indeed the most inquisitive of creatures. "Who is it?" Baimoxuan inquired, retrieving his phone to reveal a text message. The two leaned in to read it, their expressions darkening. "Is it him? Despite my departure from the entertainment industry, I still maintain a few connections amongst the media, albeit not many," Baimoxuan remarked. "The one leaking information to the media is he, though residing abroad. His actions have indirectly caused harm to Cui Ying." Su Bo, not having seen the message, approached and snatched the phone from Baimoxuan's grasp. The message contained only a terse line, revealing that the informant was Shen Yi. Su Bo exclaimed in frustration, "What sort of people are these? There is not a single decent one among them." However, Li Lu has proven to be the most principled of them all. His integrity led to Cui Ying's moral awakening, saving his life. This is the only solace in this situation. As Su Bo's words lingered in the air, the doorbell rang. Su Bo and the Yue Qing exchanged glances, instantly transforming their solid forms into ethereal ones, quietly sitting aside. Ying Ning went to open the door and was taken aback to find Shen Yi standing there. "What brings you here?" she asked, surprised. Coincidence had it that Shen Yi, looking somber, sighed upon seeing Ying Ning before stepping inside with a check in hand. "This is for you. Why are you the one paying?" Cui Ying snapped, still irked by Fang Yi's refusal to settle her balance. Shen Yi offered a wry smile. "I am unaware of the circumstances that transpired, but this money is my expression of gratitude for your timely warning, enabling me to flee abroad and avoid disaster." Cui Ying misunderstood, thinking Shen Yi had come to cover Fang Yi's payment. Ying Ning pinched Cui Ying, urging her to remain calm. Undeterred, Cui Ying accepted the check without reservation. "Thank you," she said, Shun Yi appeared visibly relieved. Su Bo, sensing the conversation was straying from the main issue, urged, "Aren't you two going to confront each other?" Baimoxuan cast a sidelong glance at Su Bo before addressing Shun Yi. "Mr. Shun, your associates in the country are quite capable, and the photographs they captured are remarkable. The timing of their release was impeccable, serving as a catalyst that indirectly led to the current predicament. Your rival is no longer, and Fong Yi finds herself in dire straits. Her father is furious, and the shareholders have lost faith in her. Taking over the Fong Group is now beyond her reach for the foreseeable future." Shun Yi sighed. "I have never blamed her for the loss of our child. However, upon learning the reasons behind this tragedy, I felt resentment. If it were due to a man, I could have tolerated it, perhaps attributing it to my own shortcomings. But when the cause is a woman, I find that reasoning unacceptable. As for the love between Fong Yi and me, I am unable to discern it now. I merely wish to enact a small revenge. The photographs were taken at my request. Submitting a few to the tabloids is a simple task, and the most I can do to retaliate. Feel free to criticize me as you wish." Ying Ning murmured softly. Perhaps he should be praised instead. Cui Ying nudged her, prompting her to clear her throat. "Essentially, that is the case," Shun Yi stated. "Once I complete this matter, I shall sever all ties with the past and live my own life. Thank you for not rejecting my offer of atonement. I find some peace in that." After expressing his sentiments, he turned to leave. Ying Ning remarked, "I believe we shall no longer have dealings with him in the future. A person intent on severing ties with the past." Yue Qing remarked, "The present life of Mei Fei has at least reached a satisfactory conclusion." Su Bai recounted the results of the underworld's interrogation of Cui Ying, and a renewed spirit seemed to invigorate everyone. "At last, we comprehend the utility of the jade tubes," Su Bai stated, "yet there exists but a single key. How can we explain its discovery from the Department of Punishment? Surely, it must be a counterfeit." In her innocence, Ying Ning remarked, "Grandfather is such a cunning individual. How could he possibly entrust something so significant to another? He trusts no one." "Indeed, my dear, you have discerned the truth. I share your sentiments," Su Bai concurred. The Department of Punishment was likely swayed by this gesture, believing themselves to be greatly esteemed, or perhaps the two shared a bond in that lifetime, which rendered them more willing to be exploited by grandfather, leading to the subsequent events. Whether the jade tubes are genuine or not can be easily determined through examination. Baimoxuan suggested, "Is there not a map? The chitin treasure might well be concealed within its folds." "Proceed without me. I shall join you shortly," Su Bai replied. "Very well," Cui Ying said. "This ordeal has left me quite disoriented. I shall consider it a vacation. I still wish to inquire, how is Fong Yi faring?" Su Bai asked. Yue Qing immediately cast a suspicious glance at Su Bai. "What do you already know?" "Nothing of consequence, merely expressing concern," Su Bai replied. "She invested her resources and exerted effort, yet gained nothing in return. She is undoubtedly the most aggrieved among us." Silence ensued until Ying Ning spoke again. "Fong Yi's aunt has now become a wanted criminal, with the police categorizing her actions as murder. Fong Yi has not been seen at the bakery. It is said she remains hidden at home, likely only to appear at Cui Ying's funeral." Su Bai seemed to lose his composure. "Funeral? Speak plainly. Do not tease us with half-truths. If you cannot disclose something, refrain from speaking." Cui Ying, in a fit of anger, attempted to strike Su Bai but forgot his ethereal state, missing him entirely and nearly falling to the ground. Su Bai quickly materialized to catch her. "All right. If you wish to strike me, do so. Moreover, allow me to share another revelation. The matter is not yet concluded. You should obediently seek out the treasure as described by Cui Ying. Upon your return, all will be revealed." Cui Ying indeed struck him several times, expressing her dissatisfaction with the sensation. "Not at all pleasant." With a grin, Su Bai replied, "Then let Yue Qing bear a few blows on my behalf. Surely that would bring some solace to your spirit." Yue Qing obligingly took Cui Ying's hand and struck himself. Cui Ying, feeling exasperated, said, "It is my own discontent that should not be vented upon you. Very well, I shall book a flight. Fortunately, Ying Ning and Baimoxuan possess valid documentation. We shall depart tomorrow, seeking refuge far from here." The moment they took flight from the capital the following day, Cui Ying's spirits noticeably lifted. Seated upon the plane, she shared laughter with Ying Ning, while Yue Qing and Baimoxuan scrutinized the map, marking their destination. The location was not far from Chang'an, and as it was not an urgent matter, they planned to enjoy a brief sojourn in the city before venturing into the mountains. Although Baimoxuan has withdrawn from the entertainment industry, his fame remains undiminished. Those who recognize him eagerly approach, and had it not been for the intervention of the flight attendants, he might have struggled to contain his emotions. Considering his desire for freedom, he retrieved a hat and sunglasses from his suitcase before disembarking the plane, concealing his face meticulously. The four of them meandered through Chang'an City, and Cui Ying's spirits soared dramatically. After a delightful culinary bombardment, she finally declared, "Well, without further ado, let us head into the mountains." They ventured into the mountains overnight, leaving their driver perplexed. It is autumn now. The nights in the mountains can be quite chilly and fraught with hazards. "Aren't you young folks afraid? Afraid of hazards?" Yue Qing chuckled. "Not at all." "Ah, truly young and reckless," the taxi driver remarked as he dropped them at the mountain's entrance, hastily turning to leave. However, after driving a short distance, he suddenly reversed, rolling down his window. "If you hear anyone speaking strangely, do not respond. Lately, many hikers have gone missing in the mountains." The term hiker refers to enthusiasts of outdoor activities and self-guided travel, often used with pride, as donkeys symbolize endurance and resilience. It primarily denotes backpackers, those who traverse and camp with their backpacks, much like their current attire. Cui Ying commented, "He is warning us that many backpackers have gotten lost in the mountains, and some have even perished." As darkness enveloped the sky, Yue Qing urged, "Let us hasten into the mountains, find a place to rest for the night, and plan our journey from there in the morning." With headlamps illuminating their path, they walked along the mountain trail for about 10 minutes before officially entering the wilderness, which was quite chilly. The four had donned their jackets in anticipation. Suddenly, Ying Ning's ears perked up. "Do you hear that sound?" A series of shouts echoed from the mountain, and faint glimmers of light could be discerned. Lanterns. "There are people in the mountains," Yue Qing noted. Following the calls, a child's voice responded, "Coming, coming." The exchange reverberated through the mountains, creating an eerie atmosphere. Ying Ning quickly pressed closer to Cui Ying. "What are they saying?" "Calling for the souls to return," Yue Qing explained. "Do not be afraid. It is an elder and a child. The elder calls for the souls, and the child replies. They are summoning spirits of those who have died far from home, speaking in dialect, which is why you may not understand." Ying Ning, puzzled, asked, "Do we summon souls for those who die away from home?" "It is said that the souls of those who die away from their homeland are unable to find their way back. These spirits linger in foreign lands, suffering endless sorrow. They cannot partake in offerings of incense, food, or the solace of scriptures. Such a lonely soul becomes a tragic, hungry ghost, eternally wandering, devoid of the hope for rebirth. Only when their family calls out can they hear the voices yearning for them and find their way back. Indeed, the voice they long for most is that of their loved ones," Yue Qing affirmed. "The driver warned us not to respond," Ying Ning remarked. "But why is that?" "They refer to it here as the return of the soul, hoping that the spirits of their departed loved ones will respond. If we were to answer, those souls would attach themselves to us." Yue Qing remarked, "We are fortunate. For ordinary people, it could spell trouble. Hence, if you hear anything, do not respond." The driver means this. They are locals and well-versed in the customs of this area. What he implies is that those who have perished here are travelers from afar. By an uncanny coincidence, the group encountered a mother and her child. The woman, around 40, held a lantern inscribed with the name of the deceased. The child, too, carried a lantern, and draped over his shoulder was a garment meant for an adult male. The mother and son paid no heed to the strangers who had suddenly appeared in the mountains, continuing their calls for names, with the child echoing in response as they brushed past the four travelers. Once the pair had distanced themselves, Ying Ning, curious, inquired, "Why does the child carry an adult's clothing on his shoulder?" "That is a garment for summoning the soul," Yue Qing explained. Historical records indicate that the practice of soul calling dates back to ancient times. Some literature from the Zhou dynasty mentions that the deceased's relatives would ascend to a dwelling to call back the soul, holding the deceased's clothing while facing north and calling out the name 3 times, hoping to entice the soul back to the garment. This garment is also known as the belly garment. When worn, it absorbs the scent of the skin, perhaps attracting the soul back, guided by familiar scents or shapes. It is said that in the past, almost every Dai family prepared a soul basket for this purpose. During the summoning, the deceased's clothing was placed in a bamboo basket along with white rice and white thread, symbolizing the desire to bring the spirit back. Though the current rituals have simplified, their meaning remains unchanged. The garment on the child's shoulder must have belonged to the departed. Suddenly, Yue Qing closed his eyes, urging, "We must leave quickly. They are about to commence." No sooner had he spoken, a gust of wind rose from the ground, seemingly insignificant, yet carrying a mournful sound, akin to weeping. A strange sensation washed over Ying Ning as she hastened to catch up with Yue Qing, and behind her, the unmistakable sound of a child's sobbing followed. The child's sensitivity surpassed that of adults. The four finally neared their destination, seeking refuge in a cave. They scattered specially prepared insect-repelling powder around them and nestled into their sleeping bags, sleeping soundly until dawn. As the first light of day broke, Yue Qing opened his eyes to find the repellent powder scattered across the cave floor, as if something had brushed against it. Startled, he quickly emerged from his sleeping bag, only to realize that there were only 3 of them in the cave. Baimoxuan was missing. Ying Ning and Cui Ying awoke in succession, and at that moment, Baimoxuan entered from outside, his clothes damp with mist. Upon seeing the 3 awake, he remarked, "We had an unexpected visitor last night." "What was it?" Ying Ning inquired. Baimoxuan hesitated for a moment before finally responding, "A spirit." Ying Ning blurted out, "Isn't that just like us?" After many years, the creatures of birds and beasts, along with the flora, transformed into human forms, can be deemed as spirits. The most significant distinction between these spirits and the celestial fox lies in their essence. One is a demon, still unaware of its path of cultivation, while the nine-tailed fox clan has taken upon itself the pursuit of the heavenly way. The demon remains in a state of navet. Last night, a diminutive, humanoid demon, curious in nature, stepped into their midst, treading on the pest repellent scattered on the ground. It merely gazed at them with wonder, not daring to make a sound, devoid of any offensive intent. Unfortunately, it still startled Baimoxuan, who then decided to follow it to discern the nature of this spirit, which had originated from the very essence of the grass and trees. Baimoxuan remarked that it ultimately led to a nearby cliff. Beneath that cliff, resembling an eagle's beak, numerous bones were discovered, flesh long gone, leaving only skeletal remains. Most importantly, Yue Qing cast a glance and felt a chill. "Isn't that the location we are supposed to investigate?" The map clearly indicated that within the eagle beak-like cliff lay the entrance to the treasure they sought. Baimoxuan began to pack his sleeping bag. "We shall see for ourselves why so many perished there." After preparing their sleeping bags and replenishing their provisions, the 4 of them ventured forth. The morning mist enveloped the mountains, and the ground was damp and slippery, posing a risk of slipping. Cui Ying, though tall, often struggled with her balance and nearly stumbled several times, saved only by Yue Qing's steadying hand. Eventually, they arrived at the opposite side of the cliff, confronting a small stream separating them from a dense thicket where the remains were concealed. Looking up, they beheld the cliff. Ying Ning mused, "Could they have fallen from the cliff?" Yue Qing and Baimoxuan exchanged knowing glances and replied in unison, "It's an illusion." Cui Ying, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Baimoxuan elaborated, "What you see as the cliff is not the true cliff. Stay close and do not lag behind." Ying Ning followed closely behind Baimoxuan, while Cui Ying trailed Yue Qing. The 4 of them advanced in unison toward the cliff, instinctively synchronizing their movements as they approached the rock face. As they neared, Cui Ying grew anxious. "Do we need to proceed further? Should we use the wall-passing technique?" Yue Qing and Baimoxuan exchanged glances once more, simultaneously pricking their fingers to draw a symbol in the air. The atmosphere twisted and compressed, revealing a tangible essence. The 2 stepped forward first, their bodies vanishing into the air. Cui Ying, astonished, exclaimed, "Is this an invisibility technique?" Ying Ning grasped Cui Ying's hand and followed suit. As they landed, Cui Ying gasped at the sight before her. She now comprehended that what they had perceived as a cliff was merely an illusion. The true precipice lay beyond, with the previous sight being a mere trick of the eye. This explained the scattered corpses below. The disarray of backpacks revealed that these were indeed the belongings of mountain hikers. Upon reaching the summit, driven by the thrill of adventure, they likely stood precariously at the cliff's edge. However, due to the illusory nature of what they saw, the real edge was much closer than they perceived, leading them to fall with a single misstep. All the bodies below were victims of such falls. Yue Qing explained, "They unwittingly lost their lives." "Should we dispel the illusion then?" Cui Ying asked. Baimoxuan replied, "No need to rush. We shall address it when the time comes." They now stand before a true precipice. Baimoxuan remarked, "Why doesn't Su Bai inquire about the entrance? Merely knowing what lies within this cliff serves little purpose." Yue Qing extended his hand to explore the cliff face, but Baimoxuan pushed him aside, cautioning, "Be careful. If this truly is the treasure trove of Jiyao, There could be traps everywhere. Allow me. Protected by the talismanic feathers on his body, which rendered him immune to all poisons, Baimoxuan carefully searched the cliff face, shifting aside when he found nothing. Eventually, he stumbled upon a small crevice, just large enough for a fist to fit. As he prepared to delve deeper, Su Bai's voice resonated. It seems my presence is unnecessary. You have already discovered it. Indeed, your appearance has become superfluous. Baimoxuan inserted his fist into the crevice and felt a dent above, exclaiming, a jade tube. There are 2 jade tubes, Su Bai noted. Wait. Let's first try the one from the punishment department. At that time, to distinguish it, the one from the punishment department had been marked. Baimoxuan placed the jade tube inside. Though it fit snugly, the rock face remained unchanged. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Bai. It appears not to be the one. Yue Qing handed Baimoxuan the other jade tube, saying, try this one. This time, not only did it fit perfectly, but a cracking sound echoed as a stone in the cliff face pushed inward, continuing to do so. Contrary to their expectations of a hidden door, a passageway materialized. Baimoxuan's hand returned to the hole, attempting to retrieve the jade tube, but it would not budge. It cannot be removed now. Let us proceed inside and explore. As Su Bai solidified and followed the 4 into the passageway, they found it approximately 2 meters high, spacious enough to traverse comfortably. Upon reaching the end of the passage, the original stone wall stood directly in front, blocking their way. Upon glancing to their right, they discovered a corner. Baimoxuan led the way, and the passage gradually widened, filled with a stifling warmth. Suddenly, he halted. Indeed, we are a step too late. On one side, the passage continued, while on the other, a rectangular cave appeared. The edges of the cave's entrance were impeccably crafted, undoubtedly formed using modern tools. Inside the spacious passage, remnants of square imprints lingered on the ground. The size of these imprints reminded Su Bai of the chitin treasures, yet he quickly recalled that the treasure chests from that era still existed, albeit emptied long ago. Even if these were not the original chitin treasure chests, they indicated that many had once accumulated here. Su Bai remarked, however, they have all been removed through this entrance. With a snap of his fingers, he continued, I was possessed. He first revealed himself before me by dropping the jade tube, which serves as the key to unlock this place. When discovering the chitin treasures, he intended to relocate them here. Lacking a key, he had to devise another method. Thus, the entrance was created at that time. No one disputed his assertion. Their purpose for coming was not the treasure, but to ascertain whether Chen Xuanli was indeed the reincarnation of Jiyao. The function of the jade tube had become clear. Yue Qing stated, the jade tube in the hands of the punishment department is a counterfeit. It seems he too was deceived. When did he relocate the treasure? Su Bai paced anxiously within the cave, recalling the events that transpired in Yinshan. The deception orchestrated by the false tea and shallow ink had scattered them, and upon entering the stone chamber, all were rendered unconscious. The culprit had mysteriously absconded with the chitin treasures. Leaving behind empty chests, he had anticipated the need for a key that was now lost, but the disappearance was merely an unfortunate accident. His meticulous planning ensured that the key would not hinder him, prompting an immediate relocation of the items without leaving a trace. The illusion was also his doing. Yue Qing, filled with ire, lamented the many lives claimed due to this ruse. Su Bai began to exit, affirming that Yang Yuhuan's words held truth. She had bartered her life for the treasures. It was time to depart, for this place had lost its worth. Once they exited, the rock face would revert, allowing for the retrieval of the jade tube, which now bore no value. Holding the tube, Yue Qing inquired whether they should keep it. Let us hold on to it for now, Su Bai replied, his expression a mix of emotions, acknowledging this as a miscalculation on the part of the adversary, a testament to his failure. Yue Qing secured the jade tube and turned to Baimoxuan, noting they had dispelled the illusion. Together, they worked to collect the scattered bones, digging a pit to lay them to rest, granting them peace. After completing this solemn task, they embarked on their journey home. Suddenly, Baimoxuan glanced back, prompting inquiry from Ying Ning. What is it? Chapter 753. The fruit of forgetfulness. The grass rustled behind them, indicating the presence of something within. Baimoxuan whispered, it is that spirit. Yue Qing asked, should we deal with it? No need, Baimoxuan replied. Let it choose its own path. Without guidance, it must rely on itself. Embracing the way of heaven is its fortune, otherwise, it will only seek its own demise. Su Bai had no intention of lingering with them. Hastily departing upon reaching a crossroads, The remaining 4 continued on their original path back to the imperial capital. Upon arriving at a newsstand, Cui Ying halted abruptly. "Wait, look at this," she exclaimed, pointing to the latest newspaper, the headline starkly proclaiming the fall of the only daughter of the Fong family, resulting in her untimely demise. Without a second thought, she snatched the paper, while Yue Qing quickly paid for it. Filled with resentment, Cui Ying cursed. "The mystery Su Bai sold us is this. Fong Yi is dead. He knew it all along." "Lower your voice." Yue Qing urgently pulled her aside. "Did you not notice the proprietor's gaze?" Cui Ying retorted, "I hardly have time for that. Yue Qing, look, Fong Yi died just last night. And the incident occurred in Gao Mingyuan's jurisdiction. This cannot stand. You all return first. I must confront Gao Mingyuan." She thrust her bag into Ying Ning's hands. "Take this back for me." Yue Qing promptly tossed his bag to Baimoxuan. "I'll accompany her. You all head back." The two made their way directly to the police station, where Gao Mingyuan, surprised by their unexpected visit, appeared perplexed. "What brings you here?" "This woman," Cui Ying declared, placing the newspaper on his desk. "She died within your jurisdiction." "Yes, the case from last night. We have already identified the perpetrator." Gao Mingyuan lowered his voice. "What does this have to do with you? Is it related to the supernatural?" Gao Mingyuan recalled everything except for the snowflakes. Yue Qing nodded, saying yes. "She is our employer." "Allow me to divulge a detail," Gao Mingyuan stated. "The murderer is her aunt. We have reviewed the surveillance footage, and this fact is indisputable. Please do not cause any trouble. Rest assured, although this matter is related to the supernatural, it does not pertain to the murder case. Fong Yi's aunt has a history of attempting to murder her, so this outcome should have been anticipated," Cui Ying responded, already regaining her composure. "Thank you for informing us. It's no trouble. There may be instances in the future where I will need your assistance." Gao Mingyuan paused before suddenly asking, "There is something I wish to inquire of you." Both Cui Ying and Yue Qing fell silent. Gao Mingyuan pointed to his head, saying, "I feel as though I've forgotten something. It's a peculiar sensation. Do you think I might be possessed?" Yue Qing let out a relieved sigh, smiling as he replied, "Perhaps. But I believe it is more likely due to fatigue. You should take a break when you can and not overexert yourself. This city witnesses countless incidents daily: disappearances, assaults, murders, kidnappings." Gao Mingyuan sighed. "Being a guardian is no simple task. At times, I feel that what I've forgotten is the most significant thing in my life. Yet I cannot recall it no matter how hard I try." "How is your relationship with Su Xiaoxiao?" Cui Ying abruptly asked. "When shall we celebrate your wedding?" Gao Mingyuan's eyes flickered. "Once Fong Yi's case concludes, I will take her to meet my parents. I believe it will be soon. It seems to be progressing smoothly." Cui Ying thought of Xue Bin with a twinge of sorrow, an emotion she carried with her as she left the police station. Su Xiaoxiao is an informed party, yet she has managed to keep silent. Gao Mingyuan seems oblivious. It appears he will forever forget his aunt. Yue Qing consoled her. "Isn't that precisely what Aunt Xuefan wished for?" "Cheer up." With Gao Mingyuan gone, there remains the wine fox by his aunt's side. "Don't mention that. The wine fox is a complete drunkard, constantly mingling with the likes of Xianjing and Zhangchun. They either brew wine or taste it. And there has been no progress whatsoever these past few days," Cui Ying self-deprecatingly remarked. "Am I being overly concerned?" "Not at all. I appreciate your loyalty." Yue Qing took Cui Ying's hand. "Not only do I wish for my own happiness, but I also hope those around me find joy. This sentiment is uniquely yours." "Dear Cui Ying, spare me the flattery," Cui Ying retorted. "You are becoming increasingly glib. What kind of person do you prefer me to be?" Yue Qing replied earnestly. "I can become anyone you wish." Reflecting on their past lives, Cui Ying said, "If you can be that, then so be it." Yue Qing smiled like a child, happily grasping Cui Ying's hand. "I am 100% certain that when we return, Su Bai will definitely be there." "Indeed, Su Bai was present," Cui Ying remarked. "Either he appears too frequently, or you are truly a deity." "Do not forget the presence of the infant spirit," Yue Qing stated. "With the mother's passing, the infant spirit has become a typical ghost, capable of reincarnation." "Su Bai has just dealt with the infant spirit, correct?" Su Bai nodded. "Indeed, Fong Yi has died, and the infant spirit has been liberated." "Why do you look at me like that?" Ying Ning remarked. "If the infant spirit is the Empress Wang, then who is Fong Yi's aunt? What kind of sins must she have committed in her past life to strike Fong Yi down twice?" "Yang Guozhong," Su Bo remarked. "The grievances of the past life have now been completely resolved. This matter has come to a definitive conclusion. The infant spirit will accompany Fong Yi to the underworld for reincarnation. My only concern now is whether the Mengpa soup can allow Fang Yi and Cui Ying to truly conclude this life. Yizhu emerged from the room, stating, "It is not difficult." Yizhu presented a box to Su Bo, saying, "Let Mengpa add the contents of this box into the soup. And rest assured that these two individuals will forget everything entirely." Su Bo was in a quandary, as Cui Ying retained memories from her past lives even after consuming the Mengpa soup. She had previously suffered from this, adamantly refusing to reincarnate, and was still lingering in the underworld. Now, with the addition of the newly deceased Fang Yi, the situation had become quite complicated. Upon opening the box, Su Bo found a plant resembling ginseng and questioned, "What is this?" "You mortals often speak of the water of forgetfulness, but there exists a fruit known as the fruit of oblivion," Yizhu explained. "It takes a millennium to mature, growing solely on Tianshan Mountain. Acquiring it is no easy feat. Please pass it to Mengpa." Elated by the discovery of this treasure, Su Bo exclaimed, "Wonderful. I will return it immediately." Upon his return to the underworld, he found Mengpa fretting over the Mengpa soup, having struggled for an entire night. Despite increasing the dosage, it remained ineffective for Cui Ying and Fang Yi. As she sighed in despair, she spotted Su Bo, her spirits sinking further. "Lord Yin Wang, I fear I may not pass this hurdle. Take a look at this. Is this the fruit of oblivion?" Su Bo inquired, not doubting Yizhu's words, but seeking further confirmation. "Where did you acquire this?" Mengpa was astonished. "It grows on Tianshan, bearing fruit only once every 1,000 years. Ordinary people lack the fortune to encounter it." "Clearly, Yizhu did not deceive me," Su Bo affirmed. "He is a physician from Qingqiu, well-versed in pharmacology, and he enjoys conducting research. This time, he specifically ventured to Tianshan to seek materials from the divine Tianshan tree and conveniently brought this back. Is it truly the fruit of oblivion? The underworld possesses medical texts that mention this fruit." Mengpa replied, "Alas, I have spent years in the underworld and have had no opportunity to seek it. It absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, devoid of emotions and desires. Hence its name, the fruit of oblivion. It possesses remarkable efficacy. Do not be deceived by its small size. Just a little is needed, and with it, the Mengpa soup will no longer falter. My heart's knot has finally been untied. Lord Yin Wang, please extend my gratitude to that physician from Qingqiu." "Mengpa, how many times must I remind you? When no one else is around, simply call me Su Bo," he said, slightly furrowing his brow. "Why do you still address me as Lord Yin Wang?" "It has become a habit. I used to call you that as well," Mengpa replied, relieved. "I shall brew the soup anew, ensuring that those entangled in their past grievances find resolution." Mengpa took a small tuft from the fruit, crushed it, and added it to the pot. This time, she was brimming with confidence. Once the soup was prepared, she ladled out 2 bowls and placed them by the bridge, awaiting Cui Ying's arrival. Cui Ying arrived in the underworld before Fang Yi, having completed all necessary judgments, and was merely waiting to drink the soup for reincarnation. Growing impatient, she finally saw Su Bo and remarked, "Even if you are here, will this soup truly be effective?" Chapter 754. The 6 Paths. "Well, Fang Yi has died. She is now with you in the underworld," Su Bo stated. "This bowl of soup is entirely different from what you have consumed before. I would not dare to appear here if I could not guarantee its efficacy." "She has died." Suddenly, Cui Ying burst into laughter, exclaiming that all her meticulous calculations had ultimately led to her own demise. "If you wish to see her, I can arrange it," Su Bo remarked. "Even if in the next life you find yourselves entwined once more, you will not remember each other. This is but a solitary opportunity." "No need," Cui Ying replied. "I do not wish to encounter that person again. Please, I request the King of Hell to convey a message. I have come to see her clearly. Whether she is an emperor or Fang Yi, at their core, they love only themselves. What I cherished was power and wealth. Let us consider this life settled. And should we unfortunately meet again in the next life, let us not exchange a single glance and simply pass by." Mengpa sighed, presenting the soup with both hands. "Drink," she urged. Su Bo assured, "I will convey your words, without omission." "Thank you. If the netherworld can arrange for a next life, allow me to encounter Li Lu once more, in whatever manner it may be. I shall steadfastly remain by his side, free from any temptation." Cui Ying felt the urge to weep, yet no tears came. She gazed at the soup in her hands and drank it in one breath. This time, Cui Ying's spirit finally grew dazed, prompting Mengpa to breathe a sigh of relief. "It has taken effect. Someone, take her to the 6 Paths well." With a command from Su Bo, 2 ghostly attendants approached, escorting Cui Ying towards the well. The 6 paths comprise the realms of heaven, Azura, humanity, beasts, hungry ghosts, and hell. The first 3 are deemed virtuous paths due to their benevolent actions in life, while the latter 3 are regarded as the paths of evil. This cycle of reincarnation, with life and death perpetually intertwined, is why the concept of the 6 paths of rebirth exists. In her next life, Cui Ying could still be reborn into humanity. Subo witnessed her spirit descend into the human well, allowing him to finally exhale in relief. At that moment, the infant spirit was also drawn in, becoming a complete soul. However, the infant could not move independently but crawled on the ground in a peculiar manner. Subo sighed. Now only Fong Yi remains. Fong Yi endured suffering in the minor hell, having sown discord among her family and undergone an abortion, thus facing far greater penalties than Cui Ying. By the time she arrived at the Hall of Yama, both Cui Ying and the infant spirit had already been reincarnated. Unfamiliar with Subo, Fong Yi approached Yama with utmost reverence. Upon hearing Subo mention Cui Ying, her astonishment was palpable. Subo relayed Cui Ying's words from before the 6 paths well verbatim. Fong Yi initially reacted with excitement, but then composed herself. Subo gently patted the wooden figure of the terrified soul. What more is there for you to say? She spoke the truth. No matter how I feigned love for her, my true affections lie with power and wealth, Fong Yi admitted. Subo shook his head, rest assured. Drinking this mangpa soup will allow you to forget entirely the events of your past 2 lives. Someone, take her to the nostalgia platform. As Fong Yi was dragged by the ghostly attendants, she suddenly halted. May I ask, has my child already been reincarnated before you? Subo replied, do not worry. Both good and ill fates will bear fruit in the next life. Fong Yi's ghostly shadow trembled several times as it was escorted by 2 ghostly officials from the Yama Hall to the Wanxiang platform. Subai dealt with these 3 individuals, feeling a sense of satisfaction, yet his heart grew heavy at the thought of the jade tube. Just then, Bai Zhao entered, her reputation in the underworld having risen dramatically as she was known to be the proxy for the king of hell. No ghostly official dared to obstruct her entrance to the Yama Hall. Observing Subai frowning in distress, she lightly cleared her throat and remarked, being the king of hell is no simple task. Having not seen his grandmother in quite some time, Subai could not help but rush towards her. Grandma, where have you been lately? Ah, I've been busy collecting souls, Bai Zhao replied with a smile, spending time with the Taoist. Subai hesitated for a moment, prompting Bai Zhao to ask, is there some troubling news? Indeed, he could not hide anything from his grandmother, and so he recounted the matter of the jade tube, along with the possibility of his connection to the punishment department and his grandfather's acquaintances during his lifetime. These 2 figures were likely practitioners from the 3 kingdoms and Jin dynasties. He relayed all recent developments to Bai Zhao, who, upon hearing everything, sighed with a wry smile. It seems that uncovering the clues from the past will not be an easy feat. The jade tube represents his oversight. Where there is one, there must be another. Subai responded, I believe that as long as we persist in our investigation, I will surely uncover his identity and whereabouts. To be featured in the underworld's records signifies transcendence beyond the 6 realms. The 6 realms, Bai Zhao echoed. Subai murmured, those who descend into hell endure severe tortures, slicing, stabbing, grinding, and crushing, suffering until death. As the cold winds blow upon their bodies, their wounds heal, only to be tormented anew, perpetually enduring agony until their karmic retribution is fully realized, allowing them to escape this unending torment of hell. Furthermore, the beings in hell possess exceptionally long lifespans, rendering their existence a torment, where they find themselves unable to seek life or death. In the realm of hungry ghosts, due to the differing good and evil deeds from past lives, the resulting karmic retribution varies greatly. The living conditions of the ghosts can be broadly classified into those with and without merit. The latter live in abject poverty, while the former enjoy great wealth. Subai remarked, to be born into the realm of hungry ghosts is 100 times better than hell. Bai Zhao nodded. As for the realm of beasts, their bones, flesh, tendons, horns, skin, teeth, fur, and feathers are regarded as treasures by humans, leading to their capture and slaughter. Many are burdened, suffering from hunger and fatigue, subjected to various tortures such as being pierced through the nose, hooked by the neck, whipped, or bound, and often inflicting harm upon one another, trapped in a predatory environment of the survival of the fittest. Consequently, Beings in the realm of beasts are classified among the three evil paths of suffering. Additionally, due to their limited intellect, often merely instinctual responses, they are unable to comprehend the teachings of Buddhism or the Tao, lacking even the opportunity for spiritual cultivation. Among the 6 realms, the realms of beasts and humans are the most common. Subai commented, transcending these 2 realms is not particularly challenging. We have excellent examples nearby. While it may be said that opportunities for cultivation are scarce, there are exceptions. As for the realm of humans, how wonderful it would be if he still resided there. There exists also the Azura realm, where those reborn may not have committed grave sins in their past lives, yet are plagued by a heavy sense of arrogance, either looking down upon others or envying those superior to themselves. The final realm is that of the Devas, which can actually be further divided into 3 categories. Baimoxuan remarked, I once believed he would ascend to the Tao of heaven, yet even this Tao is ensnared within the grasp of the netherworld, rendering such aspirations unattainable. Those who dwell within the Tao of heaven are referred to as celestial beings. One type embodies the will of the emperor, while another embodies the purity of the celestial realm, living lives akin to those of the pure celestials. The third type embodies the true Tao of heaven, such as that which Baimoxuan cultivates. Therefore, will Baimoxuan also descend into the netherworld after his demise? This thought suddenly dawned upon Subai. The Tao of heaven is also part of the 6 paths of the netherworld. If he truly perished, he would undoubtedly arrive here. Baimoxuan continued, however, you may have to wait. She discerned Subai's thoughts at a glance. Your term as a proxy is merely 600 years. Yet Baimoxuan's cultivation is such that he will likely live for a considerable time. During your tenure as King of Hell, do not expect to witness Baimoxuan kneeling before you. I have no desire for that, Subai retorted dismissively. Grandmother, you are far too astute. I can see through your little schemes. Baimoxuan laughed. You and Baimoxuan are indeed adversaries, though you clearly care for this friend. Subai cleared his throat lightly. All right, grandmother, let us change the subject. We are not here to discuss the 6 paths or beyond. His appearance in the Netherworld book suggests he has not truly transcended the 6 paths, does it not? As for the Netherworld book, I am not well versed. The Tao of heaven belongs to the 6 paths, but I am uncertain whether the Netherworld book records individuals from beyond all 6 realms. Chapter 755. The Black Fox. No sooner had Baimoxuan's voice faded than the voice of the Yue Qing echoed, those recorded in the Netherworld book, aside from the Tao of heaven, will not arrive in the Netherworld. An informed individual has arrived. Subai chuckled. Ever since the Yue Qing and I grew close, I no longer perceive him as dark. Grandmother, the Yue Qing is indeed trustworthy. A slap followed by a sweet treat. The Yue Qing found himself at a loss with Subai's antics, ultimately conceding to his whims. He spoke earnestly. Individuals like Ying Ning and Baimoxuan belong to the Tao of heaven. Their arrival here after death is unquestionable. However, some who attain longevity without being part of the Tao of heaven may not arrive, such as those like Tang San Chung, who have gained immortality. It is futile to wait idly for them. To locate your grandfather, you must ascertain his identity and whereabouts, as well as the form in which he currently exists. Otherwise, you stand no chance of avenging that grudge. Avenge? This was the first time Subai had heard such a notion. The Yue Qing replied irately. Are you not seeking him for vengeance? What else could it be? Such scum, who would exploit even family, should not be spared. What purpose does it serve to let him live? Did you not urge me to believe in karmic retribution, and now you suggest I kill him? Subai jested. That seems to contradict the principle of cause and effect. The entanglements between people are inherently convoluted. If they could be disentangled completely, what need would there be for the Netherworld? The Yue Qing questioned. Do you not entertain such thoughts? I would personally slay him. Baimoxuan's voice darkened. Subai? Be earnest. Grandmother fears that after death, I may forget the events of this life, and all my hatred towards him will dissipate. Therefore, before I meet my end, you must find him. Subai's heart felt as though it were obstructed by something. This sensation mirrored that of living. I have truly brought this upon myself. Without you, my life would have already come to an end, sighed Baimoxuan. Subai immediately shifted the topic. How are Mom and Zhang Yin? Zhang Yin is quite ambitious. He mentioned that he wants to honor Bai Ling and them well, taking care of your share as well. Time is the best remedy. Your father is gradually recovering. He has resigned from his job and occasionally goes out to teach. With the money you left behind, they are living quite comfortably. Baimoxuan replied, rest assured, your mother is no ordinary person. Subai felt relieved. Zhang Yin is indeed a descendant of the dragon clan, living up to my expectations. That boy possesses remarkable talent in painting. With proper guidance, he is bound to achieve great things in the future. Baimoxuan remarked, I merely came to see you. I have no other matters at hand. I will go and visit Mengpe. Subai escorted his grandmother out of the Yama palace, and upon turning back, he saw the Yue Qing smiling. What are you laughing at? You were just portraying the imposing figure of Yama, and now before your grandmother, you've turned into a child. The Yue Qing replied, the contrast is indeed striking. One can reveal their vulnerabilities in front of family and friends. Subai remarked, how can you not grasp this principle? No worries, I shall teach you in due time. By the way, do you have any new leads from Judge Zhong? I heard he found a small fragment of scroll drifting beneath his bed. It remains unknown who recorded that fragment. But if it can be restored, it might unveil significant truths. The Yue Qing said excitedly. Judge Zhong is working diligently. If he discovers anything, he will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Subai felt invigorated. Indeed, Judge Zhong is the most trustworthy individual in the underworld. The Yue Qing's expression darkened. What about me? Am I not trustworthy? Now that you have firmly secured the position of Yama, you turn your back on those who supported you. Don't think I'm unaware. You were supported because you were chosen by your elder brother, not me. Subai chuckled. If it were someone else, you would support them just the same, wouldn't you? The Yue Qing chuckled amiably. That is indeed true. Subai stated, the court session has concluded. I shall step out for a moment. Would you like to join me? I will not go, by the way. Leave from Luofu Mountain. The Yue Qing fell into his nagging habit. Always exiting through the main gate. People will start to gossip about your lack of seriousness, understood? I know. Yue Qing, why do you sound like a nagging housekeeper? When have I ever not left from Luofu Mountain? Subai replied with irritation. Thankfully, I notified them last time. They don't bother me every time I pass through. All right, I'm off. As Subai made his way to Luofu Mountain, he spotted the black fox, whose eyes were profoundly tranquil, fixated upon him. Subai felt no fear, yet, on several occasions now, it had appeared just as he was about to leave, regarding him with such intensity. This was the sixth encounter. What could it possibly want? Subai shook his head, and just then, the black fox turned away. For some reason, he sensed a hint of sorrow in its retreating figure. As he hesitated, he heard the voice of Du Ziren. Do not be entranced by it. It was the ghost emperor, Du Ziren. Subai turned and clasped his hands in respect. Brother Du, what is the origin of that black fox? Du Ziren shook his head, lamenting. It is but a pitiable fox. However, I cannot permit it to depart from Mount Luofu. For 6 consecutive times, it has managed to maintain its composure, and it appears to be doing quite well at it. Does it yearn to leave Mount Luofu? Su Bo was taken aback. If it truly desires to escape, it could seize the opportunity during my absence. Du Ziren replied, his tone somber. The more it exhibits such behavior, the more sympathy it elicits from you. Thus, I must remind myself to remain resolute. Yama, you too, must not allow compassion to sway you. Do not release it from Mount Luofu. Su Bo inquired. What is its origin? Du Ziren remained silent. With a hint of resignation, Su Bo responded, I understand now. Brother, do I have matters to attend to outside, so I shall not intrude any further. Farewell. At the moment of Su Bo's departure, the black fox reappeared on the hillside, lying there with its sorrowful eyes fixed on the direction in which Su Bo had vanished. 2 tears glistened, obscured by a veil of mist. Du Ziren sighed as he observed it. Do not make it difficult for others. Go. The black fox rose and turned away. As Su Bo reached the crossroads, the image of the black fox lingered vividly in his mind. Recalling Du Ziren's words, he vigorously shook his head, admonishing himself not to dwell on the creature. Upon arriving at the office building, he noticed a group of individuals clustered together, engrossed in something. Su Bo approached. Are you all idle? One must take a moment to rest. Cui Ying remarked. Have you completed your tasks? All relevant parties have been reincarnated, Su Bo replied. The new Mengpe soup is remarkably effective. How about Uncle Iju? Mengpe has asked me to extend her gratitude to him. There is no need for thanks. Su Bo turned to see Iju reclining on the living room floor, his head resting on a solitary pillow. I thought you had returned to Qingqiu, Su Bo chuckled. You took the trouble to come out, and yet remained here for some fresh experiences before heading back. Iju spoke somberly. I forgot to mention last time. The forgetting fruit should be used sparingly. Fear not. Mengpo is well aware, Su Bo assured. She said just a small amount in the soup would suffice, not the entire fruit. I shall be prudent in its usage and will apply it judiciously, Su Bo smiled. She is indeed quite astute, Iju remarked. At that moment, the four individuals who had been gathered around the computer dispersed, allowing Su Bo to see that they were perusing a news report. Has Fang Yizant been apprehended? Indeed, she has. The evidence is irrefutable, and it appears the death penalty is inevitable. Such a pity. The chairman of the Fang group has lost his daughter and is now in a state of despair. Rumor has it that internal strife is rampant. Under such circumstances, the company's future seems bleak. A series of events unfold in succession, and the connections between them are indeed intricate, Cui Ying noted. By the way, we are attending Cui Ying's funeral. Li Lu is faring reasonably well. His current girlfriend is quite accommodating, and I have high hopes for this couple. What of Shen Yi? How is he? Su Bo inquired. He continues on the path of a young talent. Time will heal wounds. Eventually, this too shall pass, Cui Ying replied. This matter can now be regarded as officially concluded. Chapter 756. Tattered cloth, did you profit from it? Su Bo chuckled. Indeed, Cui Ying responded. Though this money is earned at a heart-wrenching cost, I hope for fewer such endeavors in the future. With no tasks at hand, it is best to rest well for now, Su Bo stated. Some matters may require a gradual wait. In a moment of unexpected opportunity, Iju suddenly rose from the ground, declaring, I have rested sufficiently. I shall visit the antique shop before returning to Qingqiu. Is there anything the clan leader wishes to convey? Please take good care of Xiaobai. Baimoxuan replied, that little fellow has boundless potential. Iju nodded, realizing that he had expended considerable energy in Tianshan and was now recuperating here. With his rest complete, he was eager to return to Qingqiu, as Baimoxuan understood his reluctance to part with the equipment there, anxious to continue his experiments. After bidding farewell to Iju, Baimoxuan turned to see the others in a state of bewilderment. He remarked, you are all a restless bunch. This is how you behave even in moments of leisure. What shall we do during the off-season? Born to be busy, Su Bai chuckled. Otherwise, why not head to the underworld and attend to my court duties? Not a chance. I have no desire to encounter those chaotic, grotesque spirits, Cui Ying replied. I would rather devote my time to writing my novel. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Ying Ning eagerly rushed to answer it. Upon seeing the visitor, she immediately glanced at Yue Qing, who felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze. What is it? Who's there? Yue Qing shivered, and as he approached the door, his legs trembled involuntarily. Upon recognizing the figure outside, he rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Dad, you have finally returned. Standing outside was Yue Bai, holding something in his hands. The object pressed against Yue Qing's chest, causing him to recoil as he stared at the urn in Yue Bai's hands, tears welling in his eyes. What is this? The crowd gathered at the door, and it was evident that Yue Bai had aged significantly during their time apart. His hair had turned gray, as if time had accelerated past him, robbing him of his vitality. Baimoxuan and Su Bai exchanged solemn glances, silently stepping aside. Cui Ying urged, Uncle, please come in and talk. Yue Bai moved heavily, and once seated, he clutched the urn tightly. Su Bai, bewildered, remarked, this doesn't make sense. I did not encounter Auntie in the underworld. If she had passed, her soul should have arrived there. Tang Sansheng was not wrong. Defying fate incurs retribution, yet he had not informed me that a soul could dissipate after death. Leaning weakly against the sofa, Yue Bai lamented, Yue Qing, your mother has departed, forever gone. I could not retain her soul. I am to blame, and you may resent me for it. Yue Qing's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Mom, Yue Bai had done his utmost, planting a 1,000-leaf lotus in the deep valley to sustain her life, pouring all his energy into it. Yet he could not prevent that fateful day. He watched her take her last breath before him, tears streaming down his face. He had not even been able to bring her to see their son one last time. This was not the final blow. Witnessing Jie Yu's 3 souls and 7 spirits dissipate into the air was the heaviest of all. Su Bai fell into a profound silence, and one by one, they retreated to their rooms, granting the father and son their final moments together. Cui Ying attempted to leave, but Yue Qing grasped her firmly. Stay with me. The remaining 3 individuals lingered in the room of Baimoxuan, their hearts heavy with sorrow. They had envisioned this day, yet the reality was far more disheartening than they had anticipated. Su Bai spoke softly. I even imagined encountering my aunt in the underworld, contemplating how I could discreetly arrange for Yue Qing to personally escort her to reincarnation. Now, all those hopes have been shattered. Ying Ning, I am filled with despair. Ying Ning bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Baimoxuan remarked, what has transpired has occurred. Yue Qing will confront it with strength. Time passed in an indeterminate blur before they opened the door to find Yue Qing composed. He gazed at them, taking hold of Cui Ying's hand. "We have made a decision. We are to be wed. Tomorrow, we will return to our homeland to explain to Cui Ying's parents. My father will accompany us, and we shall leave the matters here in your capable hands." Ying Ning looked at Cui Ying, astonished. "Is that true?" "Indeed," Cui Ying replied, her heart still fluttering with excitement. When he had just proposed to her, she felt a rush of emotions. However, she never expected Yue Qing to kneel before her mother's ashes to utter the words, "Marry me." There were no rings, no flowers, nor throngs of witnesses. Yet the depth of her emotion was profound. Subai quipped, "Young man, you are quite frugal, not even a ring? Sister, this is too cheap for him. We must make him earn it." "I refuse to concede to this arrangement." "Do not meddle," Ying Ning retorted. "What does this have to do with you?" "I am merely speaking on behalf of my sister," she insisted. "You, dear girl, should not interfere." Subai grinned mischievously. "Young man, what can you offer my sister?" "All the time I have left in this life," Yue Qing declared. "I will devote myself to protecting the one I love. While I may not be able to provide you with a life of splendor, I promise to bestow upon you all the happiness and simplicity. My heart will remain true. My eyes will see no other. In my eyes, you are the epitome of beauty, and I shall recognize no one but you. If you have any doubts, you may ask my master to cast a spell upon me. I am willing to accept the challenge." These words were the most beautiful Yue Qing had ever spoken. Despite the absence of a ring and flowers, Subai found himself at a loss for words. Cui Ying gazed into his eyes, discovering unwavering determination and a willingness to embrace whatever comes next. Suddenly, Ying Ning began to sob softly. Cui Ying gently stroked her head, saying, "I am not crying." "Why are you?" "I am simply happy for you," Ying Ning replied through her tears. "I thought you would wait to find Grandpa before marrying. But there has been no progress with that." Cui Ying's nose tinged with emotion as she playfully tapped Ying Ning's head. "Silly girl." Yubai gazed at the urn in his arms, tears streaming down his face. "Jieyu, if only you were still here, how wonderful it would be. We have a daughter-in-law now." Upon uttering these words, his head suddenly tilted to one side, startling both Yue Qing and Cui Ying. Baimoxuan quickly approached to check Yubai's breath, sighing in relief. Fortunately, he has merely fainted. Yue Qing assisted his father to his room. Once Yubai awakened, they would collectively lay Jieyu's ashes to rest. Tang Xincheng stood before the gravestone, gazing at Jieyu's portrait, and could not help but shake his head in lament. What a pity, the only woman capable of taming Yubai. "Jieyu, I, Tang Sancheng, hold you in high esteem." As he spoke, he poured a drink onto the ground. "This cup is for you." Ordinarily, Yubai would have retorted sharply, but at this moment, he felt that Tang Sancheng had spoken directly to his heart. Bai Yi and Fu Yu exchanged glances. While Lei Zi was the first to voice a question. "Yubai, what do you plan to do in the future?" "Like a Taoist, wandering the world," Yubai replied. "I will leave as soon as Yue Qing settles down." "That is well. This is the life you have long yearned for. Had Jieyu not appeared, you would have embarked on this path long ago." Tang Sancheng coughed lightly. "Brother, take care." Yue Qing and Cui Ying knelt on the ground, performing 3 deep bows. The two stood up hand in hand, their eyes glistening with moisture. The group descended the mountain, preparing for Yue Qing and the others' journey to the nation. Subai returned to the underworld, entering through the secret passage of Mount Luo Fu as usual. Upon entering the mountain, he looked up and saw the black fox, which sat on the ground, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Recalling Du Ziren's instructions, Subai chose to ignore it and proceeded toward the underworld. However, the black fox followed closely behind him. Just as they were about to exit Mount Luo Fu, the fox finally halted, emitting a mournful wail. This wail was tinged with sorrow, and Subai was surprised to find the fox from Mount Luo Fu so desolate. When he turned back, he saw Du Ziren standing behind the black fox, his expression troubled. "Brother Du?" Chapter 757. The taste Du Ziren hurried towards Subai and whispered, "Strange. In the past, both the King of Hell and the Wheel King exited from here, but it has never pursued anyone so closely. Why is it following you?" Initially, Subai had been quite concerned about the black fox. Now, hearing Du Ziren's words, he was equally perplexed. "Brother Du, isn't the black fox from Mount Luo Fu a spirit?" "Indeed, but it has acquired some magical powers due to its connection with the underworld," Du Ziren explained. "However, like ghosts, they fear the sun. Who have you encountered outside?" "If we talk about individuals, aside from humans, it would be the fox tribe from Qingqiu," Subai replied. There are no others. Oh, except for Boss Tang from the antique shop. Tang Sencheng. I didn't expect you to know of his esteemed name. Du Ziren remarked. Indeed, that is them. No one else, Su Bai confirmed. The fox tribe from Qingqiu. Du Ziren furrowed his brow. The king of hell. Brother Du, there is no need for such formality. You may call me Su Bai from now on, Su Bai said. Very well. I shall not stand on ceremony. Du Ziren turned and whistled, prompting the black fox to reluctantly rise and slowly enter the depths of Mount Luofu. Su Bai. This black fox was born and raised in Mount Luofu, Du Ziren stated. There exists both good and evil within Mount Luofu. Just like the Earth Lord you subdued last time, who was malevolent, whereas this black fox is a rare benevolent creature. It has only left Mount Luofu once. Su Bai grew increasingly uneasy. So, is Mount Luofu prohibiting their departure? Of course. If the Earth Lord had left, what do you think would have happened? Du Ziren replied. Fortunately, it was the black fox that departed that time. What transpired after its departure? I am uncertain, Du Ziren remarked. Its original cultivation had allowed it to manifest beneath the sun and even to transform into human form. Upon its return, however, it appeared in its true form and began to fear the sun. It remained silent, refraining from discussing external matters, for it had violated the rules of Mount Luofu and suffered the consequences, enduring considerable hardship. Initially, it had obediently stayed on Mount Luofu, but recently, during your comings and goings, it had surprisingly. Su Bai felt somewhat embarrassed. I did not anticipate any repercussions. Do not be anxious. I do not hold you accountable, Du Ziren reassured. The underworld adheres to the cycle of reincarnation, treating souls according to their karmic retribution. Perhaps this is predestined. Su Bai, I hope you can uncover what the black fox encountered outside and why it has been unable to let go lately. Why not simply inquire? Su Bai replied briskly. It is a matter it experienced firsthand. Du Ziren sighed. Currently, it is incapable of articulating its experiences. Since its return, its cultivation has significantly diminished, preventing it from assuming human form, and coupled with its punishment, it has only exacerbated its plight. Otherwise, I would not trouble you, King Yama. Su Bai was momentarily speechless. Realizing why Du Ziren had inquired about whom he had interacted with, perhaps he sensed something on me that made the black fox so sensitive. Su Bai mused. Could it be the Qingqiu fox? With this thought, Su Bai decided to bring Ying Ning along when he ventured out again. Upon their return to Mount Luofu, the black fox indeed appeared, exhibiting an even more intense reaction. It leapt directly before Ying Ning, incessantly sniffing around her. Ying Ning stood still, puzzled. Su Bai? What is it doing? It seems related to your Qingqiu lineage, Su Bai observed. It is catching your scent. The black fox finally retreated, kneeling on its forelegs and emitting a series of mournful cries. Ying Ning felt its sorrow and remarked, What scent do I possess that captivates it so? Recently, aside from being at work, I only returned to Qingqiu. What business did you have in Qingqiu? Su Bai inquired. Did you not summon Uncle Iju? Ying Ning replied, Oh. And I also met Xiao Bai. The black fox lifted its head, its eyes shining with a different light than before. Su Bai asked Iju. The black fox nodded but then shook its head. Su Bai pressed Xiao Bai. This time, the black fox emitted a low growl. Su Bai understood. So, you detected Iju's scent on me, prompting you to follow me repeatedly? The black fox remained silent, acquiescing. Su Bai was filled with curiosity. What connection do Uncle Iju and Xiao Bai share? The black fox paced anxiously, unable to articulate its thoughts. Both Su Bai and Ying Ning shared its urgency, and ultimately, Su Bai consoled. Very well. Brother Du also wishes for me to uncover the truth on your behalf. I shall investigate. Upon hearing this, the black fox suddenly turned and dashed away, returning moments later with a piece of cloth in its mouth, a fragment of tattered fabric. Ying Ning took it into her hands. What is this? Silly girl, is it not merely a scrap of cloth? Su Bai remarked. It seems to be a clue it has provided us. Black fox, we understand. We shall take this piece of cloth and inquire with Uncle Iju. The black fox knelt down once more, paying homage to Su Bo and Ying Ning. Instantly, Ying Ning stepped forward to assist it. Upon catching a whiff of Ying Ning's scent, the black fox buried its head into her embrace. At that moment, Su Bo felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that the black fox might harm Ying Ning. Fortunately, although the black fox was enamored with her scent, it ultimately lifted its head and quietly walked away. The two returned to the office with the tattered cloth, where Baimoxuan was engrossed in some work on the computer. Su Bo glanced over, astonished. Baimoxuan. Are you creating a website by yourself? Indeed, what you see is the reality, Baimoxuan replied. Do you remember the treasure hunters organization? They all have their own websites. Why shouldn't we? After all, we have ample time on our hands. By this time, it had been a week since Yue Qing and Cui Ying flew abroad. And without any commissions, life had been remarkably leisurely. Ying Ning seized the opportunity to inform Baimoxuan about the occurrences at Mount Luofu. Initially, Baimoxuan displayed little reaction. But soon his hands halted over the keyboard as he turned his head to inquire. You mentioned Yizhu and Xiaobai. The Black Fox reacted quite excitedly. Didn't he it? Indeed, what of it? Ying Ning asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Moxuan, do you know something? No. Actually, when I brought you back to Qingqiu, I pondered a certain matter. Who are Xiaobai's parents? Baimoxuan responded. The elders claim that Xiaobai is an orphan when it was discovered. It was merely an infant lying unattended in the mountains of Qingqiu. Because it exhibited Qingqiu lineage, it was brought back for nurturing, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory childhood due to the absence of parents. Ying Ning gazed at the fragment of cloth in her hands. Could this cloth be from Xiaobai's swaddling? To ascertain the truth, we must return to Qingqiu, Baimoxuan asserted. But what does this have to do with Uncle Yizhu? If Xiaobai had any connection to him, he would have raised Xiaobai long ago. How could he remain indifferent? To clarify this matter, we must return to Qingqiu. Su Bo echoed Baimoxuan's words. Didn't you just say that? Baimoxuan shot a glare at Su Bo. Must you always interject? Su Bo shrugged. Is there a difference between speaking up and remaining silent? Baimoxuan, momentarily at a loss for words, turned to Ying Ning. Let us return to Qingqiu. Yizhu had already arrived before them, deeply engrossed in research within the room. Having learned from their previous experience, the two approached with utmost caution. Fortunately, this time there were no explosions, and upon straining their ears, they found the surroundings relatively quiet. They pushed open the door to find Yizhu lying on the floor. He was not asleep, but rather sprawled out in a star shape, his eyes wide open, seemingly lost in thought. Uncle Yizhu, what are you doing? Ying Ning exclaimed, rushing over. As her face suddenly appeared above him, Yizhu trembled slightly, clutching his head. It hurts terribly. It hurts terribly. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Ying Ning hurriedly helped Yizhu to his feet. Should we call a doctor? A doctor? Silly girl. Have you forgotten? I am the most skilled doctor in Qingqiu, Yizhu replied. It's nothing serious. It merely flares up occasionally. Nothing to worry about. What perplexing issues do you wish to present to me? Chapter 758. Flavor 2. Ying Ning produced a fragment of cloth and inquired. Uncle Yizhu, do you recognize this object? I do not. I have never seen it before, Yizhu replied. Where did you acquire it? We do not know. It is of no consequence, Baimoxuan remarked, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. He then jested. It seems Uncle Yizhu has taken quite a liking to sleeping on the ground. Indeed, I cannot recall when it began, but lying on the floor offers me a peculiar sense of comfort, Yizhu responded. Now, I must commence my experiment. If you have no business here, I suggest you keep your distance to avoid any accidents. His words carried a weight of warning, prompting the two to hastily retreat. Once outside Yizhu's dwelling, Ying Ning inquired, Brother Moxuan, who else can we consult? My father, Baimoxuan replied. Let us not forget, he was once the clan leader. Jia Yin was seated indoors, cradling a child, while Wan Hong was punished to the cold wall for a year, leaving the responsibility of child rearing to Jia Yin. As Baimoxuan entered, he caught sight of the child in Jia Yin's arms, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The evolution of this younger sibling was indeed slow. After a prolonged absence from their father, Baimoxuan felt little difference, but Jia Yin's face brightened instantly. What brings you here? Father, I shall be direct. I wish to learn about Xiaobai, Baimoxuan stated. Who are his parents? Jia Yin gently placed the child back onto the bed. The little one had finally taken form, yet had not progressed further. Baimoxuan laid the fragment of cloth on the table. Does this item resonate with you, father? Jia Yin's expression flickered slightly. Where did you obtain this? The source cannot be divulged just yet, Baimoxuan replied with a subdued grunt. Was his father attempting to engage in a battle of wits? Jia Yin regarded Baimoxuan with a knowing look. I have observed your concern and care for Xiaobai. That child is indeed extraordinary, surpassing your own rate of evolution. Baimoxuan was taken aback. His father had noticed? Jia Yin smiled gently, rising to clasp his hands behind his back. Experience teaches us well, and I have lived more years than you. My wisdom is not without merit. Baimoxuan cleared his throat. Does anyone else know? The little one is adept at concealment. For now, no one else is aware, Jia Ying replied. Moxuan, I understand your intentions and do not oppose them. However, if Xiaobai's origins are exposed, your aspirations may remain unfulfilled. Xiaobai's origins? Baimoxuan queried. Father, you are indeed well informed. Jia Ying turned and rummaged beneath the bed, retrieving a piece of cloth, which he spread across the table. This was the very cloth that swaddled Xiaobai. One corner of the cloth was missing, but Jia Ying managed to fit the fragment perfectly. It appears to match. What exactly is going on? Baimoxuan exchanged glances with Ying Ning. The fragment had been brought by the black fox. What connection did it hold to Xiaobai? Why would there be remnants of Xiaobai's swaddling? Xiaobai's father is Yizhu, Jia Ying explained. Yet the identity of his mother remains an enigma. In Qingqiu, Xiaobai would be considered of unknown lineage. Given the obscurity of one half of his heritage, do you believe the elders and clansmen would support your ambitions? Indeed, Xiaobai's prowess is remarkable and will surely exceed your own in due time, but regrettably, this alone renders his ascension to clan leader nearly impossible. Baimoxuan stood there in a daze, utterly astonished that his father could discern his thoughts so clearly. An overwhelming sense of defeat washed over him. However, this was not the time for such contemplations. Uncle Yizhu was indeed Xiaobai's father, yet why did he not raise Xiaobai himself? Furthermore, he seemed to possess no memory of Xiaobai at all. Even upon seeing the tattered cloth, he exhibited no reaction, for he had forgotten. Jia Ying's words left both of them utterly speechless. He had no recollection of those days, nor of having a son. Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us everything at once, Baimoxuan urged impatiently. It was I who discovered Xiaobai and Yizhu back then, Jia Ying revealed. They were lying on the ground. And I named Xiaobai because, for him, his lineage was a blank slate. Yizhu's presence there initially astonished me, but when he awoke with no memory of anything, it left me even more bewildered. Why was the child lying beside him? Why was he in the depths of the mountains with no recollection? Typically, a parent would show extraordinary concern for a child appearing simultaneously, yet he did the opposite. He distanced himself from Xiaobai, isolating himself in the most secluded part of Qingqiu, immersed in medical studies and peculiar concoctions, transforming his abode into a laboratory. He even developed the bizarre habit of sleeping on the ground, facing upwards, with his body stretched out in a cross shape. When I inquired about this behavior, he could not provide an answer. Recalling that Yizhu always slept on the ground, Ying Ning began to understand. Could it be that he was maintaining the posture he had when discovered? I believe so, Jia Ying concurred. He might be concocting a potion to regain his memories. Baimoxuan's expression grew grave. Even if they were discovered together, why would my father believe Xiaobai is Uncle Yizhu's child? I am of the same generation as Yizhu. Do I not know what he looked like as a child? Xiaobai is his spitting image. Jia Ying continued. Moreover, there is no way they would inexplicably be lying together. Baimoxuan's gaze fell upon the cloth on the table, and he seized it. Ying Ning, we should take our leave. Ying Ning inquired, perplexed. What's wrong? Aren't we going to investigate further? My father only knows this much. Uncle Yizhu cannot even recall, Baimoxuan replied. Let us go. Understanding the look Baimoxuan cast in her direction, Ying Ning nodded in agreement. As they exited Qingqiu, Baimoxuan halted, prompting Ying Ning to ask, What is it, brother Moxuan? I have finally discerned who my true adversary is, Baimoxuan declared. I had always believed my rival to be second mother, but I was mistaken. My true opponent is my own father. Jia Ying remained composed, yet she grasped his thoughts. Recognizing that she had underestimated Xiaobai, who had transformed remarkably. The most alarming aspect was that Baimoxuan was oblivious to his father's intentions. Such an opponent was indeed terrifying. Ying Ning asserted, Brother Moxuan, I will ensure Xiaobai ascends to the position of clan leader. Admittedly, I am motivated by a desire for revenge against second mother. Yet he is deserving of that role. Baimoxuan remarked, in the entirety of Qingqiu, there exists only little Bai, who has even received the approval of our ancestors, steadily advancing in his cultivation. The celestial fox, I firmly believe in little Bai's potential. I have always instilled hope in him. I cannot allow his lineage to tether him at this critical juncture. Ying Ning smiled at Baimoxuan and said, Brother Moxuan, I shall journey to Mount Luofu at once to personally inquire with the black fox. Although it cannot articulate its thoughts, it comprehends my words. Thank you, my dear. In truth, you are our most steadfast line of defense. Baimoxuan's despondency dissipated as he regained his vigor. Since little Bai's heritage poses an obstacle, I shall dismantle that barrier. This resolute Baimoxuan was the one Ying Ning recognized. She raised her fist, and encouraged, "Brother Moxuan, you can do it." Upon returning to Mount Luofu, the black fox awaited them, leaping forth at the sight of the two. It immediately approached to sniff Ying Ning's scent, then retreated a step, its eyes glistening with moisture. This display further convinced Ying Ning of the conclusion. "You detected Uncle Iju's scent, did you not?" The black fox nodded, emitting a series of mournful whines. Ying Ning's heart ached as she retrieved a piece of fabric, joining it with the tattered cloth to form a complete swatch on the ground. "This is Little Bai's swaddling. Is Little Bai your child with Iju?" The black fox hesitated momentarily before gently nodding. Su Bo exchanged a glance with Ying Ning, then softly remarked, "I never anticipated that this would reveal a dual heritage of Yu Ming and Qingqiu, even more extraordinary than by Moxuan's lineage." Uncle Iju had no recollection of the events that transpired, nor did he remember that Little Bai was his child, harboring a deep-seated desire to distance himself from Little Bai. Ying Ning inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Chapter 759. The fox child. The black fox stepped back several paces, appearing utterly astonished, clearly unprepared for Uncle Iju's current state. Suddenly, it advanced, grasped the cloth from the ground, along with the torn piece, and vanished into the depths of Mount Luofu. Ying Ning called out, "Wait, don't leave yet." But the black fox had already disappeared from sight, its movements remarkably swift. Su Bo, taken aback, exclaimed, "What incredible speed!" It seems to have been greatly startled. "What shall we do now?" Ying Ning asked. "We must seek Brother Du," Su Bo replied. "He will know when the black fox departed from Mount Luofu. It serves as a lead." Du Ziren was already stationed halfway up the mountain, observing the black fox as it dashed away. He sighed and leapt down to stand before the two. "I cannot believe the black fox left Mount Luofu merely a month ago, yet it has already left its bloodline behind. Furthermore, I have never heard of a Yu Ming fox bearing offspring. This child is unparalleled in the world." "It seems I was right. Such a lineage is indeed extraordinary," Su Bo remarked. "So the black fox only departed for a month?" "Indeed, it did not leave intentionally. During an earthquake in Yu Ming, it was thrown out," Du Ziren explained. "Its emotions were quite tumultuous just now, but that is inconsequential. I shall lead you to find it and inquire further." "Brother Du, how can we restore the black fox's spiritual power?" Su Bo inquired. "It would be best if it could transform into human form as before. Is there a way?" Du Ziren glanced at Su Bo and replied, "If it is you, perhaps you could achieve that." Su Bai pondered, "How can I assist it?" "In life, you possessed a unique power, and even in death, that force remains," Du Ziren replied. "The strength capable of vanquishing Wu Xian, combined with the merits of the underworld, should surely restore the black fox's spiritual energy. Let us proceed." The trio arrived at the black fox's lair, where it sat contemplatively before the wall, a piece of cloth laid before it. Upon hearing the sounds behind, it turned its head, revealing sorrowful eyes that filled Ying Ning with a profound sense of grief. The situation appeared to contrast starkly with its image. Du Ziren gestured, and the black fox approached slowly. He gazed into its eyes and said, "Lord Yin Wang will attempt to restore your spiritual energy. In a moment, you must adapt as needed, understood?" The black fox looked slightly bewildered, then turned its gaze towards Su Bai, who shrugged, "For Xiao Bai." The black fox settled before Su Bai, who felt uncertain. "Brother Du, what should I do?" "It is imbued with the merits of the underworld, distinct from ordinary spirits. Thus you should attempt to open its energy channels," Du Ziren instructed. He indicated the area near the heart, saying, "Though not a typical living heart, this is where the black fox's spiritual energy converges. Try to infuse your own energy into it." Understanding this as a means of supply, Su Bai extended his hand, warmth radiating from his palm. He refrained from touching the black fox's body, instead channeling his spiritual energy directly into it. Ying Ning observed as the black fox's form shifted in color, its eyes tightly shut, and its body trembled incessantly. The force of Su Bai's unique power was inherently intense, and the black fox inevitably endured some suffering. After a while, sensing the moment was right, Su Bai withdrew his hand, realizing that further exertion would yield contrary effects, preventing the energy from entering and potentially leading to its dissolution. Du Ziren nodded, then turned to the black fox. "How do you feel? Look at its feet." Ying Ning pointed out. The once pitch-black paws had transformed, revealing human-like, wheat-colored feet. Regrettably, the black fox could only shift its feet. "It appears not entirely successful," Ying Ning remarked. "Not to worry, it should soak in the pool of merits for 3 days and nights," Du Ziren said. "We shall see the results afterward." The black fox accepted this silently and left the cave, heading straight towards the opposite side of Mount Luofu, where the pool of merits lay. Du Ziren sighed. I never imagined Mount Luofu would be intertwined with Qingqiu in this manner. I wonder how that child is faring, living in Qingqiu, unaware of his parents. He was raised as one of their own, naturally enduring some hardships. Su Bai remarked. Fortunately, he encountered Baimoxuan, and now, by chance, his cultivation has greatly increased. Yet, fearing unrest in Qingqiu, he has kept his true identity hidden, continuing to live there in the guise of a child. Such tribulations he endures, Du Ziren lamented. What of his biological father? He has forgotten everything from that time, even that Xiao Bai is his son. The only remnant is the position he lay in at the end. He has since slept in that posture, on the ground. Su Bai remarked. I believe that he subconsciously remembers certain things, which is why it manifests in the places and postures he assumes while sleeping. I am uncertain about what truly transpired back then, and how Senior Zhu has transformed into his current self. If only he had the protection of a father. Xiao Bai might fare better. That is not necessarily the case, he continued. Even without it, although Xiao Bai is not accepted by the other children, his innate freedom and innocence lead him to see the good in everything. He is an optimistic child, much like myself. Haha. Ying Ning interjected with a smile. Now that brother Moxuan supports him, he is bound to thrive in the future. Thrive in what way? Su Bai countered. Xiao Bai's ambition is to become the chieftain of Qingqiu. With his lineage now public, the old fossils of Qingqiu will surely be thrown into disarray. Baimoxian's plans are destined to fail. Noticing Du Ziren's furrowed brow, Su Bai inquired, What troubles you, brother Du? A child born of the union between Yue Qing and Qingqiu is unparalleled in this world, Du Ziren replied. I have heard that Qingqiu has not attained the heavenly path for many years. The Baimoxian you speak of is considered the closest. Yet this Xiao Bai possesses the greatest potential to achieve the heavenly path. His mother achieved human form through Yue Ming's merits, which are pure and untainted. This child will be similarly so, and with his father's Qingqiu bloodline, the combination renders him immeasurably powerful. Du Ziren continued, knowing this, I can only imagine how the old fossils will react. Based on my understanding of them, they will surely entertain wild thoughts. If Xiao Bai were to become the sole individual from Qingqiu to attain the heavenly path, it would be seen as taking advantage of Yue Ming's legacy. What a scandal that would create. Su Bai chuckled to himself at the thought. That group has always insisted on the purity of lineage. Yet the current chieftain is of mixed blood, and now comes another Xiao Bai. Alas, chaos will surely ensue. Du Ziren cleared his throat, prompting Su Bai to quickly compose himself, for he was the king of hell, albeit an acting one. He needed to maintain an air of authority in Yue Ming. Brother Du, I do not consider you an outsider. I know, Du Ziren chuckled. I merely fear being seen by others. Regardless, let us reconvene in 3 days to reassess the situation. You may leave for now. During those 3 days and nights, they remained unaware of how the black fox endured within the pool of merits. Unless Du Ziren spoke, no one dared to enter the sacred waters. The black fox, aware of Du Ziren's pity for its plight of being severed from its kin, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. As the 3 days passed, it suddenly sensed a rush of warmth coursing through its chest and spreading throughout its body. Remembering Su Bai's actions that day, it realized that this was the reverse scale energy of the acting king of hell at play. On the 3rd day, at the same hour, Su Bai and Ying Ning awaited within the black fox's lair, while Du Ziren stood guard. The time is drawing near. If we fail, we may have to start anew. No matter, Su Bai replied. If we must begin again, so be it. Just then, Ying Ning heard unusual sounds from outside the cave and rushed out first, only to be taken aback upon seeing a woman approaching them. It seems we have succeeded. The woman, adorned in garments woven from leaves, had a sun-kissed complexion, strikingly different from her own. Without hesitation, Ying Ning shed her outer garment and ran to drape it over the woman, who softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 760. 1 month of pregnancy. Du Ziren and Su Bo stepped out of the cave and beheld a woman whose appearance starkly contrasted with those from Qingqiu. Su Bo remarked, This is a completely different hue. For the men of Qingqiu, this must be an exotic charm. Du Ziren shot him a glance. Do not forget, you are the king of the underworld. The black fox approached the group, bowing first to Du Ziren, and upon seeing Su Bo, she became visibly excited. Kneeling on both knees. Thank you, my lord, for your assistance, she expressed gratefully. No need for such formality. Rise first, Su Bo responded. What is your name? He inquired. The black fox shook her head. I have no name. Du Ziren added. I have never named her. The black fox lifted her gaze. Yizhu calls me Fox Child. Upon hearing Yizhu's name, Ying Ning could no longer contain herself. Are you truly the parents of Xiaobai? Indeed, Fox Child affirmed. Though I am uncertain why Yizhu's memories are hazy, I recall distinctly that when the tremors shook the underworld, the passageway to Lufu Mountain opened, and I was cast out by an unseen force. That quake also caused the treasures of the underworld to be flung away, only to be found recently. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in Qingqiu. There was a man lying on the ground. It was my first encounter outside Luofu Mountain. Seeing a man apart from the Ghost Emperor, Du Ziren's expression twitched slightly. Indeed, he was the closest man to Fox Child at that moment. He was sprawled out in a carefree manner. When I gazed down at him, he suddenly opened his eyes. Fox Child recounted. Your scent is also that of Qingqiu. You must belong to the Qingqiu clan, correct? Ying Ning nodded shyly, yes. The foxes of Qingqiu, be they men or women, are exquisite beings, yet in his case, I do not find him particularly handsome, Fox Child remarked. However, he is intriguing. Upon encountering an outsider in Qingqiu, he neither startled nor shouted to capture me. He merely opened his eyes and observed me quietly. Ying Ning felt a bit embarrassed. Is Uncle Yizhu not handsome? I still remember his first words. Are you also a fox? Fox Child's face blossomed with a blush, leaving Du Ziren astounded, while he felt no anger. The flush on Fox Child's face was unmistakable. This was what they call love at first sight. Su Bo understood why Yizhu often slept on the ground. In that position, when he opened his eyes, he would behold the woman he fell for at first glance. Even if he forgot everything else, subconsciously, he retained this memory. Thus persisting in sleeping on the ground, forever facing the sky. Su Bo pondered. If this impression was so indelible, why would he discard all other memories? You can probably surmise what followed. He was the first and the last person I encountered in Qingqiu. He informed me that outsiders were not permitted to intrude, thus allowing me only to roam the back mountains, bringing me food daily. He was unaware that I could survive without sustenance. Yet I ate, Fox Child said. You consumed the food of Qingqiu? Du Ziren seemed to grasp something. Indeed, at first, it was difficult to swallow. The fox spoke. Although the aroma is delightful, the taste is akin to chewing wax. If consumed excessively, one can discern its sweetness, which is entirely different. You have savored the food of Qingqiu, enhancing your sensory experiences. Du Ziren shook his head, replying, You have undergone a profound transformation in Qingqiu. Yizhu has been exceptionally kind to me. The fox lamented. I cannot find my way back to the netherworld, nor do I have a place to go. He has always sheltered me, guiding me through the mountains in the stillness of night, where the forests are starkly different from those of Luofu Mountain. The woods of Qingqiu are imbued with magnificent and enchanting colors, undeniably distinct from Luofu, Ying Ning mused. As time passed, I found myself increasingly reluctant to leave Qingqiu. Yet, it was not where I truly belonged. The fox continued. I sensed something unusual within my body. Ying Ning exchanged a glance with Su Bai, a question unvoiced between them, while Du Ziren bluntly inquired, Have you and he? The fox, feeling embarrassed, turned to gaze outside the cave, admitting, Yes, after a month. My belly has gradually begun to swell, and I grow weaker by the day. Yizhu has been sustaining me with his cultivation. Yet I feel the child is about to be born. There is a saying in the mortal realm about a 10-month gestation, accompanied by related folk rhymes. In the first month, the child is unseen and formless. In the second month, like floating duckweed, it has no anchor. In the third month, on the 3rd of March, food becomes difficult to swallow. In the 4th month, on the 8th of April, the goddess of childbirth offers incense. In the 5th month, on the 5th of May, daughters remain unaware of their mother's hardships. The fox had been pregnant for merely a month, but she was no ordinary fox. The child's growth was remarkably swift. As I neared the time of delivery, Yizhu ventured into the human realm to procure scissors, cloth, and even medicines, for he was a physician of Qingqiu. Although he had not delivered a child before, he endeavored to prepare. However, as I am not human, the process unfolded rapidly. When the child was born, it was eerily silent, devoid of a loud wail. Yet, I could not hold him, for I had bestowed all my spiritual power upon him, transforming into a black fox myself. In that instant, I felt my vitality ebb away. Du Ziren exclaimed in astonishment. So, that was the moment. What moment? Su Bai asked. You know something, Brother Du? The netherworld stirred. and the black fox vanished. Naturally, I set out to search, scouring the human realm, yet found no trace. After much effort, I resolved to employ a soul-calling ritual. Du Ziren remarked, born in the netherworld, its form is akin to that of a ghost. That day, I established an altar atop Luofu Mountain to summon souls, and it was also the day the black fox returned to Luofu, though regrettably, all cultivation was lost. Wait, was that also the day Xiaobai was born? Subai pondered. So, you must have just given birth when you disappeared from Qingqiu? The fox confirmed, indeed. I vanished before Yizhu, without a moment to utter a word. This is dire, Ying Ning thought, her brow furrowing slightly. Uncle Yizhu must believe you have vanished forever, leading to a significant blow that caused him to faint. When the old clan leader discovered them, both father and son lay on the ground, Yizhu unconscious, and upon awakening, he was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. This state has persisted until now. He remained unaware that Xiaobai was his own child, yet he maintained a prone position on the ground, lost in slumber. Subai remarked, his subconscious feels a profound connection to this state, but he is unable to recall why. Could his sudden relocation to the most remote part of Qingqiu be linked to this? Uncle Yizhu's experiment is designed to help him remember, Ying Ning interjected. Subai concurred. I share your thoughts. What about my child? How is he faring? Foxer inquired. He is thriving, having inherited your spiritual power, making him an exceptionally pure being. Possessing a maturity beyond his years, Subai replied. At such a tender age, he aspires to become the clan leader of Qingqiu. His fortunes are remarkable. Not only has he encountered Baimoxuan, but he has also met the ancestral founder of Qingqiu. Thanks to the blessings of the ancestor, Xiaobai is transformed from a child into a youth, now standing out among his peers in cultivation. That is good, Foxer murmured. With his true lineage unveiled, did Xiaobai still have a chance at leadership? Du Ziren's words rekindled the group's hopes, let alone becoming a clan leader. There will be no place for him in Qingqiu. Foxer turned to Subai and Ying Ning. There's no need to elaborate. Allowing Xiaobai to become the clan leader is also Baimoxuan's wish. Since it is his desire, I shall do my utmost to assist. Ying Ning, let us return. Subai stated. First, we must help Uncle Yizhu regain his memory, which will confirm that Xiaobai possesses at least half of Qingqiu's bloodline. Chapter 761. The twin blossoms upon their return to the office building. The intelligence they gathered left Baimoxuan's face wrinkled with concern. So, it is not an external force. It is merely that Uncle Yizhu has suffered a tremendous shock, resulting in his current state. Although it was merely a conjecture, Subai believed it to be largely accurate. This pertains to your Qingqiu matters, but it also concerns my underworld. Xiaobai's bloodline is half of the underworld. And as someone with the surname Bai, what do you propose we do? Let it be, Baimoxuan replied. Subai felt an overwhelming urge to toss Baimoxuan out the window. Was this truly a moment for jest? Noting Subai's expression, Baimoxuan chuckled. I am merely attempting to lighten the mood. From your words, it seems the Ghost Emperor believes that the food from Qingqiu has altered the attributes of the black fox, leading to the phenomenon of giving birth once a month. I concede that point. The food from Qingqiu is infused with the spiritual essence of its land, incomparable to that of the human realm, which may indeed cause subtle changes. That is no mere subtle change. It is impossible for a formless entity to bear flesh and blood, Subai countered. Baimoxuan closed his eyes. This matter must remain confidential for the time being. I will attempt to engage with Uncle Yizhu to discern the extent of his condition. A person capable of making others forget must find a way to remember himself. Subai, for now, this is not your concern. Once the sentiment is exhausted, it is discarded, Subai retorted. Well, had I known you were such a fair-weather friend, I would have refrained from saying anything. Young lady, there are only the two of you now. Do not remain here alone. Accompany Baimoxuan to avoid the intrusion of that enigmatic man. Ying Ning pressed her lips together, and Subai pinched her cheek. I am serious. Ying Ning nodded, declaring her intention to visit Qingqiu. Furthermore, she remarked that she had not encountered that man again, likely indicating he was no longer in this building. That is good, said Bai. Take care of Ying Ning. I must take my leave. With the court session imminent, Subai dared not delay. Baimoxuan and Ying Ning stood outside Yizhu's room, exchanging glances. Ying Ning promptly stated, Subai mentioned that you must take good care of me. Brother Moxuan, please, push the door open. Indeed, one often mirrors their surroundings. Baimoxuan approached reluctantly and called out, Uncle Yizhu. This was a wise decision. As Yizhu's voice resounded, do not enter just yet. Ying Ning immediately patted her chest and playfully stuck out her tongue. After an indeterminate time, a sour odor wafted from within the room. Once the air cleared, the door finally opened. Yizhu emerged wearing a specially designed mask resembling a gas mask. He removed it and exhaled deeply. I was suffocating. What experiment is Uncle Yizhu conducting now? Ying Ning hid behind Baimoxuan, cautiously peeking out. What experiment? Yizhu displayed a puzzled expression. I am uncertain, yet I know these are not the results I seek. Baimoxuan glanced down at Ying Ning, who promptly returned his gaze. He sighed, recognizing the burdens that accompany leadership. High status often conceals unspoken trials and tribulations. Has Uncle Yizhu forgotten something? Baimoxuan inquired directly. Something of great importance? Yizhu looked astonished, tapping his forehead. Although I cannot be sure, I am certain I have forgotten something. Events that transpired but do not reside in my memory. This is why I have been incessantly conducting experiments. Why can I not achieve the desired outcome? Why are you here again? Is there something strange this time? Indeed, I wish to consult Uncle Yizhu. However, may we enter now? Baimoxuan observed the room suspiciously. A lingering, acrid scent hinted at danger. Yizhu glanced back, shrugging. Let us speak outside. Oh, has Xiao Bai not come today? His mention of Xiao Bai evoked a subtle sensation in the two who were already aware of the situation. Ying Ning asked, why bring up Xiao Bai? He seldom visits here, does he? Rarely, but that lad is quite amusing, Yizhu remarked casually. What brings you here? Listening to Yizhu speak of Xiao Bai in such a nonchalant manner stirred discomfort in Ying Ning. She tugged at Baimoxuan, brother Moxuan. How will you explain this? Does Uncle Yizhu believe in blood recognition? Baimoxuan deftly steered the conversation toward this topic. Blood recognition? Yizhu replied. This was a method frequently employed by ordinary people in ancient times. Instances date back to the Three Kingdoms period, where a living person's blood was dripped onto the bones of the deceased, observing whether it seeped in. If it did, it indicated a blood relationship such as parentage or sibling ties. In the records of the southern history, it is noted that Xiao Zong's mother, Wu Shuyuan, was a consort of the Eastern Huanhou, renowned for her beauty, who caught the eye of Emperor Wu and gave birth to Xiao Zong after 7 months, leading many to suspect this was not solely the emperor's achievement. As Xiao Zong matured, he found himself engulfed in doubt and consequently embarked on a quest to unearth the tomb of the Eastern Hound noble. Upon exhuming the skeletal remains, he let his own blood drip onto the bones, which absorbed it instantly. In pursuit of prudence and scientific validation, Xiao Zong committed the grave act of murdering his own son, allowing his blood to seep into the child's bones as well. This grim experiment solidified his unwavering conviction. He then journeyed to Northern Wei, adopting the name Xiao Zuan, and proclaimed a 3-year mourning period for the Eastern Hound noble. In contemporary society, the most reliable method of verification is through identification. Moxuan inquired, how then, in Qingqiu, can one ascertain whether another is their biological child? Does Uncle Yizhu possess a solution? Why must this be done in Qingqiu? Yizhu cast a dubious glance at Baimoxuan. Do you suspect your own lineage? How could this possibly pertain to me? Yizhu, who had forgotten his past, found the notion utterly absurd. Baimoxuan, somewhat exasperated, replied, I believe Qingqiu has permitted my return for the purpose of validating my bloodline. This need not be questioned. Uncle Yizhu, simply answer my query. How is paternity verified in Qingqiu? Yizhu paused momentarily. Naturally, there are methods. However, he ceased his explanation midway, leaving Baimoxuan and Ying Ning in a state of perplexity, prompting them to press on. What methods? Must one truly be killed for verification? That is unnecessary, Yizhu clarified. In Qingqiu, we possess the two-bloom flower. To ascertain blood relations, one need only conduct a test with this flower. What manner of test? Baimoxuan immediately inquired. You are aware that the two-bloom flower bears only 2 leaves, which cradle a singular stamen devoid of petals. Each individual holds 1 leaf. If a blood connection exists, petals will form to envelop the stamen. If not, no transformation occurs. This method is unique to Qingqiu and has proven infallible. Are you suggesting, Chief, that you should test it with the former clan leader? I have stated before, it is not I. Baimoxuan smiled at Yizhu. It is you. Yizhu let out a hearty laugh. You jest with me once more. Baimoxuan and Ying Ning's expressions turned grave. Yizhu, perplexed, questioned, why must it be me? You shall discover the answer upon your arrival, Ying Ning replied. Uncle Yizhu, why have you remained indoors conducting experiments? Why do you sleep on the ground, limbs outstretched? Ying Ning had struck a chord with Yizhu's hidden thoughts, leading him to ponder. I too am curious as to why I persist, striving relentlessly. Yet the memories evade me. Then let us proceed to the two-bloom flower, Baimoxuan suggested. Perhaps we will uncover the truth. With newfound resolve, Yizhu felt an inexplicable pull toward this journey. Baimoxuan took a detour to collect Xiaobai, who still appeared as a child. Clinging to Baimoxuan's neck and sweetly asking, "Handsome chief, where are we headed now?" "To behold a most wondrous flower," Baimoxuan responded, his gaze profound. "Xiaobai, do you recall where you were born? Do you remember your parents?" "The elders and the former clan leader have stated that my parents passed away long ago. Such a brief lifespan among the Fox clan seems improbable." Baimoxuan silently scoffed at the recklessness of the lies spun by his father and the elder. Yet, Xiaobai had never questioned them. Nonetheless, whispers of doubt regarding Xiaobai's origins surely existed among the clan members. Chapter 762. Expelling her at the sight of the twin blossoms, Yizhu was fixated on the flowers, a peculiar sense of unease enveloping him. Ying Ning remarked, "Uncle Yizhu, we shall soon have results, won't we?" "Indeed, if there is a blood relation, it will reveal itself in mere seconds." "My dear girl, what scheme are you concocting?" Yizhu inquired. Fearing that Yizhu might abandon his intentions, Ying Ning promptly clasped his arm, insisting, "It will be soon. It's almost here." As they spoke, Baimoxuan and Xiaobai arrived. Upon seeing them, Xiaobai leapt to the ground and exclaimed, "Sister Ying Ning." Yizhu felt a tightness in his chest at the sight of Xiaobai, questioning, "What purpose do you have in bringing this child here? What exactly do you intend to do?" In this brief moment, Yizhu had already posed a question. Baimoxuan, observing the twin blossoms before him, grasped Xiaobai's hand and instructed, "Xiaobai, hold on to this petal tightly. Uncle Yizhu, it's your turn now." A rush of blood surged to Yizhu's head, leaving him slightly lightheaded. He stumbled a few steps, his hands trembling before finally gripping the other side of the leaf. The gazes of Xiaobai and Yizhu met, and the twin blossoms radiated a gentle silver light. Gradually, the snow-white petals unfurled, adorned with flecks of crimson, which slowly spread until all the once pure petals transformed into a deep scarlet hue, enveloping the solitary stamen tightly. Xiaobai, still bewildered by its significance, curiously exclaimed, "Chief, look. This flower is so strange. How does it produce petals on its own and change color?" Baimoxian's attention remained riveted on Yizhu, who was utterly petrified, still clutching the leaf with a perplexed expression. "How can this be? How could I have a son? Why do I not remember? What is the meaning of this, chief?" Xiaobai then realized, staring blankly at Yizhu, swallowing hard. "Chief, what is this?" "Baimoxian, this is the twin blossoms. It only manifests petals when two individuals with a blood connection hold it simultaneously. Thus, he is your father." Baimoxian suddenly turned to Yizhu, stating, "Let us make introductions. This is Yizhu, the esteemed physician of the Qingqiu clan, renowned for his medical prowess. Although we have met before, it is time for a proper introduction." A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over Baimoxian. Xiaobai now had a father, a true father. Yizhu knelt before Xiaobai, observing the child closely. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to him. As he reached out to touch Xiaobai's face, he abruptly halted, standing up with a vigorous shake of his head. "No, this cannot be. How could I have a son? I have no wife. Where could this child have come from? Is he born from stone?" "Uncle Yizhu, among the memories you have forgotten lies this child," Baimoxian explained. "You will only uncover the truth by remembering. Xiaobai and you were discovered simultaneously, in the forest on the opposite side of the cold wall, where you lay unconscious beside a child, unaware of this child's origins. Xiaobai was raised as an orphan in Qingqiu. Without Qingqiu bloodlines, the elders would not have made such a decision." Ying Ning was well aware of the elders' demeanor. They were quite earnest, and any child lacking the bloodline of Qingqiu would find it impossible to establish themselves there, wouldn't they? "Brother Emoxian?" "Indeed, which is why I have never harbored doubts about Xiaobai's origins. I am merely intrigued by the rarity of such short-lived couples in Qingqiu." Baimoxian remarked, "Xiaobai, he is your father. Furthermore, we have also located your mother." Xiaobai finally came to terms with this revelation, gazing pitifully at Yizhu. "Are you truly my father?" Yizhu's lips quivered as he struggled to articulate a response. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, as if someone were mercilessly hammering his skull. He looked at Xiaobai and revealed his innermost thoughts. "I do not know. I genuinely do not know. I need some time. I must try once more. To attempt to recall, perhaps?" Baimoxuan inquired. What should I do? This is not merely a case of having taken the wrong medication. It is a consequence of your choice to forget the most harrowing moment. You have conducted experiments for so many years, even managing to counteract the effects of the Tianshan divine wood. Why, then, are you powerless against your own memories? Yizhu was struck by an immense shock, helplessly asking, what should I do? If I were to tell you that the most painful moment is not, in fact, the outcome you envision, what would you think? Baimoxuan responded. Therefore, reclaim all those memories, every single one. Suddenly, Yizhu turned and fled, his speed astonishing. As if he took flight, vanishing from sight in an instant. Such a departure left Ying Ning feeling disheartened. He left just like that? Fear not. I believe he is in pursuit of his own memories, Baimoxuan reassured her. Have you ever heard of selective amnesia? Ying Ning replied. Though this term is new to me, I can surmise its meaning. Does it imply the selective forgetting of certain memories? There are generally two types of this form of amnesia. Anterograde amnesia, which primarily affects future recollections due to impaired memory formation, while past events remain vivid, such as childhood memories. The other type is retrograde amnesia, where past events are forgotten, yet new memories can still be formed. This condition is exceedingly rare. Baimoxuan asserted. Uncle Yizhu's condition falls into the latter category. I understand now, Ying Ning replied. In that case, if he still cannot remember, might there be external methods for treatment? In truth, he has been attempting self-treatment all along, Baimoxuan elucidated. Lying on the ground in the same position to sleep. This is his method of self-healing. Remembering a fact or an event necessitates effort, unlike mere visual recollections. Skills can be instinctively guided. For instance, if you know how to drive, even if you have lost previous memories, the skill remains latent. Just a gentle nudge is all it takes to bring it forth naturally. As soon as you sit in the car and grasp the steering wheel, you instinctively know what to do. However, herein lies a contradiction. Lying on the ground and sleeping is not a skill. Ying Ning remarked. At best, it could be considered a habit. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, Uncle Yizhu is now lying on the ground in a familiar place, deeply engrossed in reflection. Baimoxuan gazed at Xiaobai and asked, how do you feel? Xiaobai slumped despondently to the ground, lamenting, I cannot find joy. It is hardly surprising. Your father has forgotten you. But fret not, he is making every effort to recall you. Baimoxuan reassured him, you have kin in Qingqiu. The ones who gave you life, Xiaobai. This is indeed a reason for celebration. Chief, why has he forgotten me? Where is my mother? Xiaobai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why did they abandon me? It is a long story, Baimoxuan replied. I need some time to explain. This explanation took a full hour before Xiaobai understood that he is a child of both the underworld and Qingqiu bloodlines. His purity stems from his mother, who was transformed from the merits of the underworld. Although she belongs to the realm of shadows, she is a manifestation of countless virtues. It was indeed fortuitous that she bore him, and thankfully, she is still alive. As for his father, he is merely facing a slight predicament. Trust in the chief. Your father's condition will soon improve with your presence. Xiaobai looked at Baimoxuan with pleading eyes. Is that true? Suddenly, Uncle Yizhu burst in, and Ying Ning eagerly inquired. Have you remembered anything, Uncle Yizhu? No, I cannot recall anything. You must help me. You must. Yizhu exclaimed. I have forgotten the most crucial thing. You need to assist me in retrieving it. Baimoxuan immediately thought of Dr. Xie, the master of hypnosis, whose techniques are remarkable. Cui Ying had recalled fragments of her past life through her methods, and perhaps Yizhu's sealed painful memories could be unearthed through hypnosis. Chapter 763. Exorcising her, Xiaobai was instructed not to disclose the truths he had learned, even to the elder chief, for safety's sake. Baimoxuan took Xiaobai away from Qingqiu to accompany Yizhu for hypnosis. After listening to Baimoxuan's account, Dr. Xie concluded that this was a case of selective amnesia. Baimoxuan is correct. This is a classic case of retrograde amnesia. However, it is rather unique. During severe trauma, psychological resilience and defenses may significantly falter, leading to the forgetting of certain events that occurred during that period of disturbance. Indeed, it is akin to Uncle Yizhu's situation, Baimoxuan inquired. How can we resolve this? Generally, appropriate psychological intervention or comfort can lead to spontaneous improvement, and engaging positively with others is the most vital therapeutic approach, Dr. Xie explained. Regrettably, after the incident, Yizhu had relocated to the most secluded part of Qingqiu. Other than treating his kin, he remained secluded in his dwelling, engrossed in various experiments. The incidence of illness among the Qingxiu fox clan is notably low, so he seldom encountered his fellow clansmen throughout the year, and he might not even attend the clan's sacrificial events. This self-imposed isolation exacerbated his condition, as he failed to identify the root cause of his affliction. Can hypnosis provide a remedy? Baimoxuan was aware that physician Xie was also a member of the shadowy organization, so he candidly informed him, "Uncle Yizhu is akin to me. Is it possible to treat such individuals through hypnosis?" Physician Xie gasped slightly. "I have never attempted such a case, but I am willing to try. Few psychologists are afforded such an opportunity as mine. I recall previously mentioning to you that our role is essentially that of suggesters. The subject must accept our suggestions for them to have an effect." Physician Xie turned to Yizhu. "Can you achieve this? I understand that individuals like you possess a self-defense mechanism distinct from ordinary people, and I fear I may struggle to penetrate that barrier." Yizhu glanced at the small white figure beside him and then closed his eyes. "I can." As they watched the two enter the hypnosis room, Ying Ning felt a pang of anxiety. Is it truly feasible? Indeed, it was the first time physician Xie displayed concern. Baimoxuan remarked, "This is quite rare." The hypnosis session concluded swiftly. As physician Xie emerged, he gently shook his head. "It is indeed challenging." Fortunately, his level of cooperation was remarkably high. "It seems today cannot yield a complete resolution. I suggest we conduct another session tomorrow." Was the outcome unsatisfactory? Baimoxuan inquired. "Given the subject's uniqueness, this session can be deemed a success. He was highly receptive to my suggestions," physician Xie stated. "Let him rest for now before we proceed with the next treatment." Yizhu stepped out, a subtle expression on his face. Ying Ning asked with concern, "How are you, Uncle Yizhu? Do you feel anything unusual?" "I see many blurred images," Yizhu confessed. After accepting physician Xie's psychological suggestion, he indeed perceived some scenes in his mind, but they felt shrouded in a veil, indistinct and elusive. However, the place felt familiar, the shadow was recognizable, and the face that suddenly appeared above him was also known to him. Everything simply required a breakthrough. Once found, the past could be unveiled. Baimoxuan took Yizhu to an antique shop, where Wu Chun and Xianjing were no longer present. The fine wine was delightful, yet their footprints had not lingered. The wine fox remained alone in the shop, and, upon seeing Yizhu, burst into laughter. "Oh, what wind has blown in! Our esteemed doctor of Qingxiu has actually stepped outside." "Yizhu, why do you appear this way? Is there any wine?" Yizhu immediately asked the wine fox for a drink. The wine fox casually grabbed a bowl. "Freshly poured, try this for me." Yizhu downed it in one gulp, then promptly belched. "What kind of wine is this?" "Merely a new brew." "How is it?" the wine fox asked excitedly. "Not much," Yizhu replied candidly. "It's weak, devoid of any wine flavor." "Same old story. You never learn to tell a white lie," the wine fox said, his enthusiasm waning. "Speak, why have you ventured out?" "I have some matters to attend to," Yizhu replied, clearing his throat lightly. "I thought I would stop by to see you. How goes your progress?" The wine fox's expression shifted. When did that gossipy man, Yue, become so inquisitive? This indeed reminded the wine fox that after coming here for a considerable time, just as there was a hint of progress, Xianjing and Jiangchen appeared, leading him to immerse himself entirely in their wine-tasting life, thereby neglecting his true focus, his pursuit of Shuefen. The dialogue between these two was truly feeble. Yizhu had little interest in wine tasting, but Shuefen immediately sensed something amiss and pulled Baimoxuan aside. "What is happening? Why is Yizhu here? What are you two up to?" "It is not a game. It is a serious matter," Baimoxuan replied. "Aunt, it's a long story. We'll explain later. We merely brought Uncle Yizhu to see you. It's time for him to leave." Did not physician Xie say that Yizhu should engage more with others? Unfortunately, burdened with his own troubles, Yizhu had no inclination to communicate with the wine foxes. Upon returning to the office, as soon as Yizhu stepped inside, he collapsed onto the floor, arms and legs sprawled out. Su Bai's voice resonated. "You're finally back." It was Su Bai, sitting idly in front of the computer. Noticing Yizhu, he softly inquired, "How did it go?" Baimoxuan glanced at Xiao Bai and suddenly had a thought. "Su Bai, can you take Ying Ning to the underworld? Can you take this child to Mount Luofu?" Understanding Baimoxuan's intention, Su Bai pondered for a moment before finally responding. "Since you've asked, I suppose it's worth the risk. I will take him just this once." "Xiao Bai, come here." Xiao Bai obediently approached Su Bai, who patted his head. "I will take you to a place, but you must stick closely to me and not wander off." "All right, but where are we going?" Xiao Bai innocently asked. Glancing at Yizhu lying on the floor, Su Bai exchanged a look with Baimoxuan, who shrugged. And thus Su Bai had no reservations. I will take you to meet someone important. Let us go. Upon arriving in the realm of Yin and Yang, Su Bai suddenly posed a question. Xiao Bai, you actually look like a young boy now, correct? Are you hoping to meet your mother? Xiao Bai replied, if so, I want her to see what I looked like as a child. That is my wish. Truly, you possess our underworld lineage, Su Bai remarked. Your thoughts are commendable. Your mother will surely be delighted. Come up here. Xiao Bai leapt onto Su Bai's shoulder, and Su Bai swiftly transported them to the entrance of Mount Luofu. Just as they entered, they encountered Yue, who was wandering nearby. Su Bai quickly understood that she was seeking the way out of Mount Luofu to find her son and lover. But this was not in accordance with the regulations of the underworld. Upon seeing Su Bai, Yue felt immensely embarrassed, just as she intended to plead. She caught sight of Xiao Bai, and a strong sensation surged through her. My child, Yue exclaimed. Xiao Bai, she is your mother, go to her. Su Bai gently nudged Xiao Bai forward. Xiao Bai, puzzled, gazed at Mount Luofu before finally fixing his eyes on the woman before him. Without hesitation, he called out, Mom. Su Bai suddenly felt a pang of sadness, thinking of Bai Ling. He turned away and said, Xiao Bai, time is short. I will return in 10 minutes. Do not let anyone else see you. The fox girl departed with Xiao Bai, and Su Bai awaited there, suddenly speaking, Brother Du, why do you not reveal yourself now that you have arrived? You have intruded upon my Mount Luofu without permission. Should I act as if I have seen nothing or acknowledge your presence? Du Ziren chuckled. Perhaps it is better to delay my emergence and feign ignorance. Being a person of sentiment, Du Ziren's understanding was met with gratitude from Su Bai. Thank you, Brother Du, for your consideration. The situation with the fox girl was unforeseen and not as she intended. Now that it has transpired, we must devise a solution. Du Ziren inquired. Do you have any ideas? Chapter 764. Restoration of Memory 1. Su Bai discerned an underlying meaning. Was Brother Du inclined to assist them? The fox girl's ability to bear a child was linked to the sustenance of Qingqiu. It was the spiritual essence of Qingqiu that precipitated the ensuing events. Thus, from a lineage perspective, the fox girl was no longer of pure Yume bloodline, granting me ample justification to expel her from Mount Luofu. Du Ziren remarked. Yet she requires a place to settle. Su Bai struck Du Ziren playfully on the chest. Brother Du, you truly are a friend worth having. With that, he decided to take his leave, preferring to avoid any further entanglement. Upon hearing a commotion nearby, Du Ziren quickly concealed himself. Xiao Bai and the fox girl reappeared. Hand in hand, the fox girl radiating joy. As they approached, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for bringing him here. I ought to call you auntie, yet it feels rather inappropriate. Su Bai replied with a smile. Let us forego titles henceforth. I hope you can find solace during your time at Mount Luofu. Xiao Bai is with us. You need not worry. We shall devise a mutually beneficial solution, at which point you may depart Mount Luofu freely. The fox girl was elated by this assurance, embracing Xiao Bai more tightly. Is that true? The implications of your words are clear to me now. Su Bai declared, I shall take Xiao Bai away for now. Come, Xiao Bai. Let us go. The fox girl stood rooted in place, watching as the two vanished from sight, her arms crossed over her chest. Iju, we finally have hope of meeting. After Su Bai took Xiao Bai through the realm of Yume, Xiao Bai's understanding blossomed. Upon returning to the office and seeing Iju lying on the ground, Xiao Bai rushed to his side. Placing an object in his hands, this is for you from Mom. Su Bai then noticed that Xiao Bai had brought something with him and curiously leaned in to inquire. What is it? It was a leaf. Leaves from Yume turned to ash upon exiting, yet Xiao Bai had safeguarded it with his spiritual energy, and it now rested intact in Iju's palm. Upon seeing the elongated leaf, Iju felt a surge of emotion. Just as he reached to touch it, the leaf suddenly transformed into a flurry of ash and vanished before his eyes. Gazing at Xiao Bai's face, he extended his hand to caress him. All these years, you have been by my side, yet I remained oblivious. Have I caused you much suffering? Do you resent me? Not at all. If it weren't for this, I would never have met the handsome clan leader, Xiao Bai replied cheerfully. Now I have a father and a mother, and soon my mother will join us. A figure flashed in Iju's mind, accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves. He collapsed onto the ground, closed his eyes, and concentrated fiercely, pondering, are you also a fox? He heard his own voice, and then everything ceased. There were no more memories. Iju reopened his eyes and saw Xiao Bai's face above him. He resolutely declared, Xiao Bai, do not worry. I shall remember everything. Tomorrow, I will undergo hypnosis once more. I am very close now. Su Bo believed that the leaf was a signal from Hu heir to Yi Zhu. Given Yi Zhu's intense reaction moments ago, it was evident he had sensed it. They were merely a step away from unlocking Yi Zhu's memories. Without waiting for the morrow, Yi Zhu once again entered Dr. Xie's treatment room. The brief interval between the two hypnosis sessions was too short. This time, Dr. Xie employed soothing hypnosis music, which would assist Yi Zhu in accepting psychological suggestions more rapidly and help stabilize his emotions. Outside, Su Bo relayed Du Ziren's words one by one. Ying Ning said, I did not expect the Ghost Emperor to be so understanding, but will the elders of Qingqiu permit sister, Hu heir to reside there? This was precisely what Baimoxuan feared. Not only would Yi Zhu's family be denied residency in Qingqiu, but they would also be expelled, leaving them truly without a place to call home. Although they could manage outside with their presence, Xiao Bai's aspiration to become the clan leader would be utterly dashed. Baimoxuan gently patted Xiao Bai's head and remarked, I think it is time for the master to divine a fortune for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai looked up and asked, why? To predict your future. However, we are not like ordinary people. I wonder if the master can divine for us. Baimoxuan smiled wryly. Du Ziren possesses a sense of righteousness, yet unfortunately, we lack viable solutions. Suddenly, an angry roar came from within, and Dr. Xie burst through the door, exclaiming, quick, help me. Baimoxuan was the first to enter and saw Yi Zhu crouched on the floor, clutching his head in agony. Screaming continuously, his eyes tightly shut. Baimoxuan approached and struck Yi Zhu's nape with his palm. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Only then did Dr. Xie breathe a sigh of relief. It appears he is recalling the most painful memories. However, an unexpected incident has occurred. The memories are too traumatic. Hence he did not awaken from the hypnotic state in time, which is rather perilous. It matters not. We shall take him back, Baimoxuan stated. Can we anticipate what will happen once he awakens? Perhaps, Dr. Xie replied. This uncertain answer rekindled hope in everyone's hearts. Upon returning to the office building, Baimoxuan allowed Yi Zhu to lie on the floor in the most comfortable position. It was already midnight when Su Bo, having concluded matters in the underworld, arrived and saw Yi Zhu unconscious on the ground. He exclaimed, what on earth happened? How did he end up like this? I ask you, was it not an easy task to release Xiao Bai's mother from Luo Fu Mountain? Baimoxuan inquired. If both Du Degu and I exert our efforts simultaneously, we could easily find a reason to expel her from Luo Fu. Besides, having absorbed the spiritual energy of Qingqiu, her constitution now leans more towards Qingqiu. Were I Du Degu, I would retaliate against Qingqiu, saying you transformed my underworld people into your Qingqiu citizens. Should you not take responsibility? Su Bo questioned. Who bears this responsibility? Ying Ning giggled. Big guy, isn't this just playing dirty? My dear, you simply do not understand. Life cannot be solely about reason. Su Bai remarked. Sometimes, a little cunning proves more advantageous. Baimoxuan, deep in thought, noticed Yi Zhu stir on the ground, groaning in pain. My neck hurts. Baimoxuan calmly replied. It was I who struck you, Uncle Yi Zhu. Has everything come back to you now? Yi Zhu paused, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly rising to his feet. Where is Xiao Bai? At that moment, Xiao Bai came rushing in, and Yi Zhu embraced him, lifting him high and spinning in circles, exclaiming, this is my son. This is my son. Baimoxuan exchanged a knowing glance with Su Bai, who commented, it seems he has recalled everything. Finally setting Xiao Bai down, an eager Yi Zhu inquired, where is Hu heir? Still at Luo Fu Mountain. She did not vanish. She was merely summoned back by the Ghost Emperor, Su Bai explained. Did you think she had completely disappeared from this world? It appears you are all aware. Yi Zhu responded. At that time, she secretly gave birth, but just as the child was born, she turned to ashes. I could not sense her presence even with my spiritual energy. I was heartbroken and fainted. Upon waking, I became the person I am now. I felt that I had lost something, yet could not recall what it was. In the end, I discovered I no longer loved sleeping on a bed, preferring the floor instead. I thought this must be related to what I had lost, so I maintained this habit. You subconsciously remembered the moment you first met Xiao Bai's mother, Su Bai stated. Now is the time to address the issue at hand. What else is there that I do not know? Yi Zhu inquired. Xiao Bai glanced at Baimoxuan, who nodded in affirmation. Xiao Bai dashed into Baimoxian's room and soon emerged, a youth clad in Baimoxian's attire stepping forth. Though traces of Xiao Bai remained in his features, Yi Zhu was left in astonishment. The keen sense of smell of the Fox clan detected that the youth still bore Xiao Bai's scent, leaving Yizhu stammering, "What? What is happening?" Chapter 765. Restoring Memories. 2. Xiao Bai's cultivation had reached 4 taels. Baimoxuan commented, "Such a phenomenon is likely unprecedented in Qingqiu, perhaps even surpassing my own." "Indeed, it is astonishing," Yizhu acknowledged. "So you have been deliberately concealing your power all along. You are aware of my relationship with Ernyang, Uncle Yizhu," Baimoxuan continued. "Did you know that Xiao Bai was subjected to punishment by whipping last time? Though I resided in the most remote place, I had heard whispers. The old clan leader's wife was sentenced to face the wall for a year. And this incident escalated due to you and Xiao Bai," Yizhu realized. "I never imagined the old clan leader's wife would not spare even the child. Had I known Xiao Bai was my son, I would have fought her with all my might. Xiao Bai, you have truly suffered. Last time, it was I who brought trouble upon Xiao Bai," Baimoxuan stated. "Let us not dwell on the past. We must deliberate carefully now. The Ghost Emperor Du Ziren intends to reunite your family, and with that rascal acting as the proxy king of hell. It is merely a matter of time before Xiao Bai's mother leaves Luo Fu Mountain. The most troublesome aspect now is that group of old relics in Qingqiu. We need not remain in Qingqiu," Yizhu remarked. "As long as the clan leader expels both me and Xiao Bai from Qingqiu, our family can survive outside. We will proceed with caution and conceal our true identities." "I refuse to accept this," Xiao Bai protested, his voice tinged with grievance. "I aspire to become the clan leader of Qingqiu." Despite his youthful appearance, Xiao Bai spoke with the innocence of a child. Upon hearing this, Yizhu promptly tugged at him, saying, "What nonsense are you uttering in front of the current clan leader?" "It matters not. I was already aware of it," Baimoxuan interjected. "Not only am I aware, but Xiao Bai's significant increase in cultivation is partly due to me. If our ancestor favors him, does that not indicate that Xiao Bai is the most suitable candidate for clan leader?" Yizhu glanced at Baimoxuan and then at Xiao Bai. "So, you had already made plans. Therein lies your dilemma. If we are expelled from Qingqiu, Xiao Bai's dreams of leadership will be dashed." "Indeed. That is our shared concern," Baimoxuan acknowledged. "Since our ancestors' time, no celestial fox has emerged from Qingqiu. Though Qingqiu comprises more than just the Fox clan, the celestial foxes once bestowed our clan with unparalleled status. However, as the Fox clan's influence wanes, so too does our authority, inviting other clans to challenge us. In such circumstances, those with greater cultivation bear heavier responsibilities. Thus, it is most fitting for a capable individual to assume the role of clan leader. If I lacked my current cultivation, the elders would hardly accept my lineage." This matter was well known within the clan, and Yizhu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Capability surpasses lineage," Baimoxuan continued. "Even if Xiao Bai possesses only half of Qingqiu's bloodline, we must not forget that his other half is of the Netherworld." Su Bai chimed in. "The Qingqiu Fox clan is recorded in the Netherworld tome, indicating that they are subject to its governance even in death, albeit distinguished from ordinary mortals. In this regard, Qingqiu must cultivate a cordial relationship with us from the Netherworld." "Did you hear that, Bai? Begone," Baimoxuan retorted, slightly exasperated. "I have a plan. What clever strategy do you have?" "Charming clan leader." Xiao Bai tugged at Baimoxian's arm. "Which clan has always opposed our Fox clan within Qingqiu?" Baimoxuan inquired. "Naturally, it is the Wolf clan," Yizhu replied. "They are brutal and have maintained a poor reputation. They are not beings of peace and have long harbored grievances against our Fox clan." Baimoxuan closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he pulled Xiao Bai close. "I will ask you this once. Do you truly wish to ascend to the position of clan leader?" "Yes, I must," Xiao Bai affirmed. "I am determined to create a different Qingqiu." Yizhu was secretly astonished at his son's ambition, while Baimoxuan chuckled, patting his head. "Very well. Your determination is commendable. I shall assist you this time. For now, return and maintain your youthful guise. Do not let others discover your true identity. Yizhu, you two must act as though nothing has transpired and conceal your relationship as father and son. Even so, it is likely that the old clan leader and the elders have already surmised the truth." Yizhu remarked. "I was discovered alongside Xiao Bai on the back mountain many years ago. Let them learn the truth," Baimoxuan declared. "They will soon realize that only capability can offer them protection." Moxuan remained reticent. While Yizhu and Xiao Bai returned to Qingqiu, Ying Ning inquired, "Brother Moxuan, what are your intentions regarding the Wolf clan?" Seizing this opportunity, Baimoxuan replied. The youngsters of the Wolf clan have been consistently unruly. This time, we can ensure their compliance and simultaneously impress upon the elders the significance of capability. Ying Ning. Tomorrow release the news that I have sustained injuries and my cultivation has been compromised. Ying Ning nodded, understood. What scheme are you concocting, Baimoxuan? Subai queried. Qingqiu is home to various clans. Following the Fox clan, the Wolf clan stands apart with its boisterous and combative nature, having long been subdued by the Fox clan. In the past, my father held the reins, and now it falls to me, Baimoxuan stated. My father, despite his age, may not show it outwardly. But time inevitably pushes the younger generation forward. The young and capable of the Wolf clan cannot be underestimated, and the standing of the Fox clan is precariously threatened. It was at this juncture that the elders began to focus their attention on me. So, the elder clan leader sought you because Ying Ning was suddenly overcome with sorrow and reluctant to continue, Yizhu observed. Not entirely. He had ventured to retrieve the Qian Kuan mirror to rescue me, revealing a genuine affection for me, rather than purely utilitarian motives, Baimoxuan explained. However, the timing was indeed critical. They were in desperate need of someone to carry forth the legacy of Qingqiu. Observing my cultivation, the elders softened their stance and regarded me as a candidate for clan leader. After I ascended, the Wolf clan became somewhat subdued. Oh, you intend to provoke them now, do you? Subai remarked. Who is the most formidable young member of the Wolf clan? A fellow named Qi, whose eyes burn like fire, born with such ferocity. Baimoxuan replied. Hence, he is named Qi, and he is the current leader of the Wolf clan. Qi, this is the man you intend to provoke, Subai stated. What is your plan? To infringe upon their limits, Baimoxuan said with a mysterious smile. For now, that is all I can share. We shall await developments, Ying Ning. Let's be grave about this, shall we? Ying Ning nodded, and early the next morning, she hurried back to Qingqiu. In her haste, her tear-streaked visage drew attention, as she refrained from engaging with anyone and dashed straight to Yizhu's cottage. Uncle Yizhu. Yizhu was taken aback by the news Ying Ning brought, swiftly grabbing his medical kit before departing with her. Once they exited Qingqiu, Ying Ning burst into laughter, leaving Yizhu puzzled. What a curious girl. Just moments ago you were in tears, and now you're laughing. Did you not say the clan leader was injured? Ying Ning shook her head. Uncle Yizhu. Brother Moxuan is indeed injured, and gravely so. Yizhu, not one to be trifled with, quickly grasped the situation. Very well, let us first go assess the matter. The news of Baimoxuan's injury spread through Qingqiu, causing Yue Qing great concern. He hurried to the office building, finding Baimoxuan lying on the bed, shrouded in a pallid aura. Upon seeing his father, Baimoxuan struggled to rise. Yue Qing waved his hand, attempting to dispel the lingering shadows, his expression darkening. What has transpired? Out of curiosity, I ventured with Su Bai to the underworld and accidentally entered the restricted area of Mount Luofu. Upon our exit, this is the state I found myself in, Baimoxuan explained. Ying Ning softly murmured, it is all my fault. I should have closely followed Brother Baimoxuan. It is not your concern, Baimoxuan replied. It is entirely my own carelessness. Father, you need not have come, he continued. Given your condition, how could I possibly refrain from coming? Yue Qing reproached. Must you still keep secrets from me? You are now the chieftain of Qingqiu. Your injury is of great consequence. Yizhu, how is the situation? I have commenced treatment. However, the malevolent energy of Mount Luofu is formidable, and the chieftain's cultivation has been somewhat affected, Yizhu admitted, looking troubled. I shall do my utmost, he pledged. Make sure to exert all your strength, Yizhu. You are the most skilled physician of Qingqiu, Yue Qing urged. You know what Moxuan represents to Qingqiu. He is the only one among the younger generation capable of becoming a celestial fox. I understand, Yizhu said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I will strive with all my might. Suddenly, Su Bai appeared, holding a sprig of herbs, which Yizhu promptly accepted. Thank you, acting Yin Luo. I shall attend to the medicine at once. Quickly go, Yue Qing interjected, clearing her throat. I wish to spend a moment alone with Moxuan. Everyone retreated, and Yue Qing placed her hand on Baimoxuan's forehead. Earlier, when Ying Ning was present, I refrained from speaking. She returned to Qingqiu in tears that day, seeking Yizhu, and the clan has been abuzz with gossip. Everyone is aware of her relationship with you and suspects that you are the one in trouble. I will recover, Baimoxuan assured her. You must recover swiftly, Yue Qing insisted. You are the pillar of Qingqiu. Baimoxuan fell silent. I shall do my best, he replied. As Jia Ying stepped outside, she encountered Yizhu, who appeared quite distressed. What troubles you? The resources here are not easily manageable. I believe I should return to Qingqiu for convenience, Yizhu said to Ying Ning. Ying Ning, I will trouble you to run errands between both places and fetch medicine for the chieftain. It will be arduous. Rest assured, Ying Ning replied. Daily, Ying Ning traversed to Qingqiu 3 times, bringing back medicine that was, of course, contributed to the sewer. The malevolent energy was a result of Su Bai's machinations. And with Su Bai's assistance, she successfully deceived Jia Ying. Now, Ying Ning was on her way to procure today's 3rd batch of medicine when she suddenly heard a rustling in the grass. Turning around, she spotted Qi standing there. Qi was extraordinarily tall, with bronze skin contrasting sharply with Qingqiu's alabaster complexion. He appeared to be of a similar age to Baimoxuan, but was undoubtedly older. His muscular arm blocked Ying Ning's path. Where do you think you are going? Are the affairs of the Fox clan also under your jurisdiction? Ying Ning smiled. I am of the Fox clan, not one of your wolf clan. Step aside, I need to find someone. Qi swiftly repositioned himself in front of Ying Ning. Unless you clarify your intentions, I will not let you pass. I will scream, Ying Ning retorted, her large eyes fixed on him. The old chieftain will hear. And others will too. Soon, all of Qingqiu will know that the leader of the wolf clan bullied a little girl. Let us see who loses face. You or I. Qi's face suddenly flushed red, but fortunately, his dark complexion concealed it. Having learned a thing or two from Cui Ying, Ying Ning recognized that her tactic had worked, and she smugly declared, Leader Qi, I must take my leave. Do not obstruct my way. There is a saying outside, a good dog does not block the road. Rendered speechless by a young girl, he finally realized at the last moment that Ying Ning was reprimanding him. Alas, she had already distanced herself. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from behind, and a man as robust as Qi appeared. Chief, I have inquired. It seems that Baimoxuan is gravely ill. Ying Ning has gone to fetch medicine for him. 3 times a day, prepared by Yizhu. Gravely ill? To what extent? A thought began to take root in Qi's mind. I am unsure. In Qingqiu, apart from the 2 old men, Yizhu and Jia Ying, Ying Ning is the only one who knows the truth. The man continued. We should have apprehended Ying Ning just now. Fool. Wouldn't that mean declaring war on the Fox clan? Qi retorted. First, let's investigate the severity of Baimoxuan's condition before we act. Is it necessary for me to elaborate further on such matters? Indeed, I shall make arrangements immediately, the man replied. On the side, Xiao Bai stood up, tilting her head slightly, and remarked, The handsome chief is truly astute. Seated halfway up the mountain, Ying Ning was traversing the narrow path with medicine in hand, utterly unaware of being observed. As she was about to exit Qingqiu, Qi suddenly leaped down. Wait, what is it? I have the chief's approval to come and go freely in Qingqiu. As I mentioned, I am under the jurisdiction of the Fox clan, not yours. Why are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Ying Ning retorted, a phrase she had learned from a television drama. Qi's face flushed crimson. I merely wish to inquire where you have been lately. Why have you been absent from Qingqiu? You must have heard by now. I have been expelled from Qingqiu, Ying Ning replied. Such a small place as Qingqiu would surely have spread the news swiftly. And then, Qi's face grew even redder. Ying Ning was anxious to leave. I am running out of time. I must attend to Brother Moxuan. Realizing she had inadvertently let slip her words, she quickly closed her mouth tightly. Chief Qi, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. You may inquire about my affairs with others, if you please. Ying Ning dashed away, oblivious to the dejected expression on Qi's face. Suddenly, another person appeared behind him. Gazing in the direction Ying Ning had departed. Qi, could it be that you have taken a liking to this little fox? I have heard that she is involved with an ordinary person, and it has not been a matter of just a day or 2. It is precisely because of this that she has remained outside and not returned to Qingqiu. An ordinary person? What kind of individual is that? Qi couldn't help but clench his fists. Isn't the Fox clan prohibited from intermarriage with outsiders? Well, that is merely hearsay. I am not privy to the details. The man replied. Chief, with Baimoxuan in trouble, isn't this an opportune moment for us to establish our authority in Qingqiu? Patience, let's ascertain the facts first. Qi responded. Baimoxuan is the craftiest individual in Qingqiu. Meanwhile, Baimoxuan lay on his sickbed, eyes closed in serene composure. Su Bai circled around him. Aren't you weary? You are playing a dangerous game with your life. Not weary, and it is of no concern to you. Baimoxuan replied as he heard the door open. Ying Ning entered, carrying the medicine, and upon seeing Su Bai, she couldn't help but smile. Big guy. You're back again? Again? That sounds rather awkward. Do you all find me bothersome? Su Bai teased. Su Bai feigned profundity and remarked, I have come here out of concern for Baimoxuan. I abandoned the court's deliberations and left the infernal Yama behind, yet you still disdain my presence. Baimoxuan turned over, displaying a considerable degree of disdain as he replied, I am thoroughly weary of you now. Ying Ning, what is the situation outside? The red has indeed made an appearance, Ying Ning responded. Is it truly of no concern to you? It is better that they appear, Baimoxuan stated. The acting Yama is here. What orders does the chief of the Qingqiu have? Su Bai jested, I shall serve without hesitation. Please gather some of your underworld's dark energy for me. Baimoxuan replied, if I am not mistaken, someone will breach the barrier tonight. Gather more. Do not worry. I will ensure you resemble a lifeless fox, Su Bai retorted, extending a hand as dark energy surged forth from his palm, thicker than before and lingering in the air, enveloping Baimoxuan completely. Seeing the visual effect was satisfactory, Su Bai chuckled, that should suffice. Ying Ning, tell me, does Baimoxuan not appear in a rather pitiable state? Brother Moxuan's face is quite pale. Is it truly all right? Ying Ning inquired. Rest assured, I have it under control, Su Bai assured her. It is merely a visual effect. We shall see if the wolf clan falls prey to it. I shall take my leave now that Ying Ning has returned. Once Su Bai departed, Ying Ning disposed of the medicine, leaving only the residue in the trash bag. Observing Ying Ning's flurry of activity, Baimoxuan remarked, my dear girl, you have worked hard. Qi is not inherently bad, Ying Ning replied. Aggression is the nature of the wolf clan, yet Qi is not malevolent. Why do you speak well of him now? Baimoxuan queried. Do not worry, we are merely seizing this opportunity without intending harm. He is, in fact, my friend. Ying Ning confessed, biting her lip. In the past, few paid me any mind, yet he would always bring me food. Though he speaks little and often appears cold. He is genuinely innocent and kind-hearted, albeit combative. The fox and wolf clans have always been at odds. I have not mentioned this to you before, Brother Moxuan. You must exercise caution. Though I have had little interaction with that fellow, I know him to be straightforward. Compared to some scheming individuals from Qingqiu, he is far better. Baimoxuan stated, do not worry, dear girl, since he is your friend, I shall proceed with care. Suddenly, Baimoxuan's expression darkened. Is it dark already? Yes. It has grown dark, Ying Ning replied, puzzled. What is the matter? You should go out and rest well. Come out only when you hear me call, Baimoxuan instructed. Promptly closing his eyes, Ying Ning, realizing the urgency, returned to her room but found sleep elusive, her unease heightened by the sounds outside. Ever since that strange man had intruded last time, the house had been protected by a barrier. Now, Ying Ning sensed a rupture in the barrier. As someone was attempting to enter, she quickly closed her eyes, but the intruder's presence was palpable, their unfamiliar aura invading her senses. Ying Ning squeezed her eyes shut tightly as the person lingered in each room, her own door creaking open before it was gently shut again, only to enter the adjacent room. This scent, could it be anything other than that of the wolf clan? Reflecting on the instructions from Baimoxuan, Ying Ning pressed her hand against her chest. The scouts of the wolf clan infiltrated Baimoxuan's chamber, where the ominous energy conjured by Su Bai enveloped the room like a dense fog. Startled, the scouts swiftly retreated, noting that his intrusion had failed to rouse Baimoxuan, and murmured to himself, this seems quite serious. At that moment, Baimoxuan suddenly uttered a few incoherent words, prompting Ying Ning to push open the door and exclaim, Brother Moxuan, what troubles you? The wolf scout darted to the balcony and leapt down without hesitation. Ying Ning couldn't help but chuckle as Baimoxuan opened his eyes. The one who came is indeed the most trusted of Red. The wolf clan is indeed taking this seriously. Ying Ning, be especially cautious when you return to Qingqiu tomorrow. I understand, Ying Ning responded. The more they care, the less I will reveal. Their trust will only deepen. The following day, as Ying Ning approached the entrance of Qingqiu, she found Red waiting there. Upon seeing him, she lowered her head, attempting to pass by unnoticed. Red seized her arm, asking, Ying Ning, what is the matter? Are we not friends? I must seek someone. Ying Ning hesitated. Moreover, if others see us together, rumors will surely spread. The fox and wolf clans have always been in covert competition. Red's fists clenched. Indeed, the two clans are in contention. There can only be one dominant clan in Qingqiu. The fox clan's strength has waned, and it is time for the strong to take charge, for the clans of Qingqiu to thrive. Qingqiu is stable enough without the need for such so-called authority, Ying Ning countered. This is merely a figment of your imagination. There has never been an open election for a leader in Qingqiu, has there? Power is paramount, Red asserted. Ying Ning, do not be naive. Do you think Qingqiu's strife is solely between the wolf and fox clans? Are you certain other clans harbor no ambitions? These matters do not concern me. I have other business. Please step aside, Ying Ning replied, somewhat irked. There is no point in discussing this any further. As she departed, Red suddenly felt a jolt of inspiration from her words. Unbeknownst to Ying Ning, she had sparked a realization within him. Departing as usual after taking her medicine, she was soon visited by Xiao Bai in the evening. Baimoxuan expressed surprise. You came alone? Xiao Bai nodded silently. There's grave news. Today, the clans of Qingqiu convened and declared the need for a leader. They must select one clan to hold supremacy, akin to a martial arts alliance leader. This initiative comes from the Wolf clan, and all clans have concurred, agreeing to host a contest of strength soon. The victorious clan will become the ruler of Qingqiu. They are doing this intentionally. Ying Ning clenched her teeth, seizing the opportunity while brother Moxuan is unwell to bully our fox clan. What shall we do now? Baimoxuan inquired. Xiao Bai, do you possess confidence? Me? Are you asking me to represent the fox clan in battle? Xiao Bai tightened her fists. But I am only at the level of 4 tails. Your ancestors have imparted much wisdom to you these days, Baimoxuan encouraged. If you unleash your potential fully, the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, victory is not a necessity. How can one earn respect without winning? Xiao Bai inquired, perplexed. Master, are you urging me to give my all to win, or to face humiliation? The little one seems quite determined, Baimoxuan remarked with a smile. Because even when you give your all, victory is not guaranteed. Do not fixate on winning or losing. Instead, unleash your abilities to their fullest potential, and if possible, surpass yourself. That alone is sufficient. What you seek is not merely victory, but the affirmation of your own capabilities. Xiao Bai appeared to grasp this concept to some extent, prompting Baimoxuan to add, I will recommend you to our clan to participate in the upcoming Battle of Magic. Should I announce my 4-tailed cultivation level? Xiao Bai inquired. Baimoxuan replied, such a significant matter will undoubtedly prompt them to consult with me. Do not leave, stay here and wait. Baimoxuan's prediction proved accurate. As soon as the inter-clan meeting concluded, Yue Qing was beset by a headache. Who among the younger generation, aside from Baimoxuan, could possibly engage in battle? Eager to ascertain Baimoxuan's condition, he hurried over, only to find a strange young boy in the room. Without paying attention to the boy, he asked Baimoxuan directly, How is your health? The shadow energy created by Su Bai has diminished somewhat, Baimoxuan replied. I fear it will take some more time. Yue Qing sighed deeply. What are we to do? The Wolf clan has proposed the Battle of Magic, and it has garnered support from various clans. In 3 days, the battle will commence. Who else from your clan is capable of fighting besides you? Baimoxuan deliberately responded, among the older generation, there are several with 5 and 6-tailed cultivation levels. Isn't my father a 6-tail? Alas, this battle is meant to select from the youth. The elders cannot participate, Yue Qing lamented. Otherwise, we may have to take a chance. How do you feel about it in 3 days? Ying Ning immediately interjected. That would be too dangerous, elder clan leader. How could brother Moxuan possibly participate? The Fox clan has always held significant authority in Qingqiu, and if no one steps up to fight now, they would become a laughingstock. Yue Qing stated, Moxuan, I understand the predicament, but for the sake of the Fox clan, we must take a chance. I will go in place of the clan leader, the youth suddenly spoke, leaving Yue Qing astonished. Who is he? Xiao Bai, father, he is Xiao Bai, Baimoxuan replied with a glance. Xiao Bai instantly transformed into a childlike appearance, sweetly greeting. Greetings, elder clan leader. Yue Qing was truly taken aback, extending a trembling finger toward Xiao Bai. How is it possible? How could this happen in such a short time? Thanks to our ancestral blessing, Baimoxuan recounted how Xiao Bai had received the true teachings from their ancestor, which left Yue Qing even more incredulous. In the past, some have mistakenly entered there in pursuit of power only to be punished by the ancestor, losing their lives in the process. I never imagined someone could earn the ancestors' approval and gain such an opportunity. Elder clan leader, I am willing to fight on behalf of the clan leader, representing the Qingqiu Fox clan, Xiao Bai earnestly declared. I will give it my all, Baimoxuan remarked. Is there any other option? Should we send the infant son of second mother to battle? Jia Yin's face twitched slightly. It seems this is our only course of action. Xiao Bai, Come with me back to Qingqiu. I must present this matter to the elders in person. Let us go." After sending Xiaobai and Jia Yin off, Ying Ning anxiously asked, "Brother Moxuan, will Xiaobai be successful?" "On that day, I was unable to attend. You were there to oversee the proceedings," Baimoxuan remarked. "This young man harbors grand ambitions. The question remains whether he possesses the capability to realize them. If he cannot even surpass this hurdle, I shall assume the position of clan leader myself." Chapter 768. The challenge of Xiaobai to the Qingqiu tribe is numerous. Yet only 6 clans are participating in the battle competition. The tournament employs a progressive draw system, where 2 individuals duel, and the victors advance to compete against the winners of 2 other pairs. Ultimately, this results in a 3-way brawl. Given the current circumstances, the only option is for Xiaobai to enter the fray. As the competition is about to commence, Ying Ning stands amidst the crowd, anxiously searching for Xiaobai, when suddenly she is pulled aside by a hand. Yi Zhu, with a composed demeanor, leads Ying Ning to his quarters. Upon entering, Ying Ning is unexpectedly greeted by a peculiar fragrance, a scent seldom found in Yi Zhu's abode. Curiously, she inquires, "Uncle Yi Zhu, what have you concocted?" "This is a solidifying elixir, prepared for Xiaobai," Yi Zhu responds. Though his cultivation is commendable, he lacks experience in combat, and his opponents are ruthless. As a child, I am genuinely concerned, hence I prepared this as a precaution. The depth of paternal love stirs Ying Ning's heart. "Uncle Yi Zhu, you needn't worry excessively. With numerous elders present, I believe the opponents will refrain from employing lethal force. They will only strike to the point. There are words I cannot voice outside." Yi Zhu confides, "But I have another concern. Xiaobai possesses the bloodline of the underworld. I fear it may be revealed during the battles." This particular concern had not crossed Ying Ning's mind. Yi Zhu continues, "If that occurs, I will intervene." "Absolutely not," Ying Ning insists. "Although my cultivation is not high, I understand that combat may awaken latent potentials. Should any unusual phenomena arise, they could simply be interpreted as Xiaobai's abilities manifesting. Brother Moxuan has instructed us to adhere to the plan. Uncle Yi Zhu, please remain calm." Suddenly, a series of loud bangs resound from outside. Yi Zhu states, "The signal has been fired. Let us proceed." Filled with apprehension, Ying Ning follows closely behind Yi Zhu. Outside, the arena is packed. The clans of Qingqiu gathered in a manner reminiscent of gatherings from 5 centuries past. This marks a long-awaited reunion, and the atmosphere is charged with excitement. However, the attire of each clan varies. The Fox clan predominantly wears white, the Wolf clan is clad in blue, and the Tree spirits don green, the colors representing each clan's identity. Ying Ning is adorned in a flowing white gown when she is joined by 2 others, Xue Fun and Xue Xiang. "Mother, Aunt, what brings you here?" she asks. "How could we not participate in such a significant event?" Xue Fun replies, still oblivious to their underlying motives. "We heard that Xiaobai is fighting on behalf of Qingqiu. You all have truly lost your minds. A loss is unacceptable." Ying Ning remains silent, and just then, the horn sounds. The eldest elder of Qingqiu ascends the stage to announce the results of the draw. Xiaobai's first opponent is the Tree spirit. Xue Fun remarks, "The Tree spirit excels in entangling techniques, particularly after transforming into its original form, where its vines can ensnare a person with no chance of escape. Xiaobai must counter this rigidity with flexibility. I wonder if he comprehends this at such a tender age." At this moment, Xiaobai stood opposite the Tree spirit, surprisingly revealed to be a young woman who appeared to be no older than 18. With her arms crossed defiantly, she inquired, "Are we still going to fight? I have never heard of someone like you from Qingqiu. Enough already. I have no desire to hurt you. If you surrender, we can end this now and save ourselves some trouble." Xiaobai tilted his head, contemplating, while the little Tree spirit gazed at him in a daze. Suddenly, he murmured softly, "I don't strike women. What should I do?" The Tree spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" At that moment, those below grew impatient and urged, "Hey, what are you two chatting about? This is the battle arena. If you want to talk, do it elsewhere." The Tree spirit shook her head, and at once, dozens of colorful ribbons floated out from her body, wrapping around Xiaobai tightly. Not daring to be careless, Xiaobai concentrated his energy in one place and shouted, causing more than half of the ribbons to snap. Seeing this, Xue Fun remarked, "It seems Xiaobai has grasped a hint of the technique, but unfortunately, his current strength is insufficient. This little Tree spirit is nimble and clever. Dealing with her will not be easy. We must finish this quickly." Xue Fun intended to guide Xiaobai with her words spoken softly. while her right hand was poised, using a sound transmission technique to ensure her message reached him clearly. Understanding her intent, Xiaobai realized that the nine-tailed fox excels in transformation, and the tree spirit despises insects. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he transformed into a massive caterpillar, with visible tufts of fuzz adorning its body. The tree spirit was indeed startled, and seizing the opportunity, Xiaobai teleported right in front of her and said, "I'm sorry, sister." As soon as the words left his mouth, he struck with a palm, catching the tree spirit off guard, causing her to tumble off the battle platform and beyond the red line, thus eliminating her from the contest. The tree spirit rose from the ground, unharmed, yet humiliated by being bullied by someone younger than herself, her eyes brimming with tears. Stamping her foot, she shouted at Xiaobai, "That Xiaobai, we must never meet again. Each time I see you, I will strike you." Tears streamed down the tree spirit's face, and immediately, her kin pulled her away, saying, "A loss is a loss. One can lose a match, but not their dignity. Come, let us go." The Qingqiu fox tribe erupted in cheers as Xiaobai jumped down from the battle platform and approached Ying Ning and the others. "I never imagined it would end so quickly." "Neither did I. You may not have learned much from Baimoxuan, but you have certainly mastered the art of cunning," Xuefan replied with a smile. "However, that little tree spirit is truly pitiable. She was quite frightened earlier. I will apologize to her when I see her again." Xiaobai scratched his head. "I didn't even hit her. But she did say, each time she sees you, she will strike you." Xuexiang laughed heartily. This match was akin to children fighting. "You passed easily without any issue." Xuexiang's laughter faded as she turned her gaze to the other battle platforms, where swirling currents of different colors surged, clearly indicating a much fiercer confrontation. Yizhu, who had remained silent until now, remarked, "The victors on the other sides will be the true adversaries." In a moment, the three engaged in a contest of skill. You were not contending with a single opponent. Thus, agility and swiftness of movement were paramount, accompanied by a ruthless heart. Yizhu remarked, "You are the youngest among us. They will likely target you first. Once you are dealt with, the duel between the two will commence." Which is the most plausible scenario? Xuefan and Xuexiang nodded in agreement. Young Bai, having concocted a plan in his mind, noticed the cheers emanating from the other dueling platforms, indicating that a victor had emerged. Unsurprisingly, Qi was one of the winners. Alongside a representative of the Serpent clan named Qi Ying. Ying Ning gasped, "They are formidable characters. Young Bai, you must exercise utmost caution." Qi Ying and Qi were of similar stature, while Young Bai found himself sandwiched between them, his physique appearing especially frail. Laughter erupted from the crowd below, causing Yizhu to furrow his brow. Ying Ning pouted, declaring, "This is a duel, not a contest of physical prowess. One must truly engage to discern the victor." Qi, arms crossed, scoffed, "Is Baimoxuan so aware of his impending defeat that he dares not show up?" Qi Ying laughed heartily. "I had anticipated exchanging blows with Baimoxuan today, but it seems he has retreated, claiming illness. Who knows if that is genuine or merely a guise to mask his fear of us, taking on the role of a coward. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence the duel," urged Young Bai, incensed by their insults towards Baimoxuan. A surge of energy coursed through him. As the horn sounded, he recalled Yizhu's earlier warning about being the prime target, prompting him to act preemptively. Channeling all his vitality into his palm, he forcefully thrust towards Qi Ying. Tragically, Qi Ying had not even approached Young Bai when he was sent flying out of bounds. The crowd fell silent, shocked at the unexpected turn of events. Ying Ning rejoiced, raising her fist and cheering, "Young Bai, go for it." The Qiuhu clan erupted in applause. Yet Young Bai felt the weight of exhaustion from the energy expended in his earlier attack. He now felt somewhat unsteady. In the audience, Yizhu sensed his heart racing and noticed Young Bai's altered speed. Placing a reassuring hand on Ying Ning's shoulder, she looked back at him, resting her hand atop his. "It is all right. Trust in Young Bai." Chapter 769. Dual bloodlines seizing the moment. Qi struck out with a palm towards Young Bai, who, however, dispersed into ethereal wisps of white light midair, causing Qi's attack to miss entirely. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience as Yizhu finally wore a smile. He truly is unlike the rest. Ying Ning cleared her throat, prompting Yizhu to regain his composure and cease his commentary. As Qi turned back after his missed strike, he was startled to find Young Bai standing directly behind him. He leapt high to evade Young Bai's assault. his mind racing with curiosity about how this young boy managed to achieve such a state of ethereality, a feat unprecedented in Qingqiu. While Qi was deep in thought, young Bai was perplexed. He had been certain he had no means of evasion, yet inexplicably, his body had transformed into nothingness before reassembling. The abruptness of it all cost him the opportunity to strike Qi again. Now, they faced each other once more, and Qi hesitated to attack. Young Bai seized the opportunity to gather his true energy, searching for his next chance to strike. Snow gently remarked, "It must be a decisive strike. Little Bai cannot endure for long." Curious, Ying Ning inquired. "Aunt, how can you tell?" "Observe Little Bai's legs," Snow replied, though he strives to suppress it. "They are already trembling. His condition is dire." Little Bai felt the tremors within himself, and Snow's words resonated clearly in his ears. He understood that he had but one final opportunity to strike. As his vital energy coalesced, he unleashed his full strength. Red had just turned around, still bewildered by the unfolding events, when he was suddenly hurled away, landing outside the designated circle. This outcome was utterly unforeseen by the wolf tribe, and a profound silence enveloped the scene, only to be shattered by the thunderous cheers of the Fox clan. On stage, Little Bai's knees buckled, and he collapsed. Yizhu rushed forward to embrace him, relieved to find he had merely fainted from exhaustion. She promptly placed a prepared pill into his mouth. Meanwhile, Red lay on the ground, his kin hesitant to approach him. His eyes seethed with fury, the unexpected defeat leaving him despondent. Ying Ning's small face appeared above him as she extended her hand. "Rise." For reasons unknown, Red's anger dissipated, and he took her hand to stand, appearing composed. "Who is that boy? I have never heard of him before. He is astonishingly formidable. You will come to know in due time. Today, your defeat is not unjust." Ying Ning replied. "The martial arts tournament held no significance today. Chief, are you well?" The tribe members finally approached with concern. Ying Ning stepped back to check on Little Bai. The elder on stage cleared his throat and officially announced, "The victor of today's martial arts tournament is Little Bai of the Fox clan. Henceforth, the Qingqiu tribe shall revere the Fox clan above all." Little Bai remained oblivious, too weary to awaken, succumbing to a deep slumber as Yizhu carried him back to her home. For the first time, her son lay upon his own bed, and she tenderly caressed his face, murmuring, "You have truly endured much today." Yue Qing and the other elders entered, their expressions solemn. Snow and Snow Xiang exchanged glances and approached to halt the gathering. "Brother, Little Bai has not yet awakened. Let matters wait." That technique of Little Bai's, the phantasm, does not belong to the Qingqiu's repertoire, Yue Qing stated gravely. "Even with guidance from our ancestors, such a technique could not be attained. Where did he learn it?" "I shall provide clarification to the clan." Yizhu stood firm. "For Little Bai is my son." The elders were not surprised. They had anticipated this revelation. At that moment, Baimoxuan entered with a steady and powerful stride, prompting a look of astonishment from Jiayin. "I have recovered well, thanks to Uncle Yizhu's excellent medicine." Baimoxuan replied with a smile. "I must also thank Su Bai, the acting king of hell." Su Bai's face peeked in. "Well then, you wouldn't deny me a warm welcome, would you? Big guy, what brings you here?" Ying Ning pondered. "Wait, when did you arrive?" "Little Bai fought on my behalf. How could I not come to oversee the battle?" Baimoxuan replied nonchalantly. "Su Bai is also considered Little Bai's guardian. From a lineage perspective, it is only natural for him to be here." Two individuals stood on the mountainside, observing the scene at the dual platform with clarity. The moment Xiao Bai's form suddenly dissipated into ethereal mist, Su Bai understood the cause. Xiao Bai possessed a unique lineage, being of both the Qingqiu and Netherworld bloodlines. This technique of etherealization was a manifestation of his Netherworld heritage, yielding remarkable results. At that moment, Xiao Bai turned over, and Ying Ning gently placed her hand on his back, signaling him to keep his eyes closed. Astute as he was, Xiao Bai promptly shut his eyes, feigning deep slumber. The attention of the onlookers remained fixated on by Baimoxuan and Su Bai, oblivious to the subtle interaction between Ying Ning and Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was the offspring of Yizhu Shu and the Black Fox from Mount Luo Fu. Baimoxuan remarked. Thus, he possesses half of the Netherworld bloodline. The etherealization is an innate ability derived from this lineage. It can be said that this ability is unparalleled in Qingqiu and can only be wielded by its kin. Should Xiao Bai master the timing of his etherealization, no one in Qingqiu would be able to contend with him. Jia Yin exchanged glances with the elders, inquiring, "Did you know of this all along?" Baimoxuan replied, There exists such a prodigy within the fox tribe, and I cannot overlook it. He continued, when I first kept him by my side, I was unaware of his origins. It was only through Su Bai's assistance that I came to uncover the truth. Su Bai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I can attest to this. Had it not been for my travels to Mount Luofu, Xiao Bai's lineage might have remained shrouded in mystery. Ah, esteemed elders, why do you wear such solemn expressions? This is indeed a momentous occasion. I noticed earlier that other tribes do not harbor goodwill towards you. They are essentially colluding to oppress the Fox clan. Baimoxuan, on the other hand, is rather unreliable, having lived outside for so long without caring for the Fox tribe. Baimoxuan felt a surge of joy. Su Bai's brilliant intellect was still intact. As Yue Qing listened, he sensed an underlying implication, asking, is this something you have long planned? It is merely a long-term consideration, Baimoxuan replied. I harbor no affection for Qingqiu, nor do I wish to remain here indefinitely. My decision to temporarily assume the role of clan leader was made solely due to the lack of support for Qingqiu. I intend to leave once a successor emerges. But alas, the son of Nyang is still inexperienced. To wait for his rise will take an eternity. When I discovered Xiao Bai, I recognized his extraordinary insight, which had been overlooked by our kin, prompting me to observe him closely. You intend for Xiao Bai to succeed you, allowing you to depart from Qingqiu? Do you truly feel no bond with Qingqiu? Jia Ying queried. As father and son, you have concealed this matter from me quite thoroughly. The reasons for your previous summons are clear to me. Baimoxuan replied. In my generation, there are few boys, and even fewer with high cultivation. Thus, I was considered, was I not? Since there are no issues with the bloodlines of Qingqiu and Tushan, I believe there will be no complications with the union of Netherworld and Qingqiu bloodlines. In the future, with the addition of the Netherworld as an ally, Qingqiu will be even more formidable. I urge you, father and esteemed elders, to weigh the pros and cons carefully. Jia Ying and the elders exchanged glances before finally nodding in agreement. Given the circumstances, and with Xiao Bai having triumphed in the duel competition, esteemed elders, let us convene to discuss how to proceed. After bidding farewell to Jia Ying and the elders, Xiao Bai sprang up from his bed, exclaiming, I could hardly breathe. What shall we do now? Ying Ning inquired. Now, the only thought is to contemplate these antiquities. Whether lineage holds greater significance or preserving the status of the Fox clan is paramount. Baimoxuan remarked, well done, little one. How do you feel now? Feeling fatigued just moments ago, Xiao Bai now expressed a sense of comfort. Chief, will I be cast out? He said with a hint of anxiety, his youthful visage still retaining the gentle tones of a child. With the chief present, you need not worry. They would not dare to expel you. Doing so would mean expelling me, and they are well aware of the consequences. Xuefan interjected with a light cough. Moxuan, your actions are rather inappropriate. This matter should have been discussed with us first. You ought to have informed us about Xiao Bai's background at the earliest opportunity. Aunt, you are, after all, my father's sister. Baimoxuan replied. To assist kin over reason is perilous. I feared that if you were privy to this matter too soon, it might jeopardize our plans. It was clear to me today that you have been covertly aiding Xiao Bai. My gratitude is extended. I am not aiding Xiao Bai. I am aiding the Fox clan. The clan must not falter, Xuefan asserted. Now that everything is laid bare, we shall await the decisions of the elder brothers. Let us return to the antique shop, Xuexiang. We shall depart. As Xuefan and Xuexiang took their leave, Yizhu remarked, I am truly anxious. Uncle Yizhu, please keep Xiao Bai here and help him recuperate. We shall be on our way. We have done all we can, and now we await the outcome, Baimoxuan replied calmly. Su Bai, Ying Ning, let us return. Upon exiting Qingqiu, Su Bai headed toward Mount Luofu to convey the news to Huer. Just as Ying Ning and Baimoxuan were about to leave, Qi's voice rang out. Bai, are you toying with us? Ying Ning stuck out her tongue, while Baimoxuan, arms crossed and exuding an air of defiance, retorted, Indeed, I am. What of it? Are you aggrieved at losing to someone younger than yourself? That lad is quite the rascal. However, a loss is a loss, and I have no retort. Qi huffed. It is far more honorable than feigning illness. If you dare not accept the challenge, at least admit it gracefully. Were you not gravely ill? Yet your steps are sure and your voice resounding. Hardly the demeanor of an unwell individual. Baimoxuan, you are destined to become the jest of Qingqiu. The one who was sent flying from the dueling platform by a frail boy is the true jest of Qingqiu. Baimoxuan quipped lightly, causing Qi's eyes to redden. Ying Ning quickly interjected, Brother Moxuan, let us return swiftly. After all, Yue Qing and Cui Ying are to arrive soon. Wait, who was that deceased person just now? She asked awkwardly. Bai Ning's man, Baimoxuan replied, a glint of amusement in his eyes. I knew you had your designs on our Ying Ning. Abandon such thoughts. Ying Ning belongs to Su Bai. She belongs to the Fox clan. Return to your wolf den and seek a bride. Do not squander your time. Brother Moxuan, that is too excessive. Ying Ning fumed, her cheeks puffing with indignation. When you were indifferent to me, the number of those who cared was few, and she is among them. I have told you so. Ying Ning's accusation rendered Baimoxuan speechless. I apologize, Ying Ning. I have not been a good enough friend in the past. It matters not. It is all in the past now. Ying Ning approached Qi, saying, Qi, since I departed from Qingqiu, I have seldom reached out to you, and I acknowledge my fault. Please do not harbor anger. Let us remain good friends. Qi immediately broke into a grin, responding, I knew it. They exchanged a high five, and Ying Ning continued, as for Su Bo's affairs, I shall share the details with you later, for it is a lengthy tale. For now, let us depart, and do not dwell on the matters of the Qingqiu Lord. Cooperation and harmony among us are of utmost importance. Qi fell silent. Ying Ning and Baimoxuan left Qingqiu, once again immersed in the bustling metropolis. Baimoxuan, appearing contemplative, remarked, that fellow seems rather candid. Enough, Ying Ning retorted, sometimes, Brother Moxuan, you can be quite unreasonable. As they returned to their office building and were about to open the door, a young couple from the neighboring apartment emerged, pushing their child in a stroller. The infant, blissfully gnawing on his own toes, exhibited a carefree demeanor, entirely contrasting his earlier cries of distress. Observing the child's charming appearance, Ying Ning couldn't help but approach and exclaim, what a beautiful child. One would expect the parents to beam with joy upon hearing compliments about their offspring. However, this couple wore troubled expressions, managing to force out a strained smile. Thank you. After uttering those words, they hurriedly retreated into the elevator, leaving Ying Ning feeling somewhat wronged. It was as if she had offered a warm greeting only to be met with icy indifference. Baimoxuan, in resignation, remarked, see, this is the coldness of modern urban life. Henceforth, refrain from such overtures. Ying Ning, indignant, replied, honestly, what an absurd reaction to a compliment. Upon entering their home, they were greeted by the emptiness of the space, causing Ying Ning to feel a wave of melancholy. With Yue Qing and Cui Ying gone, the place feels so desolate. Brother Moxuan, we haven't had any business lately. Baimoxuan opened his computer and logged into the website he had personally crafted. As he entered, a prompt window appeared. Ying Ning, someone has left a message on the company website. Eagerly, Ying Ning leaned in, and they discovered 2 messages. She read aloud. Request for 2 stone tablets, left by Lu Bowen in ancient times, possessing the power to ward off evil. A generous reward will be offered for any leads. The tablets are to be placed upon a stone turtle, totaling 2. There was no signature. Brother Moxuan, doesn't this sound reminiscent of the 2 stone tablets at Hongji building? Baimoxuan remained silent and proceeded to read the next message. There are ghosts in the subway. I witnessed a ghost in the subway. Did you know that during the construction of the subway in the capital, the project faced numerous challenges? There were constant issues and dangers, often accompanied by inexplicable problems. This was due to the discovery of many skeletons during the excavation. The restless souls emerged to obstruct the work. Eventually, a revered monk was invited to perform rituals for several days, beseeching divine protection for the construction. They also guaranteed that the subway would be closed before midnight, allowing the trains to run empty in a round trip to safely return the disturbed spirits to their resting places. Strangely enough, after this, the construction proceeded remarkably smoothly, and the subway was finally completed. However, do you believe that all those spirits were truly sent away? Ying Ning shivered slightly. Were they not? There's more. Baimoxuan continued, we now traverse the subway daily, actually sharing the same space with these spirits. If these ghosts are not cleared away, one day, a tragedy will inevitably unfold in the subway. He concluded, a knowledgeable youth. Informed youth, Brother Moxuan, what are your thoughts? My time in the capital has been brief, and the subway construction occurred long ago. Baimoxuan remarked, for matters such as these, one must consult the true long-time residents of the capital. Furthermore, this is not a commission, merely a youth captivated by ghost stories who inadvertently stumbled upon our website. It is of no consequence. However, I find the message regarding the stone tablet quite intriguing. As Baimoxuan spoke, a pop-up appeared. If there are any sightings of the stone turtle, Please contact Longfu Temple. Longfu Temple. Baimoxuan opened a search engine, and to his surprise, he found a noteworthy piece of information. Ying Ning, look. It seems that there once existed a place in the capital called Longfu Building, which was consumed by a great fire many years ago. In front of Longfu Building stood a structure known as Longfu Temple, and it is said that during the construction of this building, 2 stone turtle tablets were unearthed from the ground. Regrettably, they were removed after excavation, and the fire broke out subsequently. Could this Longfu Temple be the same as the one mentioned by the individual in the message? Brother Moxuan. Should we inform him about the stone tablets at Hongji Building? Ying Ning was aware that the website allowed for replies, yet Baimoxuan hesitated, clearly contemplating something. There is no rush. The malevolent spirit beneath Hongji Building is subdued by 2 stone tablets, Baimoxuan stated. This person is also searching for stone tablets. Does this not present a conflict? Until we ascertain his true motives, we shall remain silent. Suddenly, the sound of a child's cries echoed through the corridor, reminiscent of that harrowing night. The child's wails were distressing, causing Ying Ning to feel anxious. What if the child is ill? She pondered. If that were the case, they should seek a doctor. They would not return so quickly if the child were truly sick. Baimoxuan replied, Do not concern yourself with their matters, girl. I am hungry. Ying Ning shrugged. Fine. I shall prepare a meal and first check what we have in the refrigerator. Just as she was about to open the fridge, the doorbell rang. Peering through the peephole, she saw the child's mother. She opened the door, inquiring, Is there something you need? The young mother's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Ying Ning, with genuine concern, asked, Are you in need of something? I searched online just now. You can handle supernatural events, the young mother began. But her husband abruptly pushed the door open, furious, and exclaimed, If the child is sick, see a doctor. What use are they? Hurry up and get ready to go to the hospital. Chapter 771. Blood-stopping spell. The woman, exasperated, replied, But the child's condition is different. Come back quickly. Do not deal with these charlatans. They are merely after money. Ying Ning, at a loss for words, swiftly shut the door without waiting for the woman to continue speaking. She angrily approached Baimoxuan. Brother Moxuan, did you hear that? That man called us charlatans, claiming we are merely after money. Last time, their child was possessed, and it was Yue Qing who intervened. Otherwise, the child would have cried to death. And, by the way, that time was free of charge. Baimoxuan quietly chuckled, reiterating, Girl, I am hungry. As Ying Ning entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, Yue Qing and Cui Ying traveled abroad, returning only after a fortnight. The parent-teacher meeting proceeded smoothly this time, yet Cui Ying remained obstinate, insisting on registering their marriage first and planning the wedding ceremony later. Once they had located Su Bai's grandfather. Upon their return, Yu Bai indeed set off on a solitary journey, not even returning to the capital. Yue Qing and Cui Ying arrived back at the office, eagerly retrieving gifts from their luggage. Ying Ning, this is for you, filled with delightful treats. Overjoyed, Ying Ning hurriedly took the gifts aside, impatiently opening the bags and immediately stuffing her mouth, prompting Cui Ying to chuckle, We must remain together for eternity. Although it was joyful to see my parents during this visit, I missed you all too much. Not at all, Ying Ning retorted, feeling slighted. I thought you were enjoying yourselves over there, forgetting about us entirely. After all this effort to return, we had to visit friends and relatives. Cui Ying reassured her, moreover. International travel is quite costly. You'll be back eventually, so there's no need to rush. By the way, did you receive anything while we were away? Baimoxuan cleared his throat. We just finalized other matters. Yue Qing and Cui Ying exchanged glances, and Cui Ying shrugged. When it comes to business, you truly are novices. Well then, what have you accomplished? Ying Ning corrected her. Actually, it can't really be considered finalized. Baimoxuan directed them to review the recent messages, one concerning the stone turtle steel and another about a haunted subway. Cui Ying indeed concurred with Baimoxian's assessment. The stone turtle steel merits consideration, but the haunted subway has no relevance to us. I'll respond to the first one. She replied with her phone number, expressing her desire to learn more about the stone turtle steel, while she chose to disregard the latter, deeming it the trivial ramblings of a paranormal enthusiast. Now, do enlighten us about what you've been occupied with these past days. Baimoxuan began recounting Xiao Bai's origins and the recent contest of magical prowess. Both Cui Ying and Yue Qing found the tale astonishing. Yue Qing remarked, While the underworld can manifest tangibly, it remains distinct from true existence. I never imagined that the black fox of Mount Luofu could bear offspring. Xiaobai possesses unique abilities. Baimoxuan, your discernment was not in vain. Xiaobai, as the leader of the Qingxiu clan, is simply unparalleled. It all hinges on overcoming the lineage hurdle. Baimoxuan responded, my father and the elders still need to deliberate, and ultimately, it may come down to a vote among the clan's folk. At that moment, a child's cries echoed from next door. Ying Ning frowned. Weren't we supposed to consult a doctor? Why is it still like this? Is he possessed again? Yue Qing inquired. Puzzled, I thought I had cleared that up last time. The child's father expressed reluctance to consult a shaman. Ying Ning still felt wronged. He said we would see a doctor. Listening to the cries, it was evident the child had not recovered. Yue Qing, shall we go check? Cui Ying suggested, after all, we have nothing else to do. Baimoxuan interjected. Are you really intent on pressing your warm faces against their cold backsides? Have you become addicted to this? Cui Ying and her companion came to a halt, yet the neighbor's child continued to wail with increasing intensity, their voice growing hoarse. Gradually, the cries subsided, but for reasons unknown, Cui Ying felt an unsettling weight in her heart. I have a bad feeling about this, Bai. We cannot disregard your input this time. Yue Qing, let us go and check. Before they could step outside, the doorbell rang. It was the young mother, her hair disheveled as she rushed in, heading straight for Ying Ning. I implore you, please take a look, she pleaded. Cui Ying and Yue Qing hurried over, and the sight before them was shocking. The child lay naked on the floor, motionless, not from an inability to move, but from fear. There were several areas on the child's body covered in medicinal dressings, with blood seeping through. Scattered about were numerous blood-stained tissues. The child lay rigid, their toes and fists clenched tightly, crying while gasping for breath. Cui Ying could not contain her outrage, exclaiming, what kind of atrocity is this? What has happened to the child? The mother, on the verge of fainting from her tears, sobbed, we do not know. We just returned from the hospital, and the injuries worsened. The bleeding won't stop. We went to the hospital, but they could do nothing. Please, we beg you, help us. The child's father stood helplessly to the side, having just admonished his wife against seeking help from shamans. Now, in his panic, he allowed these very shamans to intervene with their child. Yue Qing stood up, scanning the surroundings, and noticed a pot of flowers next to the television. Approaching, he plucked a few leaves, returning to crush them against the areas where the child was bleeding. With his hand pressed down, he inhaled deeply and began to chant, with the treasure of the mundane in hand, I sever the roots of the mountain and staunch the blood flow. O child of the snow mountain, hasten here, halt the flow of blood, swift as the command decrees. Moments later, the bleeding ceased. Yue Qing applied the same method to other bleeding areas, leaving the child's parents speechless in astonishment. The child's cries diminished, though their voice remained hoarse. Yue Qing instructed, give the child some warm water. Cui Ying sighed in relief, asking, Yue Qing, what is happening? The child's injuries are quite peculiar. Yue Qing responded, the child was born on the ghost festival, wasn't it? The mother, bewildered, inquired, when is the ghost festival? It falls on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. Yue Qing replied. The mother checked the calendar, her face filled with shock. Indeed, the child was born on the 15th of this year's 7th lunar month, at 11:36 in the evening. That is indeed the hour of the rat, Yue Qing stated. The time from 11 at night to 1 in the morning is considered the hour of the rat. After drinking the warm water, the child fell into a deep slumber. The father approached cautiously. What method did you use earlier? How did you manage to stop the bleeding? The mother shot him a glare. Did you not doubt this before? Witnessing it firsthand, the father, who had been skeptical of the supernatural, licked his lips nervously. Please, do not be angry. I see my error now. The man's public apology, amidst so many witnesses, exuded sincerity, causing the child's mother's expression to soften somewhat. Yue Qing remarked, we reside next door. Not long ago, we heard your child crying every night. Indeed, the mother of the child replied, I believe this is referred to as the 100 days cry. It is said that the child cries for 100 days before it ceases. The mother continued, infants often experience night crying. It is only after 100 days that their vitality strengthens, allowing them to stop crying independently. However, your child should have surpassed that duration. Yue Qing observed. Yes. It has been 4 months already, the mother said. After the crying stopped, things were quite well, but a few days ago, he suddenly developed a fever and mysterious bruises appeared on his body. We took him to the hospital, and the doctor merely performed some basic bandaging. Yet, as you can see, he suddenly started bleeding, and no matter what we did, the bleeding would not cease. The doctor could do nothing but recommend hospitalization. The child's father is quite obstinate, insisting that if the hospital cannot help, then the child should not be treated there, and he adamantly wants to bring him back. As the mother spoke, her sorrow deepened, tears streaming down her face, leaving the man standing helplessly by her side. I sensed something ominous about this situation, he said. I suggested finding a Taoist priest to examine the matter, but you refused, even berating him as a charlatan, yet now you have the audacity to stand here. The mother of the child continued to wipe her tears, exclaiming, "If anything happens to my child, you will hear from me." Yue Qing produced 2 talismans, bit his finger, and used the blood to inscribe 2 positive yang talismans. One should be affixed to your door, and the other must be kept with the child. Do not take him out for the time being. By the way, is there a place where the child begins to cry immediately upon arrival? The couple exchanged glances and, in unison, responded, the subway station. Ying Ning and Baimoxuan exchanged knowing looks. The phrase "the subway has ghosts" emerging in their minds. Was the individual who left that message truly serious? Suddenly, the child's father exclaimed, "Yes, it all began after we took him on the subway." Yue Qing nodded. "Do not take him underground again. Remain at home for now, and if anything arises, ring the doorbell." The child's mother abruptly dashed into the room and re-emerged holding several bills. Cui Ying said earnestly, "We are all neighbors. Let it go this time. But please refrain from calling us charlatans in the future." The child's father's face flushed with embarrassment as Yue Qing and the others made their way home. Cui Ying queried, "Is the child still possessed?" The phenomenon of a child crying for 100 days is attributed to an excess of yin energy and a deficiency of yang energy, resulting in the child perceiving unclean entities or being invaded by malignant forces. After 100 days, as the yang energy begins to flourish, the phenomenon of the 100 days cry will dissipate. However, this child is somewhat unique. Born during the ghost festival at the hour of the rat, his constitution is weaker than that of ordinary children, leading to a prolonged period before his yang energy can thrive. Yue Qing elaborated. The injuries on his body are the result of being clawed by a spirit, with evident ghostly handprints present. I refrained from disclosing this earlier to avoid frightening the couple. Every mark on the child's body bears unmistakable imprints from ghostly hands, and a spirit clings to the child, unseen by the parents. The child's loud cries stem from fear and a plea for help. Unfortunately, infants cannot articulate their distress and must endure silently. The peculiar manifestations following the injuries were misinterpreted as common ailments, culminating in the situation deteriorating to this day. "You just used the blood-stopping spell, didn't you?" Baimoxuan remarked. "I happen to know another one. As the sun rises in the east, holding a golden whip while riding a white ox, I call out thrice to halt the flowing waters, prohibiting the floodgate from overflowing." The ghost festival was originally established due to the tale of Moxuan. Moxuan's mother, Lady Qingtai, was quite wealthy but miserly and greedy, while her son was deeply virtuous and filial. When Moxuan was away, his mother slaughtered livestock daily, indulging in lavish feasts, showing no concern for her son, and never engaging in good deeds. After her death, she was condemned to the underworld, suffering great torments as punishment. Moxuan, in an effort to save his mother, renounced the worldly life to cultivate spiritual practices and attain supernatural powers, allowing him to visit the realm of the dead and see his suffering mother. Heartbroken, he found that due to her transgressions in life, she could not escape the realm of hungry ghosts. The offerings he brought her turned to ash before they reached her lips. Yue Qing remarked that Moxuan felt utterly helpless and despondent, praying to the Buddha for assistance. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, he established the Ulambana festival, calling upon the collective strength of monks to ensure his mother had enough to eat. His mother was eventually satiated and reincarnated as a dog. Moxuan then recited scriptures for 7 days and nights, allowing her to transcend her canine form and ascend to paradise. The underworld, moved by Moxuan's filial piety, decreed that every year on the 14th day of the 7th month, the gates of hell would open, permitting all souls to emerge and partake in offerings from the living. What a fortuitous day for a child to be born, Cui Ying chuckled. How serendipitous to choose such a date. As long as the yang energy flourishes, everything should be fine, right? In theory, yes, Yue Qing replied. That couple must not carelessly misplace the talisman. They do not seem particularly reliable. After all, they were a young couple and appeared somewhat unstable. With no further cries from the neighboring room, everyone finally relaxed. At that moment, a notification popped up on the computer screen. Baimoxuan clicked it open. revealing more information about ghosts on the subway. Believe it or not, I saw it again. This time, it was a female ghost, approximately 1 meter 60 tall, wearing a polyester shirt from the early 80s and black trousers. As the subway sped by, I caught sight of her through the window. Her face was very pale, and her tongue hung out, as if she had been hanged. Those who can see ghosts generally fall into a few categories, Baimoxuan continued. First, there's a connection between that ghost and the person, allowing the ghost to reveal herself. Second, it could be due to the individual's innate constitution, such as having a heavy yin aura since childhood. Third, there are those with spiritual cultivation who possess the ability to perceive the yin and yang. Fourth, there are those with the yin-yang eye. And fifth, it could simply be a lie. Yue Qing added, the second and fourth categories are actually interrelated. Some individuals develop the yin-yang eye due to their innate constitution. As for whether this person is fabricating tales or genuinely perceiving something, we cannot ascertain without formal inquiry. It is best to ignore him. However, with the child being taken by a ghost on the subway, and this individual claiming to have seen a female ghost there, Ying Ning pondered, could these two incidents be connected? Cui Ying yawned, I'm so tired. My dear, we will find out if they are related in due time. I need to sleep now. Adjusting to the time difference is quite exhausting. Unbeknownst to her, night had fallen. The following morning, Ying Ning ventured out early to procure breakfast. As she passed by her neighbor's house, she attentively listened for the sound of a child's cries, and only upon not hearing any did she feel at ease to depart. Just as she reached the elevator, Subo appeared in the corner, startling her. Upon noticing the surveillance camera overhead, she reproached him, with your behavior. The security guard monitoring the footage might think I am deranged. Subo remarked, you are talking to yourself, which is rather similar. At that moment, he was not materialized. The camera cannot capture me. Ying Ning promptly silenced herself, and only after exiting the elevator did she urge, hurry and materialize. I do not wish for others to regard me with odd looks. Subo then materialized and took her hand, saying, I miss you, dear. Why not spend a few days in the underworld? If there are no commissions here, I shall go. Ying Ning replied. The company has not received any proper commissions in a long time. What is there to worry about? The earnings from the last 2 jobs are sufficient for you for several years, Subo reassured her. Moreover, this house is appreciating in value, so you can rest easy. The two exited the building and headed to the nearest breakfast shop. There, a seemingly 16-year-old boy was lethargically rummaging through his wallet, clutching a 100 yuan note, yet unable to find any change. The impatient clerk remarked, I cannot break 100. Please bring change next time. The boy sighed, what bad luck. I distinctly remember having change when I came down. Ying Ning opened her wallet and offered him 10 yuan. I will lend it to you. The boy looked up at her, first displaying a look of astonishment, then one of relief, as he accepted it without hesitation, saying, I will pay you back. After purchasing his breakfast, he earnestly inquired about her address. Subo pinched Ying Ning and shook his head, it is just 10 yuan. Consider it a treat from your sister, no need to repay. No, I must return it, the boy insisted, or else something strange might happen. Seeing the gravity on his face, Ying Ning felt compelled to provide her address. Upon hearing it, the boy's eyes lit up, and he quietly said, I've noted it. I will return it to you shortly. As he departed, he also entered the building. Ying Ning remarked, so he is actually a neighbor in the same building. Foolish girl, how naive you are. Do you know him? What if he is a bad person? Subo voiced his dissatisfaction. How can you casually give out your home address? But he seemed quite troubled. Ying Ning pouted. All right, let us get back to breakfast. Upon their return, they found Cui Ying lying pale on the sofa, clutching a pillow, her head resting upon it, as if she could not lift it. You're back? She asked weakly. You look as though you've been to hell. Where's Yue Qing? Still asleep, Cui Ying replied irritably. This is called jet lag. Humans possess a certain capacity for self-regulation. Generally, a time difference of 1 or 2 hours does not manifest physically. However, when the time difference reaches 6 or 7 hours, the physiological effects become quite pronounced. Returning here while the biological clock remains in the country leads to discomfort, yet sleep eludes her, leaving her fatigued. Yue Qing emerged with a smile, declaring, I awoke early. It appears that practice truly makes a difference, replied Su Bai with a chuckle. Concerned, Yue Qing suggested to Cui Ying, you should eat something before resuming your rest. Fasting is not advisable. Lazily, Cui Ying settled at the dining table, resting her head directly upon it. Yue Qing, with a hint of exasperation, lifted her head, saying, what would you like to eat? I shall feed you. It would be best if you didn't move your teeth at all. As the two were engaged in playful banter, the doorbell rang. Subai shrugged. It must be that young lad returning the money. Outside, a youth held out 10 yuan. Just as Ying Ning reached to take it, he swiftly stepped into the living room, his gaze fixed intently on Subai. Feeling uneasy under the boy's stare, Subai retorted, "What are you staring at, kid? You're acting like a ghost." The youth's response startled Cui Ying, causing the bun she had just grasped to tumble onto the table. "What did you say?" she exclaimed, bewildered. "I said he is a ghost," the boy reiterated. "Am I mistaken? Though he is a rather peculiar ghost." Intrigued, Subai felt a shift within him and instantly transformed into a spirit. Meanwhile, the youth continued to gaze at him. "Wait, you can still see me?" "Of course," the boy replied dismissively. Subai, skeptical, instantly moved to a chair, and the boy's eyes followed his movement, ultimately locking onto him. Subai cursed under his breath. What an eerie situation. At that moment, Baimoxuan slowly rose, stating, 3 minutes before you entered, our website received a message. Was it from you? The youth defiantly replied, "Yes, it was me. I initially wanted to ascertain whether you truly possess any skills, hence the online message. However, I couldn't resist coming in person to return the money. Now that I see him, I am convinced of your genuine abilities." "Was it you who witnessed the hanging female ghost on the subway?" Baimoxuan inquired. "You are certainly no ordinary individual." Yue Qing quickly approached the boy, placing a finger on his forehead and closing his eyes. As his finger emanated a red glow, the bun that Cui Ying had just picked up fell again. She stuck out her tongue. "I must not have rested well. My hand is weak." "Indeed, you are exceptional," Yue Qing remarked. "We accept commissions, but let me make it clear that we charge a fee. At your young age, how will you pay?" "I wish to commission you, but I do not have much cash," the boy replied. "However, I can waive your management fee for a year. Would that suffice?" "Deal," Cui Ying said. "But on what grounds can you waive our management fee?" "I will bring you the receipt tomorrow," the boy replied. "So I shall return tomorrow." "Business is business, I understand." There was a certain maturity about the boy. Once he departed, Ying Ning turned to Cui Ying, saying, "But we never inquired what he wanted us to do. Did you agree too hastily?" Under the gaze of her companions, Cui Ying felt a pang of uncertainty. "I was feeling a bit dizzy earlier. When I heard about the waived management fee, I became excited. He is just a child. After all, how peculiar could his request be? It should be fine." Despite her bravado, Cui Ying was beset with anxiety. What if the young man entrusted her with an impossible task? It would be tantamount to self-sabotage. She anxiously awaited the following day, when the boy returned at the same hour, holding a contract emblazoned with the official seal of the property management company. To ensure its authenticity, Cui Ying made a special trip to the management office for verification. Rested and rejuvenated, her astuteness returned. "Who are you, and how do you possess such abilities?" Cui Ying inquired, circling the young man in bewilderment. "With this in hand, the management staff treats me with utmost courtesy. What is it that you wish to entrust us with?" "I possess the fabled yin yang eyes, a gift I do not wish to have," the boy replied, his neck taut with tension. "Do you wish to avoid seeing spirits?" Yue Qing interjected. "If that is all, the process is rather simple. I can prescribe you some medicine. However, this merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause." The boy spoke with remarkable maturity. "My life has been marred by misfortune since childhood. My father believes in the 5 elements and the I Ching. Upon my birth, an old monk from Wutai Mountain proclaimed that I was destined for an unusual fate. As I grew, my relationships, career, and financial prospects have all suffered, adversely affecting my father's fortunes as well. Thus, we must live apart. I was raised in the countryside and only came to the capital at the age of 11, where my father provided me with a home and a caretaker. I see him once a month, always while wearing a talisman." Though his story was undeniably poignant, the boy recounted it with a serene demeanor, as if it were merely a narrative detached from his own experience. Upon finishing, he looked at the sympathetic gazes of those around him and finally smiled. "Do you believe me? I possess yin-yang eyes, capable of seeing spirits." In unison, they replied, "We believe you. My father does not. He considers me an omen of bad luck, yet he has no choice but to care for me, as I am his only son, destined to see him through his twilight years." The boy stated coldly, "I refuse to accept that I am inherently unfortunate. Thus, I seek someone to alter my destiny." In truth, yin-yang eyes are a kind of affliction, a congenital disorder resulting from an imbalance in the 5 elements or inherent defects within the organs, often leading to visions of indistinct phenomena from both past and future. Yue Qing elaborated. Some individuals see wandering spirits and malevolent ghosts due to their frequent exposure to heavy Yin energy, which depletes their Yang energy, leading to poor relationships, careers, and finances, often resulting in a scattered and forgetful nature. Am I ill? The boy mused aloud. So it seems I truly do have an ailment. Tell me your name and date of birth. Yue Qing instructed, let us ascertain whether your imbalance stems from the 5 elements or a congenital defect. November 17, 1997. At the hour of the rabbit. My name is Su Hui, the boy replied. After a moment of calculation, Yue Qing remarked, your name was bestowed upon you by someone knowledgeable, and it is well chosen. You experienced a significant fortune shift at the age of 9 years and 9 months. But since then, you have reverted to your previous misfortunes, persisting until now. Your elemental balance does not appear peculiar, suggesting a congenital defect within your organs. My heart is on the right side, Su Hui declared. I have always been different from others. There are indeed a considerable number of individuals with their hearts positioned on the right side. This should not be the crux of the matter, Yue Qing remarked. Since your father harbors such suspicions, he must have consulted an expert when you were a child. Surely, you underwent a thorough medical examination? Indeed, I underwent an extensive checkup. The only anomaly was the position of my heart, Su Hui replied. Should we conduct another examination? Allow me to see your hand. Yue Qing took hold of Su Hui's left hand. The hand reveals distinctions between innate and acquired traits, as well as variations in form and complexion. It embodies the dualities of Yin and Yang, encompassing the mysteries of the Tai Chi and the 5 elements. Thus, its vastness is such that the heavens and the earth reside within the palm. In its minutiae, the internal organs are distinctly mapped out. The palm lines consist of the 3 innate lines and the 3 acquired lines, with the celestial, human, and earthly lines representing the innate, while the jade pillar line, 6 auspicious lines, and verification line represent the acquired. The acquired palm lines are not present in everyone, yet you possess them. Your celestial line is short and ascends, extending into the gap between the index and middle fingers. Those with such palm lines are often inept at managing finances and are unlikely to amass wealth. Investment is not suited for you. Yue Qing then released Su Hui's hand, stating, your fate does not impede your father. The notion that you cannot coexist is mere folly. As the fortune teller from years past exaggerated, Su Hui's face twitched slightly. So, I truly need not leave home or part from my father. Yue Qing replied, your fortunes do not affect your father. There is no necessity for separation. Tears glimmered in Su Hui's eyes, yet he stubbornly shook his head to dispel them. What else? The acquired palm lines you possess are particularly unique, resembling a parabolic curve, devoid of any discernible pattern. The most extraordinary phenomenon within palmistry is the broken line. For men, a broken line signifies immense potential for wealth creation, valued highly, while for women, it indicates a tenuous relationship with their parents and the notion of needing to be raised by others since childhood. A woman with a broken line is often deemed to have a harsh fate, one that could adversely affect her parents, husband, and children. Palm lines can vary in thickness and significance, with changes often occurring due to shifts in internal organs, typically linked to health issues. Yue Qing concluded, after examining your palm, I am increasingly convinced that there are issues within your internal organs. We must take you for a comprehensive examination. Baimoxuan added, let us ascertain what precisely is amiss within your body. Su Hui was somewhat dismissive. I have already undergone examinations. If they could uncover anything, would I still be waiting? The group fell silent, and after a prolonged moment, Su Hui sighed. Very well, I shall undergo another examination. Which hospital do you intend to take me to? Must it be Lushangxing's? Su Bai muttered to himself. He is a surgeon. Cui Ying retorted rather unkindly. Having him refer someone would not be a bad idea. Chapter 774, Blood Stagnation Powder. Lushangxing owned a hospital of his own, which surprised everyone. When Su Hui entered the establishment, his brow furrowed. Lushangxing observed keenly. Young man, do not underestimate my humble hospital. It is unlike any you have encountered before. Step inside and see for yourself. His confidence was palpable, yet Su Bai remained skeptical, stating, this fellow only knows how to play coy, and he is as self-assured as ever, exceedingly arrogant. Lushangxing turned around, casting a dubious glance over his shoulder. A sudden chill had brushed past his ear, prompting him to touch it. How peculiar, he thought. Why do I sense an ominous presence? Cui Ying stifled a laugh as Ying Ning innocently remarked, there is nothing strange about it. Cui Ying quickly covered Ying Ning's mouth. Enough, Dr. Liu, please arrange for Su Hui to undergo the examination. Su Bo closely followed Lu Shangxing, playfully blowing air onto the back of his head. Lu Shangxing repeatedly glanced back, utterly perplexed, until he escorted Su Hui into the examination room. At which point Su Bo finally halted. Yue Qing shook his head. Stop this nonsense. We are here for serious matters today. I too am here for serious business. Su Bo retorted, intent on teasing Lu Shangxing. Ying Ning, exasperated, chimed in. If you have nothing to do, why not return to the underworld? Su Bo, with a distressed expression, replied, even you find me tiresome? The examination of Su Hui was lengthy, consuming the entire morning. Unable to wait any longer, Su Bo eventually rushed back to attend to the underworld's court session. Su Hui fell asleep during the examination, while Lu Shangxing and the hospital doctors hastily emerged. Just as Cui Ying approached to inquire, Lu Shangxing waved his hand. No rush, please wait. The two retreated into the office and remained inside for an extended period. Leading Baimoxuan to express irritation, it seems Su Bo left rather early. When Lu Shangxing finally reappeared, he held an image that differed significantly from the usual hospital scans. Appearing exceptionally clear, Lu Shangxing explained, the object is quite small, and ordinary scans fail to reveal it, so I took some time to enhance it for you. Look here. The child's internal organs contain some fine particles. These particles, scattered delicately across the organs, were barely discernible. Lu Shangxing continued. After processing, they are slightly visible. Such minute objects could easily evade detection by machines. The only way to ascertain their nature is through one method. Yue Qing solemnly stated, surgery. Indeed. The current challenge lies in persuading the youth to undergo surgery to extract these particles and uncover their origins. Mention of surgery visibly excited Lu Shangxing. I beg of you. Surprisingly, Su Hui exhibited no aversion to the operation. Typically, such a significant procedure would require parental consent, but he had no intention of informing his father. In his words, he alone bore responsibility for his actions, unaffected by his father, a man who showed little interest in him. Thus, there was no need to notify him. The surgery took place that very night. Baimoxuan and Yue Qing meticulously scrutinized the scan, where the specks of dust appeared as magnified results. According to Lu Shangxing, the image was enlarged at a ratio of 1:10, leading one to ponder just how minuscule these particles truly were. Su Hui's previous examination may have been compromised either due to the particles being too fine for detection or collusion among the doctors, preventing Su Hui from seeing the true scan. Yue Qing remarked, if that is the case, it would indeed imply a conspiracy. The surgery proceeded smoothly. Lu Shangxing removed his gloves and tossed a vial to the group. These are the substances in question, though I cannot guarantee that all of them were extracted. They were exceedingly small, and I feared causing damage to his organs during the procedure, thus I had to exercise caution. Your decision was wise, Baimoxuan affirmed. The items remained damp, and Yue Qing carefully took a piece of paper, gently transferring the contents onto the white sheet to dry. Afterward, he dabbed a bit under his nose, and upon inhaling, his expression shifted dramatically. Baimoxuan curiously leaned in to sniff as well, exclaiming, it is zombie powder. However, recalling Su Hui's frequent encounters with spirits, he surmised it was likely not ordinary zombie powder. Yue Qing clarified, it is blood zombie powder. Baimoxuan furrowed his brow into a frown, declaring, the conspiracy theory holds water. This powder, derived from a higher-grade zombie blood that has been coagulated and ground into a fine dust, possesses an immense stimulating effect on spirits, causing them to swarm towards Su Hui. If this phenomenon persisted throughout his life, it would not only harm his organs, but also awaken what is referred to as the yin-yang eye. This substance altered Su Hui's constitution, allowing him to perceive spirits from a young age, rendering him an object of superstition in his father's eyes. The situation appeared to have grown increasingly intricate. Cui Ying remarked, isn't the annual management fee rather inexpensive? Yue Qing, with a hint of resignation, replied, he is merely a youth. We should not set our expectations too high. Perhaps you could attempt to negotiate for an additional year? Forget it, she retorted, as you mentioned. He is just a child. Cui Ying continued, that only heightens my curiosity. What kind of person would administer blood zombie powder to a child? Could it be his father? No, that is implausible, Ying Ning interjected. Although his father maintains a distance, it seems he has granted Su Hui certain privileges by allowing him to alleviate our management fees, albeit under duress. Ying Ning's reasoning held merit. Now they could only wait for Su Hui to awaken to inquire further. Liashang's hospital ward was furnished with impressive facilities. Prompting Baimoxuan to exclaim, Liashang, when did you come into such wealth? I merely received my due remuneration, Liashang whispered. Have you forgotten? I am a specially appointed physician for the Treasure Hunters organization. These facilities were funded by their compensation. Occasionally, they visit. Remarking that this establishment surpasses our previous little secret base in terms of safety. Before anyone could respond, Liashang continued, alas. If the hospital had been operational when Subai passed, I might have had the opportunity to dissect his corpse and uncover the mystery of how dragon scales developed on his body. For now, I must take my leave. Baimoxuan retorted, we have matters to attend to. Liashang shrugged, do not be so harsh. I have long since realized you are but an unattainable figure. I shall not live to witness your demise, so I will take my leave. Su Hui awakened in the early hours of the following day. As the effects of the anesthesia faded, the pain from his wounds contorted his brow, yet he did not utter a single cry of pain. This stoicism deeply tugged at the hearts of Cui Ying and Ying Ning, who showered him with concern and meticulous care, causing the indomitable youth to well up with tears on several occasions. After feeding him a small amount of liquid nourishment, the group finally turned to the pressing matter at hand. Chapter 775. The girl who fell into the pit Yue Qing is clearly a result of organ damage. It is this substance that has endowed you with such a sight. Yue Qing unfurled the paper package, revealing the desiccated powder within, blood zombie powder. It has adhered to your organs. This is a minuscule sample that was painstakingly scraped off. You must now recount in detail when you first began to see spirits. Regarding the matter of not being able to reside with your father, at what age did this occur? Su Hui pondered for a moment and replied, did I not mention this before? My father believes in the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. Upon my birth, he summoned a monk from Mount Wutai, who proclaimed that I was extraordinary. He foretold that upon reaching adulthood, my romantic prospects, career, and financial fortune would be dire, and that this misfortune would also adversely affect my father's financial standing. Thus, it was deemed necessary for us to live apart. Consequently, I grew up in the countryside, only arriving in the capital at the age of 11. By your reasoning, was I not doomed from the moment of my birth? The inability to cohabit with my father appears to have been a scheme laid out from the very beginning. The prime suspect is undoubtedly that monk from Mount Wutai. My father continues to meet with him more than twice a year, maintaining a closer bond with him than with me. It seems we must pay a visit to your father, suggested Cui Ying. No, that must not happen. My father has complete faith in him. Should you express doubts about the monk, it would certainly displease my father, Su Hui cautioned. I know him well. He is a person of great stature, self-centered, and only trusting his own judgment, disregarding the words of others. Very well. Let us set aside the monk for now and instead discuss your first encounter with a ghost, Baimoxuan prompted. I recall my first experience vividly. I was 6 years old at the time, Su Hui continued. I was still in the countryside, playing in the mountains with a group of friends, delighting in exploring caves, yet too timid to venture deep into the woods. We merely searched for openings at the mountain's edge to traverse. On one occasion, I slipped and fell into a cave, where I discovered a skeleton. Terrified, I screamed, but my friends could not hear me. As I attempted to climb out, I saw the ghost. Su Hui took a deep breath, recalling the psychological trauma of encountering a ghastly specter for the first time. It reached out to grab me. Yet it seemed unable to move, thus I managed to escape that time. However, from that moment on, I no longer wished to play in the mountains. I began to cry, yearning to move to the city to be with my parents, but my father consistently refused. Since that day, I encountered numerous spirits in the countryside, hanging ghosts, water ghosts, bridal ghosts. This led me to become increasingly reluctant to venture outside. Yet, in the corner of my grandmother's kitchen, there resided a spirit. For a child, such a situation is beyond description. Even the phrase bone-chilling falls short. Even after so many years, Su Hui's body trembled slightly. It was terrifying. When I first saw the ghost, I found solace only in sunlight, afraid to stand under the shade of trees lest a shadow of a ghost emerge from the leaves. My grandmother sought talismans for me. Initially, they proved effective, but gradually their efficacy waned, and the number of spirits increased. They would appear before me at midnight, compelling me to clutch a statue of Guanyin as I slept nearly every night. Yue Qing and Baimoxuan exchanged a glance. This is indeed unusual, Su Hui remarked. At the age of 11, after 5 long years of pleading, my father finally agreed to bring me to the capital. It is said that he consulted that monk beforehand, seeking permission to take me along. Only after receiving the monk's assent did I gain the opportunity to come to the capital. What does this signify? I am his flesh and blood, yet he must consult that monk for everything. What am I to him? The crowd fell silent, and Su Hui chuckled. See, you have no retort. Are you not attending school now? Cui Ying suddenly inquired. These days are meant for classes. You should not be wandering about. No. Su Hui replied with a wry smile. Our school is built on a graveyard, and the restroom is haunted daily. There's even a ghost hanging from the classroom fan. I find it impossible to concentrate on my studies, and my father is indifferent. He figures he can support me, so I can do as I please. The capital is bustling and crowded, with many spirits wandering about. I sometimes regret leaving my rural home. Cui Ying understood well. This child had come from the countryside, driven by a longing for familial affection. The reality of encountering ghosts was inescapable. You speak of your father, but what of your mother? She passed away long ago. Su Hui said. I heard she drowned in the river when I was only 2, so I have no memories of her. The only remnant I have is a small photograph, in which she appears beautiful and youthful, forever young. The 16-year-old spoke with an air of maturity and melancholy. Yue Qing coughed lightly. So, your first encounter with a ghost was at 6, and it has persisted until now? I'm seeing more and more of them. I've grown numb to it, Su Hui responded. Yet, I yearn for someone to understand me. I began posting on forums, and while many reached out, they were merely curious and could not truly comprehend my experiences. Over time, they deemed me mad, and thus, I have no virtual friends. Was it mere coincidence that you found our website? The site is newly established with low traffic, yet it shares the same building address as mine, Su Hui explained. I was merely curious. Little did I expect that borrowing 10 yuan would lead me to someone who could genuinely see ghosts. Ying Ning quietly asked, what shall we do now? Since this is a conspiracy, we must return to the beginning, starting from the day you were born, Baimoxuan suggested. For a newborn, apart from your parents, the closest bond is usually with the grandmother, correct? Indeed, my grandmother is now over 70, Su Hui replied. Her hearing is poor, and she refuses to move to the city, living alone in the countryside. Please provide us with her address, Yue Qing urged. Ying Ning and Cui Ying will remain here to look after you, while Baimoxuan and I venture to the countryside. Initially, they believed Su Hui's countryside to be nearby the capital, only to discover it was in the mysterious region of Shaanxi. After leaving Cui Ying and Ying Ning behind, the two set out immediately. Su Bai also interjected, for such matters could hardly proceed without him. Su Hui's rural home was not far from Fu Yu's residence, at least. It appeared not far. However, it was separated by 4 mountain peaks. Traversing them would take nearly half a day. Thus, Baimoxuan, standing halfway up the mountain, glanced towards Fu Yu's homeland and abandoned the notion of visiting. Let us proceed. After much effort, they finally located Su Hui's home. The grandmother's local dialect posed a considerable challenge for the 3 visitors. The elderly woman was quite sensitive, and upon seeing Su Bai, she regarded him with a perplexed gaze. Perhaps age had sharpened her wits. Fortunately, Su Hui had anticipated this. Baimoxuan produced a photograph of Su Hui and said, Grandmother, he is the one who sent us. Instantly, the grandmother switched to Mandarin. Ah, he is my grandson's friend. Yue Qing was taken aback. Your grandmother can speak Mandarin? In this remote area? He worried that they might encounter ill-intentioned individuals. Surprisingly, the grandmother displayed remarkable cleverness. Her hearing was not as poor as Su Hui had suggested. With just a slight increase in volume, she could comprehend. I have been to the city and learned a bit of Mandarin. It may be awkward, but as long as you understand, it suffices. How is my grandson? He is currently in the hospital. Baimoxuan spoke bluntly, prompting Su Bai to give him a disapproving glance. Bai, you are too straightforward. The grandmother responded with a soft "oh," her expression remaining largely unchanged. She sighed. I am old, and there are many matters I cannot contest with the youth. My son is too stubborn and disobedient, my poor grandson. The tone of the elderly woman suggested she was privy to more than she let on. Just as the 3 were about to inquire further, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The grandmother rose unsteadily to walk outside, but then a wailing sound halted her in her tracks. Alas, how tragic, another has died. These words sent chills down the spines of the 3. Su Bai questioned, what do you mean by another has died? Chapter 776, Daughter-in-law by Moxuan, unperturbed by protocol, directly pushed open the door. This village lay deep within the mountains, yet was situated on relatively flat ground. unlike those homes perched on the slopes, which were more dispersed. Here, the villagers congregated. Baimoxuan's arrival surprised them. In this mountain village, no one recognized the famous star. Yet his striking appearance sparked much discussion. Where did this person come from? As the crowd dispersed, Baimoxuan noticed a girl lying on the ground, devoid of vitality. Subai stepped out, drawing further murmurs. The youth in this mountain village were scarce. Subai remarked, lacking a soul, the soul retriever has an easier task. How could such a young girl die in such a peculiar manner? It was evident that the girl had perished from a fall. Her body was swollen, and the back of her head was sunken. Observing her delicate features, she was indeed a natural beauty. The girl's parents squatted nearby, their faces a portrait of grief, helplessly mourning the loss of their daughter, like a flower wilting too soon. Su Hui's grandmother approached. Poor child, two have gone, yet only one has returned. The other likely will not. Yue Qing tugged at Subai and Baimoxuan. Let us return. Once back indoors, Subai inquired curiously, what happened to that girl? She fell into a pit, the grandmother replied, fiddling with the dishes on the table. Girls who fall into pits rarely return. When Xiao Lian went missing, a shaman claimed she had fallen into a pit, and we all believed she would not come back. This girl is somewhat fortunate, at least she returned whole. In the depths of the cave, Subai fell into silence. He had heard of the term falling into the cave. It was said that in Xiangxi, impoverished and aging women could easily become gupa, while those around 30 might become shamans. Young women, aged between 16 and 23, who were beautiful, yet introverted and unfulfilled in love, were prone to meet their demise within the cave. This cave referred to the mountain caves of Xiangxi, which were believed by the locals to be inhabited by deities. Subai, have you heard of this? Yue Qing expressed surprise. Not many know of it these days. Grandmother interjected, I never expected you to be aware of it. Indeed, the younger generation knows little of falling into the cave, and those caves are not to be entered lightly. In the tale of falling into the cave, a girl would be taken by the cave spirit, losing her soul. Those who returned were often in a peculiar state, their cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, their eyes sparkling, and their voices melodious compared to before. Such girls were regarded as beloved by the cave spirit. The existence of this phenomenon in Xiangxi is difficult to ascertain. Yet those chosen by the cave spirit would gradually wither and perish, their fates not determined by the underworld, but by the cave deity. Girls who returned from this ordeal tended to be more fastidious, preferring solitude, often appearing dazed, sometimes talking to themselves or singing and dancing in a frenzied manner. Families unwilling to surrender would seek out nearby caves, offering incense and paper offerings to plead with the cave spirit, often lamenting how their daughters were unworthy of such attention. Some fortunate girls might recover, which the villagers deemed a blessing from the cave spirit. However, if the decline persisted, the families could only resign themselves to fate, watching helplessly as their daughters withered away. The inevitable death of the daughter left parents contemplating that this was ultimately her destiny, leading them to weep silently while preparing a dowry in accordance with tradition. In front of the cave where their daughter had fallen, they would burn the offerings as if conducting a proper wedding. Others would construct a small hut by the cave, fashioning a bed and wardrobe from paper, inscribing the girl's birth details to signify her submission to the cave spirit. Does the cave spirit truly exist? A slight smirk played on by Baimoxian's lips. I wish to see for myself. Grandmother firmly grasped his arm. No, you must not. Angering the cave spirit could lead to your demise. It is far too perilous. You are Xiao Hui's friends, and I cannot bear to see you march to your deaths. Are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal. You may sit here. As grandmother retreated into the dim kitchen, an elderly man dressed in late Qing attire sat heavily in a corner. Subai discerned clearly, with a wave of his hand. The old man approached the group, revealing himself as a spirit. Clearing his throat, Subai declared, You are trapped and unable to escape. Yet there are no spirit catchers to bind you. Today, I grant you freedom. Follow the guide to the underworld and see if an exception can be made. The old man bowed repeatedly before Subai, and with a gesture from his hand, the old man vanished. Yue Qing remarked. The ghost Xiao Hui saw in the kitchen as a child was actually his great-grandfather. Indeed, came the reply. Subai remarked. This old man has been deceased for over a century, long past the opportunity for reincarnation. What I just said was merely to comfort him. At most, he may attain freedom, but thereafter, he shall wander as a lonely spirit, a ghost adrift. Now, Luodong, how do you feel about this? Shall we venture over to take a look? Baimoxuan gazed at the elderly matron bustling in the kitchen and shook his head. Certainly, we ought to investigate. Who would dare to manipulate the fates of mortals in the presence of our acting king of hell? However, let us delay for a while. The grandmother had prepared a sumptuous banquet. It has been ages since we've had so many guests. If you do not mind, please indulge yourselves. These dishes are all dear to Xiaowei. The meals exuded a poignant nostalgia for Xiaowei. After a moment's contemplation, Subai picked up a chopstick full of wild greens and tasted them, finding no peculiar sensation. He relaxed and savored several more bites. The grandmother observed him with surprise. Her expression softening. Go on, eat more. Grandmother, you are aware of Xiaowei's condition, his yin-yang eyes, right? Yue Qing's inquiry caused the grandmother to pause, tears welling in her cloudy eyes. Subai swiftly produced a tissue to wipe her tears, and she looked at him in astonishment. Why are your hands so cold? Subai was taken aback. He had not even touched her skin. The old lady's perception was as sharp as that of an eagle. He hastily concocted an excuse. I have always had insufficient vital energy, leaving me quite chilly, particularly at night. Just like my grandson, the grandmother replied. He was cold from the moment he was born. His little hands felt like ice in mine. Yet, the little fellow was remarkably clever and strong. However, my son insisted on bringing someone to read his fortune, and as a result, their bond was severed. What of that monk? Baimoxuan inquired. At the mention of the monk, the old lady's ire flared. It was his words that have cursed my grandson for over a decade. He claims to be from Mount Wutai. Yet how could he wander into our remote corner? Indeed, it is quite suspicious that he would travel such a great distance to this impoverished locale. However, there is something even more perplexing. Your son ventured forth from here and built a substantial career. That is no small feat. What use is a career if one has lost family? It leaves one as isolated as a hermit, the grandmother lamented, laying down her chopsticks, clearly devoid of appetite. He has been gone for over a decade. Shall we only return to his side at 11? Yet I hear they do not even live together, treating each other as strangers. The grandmother, possessing great wisdom and composure, was entirely different from what one might envision. Baimoxuan suddenly remarked, You seem to be no ordinary person. I practiced as a shaman in my youth, she confessed. The group was taken aback. A shaman? Indeed, those are tales of the past, the grandmother replied. I do not believe the monk's words. I find him rather peculiar, with dubious origins. Alas, I am still lacking in clarity regarding his background. Watching as he led my son astray, resulting in their separation. The moment you entered, I sensed you were not ordinary individuals. Baimoxuan and Yue Qing exchanged glances, then shot a look at Subai, who inwardly mused, What does this have to do with me? Is it possible that something has happened to Xiaowei? Baimoxuan spoke. Since that is the case, I shall speak plainly. Chapter 777. The hexagonal cave won by Moxuan recounted the grievous condition of Su Hui, whose internal organs had been severely damaged, along with the matter of the blood stagnation powder. The elderly matriarch's hands trembled. So, his yin-yang eyes were a result of treachery? It must be so, Yue Qing replied. Grandmother, we must uncover every detail regarding Su Hui, particularly the aspects he cannot recall. Very well, the elderly lady responded. You assist my grandson, and I shall speak freely. This matter must begin with my daughter-in-law. You witnessed the scene of the evening, did you not? The cave woman. The matriarch continued. Falling into the cave, one either perishes therein or emerges alive. If one does emerge, there are but two paths, to awaken or to die in madness. The origins of the matter lay in the cave, exceeding everyone's expectations. Baimoxuan inquired. Su Hui's mother was also a cave woman? Subai slapped his chest in astonishment. That is quite bizarre. A married woman falling into a cave is a first. The cave spirit would not claim a married woman. The matriarch recounted, My daughter-in-law had entered our family for over a year, and at that time had not yet given birth. On that fateful day, she ventured into the mountains to gather wild vegetables and did not return all night. My heart was filled with unease. My son went into the mountains to search for her, and by the following morning, he returned alone. No one in the village considered the possibility of her falling into a cave. They speculated that she had been taken by a wild beast. Surely, such a large living person would leave some trace behind. The villagers beat drums and searched for an entire day, but found no sign of her. And everyone assumed she was lost. The matriarch clasped her hands together, as if she could still feel the tension of those years. After everyone had given up, she returned by herself the next morning. She claimed she had fallen into the cave and lost consciousness, only waking up today. At this, The elderly lady's heart had tightened. Could it truly be a cave? Yet, upon reflection, she dismissed the thought. The cave spirit would not claim a married woman. Most likely, she had accidentally fallen, and moreover, she was coherent, not in a state of madness. Thus, the matriarch felt a sense of relief. As a precaution, she burned incense and paper money at the site where her daughter-in-law had fallen. Noticing the audience's rapt attention, the matriarch chuckled. You've guessed it. The story does not end here. Baimoxuan remarked. If it were merely a mundane occurrence, grandmother would not recount it with such detail. My daughter-in-law began to behave strangely, spending her days cleaning and appearing more beautiful than usual, her complexion resembling that of peach blossoms, the matriarch noted. I sensed something was amiss. Her actions mirrored those of a girl emerging from a cave. I visited the cave once more, beseeching the cave spirit to spare my daughter-in-law, for she was already committed to another. At that time, there were indeed strange sounds from the cave, a low wailing akin to the horns of ancient battles. Where's that cave? Subai inquired. It is the first cave to the west, the matriarch replied. It is a hexagonal cave. Upon seeing it, one would recognize it immediately. What transpired thereafter? My daughter-in-law recovered, appearing as if nothing had happened. My son was reassured and continued to work away from home. The elderly lady remarked, their bond is exceptionally strong, akin to a single entity, inseparable. Each time my son returns, his wife ascends a mountain to the nearest station to greet him. She is benevolent and kind to everyone. My poor daughter-in-law, her demise was so unjust. We learned from Xiao Hui that his mother passed away when he was merely 2 years old. Indeed, it was that very year. The elderly lady continued. My daughter-in-law was with child, and the entire family rejoiced. I even went to the grave of my late husband to burn incense and share this joyous news. Throughout her pregnancy, there were no unusual occurrences, and the child was delivered safely. However, that year, a man claiming to be a monk from Wutai Mountain appeared. He began offering fortune-telling services in the village, astonishingly accurate, igniting a fervor among the villagers. During that time, my son set aside his business affairs to be with his wife, promising to take them both to live outside once the confinement period was over. Unfortunately, on the very day she concluded her confinement, my son brought that monk into our home. How peculiar, Subai interjected. It sounds premeditated. First, he garnered the villagers' trust, making them believe in his words, and then he seamlessly appeared in your household. Baimoxuan and Yue Qing concurred. The elderly lady recounted, that day, I felt an ominous foreboding. My daughter-in-law sat in the corner with the child, seeking refuge from the wind. Just after her confinement, precautions were still necessary. The moment the monk entered, he approached the pair, and the child in my daughter-in-law's arms began to wail. The monk's rosary broke, beads scattering across the floor. The breaking of the rosary, Yue Qing noted, pressing a finger to her nose, signaled the commencement of troubling events. As the child cried louder, my daughter-in-law's countenance transformed. The elderly lady continued. The monk grasped the child's hand and proclaimed that the child was extraordinary, destined to clash with his father. Having practiced as a shaman, my son firmly believed in fate and the balance of yin and yang, further amplified by the monk's prior reputation in the village. Naturally, he grew anxious and inquired if there was a remedy. The monk suggested a solution. They must reside apart until the child matured and his yang energy flourished, allowing them to reunite. Alas, that wait extended to 11 years. Subai expressed his frustration. 11 years. This was the prime opportunity for the child to bond with his father, which Xiao Hui completely missed due to the monk's words. Yet, if what he spoke was indeed true, separating was one way to resolve the conflict. My concern lies in the fact that this entire situation may have been a conspiracy. Yue Qing remarked. Grandmother, please continue. My son held the monk's words in unwavering belief, abandoning the thought of taking his wife and child to live outside after the child's first month. The child could not leave, and thus, my daughter-in-law remained. The two of them lived with me, and caring for one child became relatively manageable. If I were to note any peculiarities about Xiao Hui during his childhood, it was his fondness for playing in the sunlight. However, once night fell, he would cry incessantly. Consequently, we kept him in the sun during the day and ensured lights were on at night. Over 2 years, my son's business flourished, and I heard he maintained contact with the monk, eventually expanding his business to the capital, further distanced from home. In those 2 years, Xiao Hui learned to walk early and began speaking ahead of his peers. The elderly lady thought of her grandson, her eyes filled with laughter. The villagers held a deep affection for him. However, He always inquired about his father's whereabouts. At such moments, her daughter-in-law's brow would furrow in concern. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of sorrow simultaneously crossed the minds of Yue Qing, Su Bai, and Baimoxuan. Su Bai inhaled deeply and remarked, "Little Hui is truly unfortunate." Tears streamed down the elderly lady's cheeks as she hastily wiped them away with the back of her hand. "Alas, every time my son returns, I ask him when he will take his mother and child away. He always replies that the time is not yet right. I have begun to suspect that he has changed his heart, perhaps because he has money now and someone else outside. For this reason, I made a special trip." "And what was the outcome?" Su Bai inquired. "Nothing. He has not changed his heart. He is consumed by the frenzy of making money," the elderly lady replied. "His office is filled with talismans, purportedly to attract wealth. However, I have yet to see a monk. My son claims he is a wandering monk who does not stay in one place, and they do not meet often, only once every 2 to 3 months. Seeing my son alone in the world, I returned to comfort my daughter-in-law, urging her to wait a little longer. Yet, she tragically encountered misfortune, and my poor grandson lost his mother at such a tender age." "Grandmother, could you recount the events in detail? How did little Huey's mother meet her end?" Su Bai asked. "I believe this could greatly assist little Huey's current situation. On that day, little Hui was napping while his mother sat alone at the doorstep. Basking in the sunlight like a fairy, the elderly lady continued, dabbing at her eyes once more. She expressed a desire to venture into the mountains to gather wild vegetables and prepare a pancake for little Hui, who adored such delicacies. I foolishly consented, pondering why I allowed her to go alone into the mountains. Once she left, she never returned. The villagers later discovered her body lying on a path in the hills." Chapter 778. The Hexagonal Cave. Su Bai cleared his throat. "Grandmother, I understand this is excruciating, but we require more specific information, such as the condition of the body, the cause of death, and if there were any peculiar circumstances. We must know these things. I apologize for the burden. The body of my daughter-in-law was intact. In our region, we believe in preserving the bones. The fatal injury was to her forehead, inflicted with considerable force, resulting in a pool of blood. Her body was entirely submerged in it," the elderly lady recounted, her head drooping slightly. "There were bloodstains on the stone cliff, and the villagers speculated that she accidentally collided with it, succumbing to the impact." "What about the wild vegetables?" Su Bai inquired. "Were any found nearby?" The elderly lady paused, her face betraying a hint of confusion. "None were seen. At that time, only her and the basket were discovered, nothing else. After spending so long in the mountains, it is illogical that not a single wild vegetable was found." Su Bai slapped his thigh, a thought flickering through his mind, but alas, it was fleeting. He opened his mouth but refrained from speaking, feeling embarrassed. He quickly asked, "Grandmother, were there any other unusual occurrences?" "On the day of the funeral, it rained heavily," the elderly lady recounted. "The rain arrived swiftly, forcing us to seek refuge in a cave. At that time, the coffin lid had been shifted. We questioned many people, all of whom insisted it had remained undisturbed. My son conjectured that it must have been jostled due to some impact." Yue Qing and Baimoxuan exchanged a glance, with Baimoxuan saying, "You may inquire. How did your son react to the demise of his wife?" Yue Qing's face flushed crimson. The question seemed to be forcibly extracted from her throat. Naturally, he was overwhelmed with grief. The elderly lady interjected, "It is not that I am defending him. Although he has heeded the monk's words, he was quite devoted to his wife. Yet, it appears he attributes her death to Xiao Hui, believing he brings misfortune." A heavy silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Su Bai spoke, "Grandmother, allow me to assist you." The three rose to tidy the dishes. The elderly lady sank into sorrow, unable to rise from her seat. Consequently, the trio took it upon themselves to manage all the chores in the kitchen, washing dishes while engaging in hushed discussions. "Baimoxuan, what is your perspective on this matter?" Su Bai inquired. "Your analytical skills are commendable. Please share your thoughts." "Firstly, we must ascertain whether Xiao Hui's mother fell into the chasm," Su Bai remarked. "It seems we must venture into that hexagonal cave. Moreover, we must locate the monk. He does not seem to be a benign character. He has maintained contact with Xiao Hui's father over the years, which is rather peculiar. Additionally, regarding the death of Xiao Hui's mother, if it was not an accident, it must have been murder, or perhaps even suicide. Alas, being a small village, it is likely no one paid attention to this matter back then, and she was buried without further inquiry. However, overall, we have yet to uncover any clues regarding the blood-stained powder. who administered it to Xiaohui, and when. Well summarized, Baimoxuan replied coldly. By the way, do you not need to return to the underworld for your trial? Rest assured, I made arrangements prior to my departure. The King of Reincarnation is overseeing 2 courts, alleviating my burden for a few days. The mere thought of the king brought a smirk to Su Bai's face. The King of Reincarnation is like an elder brother, always looking out for the younger generation. We shall visit the cave tonight, Baimoxuan declared. The 3 reached a consensus, waiting for the elderly lady to fall asleep before heading westward. The depths of the mountains at night bore an eerie quality. Each step felt as if it had no ground beneath it. The occasional sounds sent shivers down their spines, yet they remained composed. Nothing could terrify them at this point. Su Bai noticed numerous will-o'-the-wisps flickering through the mountains. The graves here are rather scattered, and they practice earth burial. Such lights are becoming increasingly rare in the city. The previous night's rain also contributed to the appearance of the will-o'-the-wisps. The 3 pressed onward, when suddenly, a wailing akin to an infant's cry echoed behind them. This sound reminded Yue Qing of the neighbor's child, whose sorrowful cries haunted her. With each step they took, the sound seemed to follow closely behind. The trio exchanged glances, none intending to turn back. Su Bai sneered, daring to challenge the agent of the King of Hell. This fiend must be courting death. It is not even a living being, Baimoxuan retorted disdainfully, yet the inside of this hungry ghost is rather impressive. The wailing grew nearer, and a shadow loomed above them. Unable to contain himself, Su Bai flicked his wrist, sending the hungry ghost shrieking far away. I am the agent of the King of Hell. Dare you to act recklessly? The ghost fell to the ground, its form wafting back into the air, appearing as if caught between life and death. Upon hearing Su Bai's name, it hastily prostrated itself, exclaiming, My lord, spare my life. Begone. I am not in the mood to deal with you. Su Bo remarked, Dare to linger before us again, and I shall make you regret it. The famished ghost, having narrowly escaped peril, promptly vanished from their sight. Su Bo continued, In my childhood, my mother warned me that while wandering in desolate areas at night, if I were to hear cries or wails from behind, I must never look back. For if I did, a gust of wind would extinguish the 2 lanterns upon my shoulders, allowing the spirits to seize me. Only now do I comprehend that those 2 lanterns were manifestations of human vitality. Spirits dread the sun, and as long as the lanterns burn bright, they dare not approach. Indeed, the lanterns are composed of our life force, yet men and women differ. Men possess an additional lantern atop their heads. Yue Qing interjected, We are deep in the mountains, and many have perished at the hands of famished ghosts. Why did you refrain from delivering a fatal blow earlier? Su Bo pondered. I wonder if anyone witnessed the events of that day. Could a spirit have seen? He blinked, adding, I have already touched his ghostly essence, so locating him will be an effortless task. You are becoming increasingly cunning, Yue Qing sighed. Being an official changes one. As the 3 conversed, they spotted a cave halfway up the mountainside, as the old woman had described, immediately recognizable by its perfect hexagonal shape. They approached and peered inside, discovering that the cave's space was exceedingly narrow. Su Bo stated, I am unlike you. I shall enter first. He swiftly transformed into a spiritual state and slipped inside. Upon entering, he felt a powerful gust pulling him downward, as if to crash him to the ground. Unwilling to succumb to this inexplicable force, Su Bo steadied himself with a slight exertion. Be cautious, you 2. This cave possesses an ominous energy. The others clearly witnessed Su Bo being drawn in, the force emanating from the earth itself. Exchanging wary glances, they stepped inside with caution, only to stumble and fall to the ground below. Baimoxuan cursed, slapping the earth, causing the force to dissipate suddenly. As they regained their footing, both Baimoxuan and Yue Qing simultaneously declared, There are spirits here. Su Bo was taken aback. Spirits? Not of your kind. Baimoxuan replied, This force does not seem naturally occurring. There is something amiss beneath this cave. After advancing a few paces, they beheld a chasm descending into darkness, its depths unfathomable. The air was thick with silence, and any utterance echoed back eerily. Yue Qing picked up a stone and tossed it down, only to be met with prolonged silence. It is quite deep. Is it truly deep? Baimoxuan mused, frowning slightly. This time, he threw a larger rock, yet still no sound returned. We did not bring ropes on this expedition. Who knows what might emerge from the abyss? Su Bo declared, Enough? You 2 wait here. I shall descend and investigate. No sooner had Su Bo spoken than he plunged into the chasm. Even in his ethereal form, He felt a chilling aura pressing down from below. After what felt like an eternity, he touched down, yet the ground beneath him felt insubstantial, as if it were not solid earth. A unique scent of stone mingled with a cold, fishy odor filled the air. Remnants of spiritual energy lingered. As Su Bo materialized, he extended his hand, realizing that it was this very energy that had initially ensnared them all. Su Bo called out from below, "Hey, it's fine down here. You can come down." Chapter 779, Not by Blood. There was no response from above. Su Bo called out twice more, but still, there was no sound. "Damn. Have both of you gone deaf?" Baimoxuan, Yue Qing. Meanwhile, Yue Qing and Baimoxuan, who had witnessed Su Bo descend, found themselves waiting for over 10 minutes in complete silence, utterly oblivious to Su Bo's thunderous shouts below. Baimoxuan remarked, "The esteemed deputy king of hell hasn't he fallen prey to some trick down there, has he?" Yue Qing replied, "I sense something amiss. It seems as though a formation has been set." He pondered, "Are what we see and hear truly real?" Baimoxuan shared the same sentiment. "Though I find Su Bo rather foolish, I wouldn't underestimate the power of his hidden potential. Great Ming nurtures essence, internally refining the heart of alchemy. Radiant light converges, and the divine truth comes seeking." Yue Qing bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall between his brows, instantly unlocking his divine abilities. Before him, the deep cave transformed, revealing Su Bo at the bottom, shouting upward, yet his voice remained unheard. "Oh no, we have indeed fallen under a spell. Su Bo is down there. Let us go see for ourselves," Baimoxuan suggested. Cautiously, the two descended into the cavern, where Su Bo gazed eagerly until they reached him. Expressing his grievance, "Are you two doing this on purpose? I've been shouting so loud, and you didn't respond?" Yue Qing, earnest in demeanor, replied, "We didn't hear you. Without unlocking my divine abilities, we wouldn't even have seen you." Seeing Yue Qing's serious expression, Su Bo dismissed any notion that they were playing tricks on him. "What is happening?" "Someone has cast a spell," Baimoxuan explained. "There are spirits within this cave. I am curious to see what kind of spirit it is." Su Bo waved his hand, releasing a cloud of black mist that ultimately burst in the air, transforming the surroundings from a hazy scene into one of clarity. To his astonishment, a stone bed emerged, adorned with wall paintings that captivated Su Bo's attention. As he approached, he discerned an image of a woman. People once inhabited this place. "There are still people here," Yue Qing suggested, "otherwise. How do you explain the girl who fell into the cave earlier?" Su Bo observed the thick layer of dust on the stone bed, indicating it had long been uninhabited. "There's no need for quarrels," he said. Yue Qing pulled out his phone to capture the image of the woman on the wall. Aside from the stone bed, there was nothing else, except for a stone door that could be pushed open. Upon doing so, a breathtaking scene unfolded before the trio, a cascading waterfall, flanked by vibrant flowers, with layers of mist saturating the air, rendering everything ethereal and enchanting. "Is this cave's beauty a natural phenomenon or a deliberate creation?" Su Bo marveled. "Is this what you call beauty?" Baimoxuan remarked. "While it is indeed lovely, it lacks grandeur, resembling a whimsical creation meant for personal amusement. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy here is abundant. It could serve as a fine place for cultivation." "Are you suggesting there truly are spirits within the cave?" Su Bo inquired with curiosity. "Whether they are divine remains uncertain, but I believe there is indeed a spiritual presence." Baimoxuan pointed towards the stone wall beside the waterfall. "Look at those markings. The height and force of them could not possibly be man-made." Yue Qing closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. The spiritual energy was faint, clearly having departed from this place. "Subai, what are your thoughts?" he inquired. Subai replied, "I have some ideas, but they are fragmented. We need a thread to weave them together." The trio returned to the surface, the dawn light casting a gentle glow. As they approached the door, the elderly lady sat waiting for them, gradually rising upon their return. "I shall prepare breakfast," she announced. "Grandma, allow me to assist you," Subai offered. "No need. My dear, the kitchen's items are unfamiliar to you." The old lady took a few steps outside, then suddenly halted. The girl from yesterday did not fall into the hexagonal cave. The girl who accompanied her has returned. They did not fall into the cave. They accidentally tumbled down the cliff. The three exchanged quick glances, and Yue Qing hurried after her, retrieving the photograph on his phone to show her. "Grandma, do you recognize this woman?" The old lady glanced at it and gasped in astonishment. "Where did you find this?" "Do I recognize her? This is my daughter-in-law." Trembling, she entered the house and brought out a small frame containing a black and white photograph. The woman in the photo, adorned in the fashion of the last century, appeared natural and lovely without any makeup. Upon comparison, the resemblance was striking, approximately 80% alike, given that the rock paintings on the wall lacked such detail. Yue Qing's heart trembled, filled with thoughts that remained disjointed. While the old lady busied herself in the kitchen, Su Bai summoned the hungry ghost from the previous night. Having learned from past experiences, the ghost behaved obediently, kneeling on the ground. Su Bai, with his hands clasped behind his back, inquired, "What manner of being resides in the hexagonal cave?" "A spirit," the ghost replied. "It has been there for quite some time, around 500 years. Baimoxuan remarked. 500 years. That is no small feat. It has inhabited the cave for 500 years, yet its human form has existed far longer, the ghost continued. The villagers are ignorant, claiming the cave is home to deities. It is not a deity that harms one's daughter. However, that spirit has vanished for quite some time, and I know not where it has gone." The ghost's words confirmed the trio's suspicions. There was indeed someone in the cave, and Xiao Hui's mother had, in fact, fallen into it. But what was the cause of her demise? The ghost cautiously stated, "I assure you, Your Majesty, I speak no falsehood." Su Bai regarded the ghost, reaching out toward its head. The ghost screamed, instantly turning to ashes. Yue Qing was taken aback. "What have you done?" "This ghost has committed heinous acts. I cannot allow it to continue harming others," Su Bai explained. "It is resolved now." Yue Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "We have established what we can. It is time to return to the capital." After having breakfast together, the trio began to gather their belongings. Just then, the old lady pushed the door open and suddenly knelt before them. Yue Qing rushed forward to assist her. "Grandma, what is this all about?" Tears shimmered in her murky eyes. "You are leaving, and there is something I must not conceal from you. However, it concerns my daughter-in-law's honor. I manipulated events on Xiao Hui's birthday." The three individuals were struck as if by lightning, yet remained oblivious to the implications of such a revelation. It was Su Bai who first regained composure. "So, Xiao Hui's actual birthday is a month earlier?" Yue Qing, perplexed, responded. "But that would mean the timing of the birth was miscalculated. My daughter-in-law's pregnancy is out of sync." The elderly woman interjected. "I feared there would be complications between them. So after consulting with my daughter-in-law, we decided to deceive my son and postpone the pregnancy by a month. When it was time for her to give birth, we contrived an excuse of her returning to her family home, but in truth, we concealed ourselves in the mountains to assist with the delivery. I personally helped my daughter-in-law during childbirth. The child emerged frail, and a month later, we returned home and publicly announced the birth." Su Bai shook his head. "I do not comprehend. If the timing of the pregnancy is inaccurate, it suggests that Xiao Hui may not be your biological grandson. Even if the timing were correct, he is still not my biological grandson," the elderly woman lamented, her hands trembling. "I have never given birth in my life. My son is one we found outside. A harmonious home fosters prosperity, and I wish for their lives to remain unchanged. However, despite all the subterfuge, how could a monk emerge and disrupt everything?" Tears flowed continuously from her eyes. Su Bai wiped them away several times, and she suddenly grasped his icy wrist. "I knew you were not ordinary people. Please help my grandson, help my son. I implore you. Grandmother, rest assured, we are here to assist Xiao Hui and to investigate who has cast the blood zombie powder upon him," Yue Qing assured. "We will resolve this matter promptly." Chapter 780. Burning incense. The trio wasted no time and swiftly returned to the capital. Su Hui remained hospitalized under Lu Shangxing's care, who had not idled during these days but had been diligently researching methods to eliminate the blood zombie powder. As they passed Lu Shangxing's office, they found him hunched over his desk, and without greeting him, they proceeded directly to Su Hui's hospital room. Su Hui was recovering well. A portion of the blood zombie powder had been removed, and his ability to summon souls had diminished. Su Hui, still a child at heart, sensed their hesitation in speaking. Noting their silence, Cui Ying remarked, "You all appear troubled. Has your inquiry yielded no results?" Ying Ning quietly suggested, "Is it not the right time to discuss this?" Yue Qing turned to Su Hui. "How is your psychological resilience?" "Quite good. Having dealt with spirits since childhood, how could it be otherwise?" Su Hui replied nonchalantly. "Feel free to speak openly. Baimoxuan said, your candor is appreciated. We shall be forthright as well. You need to be informed of 3 critical points. First, your mother is what is termed a fallen woman in your hometown. Second, there are ambiguities surrounding your mother's death. Third, you are not your father's son." Su Hui's mouth slightly parted in disbelief, and for reasons unknown, The wounds upon his body throbbed anew. What did you say? Su Bai reiterated. Let me clarify once more. First, your mother is a fallen woman as per your hometown's terminology. Second, there are unresolved questions regarding your mother's demise. Third, you are not your father's son. Do you comprehend this now? What does this mean? Su Hui could hardly accept the truth of his lineage. How can I not be my father's son? How could my mother be a fallen woman? Such a being can only meet a tragic end. How could she possibly bear a child? Yue Qing remarked, I knew you wouldn't believe it. Fortunately, I recorded your grandmother's words. Su Bai was taken aback. When did you record it? As I listened to my grandmother's tale, I thought to myself that Su Hui would surely find it hard to accept. Yue Qing gazed into Su Hui's eyes. If it was your grandmother who spoke it, wouldn't that enhance its credibility? Do you still remember her voice? Of course. I lived with her for 11 years. Yue Qing produced her phone and pressed play. I was concerned about the issues between them, so after discussing it with my daughter-in-law, we decided to deceive my son by pushing the pregnancy timeline back by a month. When it was time for my daughter-in-law to give birth, we seized an opportunity to say she was returning to her family home. In truth, we were hidden away in the mountains to assist with the delivery. I personally helped my daughter-in-law bring the child into the world. The baby was frail, and after a month, we returned home and publicly announced that my daughter-in-law had given birth. I don't understand. If the pregnancy timeline is incorrect, it implies that Xiao Hui may not be your biological grandson. Even if the timeline is correct, he is still not my biological grandson. I have never given birth. My son was adopted. As the recording concluded, Yue Qing inquired, would you like to listen again? Su Hui lay in the hospital bed, covering his head with the blanket. No, I don't want to hear it again. Ying Ning comforted him. Xiao Hui, this is not a time for evasion. Rest well. When you wake up, we shall unravel the mystery together, all right? Su Hui remained motionless under the covers, and after a long while, he began to sob quietly, a muffled sound that eventually erupted into a heart-wrenching cry. Ying Ning gently patted his back, feeling the intensity of his trembling body. After an indeterminate time, his cry subsided. Ying Ning pulled back the blanket, revealing that Su Hui had fallen asleep. She let his head rest outside the blanket for comfort and turned to the others. What shall we do now? He is our employer. Whether we continue the investigation is up to him, Baimoxuan stated. Whether to evade or confront is his decision. He added, the duration of this sleep felt unusually protracted. When Su Hui opened his eyes again, the first sight he beheld was a canopy of white above him. Ying Ning's face suddenly appeared. You're awake? Su Hui's lips moved. Where am I? You've been slumbering. You're in the hospital, Ying Ning replied with concern. You must be hungry. Sit up and have something to eat. Su Hui closed his eyes, replaying the recording in his mind, and suddenly sat upright, his swift motion tugging at his stitches. He pressed his hand against the wound, stifling any sound. Noticing that he had an appetite, Ying Ning felt a surge of joy. Come, let me feed you. Sister Ying Ning, where are the others? Su Hui inquired. They returned to the company, she explained. Before leaving, they mentioned that everything hinges on your choice. I want to continue investigating, Su Hui declared. The management fee cannot be waived without reason. I must know who my parents are and how my mother died. These answers are essential. The mature demeanor of the young Su Hui caught Ying Ning off guard, and she gently patted his head, quickly feeling it was too forward. I apologize. I cherish this feeling. I can't recall my mother ever touching my head when I was small. After I began to form memories, only my grandmother did that, Su Hui stated. I truly enjoy this sensation, Sister Ying Ning. Could you please do it again? Ying Ning gently caressed Su Hui's hair, saying, do not overthink. We shall assist you in resolving this. Trust us. Cui Ying cleared her throat, prompting Ying Ning to withdraw her hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You returned quite promptly. Observing their demeanor, one might mistakenly assume they were siblings by blood. Cui Ying chuckled. They have been weary from their travels and wish to rest before visiting again tonight. When they arrived in the evening, only Baimoxuan and Yue Qing were present, as Su Bo had already returned to the netherworld, primarily to preside over court matters and to investigate Su Hui's records in the Book of Life and Death. As Su Hui regained his composure, his thoughts began to crystallize. Firstly, I accept that I am not my father's biological son. This explains his indifference towards me over the years. However, I had never heard about my mother's death before. My grandmother informed me that my mother met with an accident in the mountains, suffering a fatal blow to her head against a cliff. Baimoxuan interjected, she fell near a pit, not off a cliff. Su Hui's mind was remarkably clear. Thus, the likelihood of suicide or homicide is substantial. Yue Qing expressed surprise. What leads you to such a conclusion? I have traversed that path. I mentioned it, did I not? Since I was 6, we played in that vicinity, Su Hui replied. The mountain path is narrow, unless one were to exert tremendous force. Even a fall might not result in severe injury due to the close intervals. My mother either mustered all her strength to collide with it, or she was forcibly thrust into it. Su Hui closed his eyes and reopened them. If someone held her head and struck it against the rock, it would be an accident, which I deem improbable. Quite astute for one so young, Baimoxuan complimented. This aligns with our speculations. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the female who fell into the pit was unmarried, while your mother was a married woman. Yue Qing remarked. She returned safely, ultimately regaining her normalcy. Yet her death was accidental. We entertain a bold theory that the spirit within the cave is responsible for my mother's pregnancy. Su Hui responded, Is this your hypothesis? The four fell silent, and Su Hui added, If I were unable to see ghosts and heard you speak thus, I would undoubtedly label you as lunatics and banish you. It is not too late to leave now. Cui Ying laughed heartily. Well then, since you have resolved to investigate, we shall proceed. Regarding your father, the one who brought you to the capital, please provide us with his details. He is Su Jie, a rather unremarkable real estate developer in the capital. With his own property management company, Su Hui stated. He is not particularly wealthy, but lives comfortably and has not remarried. This name did not belong to the ranks of prominent merchants in the capital, prompting Cui Ying to jot it down swiftly. What impressions do you have of him? Somewhat eccentric, Su Hui replied. I can meet him once or twice a month, always in his office. Each time I visit, incense burns in his office, perhaps to ward off any negative influence on his fortune. He claims it is for calming his spirit. The indifference Su Hui exhibited when mentioning Su Jie pained Ying Ning's heart, and Cui Ying set down her pen, realizing there was little to record about their relationship. Very well, rest well. Remember not to disclose any of this information to your father. Cui Ying and Ying Ning, along with Yue Qing and Baimoxuan, swiftly drove to Su Jie's office, located on the 15th floor of a skyscraper. Baimoxuan ventured to inquire about Su Jie's whereabouts, naturally inciting a stir. Despite having retreated from the entertainment industry, his enigmatic aura persisted, rendering him irresistible. The receptionist, eager to share, divulged all she knew. As it was the 15th day of the month, Su Jie had ascended the mountain, purportedly to light the first incense stick. This Su Jie made a pilgrimage to the temple on the 1st and 15th of each month, sparing no expense to ignite the first incense. Typically, 3 incense sticks are used. Once ignited, the first is placed in the center of the incense burner, accompanied by the silent prayer, to honor the Buddha, awakened yet not deluded. The second stick is positioned on the right, with the thought, to honor the Dharma, righteous yet not perverse. The third is placed on the left, accompanied by, to honor the Sangha, pure yet untainted. The initial stick, being the first incense, is believed to usher in good fortune. Baimoxuan returned to the car and remarked, 'Hongfa Temple.' The two proceeded to the temple, only to be informed that it was fully booked and no accommodations were available, prompting them to seek alternative lodging. Yue Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "Tomorrow is the 15th. Clearly, many sought to light the first incense. Hongfa Temple was renowned for its robust incense offerings. Baimoxuan suggested, "Let us find a farmhouse to stay overnight and return tomorrow." "I've also learned something." "What?" Yue Qing inquired. "The monk will be present tomorrow," Baimoxuan replied. "It said he arrived at the company yesterday, accompanying Su Jie up the mountain. The monk appears without fail on the 1st and 15th, only to vanish afterward, a steadfast routine." "Indeed," Baimoxuan, Yue Qing chuckled. "Did the receptionist's eyes not pop out?" "Oh, please," Baimoxuan laughed heartily. "A rare moment of ease. Let us first secure our lodging." Yue Qing had already taken out his phone to call Cui Ying and report their whereabouts for the evening, to which Baimoxuan shook his head. "You're such a devoted husband." They found a farmhouse to stay in, learning they were not the only guests. On the 1st and 15th, the local farmers took on the responsibility of housing visitors. Engaging in conversation with other guests, they discovered that the temple's popularity stemmed from its reputed efficacy in granting fertility. Many believed that lighting incense here was particularly potent for those seeking offspring, thus reinforcing the belief in the temple's miraculous presence, which in turn attracted even more visitors. Such is the nature of many phenomena in the world. As word of mouth flourishes, bored in the courtyard, they decided to take a stroll. With autumn upon them, a refreshing breeze swept through the woods. and the leaves had begun to turn golden. Yue Qing sighed. Time flies. Winter will soon be upon us. Such is the cycle of seasons, Baimoxuan replied. Every year brings spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Ordinary people love to lament. Is it not said that all things adhere to a rhythm, and humanity must simply comply? Only Su Bai could rein you in with that tongue of yours, Yue Qing retorted. Suddenly, Yue Qing spotted a monk standing by the creek below. Baimoxuan, look. What is that monk doing? The monk, with his back turned, held a handful of leaves, periodically casting one into the stream. Watching the leaves drift away, he would then toss another, repeating the ritual. Though they could not see his face, both felt an inexplicable sadness emanating from him. Why does a monk seem so sorrowful? Baimoxuan pondered. Yue Qing swiftly tugged at him, urging him to lower his voice. It was too late. The monk had already sensed the commotion behind him and turned around. The two quickly concealed themselves to the side. Baimoxuan glanced down and noticed that the monk possessed a handsome visage, yet that was not the crux of the matter. The real point of interest lay in his robes, which were unlike ordinary monastic garments, as they bore no bad color. Typically, monastic attire, especially the three robes, is forbidden from being dyed or adorned in solid colors such as pure blue, yellow, red, white, black, or hues like saffron, mud, or indigo. Furthermore, the garments must feature a patch of contrasting color, known as the bad color, which is traditionally created by applying tree bark juice or mud, or by affixing a piece of old fabric to signify its imperfection. In any case, there must be a segment of bad color. Yet this monk's robes were entirely unblemished. The two exchanged glances, and upon further observation, the monk had vanished. Aside from the absence of bad color on his robes, another noteworthy detail was the absence of a precept scar on his forehead, indicating he had never entered a monastery. Yue Qing remarked, in Buddhism, there are regulations. To enter the monastic order, one must not only shave their head, but also purify their heart. After a period of study within the temple, those who excel are awarded their first precept scar with incense by the elder monk, a rite known as purity of heart. If they continue to perform well over the next year or two, they may earn a second scar, referred to as joy and blessings. Yet, he has not acquired even one. Is he not a monk? Baimoxuan mused. His aura is peculiar. If I were closer, I could discern his true nature. Perhaps he has not reached the stage of purity. Are we being overly suspicious? Yue Qing shook his head, smiling wryly. This is merely the affliction of my profession. Enough of this. Darkness approaches. Let us return for now. At 5 o'clock the next morning, the two heard commotion from the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, they found the other occupants preparing to ascend the mountain. Yue Qing inquired, why are you up so early? It seems you've overslept. One of them, holding an incense pouch, replied, we're certainly too late to seize the first incense offering. We must enter promptly. Alas, it seems we have missed out once again. We shall have to wait until next month. To declare the first incense gone by 5 o'clock demonstrated the fierce competition. The two hastened to join the ascent, and indeed, the time had not yet arrived. Everyone was gathered outside the temple. They chose to sidestep the throng, standing aside. Baimoxuan nudged Yue Qing, gesturing with his chin. Yue Qing's gaze fell upon a towering tree, and he furrowed his brow. This seems ill-advised. Do we truly require further prohibitions? Baimoxuan cleared his throat. A little sleight of hand will suffice. With that, Yue Qing cast aside his reservations. Once atop the tree trunk, they employed the trick of concealment, allowing them to see the unfolding scene clearly. Inside, there were only monks. Evidently, those who had stayed at the temple the previous night had been expelled. Yue Qing commented, now this is fair. By the way, which one is Sujia? Baimoxuan's gaze did not linger on the throng of incense patrons, but rather focused on the monk quietly standing in the corner of the temple. Wasn't he that the same individual they had encountered by the stream yesterday? Yue Qing, it is he. Following the direction pointed out by Baimoxuan, Yue Qing also noticed him. The monk, clad in an unblemished robe, wore an expression of grave seriousness. As the devotees prepared to enter the temple, the monks were diligently engaged in their final preparations, yet he stood there, seemingly unfazed, motionless, even with his eyes closed. His demeanor struck me as peculiar. Yue Qing remarked, let me use my divine insight. With the brilliance of the great Ming nurturing essence, I refine the heart of alchemy. When light converges, the divine truth comes seeking. Upon activating his divine sight, the surroundings transformed into an entirely different tableau. Upon glimpsing the monk again, Yue Qing was taken aback, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground, saved only by Baimoxuan's timely grip. What happened? Are you so frightened that your spirit has fled? The monk revealed his true form. Yue Qing pinched himself. It's a raccoon spirit. Baimoxuan observed. A deity from the cave has come here. Yue Qing, are you skilled in capturing spirits? Yue Qing replied, I have not tried, but today presents an opportunity. Just then, a creaking sound echoed as the temple door swung open, and the throng of devotees surged inside. Yue Qing and Baimoxuan noticed the raccoon spirit in the corner begin to move swiftly, revealing a string of prayer beads in its grasp. As the crowd entered the temple, he began to twirl the beads, causing the first wave of individuals to collapse. The following crowd rushed forward, among them one particularly striking figure, a man in his 50s, holding a bundle of incense and adorned with conspicuous prayer beads. Despite his portly frame, he moved with surprising agility, deftly bypassing those who had fallen and hastening toward the incense burner. Chapter 783. Silk Handkerchief 2. You still harbor hatred for her. Baimoxuan replied. It was she who caused my mother to flee to a foreign land. Everything has unfolded as you anticipated. Let the past dissipate into smoke. Yue Qing spoke wearily. I am exhausted. The fox relic has returned, and there will be someone to inherit the position of clan leader. I can now live my days in peace. By the way, has Jiao been found? All I know is that he has transcended life and death, appearing in the book of the underworld. But his whereabouts remain unknown. Baimoxuan stated, if he dares to manipulate Qingxiu, he must face the consequences. Rest assured, Father, we will not relent. Very well. Yue Qing continued. The inner core of Shui Bin has likely been sacrificed for him. Upon reflecting on this, Baimoxuan felt a deep sense of regret. The inner core is the crystallization of the nine-tailed fox's cultivation, the essence of life itself. Losing it is the most tragic fate for a nine-tailed fox. Yet, Aunt Shui Bin had lost not only her inner core, but also her love and life. Father, there is one more matter. Baimoxuan said, this is my final request. No need to elaborate. Iju has already approached me, and we have agreed. Yue Qing replied, Little Bai has both parents. Let us fulfill his wish to reunite his family. As long as Mount Luofu is willing to release them, the Black Fox can immediately reside in Qingqiu. However, we have conditions. What conditions? The Black Fox belongs to the lineage of Mount Luofu, while Qingqiu is the realm of the nine-tailed fox. After the Black Fox settles in Qingqiu, to avoid any controversy, she will be prohibited from revealing her true form. Yue Qing asserted, is this demand unreasonable? Fortunately, it seems acceptable. Baimoxuan remarked, the reunion of their family is indeed a significant blessing. Yue Qing sighed, I have come to convey these words. I shall take my leave now. Stay and dine with us, Baimoxuan suggested. Turning to Ying Ning, is it still possible to order more dishes? Of course, Ying Ning exclaimed excitedly. I will add 2 dishes right away. Yue Qing's expression brightened, and Baimoxuan continued, you are the one who has given me life. I have never forgotten that. With the good news brought by Yue Qing, Baimoxuan instructed Ying Ning to notify Su Bai after the meal about the matter concerning Mount Luofu, which falls under Du Ziren's jurisdiction. To release the Black Fox, a formal notice must be given. Su Bai and Ying Ning made their way to Mount Luofu, where Du Ziren stood halfway up the mountain, observing the commotion. As soon as the two appeared behind him, Du Ziren turned and said, it seems there is progress. Su Bai smiled. If Qingqiu does not relent, I would not dare to appear before you. Brother Du Ziren placed his hand to his lips and let out a long whistle. The fox rushed over and transformed into human form. Du Ziren stated, congratulations, you may now seek your kin and beloved. Mount Luofu has always prohibited your departure. So proceed discreetly and leave at once. Su Bai replied, let us go. He took the Black Fox's hand, guiding her out of Mount Luofu and away from the underworld, remarking, once we leave, there will be no opportunity to return. The Black Fox turned back to glance at Du Ziren, her lips parting. Thank you. Du Ziren nodded slightly, then leaped away, vanishing from their sight. Upon exiting Mount Luofu, the responsibility of leading the Black Fox to Qingqiu was entrusted to Ying Ning. The joy of the family reunion was indescribable. Xiao Bai had gained the right of succession and reunited with her parents, overwhelmed with happiness. At this moment, Yue Qing and Baimoxuan were in the hospital. Su Hui's mental state was quite stable, and he was cooperatively sipping soup. Cui Ying remarked, after a few days of this regimen, you should be ready for discharge. Su Hui said, no one has ever cared for me so attentively, other than my grandmother. Thank you. No need for such formality. You are merely 16, akin to our younger brother, Cui Ying replied. It's truly unfortunate for someone so young to encounter such circumstances. Now that he has eaten and drunk, you two may report back, she added. Xiao Hui, how many times have you encountered that monk? I never met him while at home, Su Hui stated. I have only heard my grandmother express her grievances about him a few times. If it weren't for that monk's appearance, perhaps our family would still be well. After moving to the capital at 11, I saw that monk 3 or 4 times. But whenever I spotted him, I would leave, unwilling to be in his presence. Do you recognize this handkerchief? Su Hui glanced at it and replied to Cui Ying. Sister Cui Ying, where are my clothes? I will go fetch them. Since his hospitalization, Su Hui had been wearing the hospital gown, while his own clothes had been stored in the supply room after cleaning. Once Cui Ying brought them, she asked, What are you doing? Planning to be discharged? Su Hui smiled, pulling out a small handkerchief from the inner pocket of his clothing. This is mine. My grandmother said it was embroidered by my mother when I was a child. The character Hui is stitched on it. Though the characters differ, the patterns on both handkerchiefs are identical. The fonts are also quite similar. Baimoxuan remarked. The characters bear a striking resemblance. I trust they originate from your mother's hand. Where did you acquire this handkerchief? Su Hui inquired. It fell from a monk, Yue Qing replied. We were equally intrigued. He confessed to being a spirit from the Luling cave. Within that cavern, we beheld a portrait of your mother. Su Hui, the situation may diverge significantly from your assumptions. We must undertake a certain task. Su Hui stood in bewilderment. What must we do? Baimoxuan stepped forward and plucked a hair from Su Hui's head. We require this. Su Hui gazed into Baimoxuan's palm, which cradled 2 strands of hair, one belonging to him, the other? It belongs to Su Jia. I discreetly took it from the temple today, Baimoxuan said with a hint of pride. Yue Qing, you did not even notice, did you? Yue Qing felt embarrassed. When did you manage that? When we departed the temple, Baimoxuan replied. Though the elder suspects that little Hui is not Su Jia's biological son, I seek to substantiate my claim with evidence. Su Hui wholeheartedly concurred. I believe so too. What Baimoxuan did not articulate was his desire to capture the raccoon spirit and procure a sample of its fur for testing. Regrettably, the spirit's swiftness thwarted him. He harbored a bold notion that the timeline of Su Hui's mother falling into the cave was pivotal. It was the crux of everything. Fortunately, no unexpected turns arose. The elder's wealth of life experience indicated that the timing of the pregnancy was amiss, confirming that Su Jia was not Su Hui's biological father. Upon reviewing the test report, Su Hui exhaled. This is splendid news. Splendid news? Cui Ying and Ying Ning exchanged glances. Are you not in shock? He is not my biological father. After all these years of his treatment towards me, I merely accepted it as a given. Hence, this is splendid news, Su Hui exclaimed. However, if he is not my father, then who is? Baimoxuan was rendered speechless. This point still requires clarification. At that moment, Lu Shangxing entered, looking disheveled, and seized Yue Qing's arm. Yue Qing, you must assist me. What is this? If you need help, just ask, Yue Qing said, feeling tightly gripped. Having not seen Lu Shangxing for several days, he bore a scruffy appearance. Lu Shangxing lamented. I have devised numerous methods and conducted various experiments. Yet I cannot extract those powders completely. It has been an utter failure. Is that all? Baimoxuan replied coldly. We had no expectations of you to begin with. This only added to Lu Shangxing's despair as he slumped onto a nearby bench. Utilizing medical methods is futile now. Yue Qing, we must rely on you. Surgery will not suffice. Yue Qing stated. It is not viable for the blood powder to remain within Su Hui's body indefinitely. I will research what might attract it out. If we could resolve it directly, that would be preferable. Typically, we employ the Zhenyang talisman to counteract zombies, transforming it into talisman water. What do you think? Cui Ying began to theorize. The talisman water could weaken the blood powder's potency, but would not extract it. Yue Qing remarked, it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Cui Ying, you have reminded me. I shall first use the talismanic water to suppress the blood stagnation within Su Hui. In chapter 784, half demon, half human, Yue Qing produced talisman paper, dipped it in his own blood to inscribe a symbol, and burned it in water. Curiously, as the ash descended, it dissipated with a soft puff, rendering the water completely clear, devoid of any residue. Su Hui, without hesitation, lifted the cup and drank it, wiping his mouth afterward. The taste is somewhat peculiar. Strange, indeed. Cui Ying commented. Have you encountered any spirits in the hospital these past few days? 2. Su Hui replied. They wander the corridors in the latter half of the night, appearing to be patients of this hospital. That's rather few, Su Hui continued. In other hospitals, once midnight strikes, the corridors are teeming with spirits. Lu Shangxing pouted. The hospital has only recently opened. The two you saw are likely those who succumbed to terminal illnesses. One in their 50s, the other in their 70s, am I correct? Su Hui nodded. Indeed, they continue to roam the hospital. Fear not, they will soon be guided away. Baimoxuan interjected, Su Hui. Does that monk only visit Su Jia on the 1st and 15th days of the month? That's the rumor, Su Hui acknowledged, but there is another possibility. If a construction site is set to commence, they will invariably invite the monk for a groundbreaking ceremony. It has become a customary practice. We understand, Baimoxuan replied. Rest well, we shall handle the remaining matters. Should you recall anything regarding these two individuals, please inform us promptly. As Yue Qing and Baimoxuan departed from the hospital, Yue Qing inquired, what are your current plans? To confront the monk directly and seek clarity, he stated. Demons possess distinct scents that we can easily discern. Yue Qing continued. If we follow the scent, we may indeed locate him. Baimoxuan, your fox clan is particularly attuned to olfactory cues. I rely on you. They made their way back to the location where the raccoon spirit had vanished previously. Yue Qing expressed his frustration. Last time, we let him escape right before our eyes. What a pity. The conditions this morning were not conducive to pursuit, Baimoxuan noted. Today, we may proceed leisurely, Baimoxuan suggested. Allow me to take a whiff. Closing his eyes, Baimoxuan inhaled deeply, then opened them. Follow me. Yue Qing trailed behind Baimoxuan as they continued their search, halting only when they reached a precipice. Baimoxuan declared, the scent descends. It appears we must descend the cliff. Yue Qing leaned out, catching a glimpse of a cave faintly visible below the cliff, a location devoid of human presence, an ideal hiding spot. Agile and adept, they descended without external aids, relying solely on their hands. Fortunately, the cliffside was uneven, with numerous protruding rocks serving as footholds. Baimoxuan, already swift and nimble, was the first to leap into the cave, subsequently aiding Yue Qing's descent. Once inside the cave, they exchanged glances and spoke in unison, identical. The furnishings within this cavern mirror those of the hexagonal cave with astonishing similarity. The dimensions of the stone bed are identical, and even the orientation aligns with the cardinal directions of north and south. The stone table beside the bed is polished to match that found in the hexagonal cave, and the rock paintings on the walls are also the same, with the woman's outline remarkably clear. Yue Qing retrieved his phone for a comparison once more, and indeed, they were indistinguishable. The arrangement within the cave is exceedingly simple, maintaining the proportions established in the hexagonal cave. Baimoxuan inhaled deeply, noting the potent scent, indicating that someone likely resides here regularly. Why, in the heart of the city, would one choose to live in a cave instead of the outside world? Yue Qing remarked that Su Jia must have given him considerable benefits for such unwavering trust. Regarding the woman depicted in the rock painting, this raccoon spirit appears to be quite the romantic. Baimoxuan suddenly sat cross-legged. He must have lost his handkerchief and is undoubtedly anxious. The scent we encountered along the journey was quite chaotic. Rather than following the trail, I was drawn to this destination by its fragrance. Yue Qing's curiosity was piqued. Are you suggesting that this raccoon spirit has feelings for Su Hui's mother? Precisely, that is my current belief. Baimoxuan produced the handkerchief. If so, let him reveal it to us personally. A raccoon's sense of smell is notably acute. Yue Qing grasped Baimoxuan's intent to use the handkerchief to attract the raccoon spirit, if there is indeed an emotional connection to Su Hui's mother. This handkerchief holds significant meaning. However, Yue Qing shook his head with a wry smile. It seems that events are unfolding in a manner contrary to our predictions. This warrants further investigation. Baimoxuan continued. Do you recall the waterfall within the hexagonal cave? Let us ascertain whether it has been recreated here as well. The two explored the cave, and upon reaching the stone door, Yue Qing shook his head. Again, it is identical. Very well, if the scenery beyond is also the same. Baimoxuan, I shall trust your judgment. As they pushed open the stone door, a cascade of water tumbled down, flanked by vibrant blossoms. The air was thick with mist, rendering everything ethereal. Yue Qing chuckled wryly. I believe you now. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the cave entrance. Yue Qing immediately braced himself, while Baimoxuan stood leisurely, rising at a measured pace. They are coming. The monk leapt down from above, landing directly at the cave's mouth. his expression fraught with anxiety, devoid of the previous ethereal demeanor. Upon seeing the handkerchief in Baimoxuan's possession, he advanced a step. "That belongs to me." "There is no embroidery of your name upon it," Baimoxuan retorted with a cold smile. "What? Do you expect me to believe your name is Fong? That is decidedly a woman's name. Return it to me." The monk grew increasingly agitated, his form radiating golden light, while Yue Qing gathered his vital energy into his palm, preparing for confrontation. "Your cultivation is commendable. It is evident that you recognize our abilities." Baimoxuan's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly transformed, six tails gracefully swaying behind him, his pure white fur unfurling in the wind. The raccoon spirit glanced at the six tails, and the golden light around him began to diminish. "I am no match for you. A wise individual knows when to yield." Baimoxuan returned to his human form, observing the handkerchief in his grasp. The same handkerchief bears the character Hui, indicating that both handkerchiefs originate from the same woman. "The blood zombie powder was your doing, was it not?" Yue Qing remarked. "Su Hui is not the biological offspring of Su Jia. Even if there are grievances between you, do not harm the child." "What do you mean by harm?" The monk responded. "By saying this, you are acknowledging it. The blood powder is indeed your doing. If it is not harm, then it is support?" Baimoxuan smiled faintly, leaving Yue Qing somewhat perplexed. He found Baimoxuan's words difficult to comprehend, merely casting a curious glance in his direction. However, Baimoxuan paid him no heed and swiftly approached the monk, personally delivering a handkerchief into his hands. "Although you are not a true monk, your attire bears an ethereal quality. You originally pursued the way of heaven. Why then have you involved yourself in such matters of the abyss? The abyss harbors other demons." The monk replied, "I have no desire to associate with such beings." It became apparent to Yue Qing that there were indeed more than just the cat demon lurking in the depths of the mountains. He was startled to realize that he instinctively believed the monk's words, feeling a pang of apprehension. "Baimoxuan, what he says may not be the truth. Believe it or not, that is up to you," the monk replied dismissively. "I choose to believe." Baimoxuan stated, "Attaining the way of heaven is no easy feat. A faint aura of divinity surrounds you. Yet, alas, for the sake of one Su Jia, you hinder your own cultivation. Let us dispense with idle talk. A Taoist practitioner and a nine-tailed fox clan member, why do you both involve yourselves in my affairs?" The monk tightened his grip on the handkerchief, asking in a solemn tone, "Why?" "Due to Su Hui's request. Since childhood, he has had the ability to see ghosts, his physique attracting a multitude of spirits, which has been a source of great suffering. His presumed biological father has kept him at arm's length, hence he entrusted us to eradicate this source," Yue Qing explained. "We discovered that the blood powder within him is the root cause. It has damaged his internal organs, leading to the manifestation of his unique sight. To alter his constitution, we must thoroughly eliminate the blood powder from his body." Chapter 785. No blood should be spilled, absolutely not. The cat demon exclaimed in shock. "The blood powder is not harmful to him. It is for his benefit." Baimoxuan smiled gently. "Is it because he is half human and half demon?" The blood powder was not deliberately intended to grant him the ability to see spirits. Rather, it serves to suppress his demonic nature. "You are indeed a perceptive individual," the monk acknowledged. "If I concede, it would mean revealing that Su Hui is indeed my blood. Yes, he is my flesh and blood, the child born of Ah Fong and myself. Thus, he possesses a half-human, half-demon constitution, with his demonic essence outweighing his humanity. The blood powder can attract countless spirits, and this energy obscures his demonic nature from others, preventing discovery. However, the torment from these spirits will lead him to great suffering. Given this, how can you bear such a burden? A half-human, half-demon. If discovered, it would be far more troublesome than the ability to see spirits. Certain exorcists would not hesitate to eliminate him, putting his very life at risk. While the ability to see spirits is rare, precedents exist among humans. They are merely unique individuals, with a clear distinction between human and demon. I must guide him towards his human side." The monk's expression grew grave. "Please do not complicate matters further." Yue Qing was deeply shaken, and Baimoxuan pressed on. "You are severing the bond between Su Hui and Su Jia because you cannot bear to see your own son acknowledge another as his father. Yet, why do you still remain by Su Jia's side?" As Baimoxuan's words hung in the air, the monk suddenly leaped down with agility. "Do not intervene in what is to come. Once this matter is resolved, I shall provide you with an explanation," he declared. "Do not leave," Yue Qing shouted, rushing out of the cave, nearly losing his footing. Peering over the cliff, he saw that the monk had already dashed far away. And Yue Qing cursed his own mortal form, lamenting, "Damn it, he has escaped again." Yet he could not stray too far, for there would always be someone tethering him. Baimoxuan remarked, "He has been circling Su Jie, undoubtedly with his own intentions. The only certainty now is that he shares a bond with Su Hui's mother. And Su Hui is their child, half human, half demon. Oh no, I also allowed Su Hui to ingest the Xinjiang talisman water, which neutralizes the effects of the blood zombie powder." Yue Qing thought, increasingly troubled. Could this provoke Su Hui's demonic nature? My good intentions may have wrought unintended consequences. Let us hasten back to the hospital, Baimoxuan urged. The two returned to the hospital with utmost speed. Upon entering the ward and seeing the untroubled Su Hui, they both exhaled in relief. Ying Ning, observing their expressions of bewilderment, inquired, "What has transpired?" "The blood zombie powder cannot be removed," Yue Qing replied, shaking his head. "I nearly made a grave mistake." Su Hui, puzzled, asked, "If it cannot be taken out, what shall we do? Must I continue to see ghosts?" "Even if it were removed, you would still encounter them in the future." Baimoxuan gestured for Ying Ning to close the ward door before speaking further. "Su Hui, you are not like an ordinary boy. At a young age, you have encountered many extraordinary phenomena, and your capacity to accept these experiences surpasses that of others. Therefore, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say. The blood zombie powder cannot be extracted. It serves a purpose. We have located your father." Yue Qing tugged at Baimoxuan's sleeve, urging, "Should we not speak the truth? Can we continue to conceal this?" "I trust in his ability to cope," Baimoxuan replied. "Su Hui, may I place my faith in your resilience? Having seen countless spirits since childhood, what else could be beyond your grasp?" Suddenly, Su Hui waved his hand. "Wait. Sister Ying Ning, I need some water." Ying Ning poured a glass of water, which Su Hui gulped down in one go before saying, "Now you may speak." The nature of human perception is wondrous. In hindsight, Su Hui would contemplate how a bold thought had crossed his mind, one that had frightened him, leaving his throat parched and desperate for water. "That monk is your father," Baimoxuan stated. "Your biological father. The blood zombie powder was administered by him. But not to harm you. Rather, it was a precaution against potential transformation. He is not an ordinary man. You have inherited his bloodline, which signifies that you are extraordinary. You, Su Hui, are half human, half demon." Gulping, Su Hui, who had been holding water in his mouth, finally swallowed it, only to be choked. Erupting into a fit of coughing, Ying Ning rushed to pat his back. Once he had recovered, tears and mucus streaming down his face, he blinked rapidly, and Ying Ning softly asked Baimoxuan, "Is it true?" "The monk has admitted it himself. We have witnessed his true form, which is that of a raccoon spirit." Baimoxuan elucidated. He also confirmed that Su Hui is his child, possessing demonic blood. The blood zombie powder was originally meant to suppress Su Hui's demonic side. Unexpectedly, it has instead endowed Su Hui with the trait of yin-yang eyes. "Su Hui, we cannot lie to you." Su Hui was engulfed in a haze of confusion, shaking his head as he uttered, "How could it be possible? If there are ghosts in this world, then there must be other inconceivable existences." Yue Qing replied, "You must believe. I am not my father's son." Su Hui buried his face in his hands, lamenting, "I am the son of a monster." Baimoxuan, visibly perturbed, interjected, "Monsters come in many forms. There are those that devour humans and those that cultivate the heavenly path. The spirit of that raccoon demon is not substantial. It is but a step away from the celestial realm, yet it has been hindered by your mother and you, being merely a youth." Su Hui shook his head in distress. "I still cannot believe. If he is indeed my biological father, why deceive? Why deceive Su Jie, causing a rift between my father and me? Over these years, he has made me endure so much suffering. How can I trust him? Even if I accept the reality of his being a monster, how do I explain his actions?" "This is a conundrum we share," Yue Qing acknowledged. "There must be a reason he remains by Su Jie's side." Suddenly, Su Hui collapsed, pulling the blanket over his head. "I am tired. I wish to rest." "Then sleep," Yue Qing replied. Exchanging glances with Baimoxuan, he gestured for Ying Ning to step out of the ward. The newly opened hospital was not overcrowded, and the corridor was eerily quiet. Baimoxuan whispered to Ying Ning, "Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him act recklessly. For the next few days, he must not step foot outside this hospital." "But what about the talisman's transformative water?" Ying Ning asked anxiously, glancing at Yue Qing. "Will it affect Su Hui?" "I am uncertain," Yue Qing responded with a wry smile. "For now, we can only take one step at a time." "Very well, Leave this to me. You may attend to your own matters. Subo appeared silently in the corridor. Whenever he showed up at such a time, Baimoxuan's instincts told him it was rarely a good sign. You bring no good tidings, and without food in hand, it is surely not for Ying Ning. Yue Qing. Be cautious, Subo warned. You must avoid a calamity in the coming days. Stay vigilant. His serious tone made Yue Qing's heart sink. It seems I must consult Boss Tang about my fortune. What type of calamity? I cannot specify, Subo continued earnestly. Yue Qing, exercise utmost caution. I do not wish to see you in the underworld. Yue Qing felt a jolt in his heart, swallowing hard. Neither do I. Subo's words were not mere intimidation. He had been preoccupied in the underworld with court hearings, and in a moment of boredom, he recalled that Yue Qing and Cui Ying might eventually have a child. He sought out Judge Zhong to examine their records in the Book of Life and Death. Upon review, he discovered discrepancies in Yue Qing's entries that starkly contrasted with his previous observations. Why has there been such a change? Subo inquired of Judge Zhong. The judge respectfully replied, the fortunes of individuals in the mortal realm are ever-changing, and such fluctuations directly influence the ultimate outcome. The disappearance of Yue Qing's lifespan does not necessarily imply his imminent death. Subo felt a shiver run down his spine. Judge Zhong, what do you mean by not necessarily dead? The Book of Life and Death is subject to constant change, and the results depend on Yue Qing's circumstances in the mortal realm. Judge Zhong added meaningfully, as servants of the underworld, we must refrain from excessive interference. Inferred from his words, you are, in essence, the proxy of Yama. Yet you must not allow personal interests to influence your public duties. Subai remarked nonchalantly, I am well aware of my boundaries, so you need not worry, Judge Zhong. Furthermore, I have great confidence in the abilities of Yue Qing and Baimoxuan. I surmise that we shall not encounter them in the underworld anytime soon. Chapter 786. Agarwood Su by merely intended to remind Yue Qing to remain vigilant. Having spoken, he promptly returned to the underworld, wishing to avoid any gossip. Baimoxuan turned to Yue Qing and said, given Su Bai's serious demeanor, it appears you are indeed facing some challenges. We should proceed together and avoid separating. Better to be cautious. Yue Qing nodded, I understand. Where are you headed now? Inquired Ying Ning. To seek out the monk, Baimoxuan replied. There are certain matters he did not disclose, which bear significant relevance to his subsequent actions. By locating Su Jia, we will surely be able to find the monk. Yue Qing nodded again. I am rather hungry. We might as well find something to eat along the way. The two made their way to a CAF opposite the office building where Su Jia worked, choosing a window seat on the second floor, perfectly positioned to observe the lobby of the building across the street. Having recently secured the first incense at the temple, Su Jia must be in high spirits. What could he possibly be doing now? With a cup of coffee in hand, Yue Qing's gaze remained fixed on the street below, while the passing waitstaff eyed them with suspicion. Eventually, one could no longer contain his curiosity and approached them, whispering, Are you two plainclothes officers? What case are you working on? Baimoxuan, donning sunglasses, scoffed, a major case. Yue Qing stifled a laugh, just as Su Jia made an unexpected appearance. With the monk standing prominently beside him, Baimoxuan placed money on the table, saying, No need for change, and please do not disturb us. Do you know the consequences? It's a crime to obstruct official duties. The waiter, taken aback, quickly retreated after collecting the money. The two hastily made their way downstairs, only to find Su Jia and the monk had already entered a car, heading south of the city. They swiftly followed suit in their vehicle. Yue Qing queried, Wasn't it said that the monk only comes on the 1st and 15th days of the month? There is another possibility. Construction sites may be commencing work. Baimoxuan replied, The monk has been persistently pursuing Su Jia. What do you think his motive is? Uncertain and inconceivable. Does he seek to usurp him? Yue Qing pondered. For Su Jia, what holds greater significance than family is the empire he has built. Might the fox spirit be coveting his wealth? In that case, wouldn't it be simpler to eliminate Su Jia early on? Baimoxuan responded, He is a demon. To end a life without leaving a trace is exceedingly simple. He could easily forge a will to claim Su Jia's assets. For the first time, I find myself perplexed by a person's intentions. Yue Qing fell into deep contemplation as the vehicle ahead entered a construction site. In front of the temporary office, the site manager and workers lined up to welcome Su Jia's arrival. Baimoxuan maneuvered their car away from the main area and parked in a more secluded spot, allowing them to stealthily return. The ribbon-cutting ceremony at the construction site unfolded with fervor, while the monk, as usual, stood quietly in a corner, refraining from engaging in idle chatter with anyone. The onlookers seemed accustomed to his demeanor, and apart from Su Jie, none approached him for conversation. Baimoxuan and Yue Qing occupied a vantage point, observing the scene with calm detachment. Suddenly, the monk lifted his gaze towards them. Rather than shying away from his scrutiny, they boldly met his eyes. A slight furrow formed on the monk's brow, accompanied by a faint smile that sent a chill down Yue Qing's spine. What was he truly intending? As firecrackers erupted, the ceremonial attendants lined up, with Su Jie positioned at the center. He grasped the scissors from the tray, poised to make the cut. Just as the scissors descended, Su Jie stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Remarkably, it was the monk who reacted first, swiftly moving to support Su Jie and preventing him from falling. The spectacle left the crowd in astonishment. The scissors flew from Su Jie's hand, embedding sharply into the earth, the pointed edge alarmingly facing him. Had he fallen, it would have resulted in a grave accident. The monk's intervention bewildered Yue Qing. Baimoxuan, this monk is indeed peculiar. Those unaware might think he harbored great affection for Su Jie. Once Su Jie regained his balance, the monk retreated to his previous stance, quiet, composed, as if nothing had transpired. Baimoxuan furrowed his brow. Su Jie's expression was dark, his stride seemingly robust, yet it concealed a fragility. His earlier stumble was indicative of this. I suspect the monk must have orchestrated something. We lack evidence, Yue Qing remarked. Su Jie places unwavering trust in the monk. If we confront him, we would likely be dismissed. Indeed, such irrational faith can cloud one's judgment. Baimoxuan pondered, perplexed. Let us observe further. The ceremony proceeded without incident, and the moment for the unveiling arrived, a task entrusted to the monk. He appeared with a clean vessel containing a liquid, which he poured over the red cloth draped over the stone before revealing it. As firecrackers sounded once more, the monk quietly retreated. When Su Jie approached to shovel dirt, the monk had already distanced himself. Baimoxuan noticed him moving closer and said to Yue Qing, "Let us descend. He seems intent on seeking us out." As they descended from the workers' dormitory, the monk awaited them below. "Do not pursue Su Jie any longer. We have already informed Su Hui of his origins." Yue Qing responded, "You are his father. You could easily take Su Hui away and lead your own life. This matter will not conclude here." The monk scoffed. "Is it not said that karma will be repaid? Unfortunately, I have not witnessed it. Thus, I shall ensure retribution is enacted personally, without bloodshed. You need not fear that I will kill him." "Karma?" Baimoxuan inquired. "What has Su Jie done?" The monk merely laughed coldly before turning to leave. Yue Qing attempted to follow, but was restrained by Baimoxuan. "Yue Qing, do not rush. This man is no ordinary individual and cannot be dealt with through conventional means. We must investigate Su Jie. Even methods that do not draw blood will inevitably leave traces." The rise of Su Jie is a narrative frequently encountered in the imperial capital. In a city where extensive connections are paramount, he endeavored to carve out a niche with only modest initial capital, transforming what could have been a mere tale into an inspiring saga. Prior to 2010, any information pertaining to Su Jie was virtually non-existent. Cui Ying remarked, "The only information available online regarding this company is its registration details on various business websites, indicating that 2010 marked a pivotal turning point for this firm. It emerged from obscurity to establish a notable presence in the imperial capital." The monk professed a desire to achieve his objectives without shedding blood. Baimoxuan observed, "His aversion to bloodshed suggests he adheres to a higher moral code. In light of current circumstances, he remains steadfast. What then is the motive behind his unwavering focus on Su Jie?" Cui Ying questioned, "Doesn't this strike you as peculiar?" Yue Qing replied, "I initially thought it was for Su Hui's sake, but it was the monk who orchestrated their separation. So what grievance could he hold against Su Jie?" "It concerns a woman," Baimoxuan interjected. "We have unraveled much regarding Su Hui's mother, including the identity of her biological father and the true nature of the monk. However, the cause of her death remains unclear. Su Hui's mother died from substantial head trauma." Yue Qing recounted, "I distinctly remember that by the time the villagers discovered her, she was already deceased. Most assumed she had inadvertently fallen and struck her head against a rock. If the monk's relentless pursuit is indeed linked to Su Hui's mother, could her seemingly accidental death conceal deeper truths?" Baimoxuan stated, "If the monk remains silent, we shall investigate ourselves." Cui Ying, "Have you managed to inquire about what I asked?" A message from Ying Ning arrived, revealing Su Jie's residence. Cui Ying noted, Across from us stands an unoccupied building. It appears we have both advantageous timing and location. Excellent. Let us observe Su Jie closely. Baimoxuan recorded the address. Yue Qing. This evening you shall endure a bit of discomfort and join me in moon-gazing. Cui Ying rolled her eyes. Whatever. Chapter 787. Conspiracy 1. It's merely a few days borrowing. There's no need for disdain. Baimoxuan stated bluntly, instead of wasting time on petty grievances. Why not address the comments online? I've already heard several notifications. If you engage with the website, you might draw significant traffic, Cui Ying suggested. Though you've withdrawn from the entertainment industry, you have become a legend. Compared to Chu Yan, you could generate even greater excitement. What do you think? I oppose this notion outright, Baimoxuan replied decisively. Consider the consequences. You would attract a throng of infatuated admirers claiming to see ghosts, and we would be compelled to squander our days chasing after non-existent apparitions. Cui Ying envisioned the scenario and promptly dismissed the idea. I have no desire to be surrounded by a gaggle of lovesick women. Wise decision, Baimoxuan remarked before departing with Yue Qing. Cui Ying hastily gathered her belongings and headed to the hospital with soup in hand. Baimoxuan and Yue Qing selected a vantage point on an upper floor, directly facing Su Jie's living room and master bedroom. Perhaps due to the unoccupied status of the opposite building, Su Jie had left his curtains undrawn, rendering his life fully visible to the two observers. The living room was enveloped in a haze of smoke, prompting Yue Qing to immediately deduce that incense was being burned. Peering through the telescope, he observed Su Jie kneeling on the floor, repeatedly bowing towards the television wall, each bow executed with utmost reverence. The sound of each bow resonated vividly in Yue Qing's ears, making him shake his head in resignation, exclaiming, I am on the verge of losing my mind. It is Su Jie who has truly lost his senses. Baimoxuan interjected, Look, there exists a wealth-attracting array in the living room. A thorough glance around the room revealed to Yue Qing that 5 identical boxes were placed at the 5 ghosts position. He remarked, This is the 5 ghosts wealth array. A currency note should encase an ancient coin, preferably a genuine set of the 5 emperor's coins, folded in any manner. Once the ancient coin is wrapped and placed in a box, it becomes the 5 ghosts wealth treasure box. On an auspicious day, positioning this treasure box at the 5 ghosts location in the home establishes the wealth-attracting array. This formation is indisputably effective. Strangely enough, it is the very absence of issues that raises suspicion, Baimoxuan remarked. This array must have been set up by a monk, intent on leading him to ruin while simultaneously striving to preserve his life, even creating a wealth-attracting array for him. It is a contradiction. What is his true intention? Baimoxuan's agitation was evident, for it was the first time they found themselves unable to fathom someone's motives. Look, Su Jie has fainted. Yue Qing's voice rose in urgency. A monk, it must be a monk. In the opposite house, Su Jie had collapsed, his head bowing as he lost consciousness. The monk stood in the living room, casting a glance towards the opposite side, a slight smile gracing his lips as he lifted Su Jie's body and carried him towards the master bedroom, gently placing him upon the bed before departing. How perplexing! What is he truly up to? Yue Qing, now flustered, stamped his foot in frustration, the action leaving his foot numb. Shall we investigate Su Jie's office? A splendid idea, Baimoxuan replied as he retracted the telescope. However, since we are closest, let us first explore the house across from us. The lock on Su Jie's home posed no challenge for Baimoxuan, while Yue Qing deftly handled the surveillance cameras in the corridor. Their silent cooperation led them to open the door, only to be met with a thick cloud of smoke that made them frown. With a wave of Baimoxuan's hand, the dense smoke dispersed, revealing a fragrant aroma tinged with a hint of something fishy. Yue Qing noticed the incense burner and pushed aside the smoke, revealing a gelatinous substance he had never encountered before. Baimoxuan, what do you make of this? The small piece of yellowish gelatin resembled amber. Baimoxuan replied, It is agarwood, yet not entirely so. Agarwood. Yue Qing was unfamiliar with the term. Your ignorance is understandable. Agarwood is exceedingly rare. It is also known as qiongji, characterized by its soft texture and exceptionally high oil content. The rarity of this fragrant wood makes it the finest among aromatic woods, historically monopolized by royalty and nobility, hence its designation as a royal treasure. During the Northern Song dynasty, it was said to be worth a fortune, Baimoxuan elaborated. Undoubtedly, this is agarwood. Yet the fragrance is amiss. The aroma of genuine agarwood is naturally rich, perceptible even without combustion. A substantial piece exudes a scent reminiscent of a fragrant mine. inexhaustible and endlessly alluring. While this scent is indeed potent, the underlying fishy odor is decidedly unusual. Yue Qing immediately stepped forward to extract a small piece, wrapping it in a tissue and placing it in his pocket. This matter shall be revisited later. For now, let us go and see Su Jie. The two entered the master bedroom, where Su Jie had already succumbed to slumber. Noticing the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Baimoxuan remarked, "He seems to be sleeping uneasily. He must be caught in a dream." Yue Qing bent down to inspect Su Jie's body. There were no abnormalities. As they exchanged glances, poised to depart, Su Jie turned over, murmuring, "Qing Fong, do not leave. Qing Fong, do not leave." Qing Fong was indeed the name of Su Hui's mother. They exchanged another look. Halting in place to listen intently, Su Jie clenched his fists, exclaiming, "I did not mean to. I truly did not mean to. Qing Fong, forgive me." Baimoxuan's mind erupted with a sudden realization, and Yue Qing experienced a similar shock. After a fleeting glance at one another, Yue Qing inquired, "How did Qing Fong die?" Su Jie's body shuddered. His jaw clenched tightly, his fists balled up, and in a sudden burst of energy, he began to pound the bed with force, producing a loud thud. If this state persisted, he would surely awaken. The two hurriedly retreated, vanishing swiftly beyond the door. Upon exiting the community, they spotted a monk standing across the street, his eyes slightly closed. Just as Yue Qing was about to approach, the monk abruptly vanished. With no other choice, they hastened to Su Jie's office building. Upon entering his office, they were astonished by the arrangement of wealth-attracting feng shui artifacts. In addition to a beckoning cat, there was also a money toad. The windows did not face north, which corresponds to the Qin Palace, representing labor and the Yin energy. The room was saturated with heavy Yin, making it difficult for Yang energy to rise. Observing the warm-toned decor, with a crimson sofa positioned in a character shape facing the boss's desk, Yue Qing remarked, "These are quite professional." Baimoxuan's focus did not linger on that detail. He approached and opened Su Jie's drawer, where the documents were neatly organized. Among them was a meticulously detailed project schedule. This Su Jie seems quite capable in his work. Who knows whether it is his competence or that of the monk? Yue Qing pondered. "Baimoxuan, I can't shake the feeling." "Speak," Baimoxuan urged. "The monk's purpose is nearing fruition," Yue Qing replied. Baimoxuan raised an eyebrow. "If I were to express that I share your sentiment, would you think I am merely echoing your thoughts? When has Baimoxuan ever merely echoed someone?" Yue Qing closed the drawer. There are no points of suspicion. The two returned to the office building, where it was now Cui Ying's turn to keep the night watch. Ying Ning and Su Bo were engaged in a lively game in the living room. Upon seeing the two return, Su Bo inquired, "How did it go?" Yue Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. "Were you here to see me?" "Of course. I came to see Ying Ning," Su Bo replied. "What is the status of your matters? Have you heard of Agarwood?" Baimoxuan asked. "It exists in the realm of the underworld as well," Su Bo responded. "I have it burning in my room. Agarwood gathers the energies of heaven and earth, yin and yang, and becomes the only incense capable of traversing the three realms. It is a remarkably rare entity." "That's well and good. Look at this. Is there anything amiss?" Baimoxuan gestured for Yue Qing to retrieve the small piece of agarwood. Su Bo took it, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. "The scent is off. I burn agarwood daily, and it does not possess this fishy odor. Can you discern the source of this peculiar scent?" Baimoxuan inquired. "Let me take a whiff," Su Bai replied, placing it beneath his nose and inhaling deeply, subsequently remarking, "Isn't your Qinyu clan renowned for possessing the most acute sense of smell?" After several attempts, Su Bai concluded, "It does not resemble the scent of corpse oil." Chapter 788. Conspiracy 2. He picked up the rare agarwood and examined it under the light, saying, "Look, there are some black specks in this incense." Baimoxuan leaned in for a closer look, observing, "These black specks resemble the remnants of some insect." "Indeed, it is an entity of the underworld," Su Bai affirmed. "I can confirm that it has originated from the Four Yin lands." As Su Bai's hand brushed over the incense, dark smoke began to emanate from it. Ying Ning inhaled a breath and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure. Being a cultivator, she nearly lost her wits upon contact with the dark energy. One can only imagine its effect on an ordinary person. Ying Ning patted her chest, exclaiming, "That was close. A regular person would have a far more pronounced reaction." Baimoxuan remarked, "If only Cui Ying were here." Cui Ying was presently at the hospital, keeping vigil over Su Hui, who lay in bed, his body contorted in a bow shape. He was unable to sleep, listening to the sound of Cui Ying's breathing. Carefully, he turned over and sat up, when suddenly a shadow flitted past outside the room. An inexplicable pull urged him to rise from his bed, donning his slippers. He leisurely exited the ward. He was already able to walk, and the nurses at the station were accustomed to his movements, merely cautioning him to be careful and not to strain his wounds. As Su Hui strolled into the hospital courtyard, an area designated for patient activities, he marveled at the well-maintained greenery. Beneath the moonlight, he spotted a monk, clad in his traditional robes, his silhouette solitary and forlorn. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within Su Hui, who had come to realize the nature of their connection. Clenching his fist, he prepared to step forward when the monk admonished, "Do not approach." Tears welled in Su Hui's eyes. "You have torn me away from my adoptive father, and now you deny me closeness? I have come to understand that I am your son, a being of both human and demon blood." The monk turned to face him, and in the moonlight, there was an enchanting allure about him that drew Su Hui closer. Ignoring all else, he rushed forth, exclaiming, "You are my biological father, are you not?" The emergence of my yin-yang eyes was beyond my anticipation. The monk replied, "Yet do not extract the blood-stained powder from within you. I wish for you to live in this city as an ordinary person. I am a demon, yet you bear the blood of your mother. To lead a stable life, establishing a family and career in this urban setting is my desire for you. Man is man, and demon is demon," Su Hui countered. "The demon aspect will inevitably reveal itself. Can it truly remain suppressed for a lifetime? Once I have completed my tasks, I shall assist you," the monk responded, "to rid you of your demonic lineage." Su Hui stepped forward, and in an instant, the monk transformed into a raccoon and leapt over the wall, vanishing from Su Hui's sight. Witnessing the monk's true form left Su Hui in a state of disarray. He ran several paces ahead, but found himself powerless before the towering wall. Behind him, Cui Ying's voice called out, "Xiao Hui, why have you come here alone?" "Cui Ying, he has appeared," Su Hui uttered, dazed. "Demons truly exist in this world. They are real. Did you not say you would believe?" Cui Ying remarked. "It will require a bit more time to accept, will it not?" Su Hui silently nodded. Cui Ying softly inquired, "Do you accept him as your father?" It was peculiar. She had always wished to avoid him, harboring a deep-seated resentment, yet upon seeing him moments ago, an inexplicable urge to draw near him surged within her. A longing to reach out and touch him. Su Hui replied, "Regrettably, he does not allow it. Sister Cui Ying, this must be the bond of blood. He claims he will help me rid myself of my demonic nature, but only after he completes his current tasks." Rid oneself of demonic nature? Cui Ying mused. "This is something I have never heard of. I fear I must consult Yue Qing for clarity. The notion of eradicating a particular bloodline seems rather fantastical." Upon returning to the hospital room, they found Yue Qing standing inside, smiling as he said, "Fortunately, the other party is an underage boy. Otherwise, I would have to ponder further." "Why are you here so late?" Cui Ying asked, somewhat taken aback. "I'm here to keep you company," Yue Qing responded. Cui Ying awkwardly glanced at the remaining bed, which was too small for two. Su Hui chuckled, "Shall I find you another place? I can sleep on the sofa." Yue Qing reclined on the sofa, resting his head on his hands, just as Lu Shangxing entered. Spotting Yue Qing, he exclaimed, "Yue Qing, I have invented a new surgical instrument. Come take a look." "Not interested," Yue Qing replied. "Dr. Lu, it's rather late. Please spare me. I am utterly exhausted." Lu Shangxing, undeterred, insisted, "Cui Ying, I'm borrowing your husband for half an hour." Seated in Lu Shangxing's office, surrounded by an array of peculiar instruments, Yue Qing yawned. "Is this the device in question? What do you think? Does it feel like Iron Man's suit?" Yue Qing jested, "Dr. Lu, are you a doctor or an inventor?" "Both," Lu Shangxing replied. "Yue Qing, I have a commission to discuss with you. Is that the reason you summoned me? Why keep it from Cui Ying?" Yue Qing asked curiously. Lu Shangxing awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I feared Cui Ying might scold me. This commission is quite perilous, especially since you two have just married." Yue Qing cleared his throat. Although they were newlyweds, their relationship had yet to reach any substantial depth. The circumstances sounded somewhat lamentable, as Cui Ying sought to ensure the potency of her pure yang blood. "What is the commission?" Yue Qing inquired. "Do you remember Zhuo Feng?" Lu Shangxing asked. "You encountered him by chance last time and acted together. This commission is issued by the Treasure Hunter organization, and the contact person will be Zhuo Feng. I know you are currently dealing with that young man. Once that matter is resolved, Zhuo Feng will reach out to you." "It seems I am the one opposed to this," Yue Qing said, patting Lu Shangxing on the shoulder. Dr. Lu, I appreciate your concern. I will be prepared. Lu Shangxing was left bewildered. What do you mean? Prepared for what? Yue Qing blinked. Oh, nothing at all. When Yue Qing returned to the hospital room, both Cui Ying and Su Hui were fast asleep. Su Hui, still a child at heart, had kicked off the covers, leaving most of his body exposed. Yue Qing gently tucked him in before turning to gaze at Cui Ying, who appeared as innocent as a child in slumber. Her small hands resting beneath her cheek in a quintessential little girl's sleeping posture. Yue Qing approached and softly kissed her cheek. Cui Ying smiled slightly, her eyes fluttering open. Did you learn that from Ying Ning? Why are you still awake? She inquired. I sensed you had other matters on your mind upon my arrival. It's all Dr. Lu's fault for delaying so long, Cui Ying replied. Now, you can tell me, there was a fragrance about you earlier. What was it? You noticed it? Yue Qing retrieved a small piece of agarwood. This is Kiara. As Cui Ying inhaled its scent, a peculiar sensation washed over her, and she murmured, Grandfather. Grandfather. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yue Qing quickly stowed the Kiara away and shook Cui Ying gently. Yet she remained in a daze, tears welling in her eyes. In a moment of urgency, he splashed a cup of cold water on her face, jolting her back to reality. What just happened? Is everything all right? What was that? Yue Qing asked, concern etched on his face. Cui Ying wiped her face, her expression one of confusion. Upon breathing in that fragrance, I surprisingly envisioned my grandfather in his final moments. In truth, I never witnessed it firsthand. I missed the last chance to see him while he was alive. Do you remember? Yue Qing nodded. I recall. I only saw him once on the 7th day after his passing. Yes. What I just experienced was a manifestation of my inner regrets, Cui Ying said. It could be described as a sentiment of remorse. Yue Qing began to comprehend, recalling Su Jie's murmurs in his sleep that night. It dawned on him. Su Jie felt the deepest remorse towards his wife, expressing apologies in his dreams. Cui Ying, I have a daring notion. Go on, she urged. I didn't mean to, truly, I didn't intend to. Qing Fong, forgive me, Yue Qing recounted. These were Su Jie's words in his sleep. What could he possibly have to apologize for to Qing Fong? Could it be related to her death? Yue Qing, I have realized it. He is responsible for Qing Fong's demise, Cui Ying asserted. I have heard you speak of that place. If he were to return secretly, it would be effortlessly concealed from the villagers. After killing Qing Fong, he could escape without anyone knowing he had returned. 10 years ago, in such a remote area, there were no surveillance cameras, no witnesses. Everything could easily be explained as an accident. This also clarifies why the spirit of the fox demon relentlessly pursues Su Jie. He seeks vengeance for the woman he loved, through means that do not involve bloodshed. I see now. He has utilized the Kiara to awaken the buried truths within Su Jie's heart, compelling him to make a choice, to conceal the truth for a lifetime or to confront it, Yue Qing mused. Cui Ying, Su Jie's company began flourishing in 2010, and it was then that the monks started assisting him in building his career, becoming his closest confidant, guiding him along a predetermined path. Why was it specifically that year? There are still intricacies we cannot fathom. Cui Ying stifled a yawn. We can only inquire directly with the monk. Yue Qing, I feel so sleepy. Let us rest. Unbeknownst to them, it was already 4 in the morning. Yue Qing nodded and tucked the blankets around Cui Ying. Sleep well. There's no need to rise early tomorrow. I will take care of Xiaohui. Yue Qing lay down on the sofa and closed his eyes, while on the bed, Su Hui turned over, his eyes slightly opening, tears spilling forth. When Yue Qing opened his eyes again, he was startled to find Su Hui missing from the bed. A chill ran down his spine as he rushed to the bathroom, only to find it empty. He then hurried to the nurse's station. Nurse, have you seen the patient from room 6? He should be in the yard. I saw him go there. Upon reaching the yard, Yue Qing noticed a trail of footprints along the wall, causing his heart to race. He immediately dashed back to the ward, where Cui Ying had just woken up. Noticing Yue Qing's distressed expression and Su Hui's absence, she inquired, What's wrong? He overheard our conversation yesterday, Yue Qing lamented. He is not an ordinary child. I underestimated this. Cui Ying, I must find him immediately. Please contact Baimoxuan and the others. We must locate Su Hui as swiftly as possible. Where are you heading? Cui Ying asked with concern. Su Jie's company, Yue Qing replied. I have a feeling Su Hui has gone there. Without another word, Yue Qing bolted out of the hospital. By the time Cui Ying finished her call, he had vanished. She hurried to meet Baimoxuan. Meanwhile, Yue Qing, burdened by anxiety, hailed a taxi and sped towards Su Jie's company. Upon arrival at the reception desk, he inquired, Sir, do you have an appointment? I'm looking for Mr. Su Jie. No, wait, I need to find Su Hui. Has a young man been here? Yes, he has. He went to the rooftop with the general manager. Yue Qing's scalp tingled at the mention of the rooftop. The reception area was directly opposite the building's elevator, and the receptionist had seen the two enter the lift, which ascended straight to the top floor. Once inside the elevator, a sense of foreboding washed over him again. The rooftop door stood ajar, and he slowed his pace as he stepped inside, where he could hear the conversation between Su Jie and Su Hui. Why did you bring me here? This was the first time Yue Qing heard Su Jie's voice up close. It was hoarse, worn, and weary. How did my mother die? Yue Qing's heart tightened. Su Jie had heard him, loud and clear. How your mother died? Didn't your grandmother tell you? She died from excessive blood loss after an accident in the mountains. Su Hui replied, his voice choked. Enough, I have much work to do. I must leave. Yue Qing quickly concealed himself behind the electrical room as Su Jie rushed after him. Yu Haven-T clarified, my mother's death was not an accident, you killed her. Didn't you? You knew all along that I wasn't your son, didn't you? Yue Qing had anticipated part of this, yet the latter part surpassed his expectations. Su Hui sneered, where did you hear that? That is none of your concern. I only ask you this, did you kill my mother? Many things in this world are not simply black and white, there exists a gray area. Su Hui stated, indeed, I knew long ago that you were not my son. Even without my master's warning, I would have kept you at a distance. Seeing you disgusts me. You have no idea who your mother bore you with. Yue Qing's heart raced as he contemplated the profound impact of these words on Su Hui. In a fit of rage, Su Hui charged towards Su Jie, exclaiming, you scoundrel. You killed my mother. It must be you. You know I am not your child, so your anger is a mere cover for your shame, is it not? Yue Qing could no longer remain concealed. He rushed out and firmly embraced Su Hui, urging, Xiao Hui, this is not the solution. Please, calm yourself. Su Hui was tightly held, unable to move, and let out a deafening roar. Yue Qing sensed the heat radiating from Su Hui, his temperature soaring as a wave of trepidation washed over Yue Qing. Suddenly, a force propelled him backward, and he felt his body fly over the rooftop's railing. Instinctively, he reached up, desperately grasping the railing, his entire form dangling precariously in midair. Xiao Hui, please, regain your composure. Yue Qing urged, straining to climb higher. When he finally managed to pull himself up, he found Su Jie cowering in fear on the ground, while the sight of the tail extending from Su Hui's back left Yue Qing astounded. The day had finally arrived when Su Hui's true nature was revealed. As Su Jie crawled backward, he murmured, Master Isin, where are you? There's a monster. Xiao Hui, Yue Qing shouted, his hands growing increasingly weary as he began to slip. Su Hui turned, his eyes bloodshot, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple. As he underwent a transformation, his physical limits were reached, and he staggered toward Yue Qing, trembling uncontrollably. Just as he reached out a hand to help Yue Qing, his body convulsed violently, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Su Jie, witnessing this, scrambled to his feet, ignoring Yue Qing's perilous situation as he stumbled away from the rooftop. Xiao Hui, please, calm down and take a deep breath, Yue Qing urged, exerting every ounce of strength to climb. However, with his palms slick with sweat, he struggled to maintain his grip. Suddenly, he recalled Su Bo's words, in the coming days. You must avoid a calamity, be vigilant. What calamity could he possibly refer to? Yue Qing, now clinging with only one hand to the railing, cried out, Xiao Hui. Su Hui, consumed by his own turmoil, felt an unbearable heat surging through him from the tail that had suddenly emerged. His entire body ached and itched, forcing him to writhe on the ground in an attempt to alleviate his suffering. His vision blurred, and he could no longer see the clouds or the sun above. Though he heard Yue Qing's cries for help, he remained powerless to respond. As Yue Qing's fingers gradually slipped from the railing, he experienced a moment of weakness. Despite possessing a mastery of Taoist arts, he could not defy the pull of gravity. With a desperate shout, he fell downward from the 33rd floor rooftop, knowing that such a fall would surely endanger his life. A gust of wind swept through, and Yue Qing felt himself lighten before he landed safely on the ground. It was Su Bo, descending like a celestial being, who caught him and brought him back to the rooftop. Materializing before him, he inquired, Are you all right, young man? Yue Qing, panting, replied, I knew you wouldn't let anything happen to me. Alas, I cannot bear to see my sister become a widow. Su Bai gazed at Su Hui on the ground, noticing the feline tail protruding from him, and gasped, Yue Qing, are you all right? Can you manage to handle that tail? Yue Qing, still feeling weak, thought of Su Hui's dire predicament and struggled to rise and approach him. She pressed her hand against Su Hui's head, murmuring incantations, Supreme Star of the Taishang, adapt without pause. Exorcise evil spirits and bind malevolent forces, safeguarding life and body. Wisdom be clear, heart and spirit at peace. May the three souls endure, and the spirit never be lost. Urgently, as commanded, a sudden hissing sound emerged, and Su Bai could see a viscous gas escaping. As the force subsided, Su Hui's tail gradually retracted, the redness in his eyes slowly fading, restoring them to normalcy. At that moment, the door to the rooftop flung open, and Su Jie's voice echoed, There's a monster. The monster is right there. Su Jie returned, accompanied by 2 security guards. Yue Qing glared at Su Jie, infuriated by his earlier inaction in her time of need, and now he had the audacity to bring security. Such behavior was truly abhorrent. The 2 guards, observing the 3 individuals on the rooftop, questioned, Mr. Su, where is the monster? Have you misseen? That's not right. He just grew a tail. Su Jie weakly protested. Even if you dislike me, you wouldn't go so far as to call me a monster, would you? I simply want to come looking for you again. Gentlemen, everyone at the company knows I am his son. What does it mean to label one's own son a monster? Su Jie's voice was chilling, reminiscent of something emerging from the depths of the earth. Su Bai and Yue Qing exchanged glances, shivering in response. Well, Mr. Su, this is a family matter of yours. We cannot interfere. We shall take our leave. The 2 guards exchanged glances and quickly departed. Su Jie, unwilling to linger on the rooftop, hurried after them. Wait for me. I shall descend with you. Just as their figures vanished, Baimoxuan, Cui Ying, and Ying Ning entered. Yue Qing, who had just faced life and death, rushed forward to embrace Cui Ying. I thought I would never see you again. What has happened to you? Cui Ying asked, perplexed. Are you not well now? Yue Qing merely held Cui Ying, speechless. Su Bai assisted Su Hui in standing and recounted the events that had transpired. Cui Ying could hardly believe that she had almost lost Yue Qing. The 2 held each other tightly, unwilling to let go. Ying Ning inquired, Is this what you meant when you said Yue Qing should be extra cautious? The underworld did not permit me to disclose this in advance, but did not forbid me from extending my hand in assistance, Su Bai replied. It does not count as a violation. You are merely exploiting loopholes. Baimoxuan then turned to the weakened Su Hui. Half human, half demon. The suppressed demonic nature has now been revealed. We should take him back to the hospital. Su Hui, aware of the grave mistake he had made today, which nearly cost Yue Qing her life, remained silent throughout the journey. Yue Qing comforted him. The situation was exceptional. It was not your intention. Do not dwell on it. I am sorry, brother Yue Qing, Su Hui said through gritted teeth. It is all my fault for being so impulsive. If blame is to be assigned, it is I who should be held accountable for not maintaining my composure and for allowing you to overhear my speculation last night. Yue Qing replied, If blame is to be assigned, I can only blame myself for inciting your impulsiveness, which has now allowed the demonic nature to surface. Now there is circumstantial evidence linking your mother's death to Su Jie, Baimoxuan remarked. The ultimate outcome of this matter remains undetermined, for now. Yue Qing lay weakly in his seat, while Cui Ying held his hand tightly. Having experienced life and death, they understood how precious their togetherness was. He caused my mother's death. It must be him. Su Hui's voice was heavy with emotion. He knows I am not his son, yet he chose to keep me by his side. If not to atone for my mother, then to torment me. He must have seen your half-demon state and would not remain idle. He would seek out the monk, the so-called Master Isin. Baimoxuan contemplated. This coincidence may bring the monk's plan to fruition. We are not far from the true revelation. Su Hui, do not worry. Simply wait patiently at the hospital. Su Hui fell silent, suddenly closing his eyes, his body slumping against Baimoxuan's shoulder. Baimoxuan sighed. This child's fate is indeed fraught with hardship. Su Bo suddenly gazed out the window. Is that the monk? As the car sped past, the monk stood by the roadside, watching the vehicle depart. Cui Ying looked at the unconscious Su Hui and remarked, A father and son share a deep connection. Su Hui was placed in a hospital bed. Although his temperature had slightly decreased, it remained fervent compared to an average person. Lu Shangxing approached, wary of using medication due to Su Hui's unique constitution. He opted for physical cooling instead, removing Su Hui's clothing to wipe his underarms, neck, palms, and soles. Su Hui had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, showing no response to Lu Shangxing's ministrations. Ying Ning noticed Su Hui's pulse. Look, Xiao Hui has developed a layer of callus. The callus on his feet was much thinner than usual, resembling a delicate membrane. When Lu Shangxing's fingers touched it, the sensation was remarkably soft. His expression transformed instantly, and he exclaimed exuberantly, "Incredible, truly incredible. You were right to bring him to my hospital." Chapter 791. Transformation 2. I hope you're not thinking of dissecting him now. Ying Ning murmured. He is not dead. Lu Shangxing replied irritably. I never perform live dissections. Perhaps having heard this, Su Hui promptly opened his eyes. Where am I? Kid, how do you feel? Lu Shangxing inquired. Not dizzy, but a bit light-headed in my mind. Su Hui trembled as he reached towards his groin. Relieved to find no tail. It's gone. You are merely a half-demon. The blood of the undead still exerts its suppressive effect within you, Yue Qing stated. However, you have yet to master self-control. Your earlier excitement and anger triggered your demonic lineage, causing you to lose your reason. Reflecting on the moment on the rooftop, Su Hui suddenly leaped from the bed and knelt before Yue Qing with a thud. I am so sorry. I nearly caused your death today. It's all my fault. Punish me as you will. Tears streamed down his face as the weight of nearly ending a life pressed heavily upon him, leaving him unable to control his emotions. Brother Yue Qing, Su Hui half prostrated himself on the ground, prompting Yue Qing to quickly lift him up. This is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it is I who must bear the primary responsibility. Yue Qing gazed at Su Bo in the corner, filled with boundless gratitude, a true brother. Su Bo snapped his fingers. It's only in critical moments that a good brother can truly be of service. Now, I must promptly return to the netherworld to avoid any misunderstandings. With that, Su Bo vanished into the shadows. Lu Shangxing looked at Yue Qing. Bewildered, your good brother is in the corner? Yue Qing shrugged. It's nothing, just a reflection on surviving a great calamity. Lu Shangxing conducted a preliminary examination of Su Hui. Fortunately, there is no strain on the wound. Be cautious moving forward. Su Hui nodded silently, and once Lu Shangxing departed, he clenched his fists. I know it was him who killed my mother. At this juncture, Baimoxuan remained composed. Without evidence, any claims are futile. Su Hui struck the bed with his fist. I truly wish to kill him. Kill him? Ying Ning exclaimed in shock. Absolutely not. You possess the bloodline of a demon. If you spill blood, your demonic nature will spiral out of control, and you may completely lose your humanity. Ying Ning's words brought clarity to Yue Qing. The essence of not shedding blood lies here. A monk refrains from bloodshed out of fear of losing control. Over the years, his adherence to this principle has indeed been challenging. Su Hui, your father would surely not wish for you to stain your hands with blood and stray from the righteous path. Leave the next steps to him. Indeed, leave it to me. This voice resonated, sending a jolt through Su Hui's body. He looked up to see the monk standing straight at the door, a faint smile gracing his lips. The day has finally arrived. Is it your meeting or Su Hui's demonic awakening? Baimoxuan inquired coldly. Both. The monk's expression remained placid. Since you're here, please come in, Cui Ying gestured. Come in, Master Xin. Master? I am merely cloaked in a layer of skin. There's no need for pretense before you. Just call me Xin. He indeed stepped inside, approached the bedside, placed his hand on Su Hui's crown, closed his eyes to gather his energy, then smiled. It appears that for now, all is well. What do you intend to do next? Yue Qing asked. I have done all I can. Little Hui has completed the final step for me. Xin closed his eyes. Soon, the truth shall be revealed. Cui Ying, adept in reasoning and author of numerous suspenseful novels, found herself utterly unable to decipher Xin's intentions. Is it time to unveil the mystery? Not yet. We are still a step away. Xin extended his hand, revealing a green leaf resting in his palm. Despite the autumn season, it remained lush and vibrant, devoid of any signs of withering. We only lacked the final touch. That night, Xin remained in the hospital room alongside everyone else, seated on the sofa with eyes gently closed, exuding an air of anticipation. Ying Ning observed both Xin and Su Hui. Their profiles were nearly identical, though Su Hui appeared significantly more youthful. Given time, he would undoubtedly blossom into a reflection of Xin. The power of bloodlines is indeed remarkable. As dawn broke, Xin abruptly opened his eyes and stood up. Without uttering a word, he walked outside, prompting everyone else to follow as if they had heard an alarm bell. Xin paused. extending his hand towards Su Hui, and the father and son clasped hands, moving together towards the exit. Ying Ning, still bewildered, softly inquired of Cui Ying. "Where are we headed?" Cui Ying yawned, having stayed awake throughout the night, a feat not easily borne by ordinary individuals. "If I am not mistaken, it should be Su Jie's residence." As fate would have it, the group ultimately arrived at Su Jie's abode. Yisin had no intention of ascending. He stood across the street, gazing upward. Su Hui softly asked, "What are you waiting for?" "The karmic retribution in this world sometimes requires a stroke of luck." Yisin replied, "If this life bears no resolution, I must wait for the next. I cannot afford to wait. Those who commit malevolence in this life must face their consequences in this very existence. Yesterday, you revealed the truth, which will undoubtedly agitate Su Jie. Last night, I intensified the use of the incense." "What exactly is in the Qinan incense?" Baimoxuan inquired. "Deep within Xiangxi lies a place of foryin, a grave pit used during World War II for burying the dead," Yisin explained. "Those corpses did not rise as zombies, yet their innards remain vibrant. When a person dies, their organs lose physiological function," Cui Ying remarked. "What do you mean by vibrant?" "Organs do not wither. This defies logic. When a person dies, their blood ceases to circulate, and their organs gradually desiccate." Yisin stated, "Upon their organs thrives a peculiar organism resembling a mushroom, covered in fine hairs. I have witnessed individuals who, upon accidental contact, succumbed to madness, nearly plunging to their demise. That entity exerts a subtle influence on the human body. Having observed it multiple times, I am convinced it induces hallucinations." Cui Ying recalled the lacquerware that Gong Su had once created, which was influenced by sound. However, Yisin discovered a type of bacterium. Its power akin to that of a toxin. "You have integrated it into the Qinan incense." Yue Qing grasped the implication. "That entity we have never encountered, rendering us incapable of judgment. When the myriad elements of the world intersect, they yield wondrous creations." Yisin gazed at Su Jie's home, its curtains tightly drawn. After witnessing Su Hui, a being of both human and demon, it was only natural for the windows and doors to be securely shut. Ying Ning queried, "Why is it that, despite being demons, the essence of each is entirely distinct?" She innocently remarked, "Your aura is akin to ours. Nature harbors many marvelous entities." "Do you know the lifespan of a raccoon cat?" Yisin asked with a smile. "Typically, they live around 7 to 8 years, and the longest does not surpass 10. Cui Ying replied. Yue Qing added, "It is exceedingly difficult for a raccoon cat to attain human form. I cannot fathom the extent of your suffering." "By the time I reached 20 years, I realized I was unlike others," Yisin reflected. "This is significantly tied to my surroundings. Xiangxi has long been a land of mystery, with many marvels hidden deep within the mountains. You must have sensed the spiritual energy at Luling Cave, have you not? Is that not yours?" Yue Qing expressed surprise. "Thanks to the residual spiritual energy of that Luling Cave, I achieved human form." With unwavering resolve, Yisin recounted the 2 agonizing transformations he had endured, each one a torment so profound it nearly led him to death. The first metamorphosis saw him transcend from an ordinary raccoon to a being of intellect. The second, he attained the form of a human. On that fateful day, Qingfang fell into the hexagonal cave. Su Hui trembled slightly. This was the tale of his parents. Born and raised in a rural setting, she possessed an innate spiritual essence. Yisin elaborated, "The essence I speak of is the innocence and naive it reflected in her eyes. At that moment, having just assumed human form, my skin was ablaze with a crimson hue. Initially, she was overwhelmed with fear, yet later summoned the courage to approach and assess my condition. There was a waterfall below, and she gently pushed me into the water, alleviating the heat of my body. That scene is forever etched in my memory." Chapter 792. The Nature of Truth and Deception. Cui Ying and Ying Ning exchanged glances. For the first woman Yisin encountered in his human guise was the remarkably pure and unpretentious Qingfang. The serendipity of their meeting was ineffable, and it was only natural for emotions to stir. Yet, how did Qingfang feel? A woman regarded by her mother-in-law as a daughter, she had her own husband. "You are deeply enamored with Qingfang. What of her feelings?" Cui Ying remarked without reservation. "Initially, she did not accept me." Yisin confessed candidly. "She is a simple woman, a villager bound by tradition, believing that one must follow one's spouse, whether it be a chicken or a dog. Moreover, my mysterious origins filled her with trepidation, prompting me to resort to deception. Upon hearing this, Everyone fixed their gaze upon him, and he offered a wry smile. I merely feigned injury, exploiting her compassion. Under the pretext of gathering wild vegetables in the mountains, she would descend into the cave to prepare medicine for me. Through our conversations, I came to know her intimately, and love blossomed from pity. Yisin closed his eyes. Su Jie was unlike the typical village child. He was the only man in the village with a higher education, determined to make a name for himself beyond its confines, often absent for extended periods. Meanwhile, Qingfang diligently cared for the elderly at home, dutiful and unaware of any potential troubles her husband might encounter outside. Cui Ying commented, in such a marital dynamic, it is only reasonable to assume that the husband could easily be distracted by temptation, jeopardizing the sanctity of their union. Su Jie was unfaithful. Yisin stated, I personally verified this, but regrettably, Qingfang did not believe me. I had to allow her to witness the truth with her own eyes. At that moment, her heart was extinguished, and to bring her joy, I planted an array of rare flowers and plants in the hexagonal cave, rendering the waterfall less monotonous. I would take her through the forest, leaping from cliffs to experience the sensation of flight. During that period, we grew increasingly close, with countless stories to share. She recognized I was no ordinary being, yet she was unafraid of me. Those days were our happiest. Baimoxuan and Yue Qing exchanged knowing looks. Indeed, a mother will always defend her son. Initially, the old matriarch vehemently denied any infidelity on her son's part, yet in retrospect, she was not entirely untruthful. Cui Ying furrowed her brow slightly. Had it not been for the pregnancy and the impending child, what were your plans? Naturally, we intended to soar to new heights. Yisin replied, we had envisioned completing the necessary rites of passage before I took her away from Xiangxi, embarking on a legitimate life together. Alas, it was then that Qingfang's mother-in-law discovered the reality of her pregnancy, a revelation that altered the course of our destinies. The elderly matriarch was acutely aware that the timing of her daughter-in-law's pregnancy was amiss. Yet, she chose to conceal this truth, and even assisted Qingfang in giving birth, all to deceive her own son. Her motivations were simple. She yearned for a grandchild, indifferent to the origins of the child, having endured a life of solitude. Her desire for progeny was palpable, a sentiment that both Baimoxuan and Yue Qing understood profoundly. The old woman was reluctant to let go, even imploring Qingfang to collaborate with her to deceive Su Jie into believing the ruse, ultimately leading to the birth of the child. Qingfang, swayed by the elder's wishes, gave birth to a child not in the comfort of home, but in secret. The subsequent events are well known to us. Yue Qing, unwilling to allow Su Hui to hear more, shifted the topic. The crux of the matter lies in the death of Xiao Hui's mother. This incident exceeded our expectations, necessitating a reevaluation of our plans. As you are aware, I impersonated a monk from Wutai Mountain to sow discord between father and son, my aim being to prevent their bond from deepening, particularly since they shared no blood relation. I had not anticipated that Su Jie would become so enamored with the concept of the 5 elements and yin-yang, placing unwavering faith in my words and viewing me as a sage, thus laying the groundwork for future events. His coldness towards both mother and child suited my intentions. We awaited the opportune moment to leave as a family of 3. Su Jie was consumed by ambitions of success, and I provided considerable assistance, further entrenching him in his business endeavors. You must think me the architect of these calamities, and I share that sentiment. Had I not been so insistent initially, Qingfang might have been spared her fate. Su Jie was more astute than I had imagined, harboring suspicions that the child was not his own, prompting him to conduct a covert test. I shook my head, recalling that on the day he received the results, Qingfang was seeking me in the mountains near Luling Cave. Su Jie confronted Qingfang, and she, poor girl, remained silent. In a fit of rage, Su Jie lashed out. Su Hui suddenly covered his ears, unwilling to hear more. I continued to murmur. I was merely a moment too late. I witnessed Su Jie flee in a panic. I could have ended his life then and there. But death would have been too easy, too lenient. I would not allow him to escape unscathed. He must bear the weight of his transgressions, acknowledging his guilt and facing the consequences. This is your method of bloodless retribution, Baimoxuan remarked. To safeguard Xiao Hui, I procured blood-suppressing powder to quell his demonic nature, inadvertently awakening his yin-yang sight, subjecting him to torment. Weighing the 2 outcomes, I opted for the latter. Better to have his demonic essence restrained than to allow it to erupt, rendering him a pariah. The result of the yin-yang sight was preferable. I continued. Su Jie grew increasingly reliant on me, and with my assistance, his business flourished rapidly. What I did not foresee was his cunning nature. He never once mentioned the murder of Qing Fang. You have grown accustomed to wielding control over him, Cui Ying interjected. Such power can become addictive. He adheres to your every command, venturing east at your behest, never daring to stray west, like a cat toying with a mouse. You speak the truth. I indeed relish this sensation. Eason remarked. Ever since he became engrossed in the art of feng shui, women have ceased to linger around him. Perhaps this is a form of atonement for Qing Fang. I employed the rare agarwood, in a modest dosage, sufficient to ensure he lies awake each night. A condition that has persisted for 5 long years. His constitution has proven more resilient than I had anticipated. Astonishingly, he has endured for 5 years. Until yesterday, when Xiaowei unveiled the secrets buried deep within his heart, I resolved to increase the dosage. Now, let us await the outcome with bated breath. Baimoxuan and Yue Qing exchanged glances, instinctively stepping forward. Eason quickened his pace, swiftly interposing himself before them. Considering your care for Xiaowei, I harbor no desire to be your adversary. However, should you aim to rescue a murderer, you must first pass through me. He has committed a crime, and there are means to bring him to justice. Yue Qing retorted. How does your method differ from murder? Eason's garments billowed as a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, sending a wave of trepidation through the two. Suddenly, Su Hui leaped forward, catching Eason off guard. Just as he attempted to seize Xiaowei, the latter had already jumped into the elevator. The crowd pursued, but the doors slid shut. Eason's expression shifted dramatically. Cui Ying glanced over, a thought igniting within her as she whispered into Yue Qing's ear. He promptly dashed into the stairwell, with Baimoxuan trailing closely behind. Eason hastened after them, and Ying Ning turned to Cui Ying, inquiring, What did you just discuss with Yue Qing? Cui Ying replied, One must never trust a one-sided narrative. Ying Ning pondered, Are you implying? Cui Ying gazed at the trio vanishing up the stairs and shrugged. My dear, perhaps we should take the elevator instead. No sooner had Cui Ying spoken than the elevator arrived. The two entered, exchanging curious glances. Ying Ning asked, Which floor? Well, I seem to have forgotten. After a considerable effort, they finally reached the floor where Su Jie resided, only to find the door wide open, peculiar sounds emanating from within. Upon entering, they beheld a fierce scuffle involving Yue Qing, Baimoxuan, and Eason, while Su Hui clutched Su Jie tightly beneath the sofa. Su Jie appeared pallid, trembling uncontrollably, as he clutched Su Hui's arm, exclaiming, It was that guy who killed your mother. It was that guy? I remember everything now,